Undoubtedly, one of the best educational institutions for training hunters. Against the backdrop of high gray mountains stretching to the blue skies, stood a multi-story beautiful building with many windows and balconies. Valhalla. Every year, countless applicants apply for the honor of bearing the name of this institution. Many boys and girls with different hairstyles, outfits, and weapons walked forward resolutely. Someone demonstrated the strength of their muscles, someone carried a bat on their shoulder. They were all different, but had a common goal. With a competition of 500 people per place. Many of them were killed. Their motionless bodies formed a large heap. Even 150 people would hardly be able to finish Valhalla. The competition begins with distribution. There was a fight between two guys in dark blue pantsuits. The blonde guy raised his leg high and hit his opponent on the head with force. His leg glowed brightly with blue spiritual power. The large room was divided into square booths, in each of which there were fights between students. Guys fought in several booths, striking their opponents with their hands and feet, leaving magical luminous traces in the air. In some booths, students could be seen who were armed with swords that glowed with spiritual power. A gray-haired man in a gray jacket watched all this from above, from the balcony. Valhalla's top-ranking instructor, Lee Sang-cheol, crossed his arms over his chest and looked down with a serious expression on his face. He was an adult man with gray hair, a short mustache and beard. He looked thoughtfully at the students and thought, wow, there's a whole crowd of them this time too. Lee Sang-cheol heard footsteps next to him and glanced sideways. Standing next to him was the heir of the Yushin family, Yu Minjin. A dark-haired young man dressed in a gray shirt with a gray tie, a gray vest, and a gray trouser suit silently looked at the instructor. Lee Sang-cheol turned his head towards him, looked at him and said, during the selection process, there are always enough applicants. He asked the question, so he came to see his niece? Yu Minjin leaned on the metal railing of the balcony and answered, exactly. His family has very high expectations of Soyeon. Lee Sang-cheol repeated thoughtfully, Yuseon. Yuseon, a slender girl with long blue hair, dressed in a dark blue student uniform. She was a genius born into the Yushin family, one of the top 5 families in Korea. At the age of 10, she could freely use mana on a par with high school students. At age 13, she managed to catalyze mana into her own sword. At the age of 16, she caught up with the members of the Yushin family, subsequently becoming the undisputed leader among them. Yuseon stood among the defeated men who lay motionless on the ground. She was holding her sword in her hands. Her aura glowed blue. Lee Sang-cheol, after listening to this information, said that this was written in the archives with her personal data. He asked with interest, is there anything else he doesn't know about? Yu Minjun smiled mysteriously, moved closer to the instructor and said, they say she can interact with the patron constellation of their family. Lee Sang-cheol became wary. He frowned and looked at Yu Minjun sternly. He asked the question, can he believe it? Lee Sang-cheol asked incredulously, what? Is he telling the truth? Yu Minjun looked at him conspiratorially and said, of course, that's why they expect so much from her. The reason why there are 5 families in Korea is due to the guardian constellations that protect each of the families. Usually the hunter receives a blessing or enters into a contract with the guardian constellation. However, the guardian constellations of the top 5 families are different from the rest. Constellation of the Yushin family, god of the sword. A young man with long black hair gathered at the back of his head, dressed in a light gray kimono and a dark blue cape. His hands are wrapped in white bandages. He holds in his hand a sharp long sword, from which a blue glow emanates. Constellation of the Changsan family, Holy Spear. A young man with short purple hair, wearing a light purple kimono and a dark purple cape. In his hand, he holds a sharp spear with a purple tip. There is a purple glow emanating from him and his weapon. Constellation of the Choijin family, King of Tao. A muscular, strong guy with short dark hair. With both hands he holds a sword with a red hilt, from the tip of which a red glow emanates. His aura is red in color, resembling flames. Constellation of the Osun family, the King of Fist Fighting. He is a strong guy with long blonde hair tied at the back of his head. He thrust forward a powerful fist that glowed with gray spiritual power. The clothes and equipment of the king of fistfights are bright yellow. Constellation of the Dajin family, the bow god. A man in a light hat with a white feather and a green cloak holds a bow in one hand, and with the other pulls back an arrow, the tip of which glows with a golden aura. Members of each of the 5 families received blessings from their patron constellations. They were endowed with greater abilities and talents than others. Lee Sang-chul crossed his arms over his chest, bowed his head, and thought. There is a huge difference between receiving a simple blessing and directly contracting a constellation. Communication with the patron god occurs thanks to a contract concluded with him. Lee Sang-chul said, "If this is true, undoubtedly this girl is a genius." Yu Minjin put out his index finger, pointing somewhere to the side, and asked again, right? He asked how his niece was doing. Lee Sang-chul looked at him and replied that apparently she hasn't started yet. He assumed that now that he looked at the site, she would start soon. About 30 seconds later, Yu Minjin looked at the instructor and clarified by asking a question. Really? He asked him to let him watch it. Lee Sang-chul. He said if he really wants to see it, then let him go down there in person. Yu Minjun asked in surprise, does he mean that he has to go through all these scouts and reporters? No, it's better for him to rest here. Our spectator stands were crowded. Many people came to watch and support the students at the competition. Reporters stood below, holding large cameras in their hands. Yu Minjun, leaning over the balcony railing, looked down and said, just let him bring the fight to the screen. He asked the question, isn't he his elder? Lee Sang-chul clarified, asking if he only remembered this now. He activated a blue screen in the air and said, well, since he was also interested, he would do it. An image of 2 competition participants appeared on the screen. Yu Seon stood in front of her opponent, a dark-haired youth. Yu Minjun said happily, here she is. Information appeared on the screen opposite Yu Seon's image, where it was written that this was the eldest daughter of the Yushin family, Yu Soyeon, 17 years old. Next, an image of the main character appeared. In the information about him, there was nothing written about his family, only the name Kim Joo-hyuk, 17 years old. This is a guy with short, curly black hair. He is wearing a dark blue student uniform, a white shirt with a blue tie and a gray vest. His hands were protected by gloves. He looked calmly and confidently at his opponent Yu Seon. Lee Sang-chul said that they seemed quite calm. Yu Minjun smiled and asked, isn't it because her opponent has already lost morally after knowing who his opponent is? Almost everyone has heard about her abilities. Yu Seon calmly and resolutely looked at her opponent. Kim Joo-hyuk yawned out of boredom, covering his mouth with his hand. Lee Sang-chul, noticing this, said, even in this case, it seems to him that he has no fighting spirit at all. Yu Minjun smiled cheerfully and said, he is sure that this will end quickly. The countdown has begun. There were 3 seconds left before the fight. When the number 3 appeared on the screen, Yu Seon quickly grabbed her blade from its sheath and stood in a fighting position. The sharp blade sparkled brightly, reflecting the light source. On the count of 2, Kim Joo-hyuk shook his head listlessly and kneaded his shoulder with his hand. His expression was bored. About 1, Yu Seon resolutely flashed her bright purple eyes. The referee ordered them to begin. Yu Seon quickly rushed at the enemy. She swung her sword, creating a magical stream of blue and white energy. Using her blade, she increased and expanded the energy flow, making it sharp. Yu Seon sent a sharp stream that resembled a sharp sword blade at Kim Joo-hyuk. Lee Sang-chul, who was watching the fight, thought with delight that at such a young age, she already had a refined manner of wielding a blade and such exceptional control of the flow of mana. Kim Joo-hyuk, with his hands down, stood calmly and looked at the magical flow approaching him. A sharp stream of mana had almost touched his face. Kim Joo-hyuk was calm and indifferent. There was an explosion. Lee Sang-chul. He frowned shockingly, not believing his eyes. Yu Minjun screamed desperately. The judge and the television cameraman sweated excitedly. The referee solemnly announced that Kim Joo-hyuk had won. He calmly held his bent hand clenched into a fist in front of him. His fist glowed brightly, filled with blue spiritual power. Yu Seon lay motionless on the floor in front of him, holding a blade in her hand. Kim Joo-hyuk looked down at her in surprise and asked the question, "What is this?" Why is everyone here so weak? Is this really the future that happened 300 years from now? 300 years ago, Tower of Destruction. Against the backdrop of a dark, gloomy sky, a stone tower in the Gothic style rose. Stone spikes extended upward from this. The windows glowed blue. There was a purple ring spinning around the top of the tower. Opposite each other stood the main character and a demon with horns in a dark blue robe. The boss of the Tower of Destruction, Barche, laughed cheerfully and said that it was an amazing fight. He held his hand on the bloody clothes in the stomach area. Barche, a guy with white hair, on whose head 2 horns grew. His eyes were hidden under a blue-colored bandage. The main character, god of martial arts, Kim Hyun Oh, was holding his bloody clothes in his stomach area. His face was covered in cuts, bruises, and beads of sweat. He silently looked at his opponent, slightly bent over in pain. A moment later, he raised his black-booted foot over Barche's head. Kim Hyun Oh kicked him hard in the head and said menacingly, "Amazing fight." His aura was glowing bright pink at that moment. Barche fell to the floor dead. Kim Hyun Oh looked down at him and laughed cheerfully. A notification appeared on the system screen that he had defeated the boss of the Tower of Destruction, Barche, stopping the decay of the world. At that moment, the Tower of Destruction began to shake. A red light came on in the windows. Kim Hyun Oh fell to the floor, losing his balance and clutching his bloody stomach. He asked in surprise, "What?" The tower started collapsing because he killed the boss. Rocks were falling from above. Several stones fell on him. Kim Hyun Oh winced in pain. Drops of sweat ran down his face. Gritting his teeth, he groaned. Kim Hyun Oh removed his hand and saw a huge, bleeding wound on his stomach. He said excitedly that he wanted to finally relax. Leaning his back against the stone wall, he sadly looked up and thought that he had always been busy with something, and had worked as a hunter since childhood. It was when he earned some money and achieved recognition that a similar misfortune happened to him. The tower collapsed and huge boulders fell to the ground. Kim Hyun Oh mentally asked himself, should he have called his students? He remembered how he stopped a group of armed guys following him with a hand gesture. Kim Hyun Oh thought about it and decisively answered, no. He looked at Barche's motionless body and thought, if there's one thing you can't argue with, it's the freak's enormous strength. Even if they did appear, they died a terrible death. Kim Hyun Oh heard a sound, closed his eyes, and smiled sadly. He held his hand to the bleeding wound on his stomach. At that moment, a huge stone fell on his head from above. The pitch darkness was replaced by a bright white light. Kim Hyun Oh opened his eyes wide inside. He sat in bed and looked at his hands in surprise, his eyes widening in shock. Kim Hyun Oh reincarnated into the body of a 17-year-old teenager 300 years after the fall of the Tower of Destruction. In any case, for some time he was satisfied with his position. Even though his body was much weaker, the knowledge and experience that he had accumulated while still being a god of martial arts had not disappeared anywhere. Kim Joo-hyuk stood in front of a large window with a gray curtain, through which several multi-story buildings could be seen. He stood dressed in a white shirt and smiled with satisfaction. If only he could adapt to this body. Kim Joo-hyuk believed that this time he could live his life in luxury without doing anything. A black rectangle appeared with an image of some symbol on it. He looked at this with interest. That's what he thought before this translucent window appeared. It said that in 5 years a Tower of Destruction would appear. Please let him get ready. Kim Joo-hyuk excitedly tousled his hair with his palm and cursed angrily. He irritably asked a question. Did this freak harbor some kind of grudge against him or what? Kim Joo-hyuk thought Barche was a scoundrel. It was worth leaving him to the mercy of fate while there was such an opportunity. However, he still will not be able to influence the events of the past. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the dark rectangle with the warning and thought that this time he would destroy the tower once and for all. Then he will finally be able to enjoy luxury and idleness. He imagined himself sitting on a soft purple sofa among a huge mountain of paper money, dressed in luxurious clothes and drinking some kind of burgundy drink from a crystal glass. Opposite, a black rectangle appeared again. Kim Joo-hyuk was surprised and asked what. On the black rectangle was written in white letters that he needed his weapons and memories back. This is located on the 3rd floor in the 5th room of Valhalla. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in surprise. Should we return the weapons and memories? Valhalla, room, constellations? He thoughtfully touched his chin with his fingers and said, he understands what kind of weapon we are talking about. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in surprise, didn't he regain all his previous memories? Looks like he'll have to find this Valhalla. After some time, the multi-story, beautiful building of Valhalla stood majestically against the bright blue sky. The referee solemnly announced that the 4th day of the competition for the title of 10 strongest begins. People who want to take part in competitions should go to the competition area. Kim Joo-hyuk sat on the bench and listened. Hearing this announcement, he sighed thoughtfully. Kim Joo-hyuk looked from afar at the competition site, stood up and thoughtfully asked the question, should he? After a while, he stood with his arms crossed on his chest on the competition floor opposite his opponent. The referee announced that the competitors should take their positions. Spectators in the stands excitedly shouted something and waved their hands, expressing support for the contestants. Behind them, a photographer was conducting a photo report. Lee Sang-chul stood on the spectator stand and looked down thoughtfully, crossing his arms over his chest. He thought that there were a lot of people there today. And all because representatives of all 5 families are in this place at the same time. He saw something below and frowned with displeasure. Lee Sang-chul noticed Kim Joo-hyuk and thought that the same newcomer was there. Kim Joo-hyuk stood with one hand hidden in his trouser pocket and looked at his opponent indifferently. The referee announced that there were 30 seconds left before the start of the match. Lee Sang-chul thought that the newcomer's opponent was the eldest son of the Osung family, Oh Se-hyuk, 17 years old. Oh Se-hyuk, a tanned, fair-haired, strong, muscular guy with white eyebrows and light blue eyes. He is wearing a tight white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to the elbows and light blue trousers. He looked carefully at his opponent and asked in disbelief, did this guy defeat Soyeon on the first day? Kim Joo-hyuk, dressed in a dark blue student uniform, was stretching his shoulder and arm. Oh Se-hyuk thought that he didn't look strong at all. Well, that's good. If he can defeat him, his reputation will increase significantly. Oh Se-hyuk closed his eyes and smiled smugly. He rudely called out to Kim Joo-hyuk. He looked at him in surprise and asked what. The 3-second countdown to the start of the match has begun. Oh Se-hyuk bared his snow-white teeth in a smug grin, stood in a fighting position, thrusting his powerful fists forward, and menacingly said that he would quickly knock him down. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in surprise, what does it mean? Was he going to shake him? The grin disappeared from Oh Se-hyuk's face. He said sternly, this means he will knock him out. 2 seconds left before the match starts. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled and said cheerfully, in that case, let it roll. 1 second left before the match starts. Oh Se-hyuk asked in bewilderment, what? Kim Joo-hyuk cheerfully smiled at him with a wide smile, showing off his white teeth, and made an obscene gesture with his hand. He said mockingly, this means let him get out of here. Jerk. The referee announced the start of the match. Oh Se-hyuk stood with his back turned. His whole body seemed to be engulfed in a bright orange flame. He was the eldest son of the Osun family. Oh Se-hyuk was not very good at literature, strategy, or martial arts. He had a talent that surpassed everything else. Oh Se-hyuk looked at everything behind him with a tenacious gaze. His talent was physicality. Oh Se-hyuk clenched his fist, fully tensing all the muscles in his arm. Sweat ran down his arms from the intense power and tension. Only thanks to his physical strength was he able to do what others would never have been able to do without using their mana. Oh Se-hyuk punched the wall with all his strength, making huge cracks in it from the impact. Just a little training could increase his strength exponentially. He was born with a first-class physique that did not require any effort to improve. Oh Se-hyuk punched the guy standing next to him, who unconsciously began to fall down. Oh Se-hyuk was worthy of being called a genius for this alone. Oh Se-hyuk looked ahead thoughtfully, frowning. He stood in a fighting pose, standing in front of Kim Joo-hyuk, who was watching him calmly. Kim Joo-hyuk grinned, made an obscene gesture with his finger, and said that he told him to leave here. He called him a moron. Oh Se-hyuk clenched his fist harder, aligning his teeth, and muttered that this one. He could not say a word from intense anger and indignation. Oh Se-hyuk began to rapidly run forward surrounded by a bright golden aura and shouted that this freak. Kim Joo-hyuk still continued to stand in place, making an obscene gesture with his hand. He put his other hand in his pocket. After a moment, he stopped showing his finger and thought that with his new body, he could not win in a direct physical confrontation with him. Kim Joo-hyuk didn't know how things were going with his other parameters, but with his strength, the jokes were very bad. He began to think further, watching O.C. Hyuk rapidly approaching him, and thought that, however, his physical superiority did not at all mean that he was victorious. O-seok began to wave his hand. A moment later, he struck forward with all his might, a wary expression on his face. Kim Joo-hyuk easily dodged this blow and thought that his art was used in conjunction with this physique. He glanced at O-seok's fist, which hit the slabs of the wall behind with all its strength. Kim Joo-hyuk sharply raised his leg bent at the knees and thought what it was. He hit O.C. Hyuk's leg, knocking him down. O.C. Hyuk began to fly down, looking at Kim Joo-hyuk in shock. Surprised and stunned, he began to utter some incoherent sounds that expressed his dissatisfaction. Kim Joo-hyuk winked at him and awkwardly put his hand to the side, as if he didn't understand what was happening. He immediately swung his palm and thought that this was an opportunity to observe the opponent. His palm began to move forward at a rapid speed. Kim Joo-hyuk hit the falling O-seok's chest with all his might, causing a huge blue blast wave. Blood began to flow out of O.C. Hyuk's mouth in drops, spattering his white shirt. He landed lifelessly on the floor, hitting his back hard. Kim Joo-hyuk stood over him, looking at him emotionlessly. He thought, if they are not in harmony, then something like this happens. He continued to look ahead calmly and thoughtfully. Someone's voice announced that Kim Joo-hyuk had won. Kim Joo-hyuk began to think further. Even though this body is weaker than what he had before reincarnation, he should not have any problems with hunting monsters and becoming hunters. Kim Joo-hyuk began to walk towards the exit of the building, putting his hands in his pockets. His steps echoed down the corridor. Many people in suits watched him through the projector screen. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and asked the question, was O-seok really knocked over and hit while he was carrying out his attack? The guy, writing something in a notebook with a pen, said he didn't think that O.C. Hyuk would be dealt with such a simple technique. All the other people behind them were covering their mouths with their hands in surprise. The man with blonde hair frowned, pressing his index finger to his chin. This was the head of the Osun family. His name was Oh Cholshan. He thought they were ignorant idiots. He asked a question in his mind. Do they call this simple technique? His aura curled menacingly next to him. He looked up and made a mental note. Even though his son had never shown any desire to learn martial arts, only working on his physical fitness. He thought a little and began to think further that he could easily dodge the fist of any of his peers. Oh Cholshan looked ahead menacingly and mentally concluded that this was something he could not avoid. He remembered O.C. Hyuk's punch as he was rapidly approaching Kim Joo-hyuk, and again concluded that his emotions had gotten the better of his reason, so he simply attacked his opponent. Oh Cholshan began to think further, remembering the huge cloud of aura next to O-seok's fist, and that, in addition, in order to complete the fight as quickly as possible, he used magic, which is used quite rarely. He remembered how Kim Joo-hyuk easily dodged the attack. He thought that he had only slightly tilted his head to dodge. Oh Cholshan again remembered the confused expression on O-seok's face and began to think further. Since he thought that Kim Joo-hyuk would definitely get hit, he completely shifted his center of gravity. Oh Cholshan again began to remember how Kim Joo-hyuk, with a slight movement of his foot, knocked O-seok off her feet, causing her to fall down. He remembered his hand raising to strike. Oh Cholshan thought again, putting his fingers on his chin, and concluded that he moved faster than O-seok. He began to think further that from the moment he stepped onto the set, Kim Joo-hyuk already had a plan prepared. He grinned, clenching his fist, and thought that in itself this was already a monstrous talent. Suddenly he heard strange sounds somewhere to the side. He looked thoughtfully in the direction of the sound. Oh Cholshan looked at all the people who stood in front of him. One of the guys with glasses was talking on the phone to someone in a raised voice. Another girl was sorting through a lot of papers in her hands, looking at it thoughtfully and tensely. Another guy was writing something down in a black pen on a notepad, his lips pursed tightly. Oh Cholshan said, unfortunately for him, There were many others who also realized the value of this new guy's skill. He added that not all of them are ignorant. Oh Chulshin looked up and mentally said the name Kim Joo-hyuk. He looked at Kim Joo-hyuk, who was shown on the screen, walking and looking around with a cool gaze. Oh Chulshin decided he will try, no matter what you do, to bring him to their family. Meanwhile, in a huge round building with many installations to support it, many projects stood on the stands, illuminating everything around. People shouted Choi Aaron's name in love and enthusiasm. Another person clasped his hands together, began to cry ecstatically, and shouted that he loved her. Kim Joo-hyuk clenched his teeth with hostility and looked at the stands, saying displeasedly for them to just look at these idiots. He angrily asked the question, why do even those serving in the army even call a 17-year-old girl that? A girl with long blue hair stood in front of him. A voice announced that it was the final of the ranking matches. Kim Joo-hyuk stood still, not expressing any concern. He looked forward as if trying to see something. Once again, someone's voice announced that Kim Joo-hyuk is fighting against Choi Aaron. Choi Aaron swung what was in her hands. She was the second daughter of the Choijin family. Someone's voice announced that they should begin the battle. Choi Aaron began to swing the sheathed sword that was in her hands. She looked at the calm Kim Joo-hyuk standing in front of her with an attentive and tenacious gaze. Choi Aaron frowned as she looked ahead carefully. She held the hilt of the sword tightly. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her with the same attentive gaze, smiling slightly. He did not stand in any fighting position, but only quietly waited for the first actions of the battle from her. Choi Aaron, meanwhile, was still in a side attack stance. She held the scabbard in her hands, looking forward at him. Kim Joo-hyuk mentally asked the question, what? He guessed, asking again, was she waiting for him to attack? He looked at her carefully and thought, since at least she is trying to read the situation, then at least she will be better than all the previous ones. Choi Aaron still continued to stand in place in an expectant stance. Kim Joo-hyuk grinned, showing his snow-white teeth, and wondered if he should. He began to quickly walk towards Choi Aaron, who was still standing in place. A contemptuous grin appeared on his face. He continued to walk forward smugly, with his hands in his pockets. Choi Aaron tightened her grip on the sword in her hands, moving it slightly. Next to the handle of this, huge stripes of bright blue and white energy began to appear, which completely enveloped the entire atmosphere. The girl standing in the stands filming this asked the question, has she already mastered the ability to change the elements of the Jeongjin family at the age of 17? She asked, stunned. What is this glow? Another guy exclaimed in surprise that all the children from the 5 families this time were simply incredible. Choi Aaron, meanwhile, tensely put her sword forward, looking at Kim Joo-hyuk approaching her. The aura next to her began to spread in all directions, making a strange sound. Kim Joo-hyuk took another step forward. Choi Aaron frowned and thought, what now? She swung her sword sharply, trying to hit Kim Joo-hyuk on the chest. From her blow, an aura began to spread in all directions. Choi Aaron began to quickly run forward, jumping slightly. She pulled out a sword from its sheath, from which a bright aura emanated. Suddenly, she looked around in a daze, not noticing Kim Joo-hyuk. She made a questioning sound, looking around carefully. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, called out to her threateningly and asked her a question. If she is going to tell with her eyes where she is going to attack, then isn't it too easy to dodge his attack? Choi Aaron froze in place, in a confused state. On one side of her stood Kim Joo-hyuk, who looked at her with undisguised mischief. Choi Aaron looked at him sideways and said that. Kim Joo-hyuk struck her in the chest with a sharp movement, pushing her back. From his strong blow, a red aura began to spread. Choi Aaron screamed in complaint, feeling intense pain. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her carefully, making a sound of surprise. Choi Aaron's sword began to move forward with a sharp movement. Suddenly, Choi Aaron's hand began to shake, causing her to wrap both hands around the sword from opposite sides. Choi Aaron began to slide backwards, drawing a long path of strong attack energy. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her and thought that this was how she managed to dodge the blow thanks to the blade. He clenched his fist and thought, it's no wonder he didn't feel the sensation when he hit it. Choi Aaron looked down with tears in her eyes and, continuing to shake her whole body, thought that she was having a hard time. Suddenly, she noticed someone's fist leaning against the blade of her sword. Kim Joo-hyuk leaned his fist against the blade, looking intently at Choi Erin, who looked up at him, stunned. She clenched the palm in which she held the blade and continued to look forward. Kim Joo-hyuk moved his fist away from the sword and said that now let her try to dodge this. He grinned, looking at her mischievously. With a sharp movement, he pushed her in the chest. Choi Erin lost her balance and began to fly backwards. From Kim Joo-hyuk's blow, long yellow waves of his aura began to spread everywhere. Choi Erin pressed the blades to her chest in fear, her mouth open in shock. Kim Joo-hyuk watched as she flipped in the air and landed on her back with all her might, hitting her head. He looked thoughtfully, still clenching his fist, and thought it was an attack. He looked at Choi Erin's unconscious body and asked the question, was it his imagination, or was something definitely wrong? He added that his posture was slightly crooked upon impact. Kim Joo-hyuk turned sharply, starting to walk away, and thought that he didn't really care. Suddenly a voice announced that the winner was Kim Joo-hyuk. A ranking of the best players in Valhalla was written on the display board. In first place was Kim Joo-hyuk, and in second place was Choi Erin, whom he recently fought. In third place is Jang Juan. All other places were poorly visible. In 8th place was Lee Chang-gon, in 9th place was Oh Si-hyuk, and in 10th place was Kim Yeon-won. Kim Joo-hyuk looked carefully at his initials written on the board. Everything seemed to float before his eyes. After some time, he walked among the houses, starting to stretch his neck. Suddenly, Kim Joo-hyuk froze, noticing microphones, phones, and voice recorders in front of him. He asked a question, being in a shocked state, "What is this?" Meanwhile, people approached him, asking him to tell them a story. Someone asked him to listen to them. The reporters' voices asked questions that all blurred together. Someone asked him again, shouting for him to join Chonmyeon. Someone else shouted loudly that their guild has maintained its reputation for 30 years. The reporter, holding a notepad and pen, shouted if he joined them, they would give him the best move. They continued to place voice recorders and microphones forward closer to Kim Joo-hyuk. Whose voice was it that again asked him to join their guild? Someone cut him off abruptly, shouting that their guild was better. The same voice added that it had a 30-year history. Kim Joo-hyuk gritted his teeth angrily after looking at this and said to all of them. He screamed very loudly for them all to get away from him. On the front page of the news feed was a photo of Kim Joo-hyuk, eyes white with rage, making obscene gestures with both hands to reporters and journalists. A headline is written above the photo. The journalist asks the question, is Kim Joo-hyuk a sick psychopath? Is it true that after winning the competition for admission, maddened with anger, he showed obscene gestures right and left towards the guilds, making him offers to join? This news received 92 comments from readers. One of them, under the nickname Otarak, wrote that it was a shame. It was also filmed. It was funny to watch him lose his temper and then shout obscenities to get them to leave him alone. Another, under the nickname Soft Cake, wrote a comment that, frankly, seeing how he swore at them, he begins to doubt that he is an adequate person. Many users supported these comments, expressing their agreement. A user under the nickname Uncomfortable wrote, even if he does not belong to any class, no matter how angry he is, swearing like this is already too much. And even in a public place. He indignantly asked what kind of children have come to this day. Several users wrote comments saying that it was very rude for a newbie. A reader under the nickname I Love Aaron Nunu asked the question, why on earth did that idiot Kim Joo-hyuk suddenly start insulting the scouts? If he ended up in Valhalla, he would probably become a hunter, just like them. So what's the point in ruining his relationship with them? One of the readers wrote that after he killed 5 families, he would be accepted anywhere, even with such a bad character. He was stunned to see Kim Joo-hyuk beat up Aaron Nuna and Yoo Se-in, who is not even worth mentioning. He forgot that she even existed, considering that Yoo Se-in could not even reach the finals. User Fisheye wrote, in any case, cursing someone is very bad. He is a petty freak. After a while, Valhalla. Kim Joo-hyuk and many other applicants stood in the bright hall. They were dressed in identical dark blue uniforms, white shirts, and gray vests. Someone said they were welcoming freshmen to Valhalla, which boasts 100 years of history. Kim Joo-hyuk yawned out of boredom, covering his mouth with his hand. He thought it was very boring. Suddenly he felt that the guy standing next to him was looking at him. Kim Joo-hyuk sighed displeasedly. He turned his head and looked at this guy. The guy turned away in fear. Kim Joo-hyuk mentally asked himself, did he really stand out yesterday? He remembered why he was there. He needs to return his weapons and memories, which are located on the 3rd floor in the 5th room of Valhalla. He mentally asked himself, find his weapons and memories? Valhalla, Constellation room. After a while, he thought that he just needed to get in and get out. This shouldn't be a problem. Besides, he now realized something. He stood in front of the Valhalla building, and a voice said that this was the end of the welcoming ceremony. Opposite one of the doors was a sign that said that this was a virtual combat simulation class. Kim Ligong, the former head of the Choijin family's Valhalla instructors, looked ahead and asked with excitement, why were the applicants distributed this way? In the first line is Yu Soyin from the Yushin family. Next to her is Aaron from the Choijin family. He then looked at O.C. Hyuk, who crossed his arms over his chest with a dissatisfied expression on his face. A black aura emanated from him. Kim Ligun thought displeasedly, this thug in the very center is Oh Seok from the Osun family. He grabbed his head in a panic and thought, they had said that the students would be randomly assigned to classes. Kim Ligong mentally asked, how could 3 geniuses end up in the same class at once? Suddenly he looked to the side with alarm and began to sweat. He looked at Kim Joo-hyuk, who in turn looked at him with interest. Kim Ligong anxiously asked himself, why is this freak here too? This year he is simply doomed. He decided that he should calm down. In such a situation, you need to stay strong. Kim Ligon tried to regain his composure, brought his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat. He said loudly that he was glad to see them. He is in charge of their class as well as their personal instructor. His name is Kim Ligon. He stood behind the podium, looking at the students. Behind his back hung a sword in a sheath. Kim Ligon pressed the button with his index finger and said with a sly expression that this is a start. The floor under the students' feet glowed brightly with white light. They screamed in fear, what is this? What's happening? A moment later, they all found themselves on the street. In front of them stood a podium, behind which was their instructor Kim Ligon. Students excitedly asked questions. What is this? Where are they? Kim Joo-hyuk silently looked around, studying the situation. One of the students shouted out excitedly. They had just been in the room. Kim Ligong reached out with his hand to touch the hilt of his sword. Grasping it tightly, he decided he would show a little bloodlust. Suddenly, from one side, a crowd of goblins armed with clubs rushed towards them. Their auras glowed bright red. On the other hand, orcs began to approach them, growling angrily. They looked menacingly at the students with their red eyes. A moment later, monsters surrounded the students on all sides, who looked at them in fear. Oh Sehek, crossing his arms over his chest, thought that these were orcs and goblins. He can rate them at least 100. One of the monsters growled menacingly, drool flowing from its toothy mouth. The monsters rushed into battle. One of them extended a gray-clawed hand to Oh Sehek's face. The monster's hand glowed with a white magical glow. Oh Seok looked at this excitedly. He instantly created a protective transparent barrier around himself, through which the monsters could not reach him. They scratched the barrier with their claws, pounded on it with their fists, tried to jump over, but to no avail. Kim Ligong smiled approvingly and thought it was great. The barrier works great. The angry monsters hit the barrier with their clubs and hit it with their bodies. The students watched them in fear, hiding inside the barrier. Someone called Kim Joo-hyuk by name. He turned his head to the side in surprise and asked what. Someone told him to come there. Kim Joo-hyuk walked up to instructor Kim Ligun and stood opposite him on the other side of the podium. He pointed his thumb towards the monsters and asked the question, can he handle them alone? Kim Joo-hyuk clarified by asking the question, is he now referring to those who are running around behind the dome? Kim Ligun answered yes. Kim Joo-hyuk thought about it. Kim Ligong smiled smugly and thought it was wonderful. His ego must have diminished a little. Most students have only seen real monsters in books, but have never met them in person. So it's only natural that he's scared right now. Kim Ligun looked at him mockingly and thought, Let him stop pretending to be thoughtful and just answer no. As soon as he pacifies his pride, the lesson will immediately begin. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled cheerfully, showing white teeth. Kim Ligong got angry and mentally asked a question. Is he laughing now? His aura turned fiery red. Kim Ligong asked a question, looking at how he chuckled. Did he believe that he could deal with them on his own and without outside help? Kim Joo-hyuk answered confidently, no problem. Kim Ligong thought irritably that this guy was still bluffing. He said out loud, well then, let him try. Kim Joo-hyuk put his hands in his trouser pockets and brazenly asked the question, should he do this just like that? Kim Ligong asked in bewilderment what? Kim Joo-hyuk said with a smug grin. From what he heard, they shouldn't be doing something like that on their first day of training. Seeing how persistently he tries to test him, he dares to assume that there is some kind of reward for this. He brazenly asked the question, isn't that so? Kim Ligong frowned with displeasure and said that there was no prize in the condition. Kim Joo-hyuk said that they can talk about it now. With a sly expression on his face, he asked what he was willing to bet on. That he can't handle these monsters? Kim Ligong thought for a moment, then said, if he deals with them, he will do everything for him that is within his authority. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled in anticipation and thought, touching his chin with his fingers. After thinking, he said, even if it sounded rather regrettable, he agreed. Kim Ligong said he thinks he doesn't realize that the monsters in this system are no different from the real ones. Kim Joo-hyuk impatiently extended his hand forward and said, just let him give him the sword. Kim Ligong asked in surprise, sword? Kim Joo-hyuk indignantly asked how he would fight without a weapon. Or did the instructor really expect him to fight them with his bare hands? Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the evil monsters, who opened their predatory mouths, showing off their fangs. Kim Ligong sighed thoughtfully and reached for his sword. He held out the sword and said let him take it. Kim Joo-hyuk looked joyfully at the sword and began to slowly take it out of its sheath. In front of Kim Joo-hyuk, the barrier moved apart and a passage appeared. The monsters greeted him outside the barrier with delighted grins. Kim Ligong watched what was happening in disbelief. Yuseon and Choi Aaron looked after him with excitement. Kim Joo-hyuk abruptly pulled out a sharp sword from its sheath and swung it with a predatory glint in his eyes, cutting down many goblins. Their scarlet blood flooded everything around. Kim Joo-hyuk warily examined the situation with his eyes, holding his sword ready in front of him. His look is full of determination and courage. As several goblins approached him, he swung his sword from side to side and easily cut through their bodies. Kim Joo-hyuk heard an angry growl behind him. Several orcs were approaching him, swinging huge clubs. Their eyes sparkled with red fire. Kim Joo-hyuk sharply turned the blade in the air, pointing the tip back. He turned, looked to the side, and forcefully plunged his sword into the neck of one orc. Purple blood gushed out. Kim Joo-hyuk clearly enjoyed the fight. His eyes glowed with a predatory fire. He selflessly waved his sword in different directions, hitting monsters, and thought that 300 years had passed since he held the sword in his hands, and it was still quite good. In those days, the world was in complete chaos because of monsters, and they used any means at hand as a weapon. Kim Joo-hyuk remembered how, as a teenager, he fought monsters with a shovel, and pickaxe. But the sword had always been something special to him. Kim Joo-hyuk heard something behind him and looked around warily. Behind him stood a huge, powerful, tall orc holding a club in his hand. Kim Joo-hyuk stepped to the side and easily dodged the strong blow that the monster tried to hit him with. His club hit the ground with a loud crash. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled smugly and thought that their pattern of behavior was quite simple, as he expected. He swung his sword, hit the monster in the head, and thought that it was just a high-quality fake. The students watched with excitement as he easily dispatched the terrible monsters. Instructor Kim Ligong opened his mouth in shock and thought it was incredible. He just lent him his sword. He watched Kim Joo-hyuk with interest and noted that there was no magic or any effort in him. He asked in bewilderment how he could cut something so easily. It's as if this sword itself attracts monsters to itself. At this time, the monsters tried to surround Kim Joo-hyuk, but he swung his sword with a mischievous smile and cut their bodies all in one fell swoop. Choi Erin wrapped her arms around herself in excitement and watched the battle with anxiety. Oh Sehek looked ahead intensely and said that this was crazy. At this time, Kim Joo-hyuk stood on a pile of monster corpses and struck a large green monster, which began to fall back defeated. Choi Erin clenched her fist and pressed it to her chest, keeping an eye on the fight. At this time, Kim Joo-hyuk sheathed his sword and said that he wanted to go down to the Constellation room. He stood calmly and confidently, towering over the many defeated monsters lying on the ground. Behind him, several dying goblins let out pitiful groans. With a sly expression on his face, Kim Joo-hyuk looked over his shoulder at instructor Kim Ligun and asked the question, "He will fulfill his promise, right?" Kim Ligun, still under the impression, looked at him from under his brows with excitement and remained silent. The sky above Valhalla turned into bright sunset colors. The building itself, reflecting the sunset sky, acquired a pink tint. Kim Ligun, standing behind the podium, said that that's all for today. It must have been quite tiring. Since this is their first lesson, let them go to their rooms and get some rest. The students silently rose from their chairs, pushing them under their tables. Kim Joo-hyuk tiredly leaned back in his chair and did not move. He was very tired and mentally asked, "What kind of lesson is this if it lasts so long?" He decided that he would just take what he needed and get out of here as quickly as possible. Closing his eyes from fatigue, he plunged into his thoughts. He never thought about teaching anyone, and he never went to school. After a while, the students walked silently down the street, looking at the beautiful sunset sky. Everyone had backpacks on their backs. Kim Joo-hyuk walked behind everyone and thought that even though the lesson was boring, he got some information from this. For example, a story related to one of the constellations. In his past life, there was no such thing as a constellation. Let's talk about the meaning of this word. Constellation is a term used to describe the transformation of those who have previously experienced great concentrations of luck into gods. In the darkness stood the silhouette of a large, muscular man, whose aura and eyes glowed with golden light. Behind him was a circle glowing with a golden glow, in which many symbols were written and drawn. Most constellations are connected to hunters through sacred relics, which give them special powers. A blond man in a dark, formal suit bowed his head in reverence before the deity. The deity silently handed him a sword glowing with a golden aura on her palms. Valhalla in Korea is the third largest academy in the world, which houses a huge number of their reliquaries. Kim Joo-hyuk walked down the street with his hands in his pockets and lost in his thoughts. He thought something like this: everything else about fencing and monster-killing tactics is nonsense. He should go to the dorm and take up martial arts seriously. His body is too weak. Kim Joo-hyuk winced in pain and began to knead his shoulder with his hand. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice behind him. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in surprise, "What?" He looked back with interest and saw Choi Erin standing modestly behind him. Out of uncertainty, she clasped her palms together in front of her and silently looked at him. Over time, there was a sign above the gray door that said this was the teacher's office. Lee Sang-chul held a coffee glass in his hand and said, "Well, he got it." Kim Ligun sat sadly in a chair with his hands folded in his lap. He said, "To be honest, it's more ridiculous than hard." Lee Sang-chul leaned his back against the wall and took a sip from his glass. Kim Ligun looked at him worriedly and said, "No, it just doesn't make sense." He questioned doubtfully, "Is Kim Joo-hyuk really a high school student?" This time, in a virtual battle simulation room, with the help of inspiration, he created about 120 monsters. Lee Sang-chul frowned thoughtfully and asked the question, "Did he just kill them all?" A high school student who has never encountered a monster before. Kim Ligong sweated with excitement and said sadly, "This is what he is trying to say." Lee Sang-chul sighed thoughtfully. He looked ahead intensely and said, "Based on what he knows about him, there is nothing special about him. This is even stranger." Kim Ligong asked excitedly, "Did he have any remarkable stories in his past either?" Lee Sang-chul confirmed this and said that this guy is an orphan. He came from a small orphanage in a very dangerous area. Kim Ligun asked in disbelief, "Is he an orphan? Maybe he's just a forger." Lee Sang-chul raised the coffee glass to his mouth and thoughtfully said that he had conducted his own little investigation, which confirmed all the available information. So he's definitely not lying. Besides, he thinks how stupid it would be for a forger to enter Valhalla and cause such a commotion at the entrance ceremony. He remembered how rudely Kim Joo-hyuk behaved in front of reporters, showing obscene gestures and swearing. Kim Ligon sighed thoughtfully and said, "Indeed." Lee Sang-chul looked at him and asked a question. Besides, he said that Kim Joo-hyuk asked him for access to the Constellation room, right? Kim Ligong sighed sadly and confirmed it. Lee Sang-chul, holding a coffee glass in front of him, said that after the end of the first semester, he would have been able to get there without someone else's permission. If he asks the director, he will probably allow him to go down there. Kim Ligong sadly lowered his head, looked down and said that he was very grateful for this. Lee Sang-chul raised the coffee glass to his mouth, closed his eyes, and took a sip with pleasure. He then said that he was the one who brought Kim Ligon here. He has no less responsibility. Lowering his hand with the coffee glass down, Lee Sang-chul leaned sideways against the coffee machine and said, he doesn't know what it is about the completely closed area on the 5th floor, but anyone can get to the 1st floor. So there won't be any problems if he gets there a little earlier than expected. Kim Ligong sadly lowered his head and said yes. Behind him, through the window glass, one could see the bright orange sunset sky and the leaves of the tree, which turned red-orange. Kim Ligun excitedly admitted that he was a little worried about what awaits them next year. Lee Sang-chul asked in surprise why. Is it because of Kim Joo-hyuk? Kim Ligun said, and because of him too. He knows that besides him in his class, there are 3 students from famous families. It is not so easy to control each of them. Lee Sang-chul crossed his arms, holding a coffee glass in one of them, and replied that he understood. He took a few steps forward and said that he was not trying to console him, but an exchange student from the Ventric family was assigned to another class. Kim Ligun opened his mouth worriedly and asked a question. Does he say Ventric? He asked with excitement. Are they the same Ventric? Lee Sang-chul mentally imagined a blonde-haired youth with a sly expression on his face and said, yes, he is directly from the Ventric family. Rockdale Ventric. Kim Ligun sweated with excitement and thought, Rockdale Ventric. He heard about how he was kicked out of the British Academy because of some mischief. He closed his eyes and sighed with relief. Kim Ligun said now he's starting to feel like things aren't so bad. Lee Sang-chul stood in the middle of the teacher's room and said, exactly. At the same time, against the backdrop of the sunset sky, Kim Joo-hyuk looked back in surprise. He looked at Choi Aaron, who looked at him with a sad look. Kim Joo-hyuk asked the question, what's the matter? She looked down embarrassedly and said quietly, let him teach her. She looked into his eyes and said louder, let him teach her fencing. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her in surprise. He turned sharply to the side at someone's voice. This voice asked him to teach her. Kim Joo-hyuk turned to the side, noticing Choi Aaron in front of him. She said, repeating again that he should teach her fencing. She held a case with some object behind her and looked at it carefully. Kim Joo-hyuk exhaled in annoyance without saying anything. He froze in place. Choi Aaron said at this time that the skill he demonstrated then. She added more confidently that he should teach her this. Kim Joo-hyuk began scratching his ear with his finger in confusion and said no. He continued to stand there, looking bored, with one hand in his pocket. Choi Aaron dissatisfiedly asked the question, why? Kim Joo-hyuk asked a question in response. Why is she asking? He replied that he simply did not want to do it. He turned away from her, looking forward. Choi Aaron continued to follow him with her gaze. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately turned his head sharply in her direction and asked a question. Does she have anything else to say? He added in a firm voice that he would then leave. Choi Aaron repeated more firmly, looking at him to teach her fencing. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her in confusion, his eyes wide open. He said nothing. A moment later he repeated, he had already said that he did not want to. Kim Joo-hyuk sarcastically asked her, has she cleaned her ears lately? He repeated in the same firmer voice so that she would stop pestering him. Kim Joo-hyuk pointed his finger at her, raised his hand, and said that he had no desire to teach her. He added, so let her leave him alone. He began to move forward, closer to the sunset sky. Choi Aaron looked at him. She didn't answer him anymore. Her eyes slightly expressed sadness and thoughtfulness. After some time, morning came. The bright sun illuminated the roofs of white buildings. Kim Joo-hyuk sat at his desk with his legs spread relaxed. Meanwhile, other students continued to sit on their desks next to him. Kim Joo-hyuk sat and looked down thoughtfully. Suddenly, he heard a sound. He raised his hand sharply and looked carefully at his palm. Kim Joo-hyuk thought he expected something like this. He added, with a slight curl of his lips, that this body was better than he had previously believed. He began to bend his fingers slightly. Kim Joo-hyuk began to think further, but he cannot train in martial arts anymore, so nothing else. He mentally concluded that this is all because he does not have any magical abilities. On top of that, it is quite difficult for him to control his flow of mana. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately clenched his hand angrily and thought that the problem with magic could be solved if he found this thing. He began to think further. He should stock up on some mana. Suddenly someone called his name. A guy approached him, putting his hands in his pants pockets. Kim Joo-hyuk looked up at him in surprise, exhaling slightly questioningly. In front of him stood a guy with blonde hair who took on an arrogant pose. Behind him stood a blonde girl who sadly clasped her hands and lowered her gaze. The guy was from the main line of the Ventric family. His name was Rockdill Ventric. Behind him stood a girl who was his maid. Her name was Yuria de Felix. Rockdill Ventric almost came close to the desk where Kim Joo-hyuk was sitting. Kim Joo-hyuk asked him a question, looking at him with a cool gaze. Who else is he? Rockdill Ventric began to think intensely that this was what was to be expected from an ignorant guy. He frowned, continuing to look down, and began to think further that he did not even know their family. Rockdill Ventric immediately proudly said that standing in front of him was Rockdill from the Ventric family. Kim Joo-hyuk continued to look at him without any emotion. Rockdill Ventric immediately added that he would ask directly. He extended his hand with a sinister grin and asked the question, doesn't he want to become stronger? His eyes seemed to glow a bright yellow, like those of a predator. The main line of the Ventric family was Rockdill Ventric. In most families, it is much more difficult for people from the secondary family branch to achieve power and recognition than those who belong to the main one. The main line of the family was one level higher than the side line of the family. However, the Ventric family possessed a beaked mask from a relic of one of the constellations. This is what distinguished this family from others. In an ordinary constellation of the highest class or higher, there is a guardian, who is the direct protector of the family. They are the ones who choose the text, who will become the constellation and grant them the necessary strength and protection. The Ventric family decided to enter into a contract directly with a member of their family who is not yet the chosen constellation. This was the only way for the chosen person to enter into a contract with the constellation without any disagreement. Thanks to this decision, the Ventric family began to have the greatest influence in Europe. If a person is a member of the Ventric family, then he can choose any person to enter into a contract, regardless of his origin. That is why even the subsidiary branches of the Ventric family had the same power that the main ones had. Rockdill Ventric, who belonged to this family, was expected and even too arrogant. Not long ago, due to turmoil in the British Academy, he was expelled. Rockdill Ventric was sent outside the academy without any regrets, closing the iron doors. Rockdill Ventric thought everything was fine. He added tensely that there was no point in crying over this. Suddenly, he heard strange sounds behind him and turned his head sharply with a wary smile. Behind him stood a girl. Rockdill Ventric grinned and, looking in her direction, mentally decided that he always gets what he wants anyway. He decided that even if he was expelled, Rockdill Ventric began to think further. Considering the family he came from, they would always find a way to bring him back. He grinned, looking ahead with a grin. Rockdill Ventric remembered someone's outline and mentally assumed that this should suit him. He closed his eyes, starting to think, and thought what to start with. Rockdill Ventric, meanwhile, stood over Kim Joo-hyuk and thought that the beast would be his, which attracted attention at the welcoming ceremony. He arrogantly said, if he obeys him, he will lead him to the constellation of the Ventric family. Kim Joo-hyuk rolled his eyes and asked the question, is he an idiot? Rockdill Ventric opened his eyes in shock, not expecting to hear such a thing. Yuria de Felix still looked down thoughtfully and sadly, squeezing her lips tightly. Rockdil Ventric leaned his hand on the desk and indignantly asked the question, "What did he just say?" Kim Joo-hyuk mockingly asked him a question. Does he probably think he is stupid? He said that he was not at all interested in him, and he had just been bragging since his appearance. Kim Joo-hyuk answered him threateningly and admitted that if he started making such a speech, then he was an absolute moron. He asked the question, "Isn't that so?" Rockdil Ventric clenched his teeth angrily, looked forward furiously, and said that he also shouted that these are ignorant, dirty things. Suddenly, someone behind them loudly called for them to return to their place. The same voice spoke again to Rockdil Ventric, who cried out in fear. Kim Joo-hyuk looked back in surprise. Meanwhile, Rockdil Ventric began to shout angrily. He asked the question, did he just decide to tell him? Lee Sangshil crossed his arms over his chest and frowned forward at the indignant Rockdil Ventric. Lee Sangshil said that this was not the British Academy, but Valhalla. He explained that no matter how powerful the Ventric family is, he must obey their instructors. Rockdil Ventric thoughtfully froze in place and mentally asked the question, is this Lee Sangshil, who was the combat instructor of Valhalla? Rockdil Ventric clenched his teeth tighter, beginning to grind them loudly. He turned around angrily, starting to walk away from Kim Joo-hyuk. Rockdil Ventric roughly led Yuria de Felix behind him. He began to open the door, which hit the wall with a loud knock, and said that they would meet again soon. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at him in surprise without answering. Sometime later, it gradually began to get dark outside. The setting sun illuminated the park with bright colors, along which Kim Joo-hyuk and other students walked. Kim Joo-hyuk thought that he didn't learn anything new today. He added that there was no useful information about the Constellation Room. Instead, he had to deal with some idiot this morning. Kim Joo-hyuk pressed his hand to his forehead and said, he now knows that the scouts from the guild were outsiders who were constantly near the school. He began to think further that they even used teachers and students to figure out where he was. Meanwhile, Choi Erin walked like a shadow behind him. Kim Joo-hyuk did not notice her and mentally asked the question, was it too much of him to insult them like that? Choi Erin tried to call him, making a strange sound. Kim Joo-hyuk turned sharply in her direction, stunned and frozen in place. Choi Erin again asked him to teach her fencing. Kim Joo-hyuk froze doomedly in place, looking at her with a frown. He asked her a question, was yesterday not enough for her? Sometime later in the Valhalla dorm, in a top classroom. The windows were bordered with beautiful engraved mullion surrounds. Above the cabinet hung paintings placed in portraits with glass. A huge circular lamp stood next to the chair. Someone, cursing several times, hit the lamp with all his might, breaking it into small pieces. Rockdil Ventric clenched his fists angrily, standing next to the chair. Yuria de Felix stood a little further away from him, her hands folded quietly. Rockdil Ventric gritted his teeth angrily as he introduced Kim Joo-hyuk. He mentally turned to him and asked a question. Does an insignificant orphan like him dare to humiliate him? Rockdil Ventric told Yuria de Felix to contact Disser. He added that he needed him to deal with someone. He looked at the broken pieces of the lamp, which brightly reflected the sun's rays. He continued to clench his fist tightly, clenching his teeth tightly. Yuria de Felix continued to stand in place. Rockdil Ventric turned in her direction and addressed her by name in a threatening voice. Yuria de Felix remained silent, looking down. Suddenly, Rockdil Ventric suddenly grabbed her by the hair, squeezing her head tightly. Yuria de Felix screamed desperately as she felt intense pain. Rockdil Ventric pulled her head up and shouted at her to answer when he asked. Yuria de Felix frowned deeply in pain, looking at him to the side. Rockdil Ventric asked angrily, does she still feel like the eldest daughter of the palace family? He gripped her hair tighter and asked again, should he throw her out of their family then? Yuria de Felix looked down desperately and in panic. She said in a trembling voice that no. Rockdil Ventric threw her to the floor with all his might. Yuria de Felix hit the floor with her entire body. Rockdil Ventric looked at her with hostility and said again that she should contact Disser. He added that he needed him to deal with someone. Rockdil Ventric continued to say that she should tell the son of the Rise family, who was in the 2nd grade, That Ventric wants to see him. Yuria de Felix did not look up and continued to look down. She obediently replied that she understood. Meanwhile, in the Valhalla dorm, in Kim Joo-hyuk's room. Kim Joo-hyuk sat in the room, placed in darkness. A bright blue aura rose up from his entire body. Moonlight streamed in from the windows, slightly illuminating the edge of the bed. Kim Joo-hyuk closed his eyes, trying to meditate. Bright blue stripes, similar to blue flames, began to emanate more and more from him in different directions. Kim Joo-hyuk completely relaxed his entire body, concentrating on his energy. He suddenly exhaled forcefully. Drops of sweat began to run down his face from fatigue. Kim Joo-hyuk began to breathe heavily, clutching his heart, and thought that this body was just terrible somehow. He said he couldn't even extract a particle of magic. Kim Joo-hyuk looked down thoughtfully, her lips pursed tightly. Sometime later, he walked down the street again, putting his hands in his pockets. Behind him, Choi Erin walked with small, quiet steps. Kim Joo-hyuk noticed that she was following him. He looked forward with difficulty. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly. Choi Erin repeated after him, slowing down on high-heeled shoes. Kim Joo-hyuk turned to her and irritably asked the question, "What else?" He noticed that they were already right in front of the dorm. He asked her a question. How long was she going to follow him? Choi Erin again firmly repeated that he should teach her the art of fencing. Kim Joo-hyuk angrily asked her a question with a slight chuckle. Is she a parrot? Kim Joo-hyuk began to think further that she was already pissing him off very much. He decided that he needed to get rid of her. Kim Joo-hyuk told her that she was charged 10 million won. Choi Erin opened her mouth. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, repeated that the cost of one lesson was 10 million won. Choi Erin froze in place. She looked down desperately without answering. Kim Joo-hyuk began to turn his back to her and asked her a question. Can she not afford this? He said that then he would go. Choi Erin, meanwhile, subtly told him to give her his phone number. Kim Joo-hyuk exhaled in surprise, having many questions in his head. He began to hold out the phone. Choi Erin immediately snatched it from his hands. Kim Joo-hyuk asked her a question. Why does he need his phone? Choi Erin replied that then she would enter her phone number into it. Kim Joo-hyuk froze in place, watching her fingers, pressing something on the phone screen. Choi Erin said with a smile, handing the phone back, that this would make it much easier for her to transfer money to him. In her other hand, she was holding her phone with a pink case. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in surprise, taking the phone back. What? He looked down, puzzled. Kim Joo-hyuk mentally asked a question after seeing the notification. 100 million won. Choi Erin put her phone to her lips and asked him a question with hope in her eyes. Now will he teach her? Kim Joo-hyuk also awkwardly put out his phone and answered with a sly smile that he didn't. Meanwhile, a voice on the phone said that he had rejected the transfer. Sometime later, Kim Joo-hyuk sat on the bed again and thought about how he was stunned at that moment. He wondered in his mind, how could a simple student send 100 million won at once? Kim Joo-hyuk thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and thought that if he began to teach her, he would have to spill all his secrets. He realized that this amount of money. Kim Joo-hyuk abruptly stopped himself from thinking and thought that it didn't matter anymore. He began to get out of bed and thought that it was just money that had no value for him. He thought all he had to do was find it. He mentally added, even if he had such a terrible amount of mana. Kim Joo-hyuk wore a sweater with blue and black sleeves and later pulled on gray sneakers. He stood in place, putting the necessary instruments in his backpack, and thought that he was starting to act. Kim Joo-hyuk in his thoughts, he decided that he needed to find a secret vault. Sometime later at the stadium, which stood next to a tall building, Kim Joo-hyuk walked through the forest with his hood pulled up. He thought, grabbing the straps of his backpack, that before entering this school, he checked this in advance. He went on to argue that, however, most of the records hidden 300 years ago were destroyed. He stepped on one of the cobblestones to step over this one, and thought, according to his investigation, by today he should have at least 4 records left. Kim Joo-hyuk mentally suggested that most likely there were only 3 of them left. He looked forward exhaustedly, exhaling heavily, which is the most important thing. He looked at the mountains that were next to the building, that they were all hidden in the mountains of Valhalla. Kim Joo-hyuk decided that he needed to find it. He put his hands forward, beginning to control his aura, which gradually spread from his feet to the ground. The aura began to make deep cracks in the ground, spreading over long distances. Kim Joo-hyuk closed his eyes and thought that the location of the recording could be determined by feeling the marble. He reasoned further that with the small amount of magic that was currently focused on his work, he could still sense the location of the first entry. Kim Joo-hyuk continued to meditate. After some time, a bright circle of blue aura lit up in the middle of the forest. Kim Joo-hyuk opened his eyes and said with anticipation that he had found it. He looked at the bright shining circle in the middle of the forest, from which blue rays emanated in all directions. After some time, Kim Joo-hyuk began to dig the ground with a shovel, from where a bright light was breaking through. He began to exhale heavily as he continued to dig at it. Kim Joo-hyuk mentally said what a terrible and weak body this is. After some time, he dug a deep hole with a shovel, throwing the dug-out part of the earth to the side. Kim Joo-hyuk mentally thought, if only he knew it would be so hard for him. He thought angrily, then he buried it in a simpler place. Kim Joo-hyuk looked in surprise and said, continuing to exhale heavily, if the tower had not been destroyed 300 years ago, then there would be no need to do something like that. He stuck the shovel into the ground again with all his might. Kim Joo-hyuk began to think further that the world was on the verge of destruction, and there was no room left for his wealth. That is why he decided to leave the notes here. After some more time, Kim Joo-hyuk asked the question, was everything inside intact and preserved? He really hoped so. Small particles of earth continued to fly off in all directions. After some time, the sun began to rise from behind the mountains of Valhalla. Kim Joo-hyuk stood at the very depths of the pit, tiredly rubbing his forehead with his fist. He continued to exhale heavily. A bright blue light spread from below, illuminating half of his body. Kim Joo-hyuk said that he finally found it. He looked at the huge iron hatch and said that this was his recording. Kim Joo-hyuk asked, puzzled, where the keyholes were. He began to brush off the dust on the door with his hands, unearthing the keyhole. Kim Joo-hyuk suddenly said joyfully that this is it. He pressed his thumb against the end of the keyhole. Kim Joo-hyuk knew that an ordinary key would not work here. He brought his hands slightly closer to each other, starting to create it from his aura. He was going to create a logical thread. A circle of blue color appeared next to his palms, which brightly illuminated his palm. After some time, a key appeared in his hands, wrapped in white threads. Kim Joo-hyuk thus formed a key from this. He inserted it into the keyhole, starting to turn it with a loud sound. Kim Joo-hyuk grinned and mentally thought that this was great, because the key fit. Meanwhile, a lot of things were lying in a heap below. After some time, the hatch gradually began to open, allowing the sun's rays to pass through. This began to brightly illuminate the many coins scattered below. Kim Joo-hyuk began to jump out of the hatch with a sharp movement and said that it was good. He jumped down right in front of the huge mountains of gold, placing his hand on the floor. Kim Joo-hyuk grinned, looking ahead smugly. He asked the question, seeing in front of him a lot of coins, weapons and chests. Did his children live well here? Kim Joo-hyuk rests his hands on his sides and examines the gold, shimmering under the sunlight penetrating into his hiding place. A smile appears on his face, and he realizes that now that he doesn't have to worry about money, he can finally start looking for this thing. But the next moment he freezes, seeing something ahead, and even says in surprise, "What? These are storage stones." Among the yellow coins there were indeed several minerals, shimmering with purple and blue colors. They looked as if an entire cosmos was contained inside them. Bending down and picking up one of the stones, Joo-hyuk made a mental note to keep his notes. He poured some magic into them, but now it was time for him to use them. After that, tightly squeezing the mineral in his right hand, he began to pump out blue energy from it, which soon enveloped his entire body. Smiling contentedly, Kim Joo-hyuk was happy, as expected from accumulative stones. They are filled with magical power. Gradually the glow went out, and he, putting it in his pocket, thought again. First he should deal with the remaining pebbles. Should he leave the gold bars here and take the jewelry that weighs less? The next day, upon arriving to study in Valhalla and attending another lesson, Joo-hyuk leaned back in his chair while his whole body trembled and he felt exhausted. Kim Joo-hyuk was so amazed by his condition that it even made him think that if he really thought that he could pull off something like this in the future, then he was probably just a rare idiot. Why can't he feel his muscles after just a few strokes of the shovel? Suddenly Joo-hyuk was forced to interrupt his suffering, and even flinch when Choi Aaron suddenly sat down near his desk. He, stretching his shoulder, which he was now painfully jerking, asked directly what was happening. She, looking at him with a piercing, but at the same time empty look, as always, said, she asks him to teach her the art of wielding a sword. Her persistence scared Kim Joo-hyuk a little, but he tried to hide it, and said tiredly, but she still wouldn't leave him alone, yes? But pursing his lips, he remembered, according to the information he found during his rebirth, the Choijin family, which belongs to Choi Aaron, is engaged in professional fencing. So why does she need him? Then Joo-hyuk decided to ask her about it directly. Why is she asking him so persistently? Her family can train her just as well. Aaron briefly answered that she wanted to learn fencing from him. But he still did not lag behind, and clarified why. Choi Aaron explained a little evasively that she had never seen anyone wield a blade better than him. This made Kim Joo-hyuk feel confused, and he continued to question, what about her father? Isn't he the head of the Choijin family? He must be much better than him, right? Aaron seemed confused and repeated twice, father. Their conversation was interrupted by Kim Lee-gun, who opened the door, looked into their study room and asked Joo-hyuk to go with him to the teacher's room. He asked in surprise, he? Why does he need to go to the teacher's room? Lee-gun explained that this concerns his previous request. Isn't he interested? Kim Joo-hyuk perked up and immediately stood up from his seat, saying that he was on his way. Choi Aaron awkwardly remained standing in place. When he passed by, she tried to turn to him again. She asks for forgiveness. But at first there was no reaction from Joo-hyuk, and she already lowered her head down in despair, when he suddenly announced, tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the morning, she can come to the training ground. Aaron, hearing this at first, was in a stupor. Kim Joo-hyuk hurried to turn around and, looking at her over his shoulder, asked what? Has she already moved on? But she immediately turned her head around and promised that she would definitely come. Soon Joo-hyuk comes to the staff room and stands in front of Lee-gun, who is sitting in the office chair. He says that the lesson will start soon, so he will be brief. Firstly, he was allowed to visit the Constellation room. He needs to go down to the ground floor. Kim Joo-hyuk frowned and asked, is it the ground floor? Kim Lee-gun confirmed this, yes, except for the first floor. Other floors will be closed to him. But he was not upset at all, but turned out to be quite pleased, and replied that he understood the instructor. When can he go there? Lee-gun suggested that if this could be arranged, it would be tonight. Joo-hyuk, of course, did not object, and immediately replied, great, then it's decided. But this behavior made Kim Lee-gun think, this is unexpected. He was sure that the guy was going to cause a scandal because of the ban on visiting the second and subsequent floors. But still, he noted that then Kim Joo-hyuk could go. And this time he only obediently answered, okay. Then turning around, he silently headed out of the teacher's room. With the onset of a starry night, Joo-hyuk and Lee-gun went to the right place, and soon they stopped in front of a building, which was a high tower surrounded by scaffolding, as well as seals in the form of hieroglyphs and chains, and the entrance was guarded. Kim Lee-gun announced that this was the place. Valhalla Academy Treasure, Constellation Room. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately looked around warily. On one side, he saw two men in black sunglasses, formal suits. One of them even had two swords on his back. Looking to the right, he saw two more guards. One man had an extremely angry expression on his face, and his body was protected by a bulletproof vest. Another guard with a pistol on his shoulder muttered something into his walkie-talkie. Joo-hyuk, looking up, noted that the security here was much stricter than at the main gate. Lee-gun, putting one hand on his belt and putting the other in his pocket, replied that of course this would be so, because this is a room of constellations. The unshakable value of this allows Valhalla to be considered one of the 3 great academies. However, Kim Joo-hyuk seemed not to listen to him at all, but continued to look around and took notes to himself, not only the guards, but also the walls outside, Everything was shrouded in a huge concentration of magic. The only place free from magical shackles is the main entrance. Finally, he asked if he could ask the teacher one question. Kim Ligun, a little confused, but clarified, "What is the question?" Joo-hyuk said, "How can he get to the second floor? If he ends up there despite the ban, will he certainly become a criminal?" Crossing his arms over his chest and giving him an incredulous look, Ligun noted that he would not become a criminal, but the issue of his expulsion would be resolved as soon as possible. Besides, he will lose his mind before he even leaves school. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately asked in surprise, "Will he lose his mind?" Kim Ligun explained, "Yes. On the second floor, the incommensurable magical power of the Constellations rages. If he comes into contact with this magic, his mind will not be able to withstand such a surge." But after hearing such terrible information, Joo-hyuk smiled, repeating, "He will lose his mind. He will be expelled from the academy." He understood everything. Hearing such a frivolous tone, Ligun wondered, wait, why did this guy decide to ask such a question right at the entrance to the room? Is he really going to go down there? No, this is impossible. The first candidate to visit the Constellation Room would not commit such stupidity. He is sure that the guy understands the seriousness of the ban. Finally, the gate opened to let Kim Joo-hyuk in, and Kim Ligun rushed to explain that he had 30 minutes, and then he will have to come out. He waved his hand goodbye and agreed, yes, he will be back soon. As soon as Joo-hyuk was inside the building, a notification appeared in the system window that opened, in which it asked him to return his weapons and memories on the 3rd floor of the 5th room of Valhalla. He stopped for a few seconds, thinking he didn't really care about the exception. After all, he came to Valhalla primarily for this purpose. First, he will have to go to the 3rd floor. As Kim Joo-hyuk walked down the stairs past the various mechanisms lining the walls, he wondered why there were so many stairs in this mission. They have no end or edge. Finally, the sound of his footsteps stopped when he stopped and looked up, frowning and saying, "What is this? What kind of place is it?" Joo-hyuk found himself in a long corridor, blue light leaking from the ceiling onto him from a square hole in the ceiling that resembled a portal. Doors were built into the white walls, the entrance to which was regulated by another complex mechanism. Looking around, Kim Joo-hyuk said out loud, "Is this a prison?" Then, walking slowly along the corridor, he thought that he was sure that the Constellation Room was on the 1st floor, but is this it? In any case, it no longer seemed so important to him. So should he come in? But suddenly he had to stop, as a new system window appeared, in which it was announced that all the conditions had been met. He will be carried into the room. Joo-hyuk read this and said in surprise, "Into the room?" The very next moment he was overcome by darkness. But soon the first thing he heard was a voice that he noted that they had not seen Kim Hyun Oh for a long time. Barche was floating in front of him in the white space. Kim Joo-hyuk was taken aback by this turn of events and said in surprise, "Is it him?" He clarified with a malicious smile, "Did they reunite after 300 years? Barche fails to finish his next sentence when Joo-hyuk punches him in the face with all his might, and he even backs up perfectly. Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes turned completely white, and he, blushing with rage, shouted, "Hey, he's glad to see this freak." Barche hurried to put his hands forward in a protective gesture and asked Joo-hyuk to stop, but he struck him again, adding that he should die. Barche did not give up, and said again, "Hyun Oh must settle down and calm down." Kim Joo-hyuk, unable to pacify his anger, once again aimed his fist at his face, while repeating, "He simply must die already." For the next couple of minutes, for every Barche's plea, Joo-hyuk beat him, saying, "Should he die? Stay." He's gonna beat him even harder now. The ringing sounds of blows filled the space around him, and soon he was already lying on the floor, rubbing his injured cheeks. Kim Joo-hyuk, also trying to catch his breath, suddenly says, he is not one of those who solves a problem with his fists. Barche, hearing this bewilderment, says what? He immediately flares up in rage again and kicks him harder than ever, screaming, he can't help but take the opportunity to smash his face. That would be the stupidest waste. He's a freak who ruined his idle future, his wealth, his pride. All this time he spent teaching his students. Barche groaned in pain and tried to cover himself with his hands. Suddenly, among his endless requests to stop, he asks, "Isn't Kim Hyun Oh wondering what this place is?" Joo-hyuk froze, and actually stopping the bullying, began to look around, repeating the question, is he interested in what kind of place this is? There's nothing here. He explained that it was an imaginary world. Kim Joo-hyuk repeated again, an imaginary world? Barche, shaking off the dust from his clothes and putting them in order, explained, yes, to be more precise, this is the subspace of the relic. He, whom Hyun Oh now sees in front of him, is only an embodiment in the world under space. His real body disappeared 300 years ago. Joo-hyuk froze for a second, pondering the new information, and clarified, wait, so does he mean that he was always in this relic? Barche, bowing his head, answered briefly, yes. Kim Joo-hyuk's face showed thoughtfulness, and he slowly said, this means the same thing. He grinned mysteriously and spread his arms out to the sides as a seal appeared behind him. Barche proudly announced, exactly, Joo-hyuk is right. He has become a constellation. However, Kim Joo-hyuk was in no hurry to admire, which Barche clearly expected. But Joo-hyuk again falls into fiery anger, and hitting him in the face with his fist, exclaimed, what nonsense. All this time, the guards strictly monitored the entrance to the building, and Kim Ligun waited nearby, crossing his arms over his chest and not saying a word. Finally, he heard the creak of the door, and Kim Joo-hyuk appeared, whom the guards hurried to check, using a special scanner. When he came out of the gate without any problems, Ligun immediately asked, he didn't do anything strange? Joo-hyuk, who did not have any details indicating what had happened, replied, of course, he was just looking around. He could not go down further, otherwise he would go crazy. Kim Ligun still feels some distrust. He chuckled and noted that he understood everything. Then the guy can go home. Kim Joo-hyuk turned around without further ado and said, okay, as he left. He was soon walking across campus with his hands in his pockets as moments from his recent encounter with Barche flashed through his mind. Joo-hyuk then said that he didn't care about him becoming a constellation. Did he create that transparent notification window? Won't he explain what it is? Barche, to his regret, admitted that he knew nothing about this. Then Kim Joo-hyuk again aimed at his face, saying, what a freak he is. He, not a little scared, repeated, he swears that he knows nothing. After Joo-hyuk killed him, he was here for 300 years, completely exhausted. Then Kim Joo-hyuk thought about his words, finally letting go of the warrior in his clothes. Lucky. Then who sent the message? Barche noted that he also received a similar notice. This surprised Joo-hyuk, causing him to even scream, what? Barche gave a slightly more detailed answer. A notification appeared that he needed to contact the Reborn Kim Joo-hyuk and get his memories back. Joo-hyuk immediately wondered, Reborn? He said even more shocking information. For this reason, one suspicious person showed up. Very interesting, if this is the work of the one who made him the boss in the Tower of Destruction. Kim Joo-hyuk, increasingly surprised, asked another question. Was this done by the one thanks to whom Barche became the king of that tower? Who is this person? He honestly answered that he didn't know for sure. All his memories of this part of his life are lost. He doesn't think the missing memories will be able to return right away. But what was written in Joo-hyuk's notice? He was confused by such a sudden question, asking again, what? But then, having revived the image of the system window in his memory, he said that it asked him to find his weapon to return his memories. There was also an inscription at the bottom that was impossible to read due to censorship. Didn't he already get all his memories back? He remembers perfectly everything that happened in the tower then. Barche may not be all he needs to remember. He had already found his weapon, so his memories should naturally return. Kim Joo-hyuk clarified, weapons? Has he found it yet? He continued to explain, right? This subspace is the inner world of 4 types of village swords that have become sacred relics. Thanks to the fact that he used one of these as a religion, he remained a constellation. But suddenly Barche interrupts, noticing how Joo-hyuk is overcome by trembling, and the very next moment he flares up with rage again and shouts, he's a real freak. Now, only his lonely steps are heard in the area. While Kim Joo-hyuk reflects, his village sword has turned into a relic, inside of which there is now a constellation. If he had told anyone about this, they would definitely not have believed him. He wanted to destroy the weapon and throw it out of his memory. At the same time, Joo-hyuk extends his right hand forward and creates a translucent sheath, from which the hilt of the sword can be seen. Then, when it gains weight and becomes real, He understands, no matter how weak he has now become. Apparently, he simply could not leave Barche, who was previously called the King of the Tower of Destruction, without proper supervision. Nothing can be done once his new quest is achieved with the help of this sword. Kim Joo-hyuk added out loud, "There is no such thing as a recipe for this weapon." Suddenly, he heard someone's voice. "Wait, is he the same guy who took first place in the entrance exams?" Joo-hyuk stopped and looked back to see a crowd of young people with multicolored hair, white shirts, and black trousers approaching him. They are led by a tall blonde man in a blue suit with a white t-shirt, who smiles brazenly and flexes his fists. He turned out to be the eldest son of the Sunrise family, Lyric Sunrise, who was in his second year of study at the Valhalla Academy. Kim Joo-hyuk asks in surprise, "Older? Do hooligans like him get younger too?" Lyric stepped forward, belligerently asking, "Is he immortal?" However, another guy with a mohawk and a scar on his skull hurried to stop him. Then Lyric Sunrise threatened, "Even if Joo-hyuk took first place among the first year, it is not enough to talk to the senior like that." Suddenly, a guy with white hair and a stick with a cloth at one end asked Lyric to let him beat this freak. He clicked his tongue and agreed he should go easy on the first year. After that, the guy turned to Kim Joo-hyuk, feeling superior. A beginner should know the difference between the first year of study and the second. But he fails to finish, due to the fact that Kim Joo-hyuk sharply kicks him in the chest, ordering the idiot to be silent and finally attack. Such a sudden attack knocks all the air out of the guy's lungs, and in addition to this, Joo-hyuk jumps up and delivers another kick to his face. This time he even flies far back past the shocked gang standing to the side. Having fallen to the ground, the guy even demolished trash cans and ended up unconscious. Lyric tensed, and turning to Kim Joo-hyuk, muttered angrily, "Crazy freak." But suddenly he freezes and remembers the conversation with Rockdil Ventric. Some time ago, they were sitting in a room with warm light on the sofas opposite each other, and he said with a hint, "Of course, he will not remain in debt." Lyric Sunrise can count on his further assistance. Rockdil then clarified, "He is a first-year student, Joo-hyuk. He has to take care of this guy. He doesn't care if Lyric uses weapons. He can do whatever he wants. He will still clean up everything after him." Lyric Sunrise listened to him in silence, and finally Rockdil Ventric, flashing his eyes and stretching his lips in an ominous smile, asked, "Have they agreed?" Lyric frowned and answered, "He agrees." Walking out of the upper classroom and slamming the door loudly, he stopped and suddenly thought, it doesn't matter what place this guy is among the first classes. The first year remains the first year. They can't get along with older students. One way or another, the first year and the second year are radically different from each other. First of all, because of the contract with the Constellations. In the second semester of their first year, Valhalla students must visit the Constellation room and make a contract with one of them. Students who have entered into contracts are called contractures and are given the right to move on to the second year of study. A person who becomes a contractor also gains the right to use the power of his constellation. Kim Joo-hyuk, who does not belong to any family, does not have such a prerogative. It will be easy. But now drops of sweat were running down Lyric's face, and his eyebrows were drawn together to the bridge of his nose, and everything in his facial expressions expressed uncertainty. He, indulging in memories, realized that this was what he thought, at least until that moment. At that time, a weapon flashed in the air, and with a bright flash, Joo-hyuk blocked one of the hooligans. Then the red-haired guy, taking out a dagger and endowing it with the same red energy, cursed, "This stupid new guy." But the next moment he saw a sheath approaching his face, and Kim Joo-hyuk hit him with a flourish. Immediately after this, someone's shadow appears above him, and calmly raising his eyes, Joo-hyuk sees how the brunette, holding a long stick in his hands, jumps into the air and swings with a cry, "He must die." His attack becomes quite powerful, and the guy hits the ground, creating a small crater and splashing out a lot of energy. However, looking at the dust rising in the air, he says in confusion, "His attack?" Kim Joo-hyuk appears at the side of the brunette and mockingly asks, "He didn't hit, right?" After this, the guy gets hit in the face and, like the others, flies back. Lyric Sunrise stands still and watches this, and when he sees how his friend lands unconscious, he thinks with horror, "This is unthinkable. The guy is knocking out the second-year students one by one. Before becoming a contractor, the dear ones must prove their superiority in martial arts compared to the first years. But why are they so helpless in battle with him? And what kind of strange fencing skill is this? From the outside, it doesn't seem like this guy is putting in much effort. But the people around him are flying away one by one. At this time, Joo-hyuk is waving his sword belligerently, and stopping, glances to the side, where 3 hooligans holding swords and sticks in their hands are looking attentively at him. He, putting the sheath in their direction, asks, "Didn't he say that he would rip their heads off if they didn't stop standing still?" Lyric sees his friends wondering, "It can't be. Every day, should they attack?" But then he shouts furiously so that the idiots don't be afraid. "It's just a stupid first year." Kim Joo-hyuk, looking at his behavior, grinned. Was the leader of the whole gang inspired? Lyric Sunrise immediately stood up in a fighting pose and imbued his weapon with fiery energy. He was finally going to attack, but the very next moment he sighed heavily, looking down. Joo-hyuk presented the sheath to his stomach, amused. Will it continue to stand? He then struck the hilt of the sword sharply, causing a surge of energy and knocking Lyric away, along with the others. He just silently opened his mouth, and with tears in his eyes, asked the only question, when did this guy manage to get so close? Then a blow is heard and Lyric Sunrise falls to the ground. Kim Joo-hyuk swings and sits next to him, hitting him on the cheeks, telling his friend to get up. Who is he? And why did he attack him? Lyric, with abrasions on his face and with weakness throughout his whole body, answered, "Didn't he hear? They study a grade higher than him." Then Joo-hyuk continued talking to him while the rest of the hooligans lay around, still not regaining consciousness. That's why they came with an armed crowd to let the first year go, right? Is this normal for them, or what? Lyric Sunrise remained silent, and then Kim Joo-hyuk asked him to tell him who sent him. He lowered his eyes to the ground and began to lie. They were just going to pacify the first year who took first place. That's all. Joo-hyuk, smiling, noted, did he decide to tell him fairy tales? Is this the solidarity of hooligans? He's about to burst into tears. Afterwards, picking up his briefcase from the ground, Kim Joo-hyuk noted, but then he will go. They should clean this place up nicely. Lyric got scared and hurried to stop him, exclaiming, "Stop! Does the guy think that starting tomorrow he can continue attending the academy as if nothing had happened? It doesn't matter where he ranks among the first years. If people find out about this incident, he will be expelled." But Joo-hyuk looked at him disdainfully, paused, and finally replied that he didn't care. The dunce thought better of his well-being. Lyric Sunrise was silent in bewilderment, and he continued. Several second-year students decided to beat the first year, and he took them and beat them dry. If this becomes public knowledge, then it should be him and not him who should be ashamed of attending the academy. He should think about this if he does not want to disturb his educational idol. After Kim Joo-hyuk angrily flashed his eyes in their direction and walked away, while Lyric trembled with weakness and fear and continued to lie on the ground surrounded by his comrades. The phone screen shows that it is 9:28 p.m. Rockdil Ventric, sitting in a high-class room on the sofa, holds the phone in his hands and grinningly thinks that the call could ring at any moment. And indeed, the next moment an incoming call from Lyric Sunrise appears on the screen, and he realizes with pleasure, here it is. As soon as Rockdil answers the call, Lyric greets him, and he immediately asks how is Kim Joo-hyuk. He, having gathered his strength, appears. In general, he washes his hands of this work. Rockdil Ventric, hearing this, comes into a stupor. Well, he immediately asks again, starting to get angry, what did he say? Lyric Sunrise, with complete seriousness in his voice, replies that he advises him to stay away from anything related to Joo-hyuk. Rockdil pauses, wondering what this idiot is talking about. Just recently, when they last spoke, he seemed confident. Finally, Lyric announces that if this is all, then he hangs up. Rockdil Ventric immediately tries to prevent this from happening and screams in fear, "No, stop." Afterwards, he notes a little more softly that if he spoke like that, it's because Joo-hyuk beat him up. So why doesn't he just report this guy to the academy administration? Lyric Sunrise doesn't answer, then Rockdil adds, if they still have the beatings on them, isn't that enough? He can't even do that. If he fulfills this request, he will transfer the entire promised amount to Lyric. He can also be sure that he will try to provide them with financing from his entire family. However, Lyric Sunrise finally says that even if the Ventric family starts funding them, it will not be able to restore their lost pride. At this time, he and his comrades, who were limping and holding their sore stomachs with their bruised hands, wandered along the street. Then Lyric said confidently, he hangs up. Then only the sound of the end of the call was heard, which is why Rockdill said in confusion, "Hello?" Does he hear him? But realizing that now no one was talking to him, he screamed, throwing the phone on the floor with all his might. This Lyric Sunrise is a real moron. For some time, Rockdill Ventrix sat silently on the sofa, resting his elbows on his legs and resting his head on his palms, until he finally turned to Yuri. He, standing behind him all this time, timidly answered yes. Without turning his head, he was surprised. Did she contact Desira? Yuria de Felix confirmed this, yes, and informed him that he wanted to meet in person. But since Desira is far away now, it will take him some time to get here. This irritated Rockdill, and with a frown he asked a rhetorical question. Where does he wear it? Some time ago in Mexico, among green mountains and tall trees, the Euripia Academy was located, which was a tall building with neat round roofs, a coral-colored facade and many windows. In a corridor with red walls and white columns, people in uniform, white jackets and red pants lay unconscious on top of each other. A guy with many deep scars on the tan skin of his face, a wide gold chain around his neck, picked up the phone, asking in surprise, "What is it?" Desira Ventric, sitting on top of all the guys, as if on a chair, added, "Rockdill wants him to come to Korea. He writes to come to Korea to deal with a man named Kim Joo-hyuk. The reward is already ready." When he read the last phrase, his eyes immediately lit up with excitement, and revealing his white teeth in a smile, he said, "That's how." Desira, feeling how joy filled him, thought, after he was expelled, he had no one left who could lend him money. What a magnificent turn. The next day at 6 o'clock in the evening, Kim Joo-hyuk arrived in the Valhalla training hall, filled with new and high-quality sports equipment. He walked into the locker room, clutching the black strap of his sports bag, talking to himself. It was quite huge. Is it because the school itself is not small? I really want to go for a run here at least once. Suddenly a voice came to him, which made him flinch. Why did he come here? Joo-hyuk screamed in fear and began to look around. What? Who? This. Barche. Where does he promise with it? He calmly explained that he was sealed in Kim Joo-hyuk's sword. Why is he so surprised? Joo-hyuk explains that he's surprised because he felt like he should have gotten out of there by now, because then he'd have to smash his face again and bring it back. Goosebumps ran through Barche's body from such fear, but he pulled himself together, cleared his throat and answered, "Nothing of the kind, so everything is fine." Kim Joo-hyuk opened the creaky door of one of the lockers, and putting his bag there, he noted, "Well, if he says so, then he doesn't have to worry." Then, going out into the hall, Joo-hyuk, wearing new sneakers, began to do a warm-up, starting with stretching his legs and at the same time asked if he was sure that everything was fine. Barche clarified, "Is he asking about his condition?" But Kim Joo-hyuk clarifies, "No, he's talking about the sword. Now it has become an artifact and should be within Valhalla. If he forgot, they took it from the Constellation room." Barche said he didn't have to worry about it. He left a copy at that place. However, Joo-hyuk noted that this is exactly what he was worried about. Where did he even learn to make copies? He proudly said that when he woke up, he found that all his strength was exhausted. But despite all his weakness, then he still found the strength to create a copy, even though he didn't remember where he learned it. Kim Joo-hyuk put his hands on his hips and, arching back and throwing his head back, said mysteriously, "Barche doesn't remember much." Suddenly Choi Erin appeared before his eyes, but she was upside down, and Joo-hyuk even froze in place, with his head thrown back, but quickly turning to her, he said in confusion, "Has she come?" Erin timidly answered yes. Now he will teach her fencing techniques. He strictly explained, "No. They'll start by increasing her stamina." Choi Erin, like a real bunny, tilted her head to the side, and looking at him with round eyes, asked why this was. Kim Joo-hyuk sharply turned his back to her and coldly noted that she could leave if she didn't like it. But she hastened to say, "No, she agrees." Then he smiled and announced that they should start with a little stretching. Aaron reacted to this with understanding this time too, answering, okay. Jo-hyuk thought to himself, with improved endurance, control over one's own mana and the quality of absorbing it also increases. These are the basics. Watching Choi Aaron do stretches with a serious expression on her face, he continued to think, the current generation's training method is too strange. For some reason, they put all their effort into mana flood, not stamina. Even Aaron. Despite the high concentration of mana, she clearly lacks stamina. She soon announced that she was done with stretching. Kim Joo-hyuk, placing one hand on his side, replied, okay. Then they can move on to real learning. Choi Aaron immediately became inspired, but outwardly remained calm, and in response she only shook her head and chuckled quietly. After that, they began to actively perform a variety of exercises together. They did push-ups, squats, and lifted dumbbells. But if everything came quite easily to Joo-hyuk, then Aaron made all her efforts, but her body shook treacherously every time and she lagged behind him a little. Soon she was sweating and with a red face stretched out on the floor, trying to regain the rhythm of her breathing. But to her surprise, Kim Joo-hyuk, continuing the training, noted that they had just begun. Aaron raised her head and stammered and asked what he said. He turned to her sternly and said, "What?" She must stop lying around and get up. They only have about 20 kilometers left to run. After such an announcement, Choi Aaron felt like it was out of the blue, and the only thing she said was, "What?" Soon, during one of the lessons, when they were in room 1A, Jo-hyuk was contentedly stretching his hands, thinking, is everything good with her after their training? Despite the fact that each time he increases their complexity, its results naturally improve. Her physique is clearly conducive to physical activity. Aaron sat at her desk with a blank expression on her face and dark bags under her eyes, while her whole body trembled from the intense training with him. Suddenly a woman's voice was heard in the office. Silence. The highest level Valhalla instructor and teacher of the subject dimensional monsters, Lilia, announced that today they will conduct a simple written test. She explained this on the first day and informed the students that they would need to learn some information about the subject on their own. So today she will be testing how well they know how to behave when faced with certain emotions. Taking a thick stack of test sheets, she distributed it to the students. Yuseo Yon, Oh Si Hayek, and the trembling Choi Aaron looked a little puzzled and anxious as they read the questions and completed the assignments. Even Kim Joo-hyuk was solving the test with his lips pursed a little tensely. Lilia soon glanced at her smartwatch and announced that time was up. They must pass their work forward. The tests they write today will not count toward their overall score, but will be used to determine their knowledge in the next class. Aaron, who was sitting in front of Jo-hyuk, slowly turned back to take the test papers from him, which he silently handed over to her. When Lilia collects all the papers, she collects them in one pile and, knocking it on the table, notes that it seems that everyone has already handed in their tests. Their next lesson will be in a virtual simulation classroom. They will see each other again. With these words, she leaves the classroom, closing the door behind her. Kim Joo-hyuk leaned back slightly in his chair, silently looking at the ceiling, when suddenly Barche's voice rang out in his head. Is he sure that he should have left the answers as he wrote them? Joo-hyuk irritably wondered what. Was he spying? Barche, being in his endless space, crossed his arms dissatisfied, answering, there is absolutely nothing to do here. What else could he do to entertain himself? Kim Joo-hyuk wondered what. Does he read his thoughts? He explained that to be more precise, he can only hear Joo-hyuk when his thoughts are connected with him. Kim Joo-hyuk, still looking at the ceiling, answered him in her head, that's how it is. He answered the questions as he would have answered 300 years ago. Barche seemed surprised, but said it with understanding, right? Then everything is clear to him. That same evening in the first-year teacher's room, Valhalla, Lilia, sitting at her workplace, held a piece of paper in her hands while her face turned red, her teeth ground, and she was so angry that she even shook. Barely audible and almost tearing up the test, she said, and how did this Joo-hyuk dare to call this nonsense answers? Kim Ligon, having poured boiling water into a mug and brewed tea, headed towards his workplace, when suddenly his gaze slid to the side, and with a surprised grunt, he noticed Lily, who, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, was seriously peering at the sheet of dough in front of her. Coming closer, he asked if these were tests for his class. She raised her head and confirmed it, yes. To prepare for the next lesson in the virtual battle simulation class, she conducted a test to determine the quality of their practical knowledge. She gave them a simple written test, and sure enough, Class A, which included children from 3 famous families, showed excellent results. Ligun seemed a little worried, and just in case, she clarified, right? Well, then he'll go. Lily took the red pen in her hands and calmly answered, okay. But as soon as he approached his workplace and began to drink tea, she sharply shouted, Kim Joo-hyuk! Kim Ligong even got scared and choked on his drink. Together with the rest of the workers who were in the teacher's room, he looked at Lily with a puzzled look. She was shaking while she tried to say more or less restrainedly, how dare he call this nonsense normal answers? Ligun asked with the same surprise, did this guy really not try at all? She exploded with rage, screaming again, he didn't just fail. It was as if he was laughing at them. Kim Ligun, approaching her again, tried to clarify as gently as possible, is everything that bad? Lily, squeezing his paper with the answers in her hands, sternly noted that this should not be ignored. At the next lesson, she will explain it to him properly, that he can't deal with monsters so easily. 1 week later, when she was teaching a lesson to Class A in the classroom of the virtual battle simulation Valhalla, she first announced that the tests they wrote in the last lesson had been checked. Most of them did well, but Kim Joo-hyuk should come out ahead. He, underground before his classmates, approached her. She looked at him with a stern look and handed him a crumpled sheet of paper, ordering him to take it. Joo-hyuk silently took the test sheet and saw that for the first questions he received 0 points out of 10, and in the end his score was 1. Lily, without changing her frowning expression, deliberately said loudly, Student Kim Joo-hyuk did not earn a single point. Is he really sure that he answered all the questions correctly? To her surprise, he answered with complete confidence that he had done everything as expected. Then she said, the first question is, what is the best way to deal with the stone goblins? How did he respond to this? Joo-hyuk looked at his answer sheet and calmly replied, rip the monster's belly open. Lily hit her forehead in indignation, but continued, the second question sounds like this. He came across 8 jungle goblins rushing straight towards him. He must include instructions on how he would deal with them. Kim Joo-hyuk, also with complete confidence in his voice, said that in general he should start with those monsters who attack first. He must inflict a couple of targeted blows on them and send them straight to hell. She crossed her arms and noted that he did not take the test seriously. She would have turned a blind eye to it if his answers had made any sense. The best way to kill a stone goblin is to rip its belly open. These creatures have rank B+. This means that the aura of a normal sword will not cause any damage to them. Does he mean that he could rip open a goblin's belly? Joo-hyuk rather frivolously twirled his finger in his ear and said, yes. Everything will end after the first blow. Lilia was completely overwhelmed by anger, and hateful thoughts flashed through her head. His pompousness drives her crazy. He continues to talk nonsense with a serious look. Then she calmed down and noted that since the student was so confident that he was right, she would give him the opportunity to demonstrate his knowledge in practice. With these words, Lilia presses one of the keys on her control panel and everything around the students changes, transporting them to the forest, which, outside the protective dome, was surrounded by aggressive and snarling monsters. The goblin walked into their safe space, and she explained the task. If he defeated the monsters through his own instructions, she would not fail him. Kim Joo-hyuk scratched the back of his head and readily replied, well, everything is clear to him. Then, handing her back the sheet of dough, he added, if she would allow, he would put it here. Approaching the stand with weapons, Joo-hyuk took the sword and, under the gaze of his classmates, headed towards the monster. Coming close to a goblin with red eyes and fangs protruding from his mouth, he froze. Lily, pursing her lips and watching him, thought she heard that earlier he single-handedly dealt with 120 summoned goblins. His talent cannot be underestimated, but he still cannot cope with a stone goblin with a dull sword. The next moment, the monster bared its teeth and swung its paw with sharp claws. But Kim Joo-hyuk also quickly reacted and, smiling, raised his weapon to strike. Lily freezes in place, saying in surprise, what? A sword protruded from the monster's belly as it growled hoarsely and trembled. Gradually, the goblin's entire body began to become covered with deep cracks, until it disappeared, leaving behind only the weapon that had fallen to the ground. Joo-hyuk, under the perplexed glances of his classmates and Lily, clarified, "Is everything clear to them? They just need to rip open the belly of it." Yoo Soyeon opened her mouth in surprise and wondered if he killed the stone monster with an ordinary sword without any magic. Oh Seok crossed his arms over his chest and didn't want to think too much about it, but Choi Aaron smiled friendly. Finally, Lilia cleared her throat and sincerely asked how he did it. Kim Joo-hyuk was about to put the weapon back, but turned around and threw it over his shoulder and replied, "Isn't it obvious?" He pierced the goblin's stomach, and that was the end of it. "It's easy." But she clenched her fist and exclaimed, "No, that's true, but..." Then, frantically biting her nails, she thought that in order to destroy the stone goblin with just a sword, he would need to at least become a contractor. Then it could be logically explained, but now the situation is completely different. How did this guy deal with the monster with just a sword? Finally, Joo-hyuk brought her out of her thoughts by asking if it turns out he answered her question correctly. Lily, again pressing the keys, exclaimed angrily again. This was only the very first question. He must hear the next one. Kim Joo-hyuk felt the ground shaking under his feet and asked tiredly, "What?" Again. The space under his feet seemed to open up, and translucent slabs rose into the air, which in an instant formed a dark tunnel in front of him, with only 2 torches at the entrance. Turning to Lily, he pointed his finger into the darkness, asking, "What is this?" She angrily ordered him not to be distracted. He must look carefully. The next moment, steps were heard from the depths of the cave, and a green leg with long, sharp claws appeared. Disgusting monsters with sharp ears and large noses came into the light. They bared their teeth, were armed with sticks and spears, but also had scraps of cloth resembling clothing hanging on their bodies. Lily frowned as they emerged into the light and wondered, jungle goblins. Simply put, they are goblins with uncontrollable aggression. It is quite difficult for an ordinary student to cope with them. If a mistake is made in the battle, one of the monsters will use its powerful diaphragm and inspire its relatives to a merciless attack. All the goblins around him will obey him impeccably. Usually specialized people fought with them, or they simply ran away, avoiding a collision. If now he can only see 3 in front of him, 5 more are already ready to pounce on him as soon as the student makes a mistake. No fencing technique will help him deal with such a crowd alone. Besides, she heard that this guy was quite slow with a sword. However, Kim Joo-hyuk, as if sensing how much she doubted him, was the first to attack the monsters, piercing the first of them right through the head. The second goblin saw this, and with his mouth open, prepared to utter a war cry. But Joo-hyuk switched to him, piercing his throat with a weapon. He soon stood beside the last remaining goblin, removing the sword from this one's throat while all the others were killed and slowly evaporated. Lily, unable to hide her surprise, opened her mouth, and Kim Joo-hyuk, turning to her, with a satisfied smile, clarified, apparently. He also answered the second question correctly, yes. During one of his regular workouts in the gym, the steady sound of footsteps could be heard while he was working out on the treadmill. Aaron was working out on a nearby machine and was breathing heavily when a beeping sound finally sounded, notifying her that her daily goal had been completed. She immediately stepped off the treadmill and sprawled on the floor, blushing and having difficulty saying, "Goal." Joo-hyuk, after a similar signal on his simulator, turned his attention to Choi Aaron and approached closer, smiling warmly. Afterwards, he asked if she had never trained in her clan. Why is this level of training so difficult for her? She explained with a guilty look that she usually doesn't burden herself like that. Then Kim Joo-hyuk sternly placed one hand on his belt and asked, is she used to sparing herself? Then how is she going to fight against the monsters? Aaron noted that she could simply use magical power by borrowing from the power of the Constellations. He was not surprised when he heard this and even thought, as expected, instead of training her endurance, she completely gives preference to magical power. Diligent training to borrow the power of the Constellations can neutralize a weak physical condition, but in such a case, a person exposes himself to enormous risk. What will she do if she suddenly finds herself in a dungeon that limits magical power? Or, for example, when during the preliminary battle she suddenly runs out of all mana? The constellation will not help her and will not share physical strength. And then what remains for her? Joo-hyuk was deep in thought, but soon called out to Choi Aron, asking if she thought all these exercises he was putting her through would really help her. She slowly stood up and answered, not quite confidently, of course. He said that fencing training begins with the development of endurance. Clicking his tongue, Kim Joo-hyuk asked with a sly smile, "What kind of answer is this?" "That means she is only doing it because he told her to do it." Aron looked puzzled by such a question, and without coming up with an answer, she just said, "What?" But he decided not to continue this conversation, and only told her to forget about it. Today they will finish training. Tomorrow they need to go to the academy. At first she followed him, but when she saw that he was not going to the exit, she clarified that he was not leaving. Joo-hyuk noted that he was going to do one more approach. And what? Does she want it too? But Choi Aron even managed to get scared by such a proposal and shake like a little bunny. Then he waved his hand at her and again asked her to forget about it and go. She quickly agreed, okay. Going up to the door and holding the doorknob, she added that they would see each other later. Finally, the gym door slammed shut, and Kim Joo-hyuk grabbed the weight plate. Suddenly he heard Barche's voice. "Her name is Aron?" Joo-hyuk, frozen in place, mentally answered, "Yes, but what?" He explained that he sees that she completes every workout and doesn't complain at all. But why did he decide to train her? Kim Joo-hyuk threaded a plate onto a barbell, sat down on the machine, and explained that Choi Aron was simply asking for it too obsessively. Then Barche continued, "Did he ever show her his own fencing skills?" Joo-hyuk answered, "Not sure. Well, he didn't show them to her specifically, but he's sure that she saw enough in class." Then he hastened to note, just to look at the technique, did Aron want to study with Kim Joo-hyuk? "It's interesting." He agreed, perhaps it's really interesting. That's why he wants to teach her some tractors. Suddenly, someone's heavy sigh was heard somewhere nearby. Looking away, Joo-hyuk saw Seok, who was lifting the barbell with the most concentrated look. His hands were so strong that it didn't even tremble in the air. He finally finished his workout and sat down, taking a deep breath. Oh Seok also noticed someone's gaze on him, and he and Kim Joo-hyuk silently looked at each other. Joo-hyuk was the first to break the silence, asking how long he has been here. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel, Seok calmly replied, "He is almost always here." Before entering the academy, he had been involved in sports all his life. And now, asks him to excuse me. With these words, he walked away, and Kim Joo-hyuk flashed through his head, "Oh Seok." He doesn't know. Perhaps this is a merit of physiology, but he is inclined to believe that this guy is capable of withstanding such long training thanks to his talent. Afterwards, he silently watched as Seok walked towards the door, taking heavy steps. During the pause, the Barche's voice was heard. "What's the matter? Is he interested in this person?" Joo-hyuk lay down on the simulator, answering, "Well, this guy is clearly much smarter than those who are only busy developing their magical power." He agreed, maybe. But Kim Joo-hyuk, holding the barbell, wondered what these constellation freaks were doing. Barche answered evasively that he was not entirely sure. Then Joo-hyuk clarified, "Is that all he can say?" "Keep quiet." He said that despite the fact that he is also a constellation, for the last 300 years he had to remain isolated from the outside world. He knows nothing about other constellations. He is confident that Kim Joo-hyuk will get the information he needs once he completes his main quest. Having started the exercise, Joo-hyuk mentally repeated a new quest. Suddenly a system window appeared in front of him, in which the task was indicated. He must restore his weapon and memories. In the constellation room Valhalla, 3rd underground floor, 5th room on the right. An additional condition is the Eye of Valhalla of the Great Forest of the House of Maedgeir-Ron. In addition, there was a note written below. To fulfill the additional condition, he will need a celestial sword. Kim Joo-hyuk focused his attention precisely on the condition and note, and repeated out loud, "The Eye of the Great Forest." After that he continued in his mind, he had heard about it. They had already visited this place in the first semester. If it weren't for the damned quest, he would have taken his things from there long ago. But apparently, now he will have to act secretly. Barche was surprised by this. Secretly? Wasn't he the one who got into trouble recently when he started a fight with those fools? But Joo-hyuk exasperatedly explained that those idiots didn't look like they were going to hug him. Besides, he had already held back long enough. If he had not done this, his head would have cracked like Barche. Such words outraged him, but he did not dare to answer. Kim Joo-hyuk noted that in any case, until he completes this quest, he will not be able to leave in the near future. He hopes that this will reveal some of the mysteries about reincarnation. A serene night reigned in the United Kingdom of London. The Ventric family mansion was a white stone building with carved statues and thin columns. In the corridors of the mansion, frames with masks with bird beaks were hung everywhere, as well as paintings in which they were depicted. In the large hall, illuminated by 2 tall candlesticks with dozens of flaming candles, there was a long marble table with white sides and the same white legs at the head on a large gray chair, reminiscent of a throne, sitting in a black dress, white gloves, and a cape with fur. On the other side of the table, a man stood with a straight posture, his hands clasped behind his back. Finally, her voice was heard, so she asks to tell her what happened. With these words, the head, vice head of the Ventric estate, Adelia Ventric, crossed her legs and looked directly at the man with her yellow eyes. A middle-aged brunette dressed in a black jacket and white frill announced that they had solved the maze on the outskirts of Reading. She smiled and noted that it was a great job. Is there anything else he wants to tell her? The brown-haired man shared his thoughts. He is thinking of recruiting several competent people he met on the way here. This time only one person from Robert's ruined clan survived in the labyrinth. Adelia clarified, well, he's pretty strong, isn't he? The man confirmed it, exactly. The 2 he had met recently were both rank contractors. Waving her hand in the air, she agreed, well, people of that rank deserve the opportunity to be honored with the blessing of the Ventric family. He must assess their possible potential and then direct them to her. He briefly replied that he understood everything. But noticing his gaze lowered to the floor, Adelia Ventric asked if that's all for today. The man was silent for a few moments and announced that he had some news regarding Rockdale. She immediately frowned, but first she calmly asked, did he do something again? The brown-haired man explained that he had heard that he had recently personally invited Desir to Korea. The atmosphere in the room immediately became tense when Adelia heard this name, and she was truly overcome by invisible rage, and she repeated to herself, Desira! Desira Ventric is a problem child and a habitual troublemaker. Under the name of the Ventric family, he did many terrible things. At the age of 19, at an English academy, he personally killed 5 people who tried to argue with him. For this very reason, already at the age of 20, he was expelled from the family. Adelia Ventric thought, having become an outcast, he has been hiding for many years. Has Rockdale met Desira? But then she gave an order to the man, asking him to provide surveillance on him on behalf of Rockdale Ventric. He bowed and replied that everything would be as she wished. Then Adelia added more sternly, he must also inform Rockdale himself about this. The brown-haired man was wary, but she explained that if he was caught doing something strange, like Desira, he would also be expelled from the family. The man, closing his eyes, replied that he understood. This concludes his report. With her permission, he will go. After that, the front door closed with a soft knock, and Adelia Ventric still seemed serious and tense, and he began to think, these freaks revel in the power and permissiveness that they earned only by birthright. It is contraindicated to dispose of waste of such influence. This is strength, all for one thing. Everything belongs to only one dot. After all, it all belongs to her. It's true. Looking away at the picture of someone in a mask with a bird's beak, she mentally turned to him, the guardian constellation. The word villain is written on a green school board, and the teacher, teaching a lesson, explains that if they look at the word villain, they will find that it consists of 2 words, evil and activist, which literally personify the negative side of a person. In modern society, this definition is used to characterize those people who use the power of their constellations for evil. And although they most often act alone, there is a place in their world for organizations of such individuals. Among these organizations, the most famous is the group of monotheists. Among their constellations, Kim Joo-hyuk, while all the students in the class were carefully taking notes on the material, looked at his left hand and thought, this body, he feels that it is becoming stronger thanks to training. But he also feels his own potential for developing the concentration of mana. It's still difficult for him to call himself a genius, but this at least brings him closer to the level that he possessed before his rebirth. However, he is still weak. Despite how unprepared this body was before, why was it so weak? When he practiced Kai circulation on the first day, the method of concentrating Kai and then circulating it directly within the body, he could hardly complete it, since he possessed even less mana than an ordinary person. His physical condition turned out to be so terrible that he was exhausted only after several swings of the shovel. Okay, even despite all these unanswered questions, it won't stop him from finishing what he started. Suddenly Jo-hyuk thought about the previous owner of the body. Did something really happen to him in the past? This is completely unknown to him. Besides, what's the point of worrying about this now? Thinking about this, he leaned back in his chair and threw both hands behind his head. Suddenly someone knocked on his desk, causing him to look to the side in surprise and looking at the person who did it, wondering, "You Soyeon?" She, looking at him coldly, handed over a piece of paper folded several times. Taking it into her hands, Kim Joo-hyuk suggested, "Is this a note?" But when he unfolded the sheet, he saw that only "Hey" was written there. He was immediately seized by a slight panic, and the only question left was, "What is this?" By the end of the day, with the sky turning yellow and orange from the sun, Kim Lagun announced that they would be allowed to leave the building that weekend. He asks students planning to leave to write a statement in the prescribed order. The lesson is over for today. Jo-hyuk, hearing this, once again thought about leaving the building. Soon he filled out an application for departure. He chose the date on Saturday, and as the reason he wrote that he wanted to take a short walk outside. While Kim Joo-hyuk was walking down the corridor, Barche addressed him. "Departure? Is he going to go out into the outside world?" Jo-hyuk confirmed that yes, he will think about going somewhere. He immediately clarified, "And where?" But just as Kim Joo-hyuk was about to answer Barche, someone called out to him. Turning back, he saw Soyeon heading towards him. He immediately said, "But can he tell him, is this some kind of new kind of prank? What does she need?" He even kindly responded to her note, which, by the way, she didn't bother to do. Soyeon remembered how he actually handed the sheet back to her, where in the corner there was also only one word written, "What?" However, she was in no hurry to answer him, and then Jo-hyuk, showing her his statement, noted that she should do it faster then. He needs to give something away, so he advises her to hurry up. Yoo Soyeon immediately felt an internal panic, and the words got stuck in her throat as she tried to answer him. Well, she basically is. This behavior completely puzzled Kim Joo-hyuk, causing him to suddenly lose his temper, and with tension that made the veins bulge on his face, he exclaimed, "She should finally say what she wants. She's crazy." Soyeon seemed offended at first, but then stepped closer, displeasedly repeating, "Is she crazy?" "Why is she crazy?" Jo-hyuk said without lowering his tone. "Does she want to say that it's normal to anger a person with your moo? So what does she even want to tell him?" She clearing her throat, and remembered her surprise when she saw him defeat the monster in class. In Yu's head, Soyeon immediately wondered, did he deal with the stone goblin with an ordinary sword without any magic? It's different from what was in the books. Now she was saying to herself that she just wanted to ask him how he dealt with that stone goblin like that. But why did she feel like she was trampling her pride into the dirt? The students in the corridor, passing by, looked back at the two of them. Finally, biting her lip, Soyeon gathered her strength and began, "That stone monster." However, quite suddenly, Lily stood between them, who, as if hearing her thoughts, turned to Kim Joo-hyuk. Can he tell her about how he killed that stone goblin? There was an awkward silence between them all, and he even wondered with some disgust where she had just jumped out of. Afterwards, Joo-hyuk directly asked what. Why did she suddenly butt into their conversation? He thought she didn't like him. Lily didn't seem to react at all to his words, continued to smile and clarified what. She? Kim Joo-hyuk added, "Well, essentially, that's how it should be." From the moment he literally threw his awkward answers in her face, she must have hated him for embarrassing her in public. However, she immediately exclaimed that she had nothing to do with it. She believed that there was only one way to kill monsters, until he showed her a completely different one. Then, placing her hand on Joo-hyuk's shoulder, Lily summed up, "Well, would he like to become her assistant?" But despite all her courtesy, he immediately replied that he was forced to refuse. He needs to submit his application for departure, which starts from today. With these words, he went further down the corridor, but she followed him and tried to insist. What? Why is this? He should become her assistant, and together they can write a joint work about monsters, which will be shown to the rest of the world. Kim Joo-hyuk remained adamant, politely answering, no. He was grateful to her for that. Soyeon remained standing in her place, and only awkwardly stretched her hand forward and quietly said, she's sorry. But all this time, Lily's voice continued to be heard in the corridor. She would personally finance everything he needed. Joo-hyuk asked directly, isn't she ashamed to offer this to her student? She was unperturbed and answered lightly, but she should be ashamed. If she can write a joint work with him. Then their voices gradually faded away, and Yoo Soyeon was left alone, feeling awkward, but still, after exhaling, she said, no matter. She didn't really want to. At this time, the sun covered Valhalla Academy with its golden rays for the last time that day before disappearing behind the horizon. The next day, Kim Joo-hyuk stood among tall buildings with warm light pouring from there in a brown hoodie, with a hood pulled over his head and a light blue backpack. He looked up at the slightly creepy gray towers and the moon, which seemed to give off a purple glow, and came to the so-called market. Only a few people were wandering along the narrow street, and dark columns of smoke rose in the air, probably coming from factories. A day earlier, when night had fallen on the Valhalla dorm and only light was pouring from some of the windows, Joo-hyuk sat in his room on a chair, carefully looking at the phone screen. At one point, Barche appeared and asked what he was looking for there. Kim Joo-hyuk said out loud, information about the place where he will go tomorrow. He needs to find a forum where he can sell the treasure he found in his vault. This is probably the right place. Barche was not particularly impressed by this news and only responded briefly, understandably. Finally, Joo-hyuk thought to himself, he found this market. A website actually appeared on the phone screen. In the table of contents, it was written how to get to the market. The author of the article was a typing cat. It has already been viewed by 2320 people, and 51 users even shared this information, in addition to which 82 comments were left. The beginning of the article was marked by the announcement that today was their open trading day. Kim Joo-hyuk, having read the information, realized that from what he learned about the market, after paying an entry fee, it allows people to freely trade any values and even assets. Although this can be used by anyone, it is still considered a black market due to the abundance of villains and swindlers. The reason why the existence of the unthinkable market is possible is that the person who created it is called the Hidden Ruler, and is one of the few constellations and guardians. Exactly. For the same reason, other high-ranking officials often use this market. Even if it is not legal, the government is in no hurry to stop such trade. Finding a way to get there should be a piece of cake for him. He should take advantage of it for a while. Then Joo-hyuk began to read an article entitled How to Get into the Market and What He Should Be Careful of, Questions and Answers. The author wrote that today he will tell his readers how to get into the market, which is open to everyone. Even if it can be called a certain way, there is still nothing special about it. All they need to do is follow the link in the comments and reserve their place. Then they will be sent the coordinates of a place within 50 kilometers of their current location. Readers must simply follow these rules and walk through the door to find themselves in the market. Kim Joo-hyuk began to scroll further, wondering, where is the link? Out of the blue, he received a notification that Choi Aaron had sent him an emoji. Joo-hyuk hummed thoughtfully, but clicked on the notification to view it. In the chat, she had already sent him 4 emojis of a crying white rabbit. Just a minute later, at 8:21 p.m., he, like her, wrote that she wanted something. Aaron explained that she didn't think she would be able to come to tomorrow's training. She will need to leave. Kim Joo-hyuk, after reading the message, wrote that he was also going somewhere, so it would be quite difficult for him to conduct a training session. Then she answered him that she understood everything. Then there was a pause in their correspondence, and Aaron even became worried and also sent a question mark. Joo-hyuk initially sent her a similar response, but added that he just wanted to wish her a good trip. She seemed delighted by the message, and again sent him 3 laughing bunny emojis. This made Kim Joo-hyuk confused and think, stop. Why does she keep sending him this? Well, anyway, the post said that if he followed the link in the comments, he could book a place and get coordinates. Is this it? With this question, he presses the screen, following the instructions. The very next day, he left the academy and walked through the streets of the city. Taking out his phone and looking around, Joo-hyuk noted out loud that he was told to go somewhere here, somewhere near the old cafe. Stopping abruptly and looking in front of him, he saw an old building covered with a crack and a dilapidated cafe sign. Inside, everything had long been covered with layers of dust and white cobwebs, and the rays of light penetrating from under the blinds and windows illuminated the fragments and overturned chairs lying on the floor. Kim Joo-hyuk easily walked inside, and turning to the phone again, he thought, he needs to enter the room and head to the right corner. Turning to the side and seeing a metallic gray door, he noted out loud that this must be the place for him. Coming closer and holding the doorknob, he left the abandoned cafe and found himself on a completely new street. Is this here? A gloomy street with sparse neon signs and mysterious people in animal masks appeared in front of Joo-hyuk. He realized this is the market. Because of the tall residential buildings, which looked as if they were empty inside because of the white light coming from the windows, black clouds of smoke rose up. Kim Joo-hyuk stood still for a while, thinking strange sensations. Although he is sure that this is his first time here, why does everything seem familiar to him? Especially that purple sky and cloudy moon. All this too brings back memories of the same landscape that he saw 300 years ago. A man's voice brought him out of his thoughts. Is this his first time here? Turning around, Joo-hyuk saw a tall young man with neatly styled hair in a black leather jacket, from under which a matching black t-shirt was visible, black jeans and boots of the same color. He stood smiling slightly and holding both hands behind his back. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately realized it was a leather jacket. At the same time, he remembered the first condition that was stated in the article. He must bring 2 million when he enters the market. He will see a worker in an anachronistic leather jacket who will expect payment from him. He may consider it an entry fee. As useful as the market is, he must keep in mind that every direct sales income is subject to a 5% tax. Joo-hyuk guessed, is this the employee who was told in the instructions? But after that he still said, yes, that's true. The brunette noted, perhaps he already knows how to use the market. Kim Joo-hyuk hurried to take out a thick wad of yellow bills in the denomination of 50,000 each and answered hintingly, to some extent. And then he handed the contribution to the fellow, who accepted it politely with both hands and thanked him. However, Joo-hyuk did not seem so joyful. He realized to himself that he had to give away almost the entire prize amount from first place at the entrance, leaving only 30,000 won in his pocket. But since he came here to make money, it's not so scary. Before leaving, the brunette asked if he wanted to ask him something. Kim Joo-hyuk confirmed this. He has one question. He wants to sell his jewelry. Where should he go? The guy clarified he wants to put them up for auction. But Joo-hyuk explained, no, he wants to sell them as soon as possible. Then the young man said that in this case he should go to the market in the 3rd microdistrict. There are tons of merchants there who buy everything from jewelry to ammunition, and everything else you can think of. Kim Joo-hyuk, understanding how the hierarchy works here, clarified who among them can be called the most reliable person. The brunette noted that if his goods included gold and jewelry, he would recommend Morris, who was known to have the best prices. After Joo-hyuk finally asked, where is the 3rd district? The young man, pointing his finger into a dark alley with glowing signs, indicated that he should go straight. When he sees a fork, then go straight again. Kim Joo-hyuk thanked him in return that he understood everything. But then the brunette added, which made him wary, for sure, and something else. Handing Joo-hyuk a black cat mask that covers most of his face, the guy explained that he strongly recommends that he use it here. Due to the nature of the goods that are not traded in the market, for the most part everyone here wears masks. He may consider it a small gift from him personally. Kim Joo-hyuk did not ask any more questions, but obediently put it on his face, thanked the brunette for the last time, and went along the indicated route. The young man also bowed goodbye and wished him a good time. The market in the 3rd district was not crowded, and all the people actually wore the same masks. A man with blonde hair, wearing a gray t-shirt and green jacket, looked at the crystal through a special lens, twisting it in the light. Suddenly, a voice unfamiliar to him was heard nearby. Perhaps his name was Morris. He immediately looked up and saw Joo-hyuk in front of him and said warily, "Yes, it's him." Kim Joo-hyuk explained that there are several items that he wants to sell right now. Morris warned that it all depends on the item, but if there is gold or jewelry among them, he can check it quickly enough. Joo-hyuk, without further ado, took off his backpack from his shoulders and, opening it, took out a small black bag. Then, throwing it on the table in front of him, explained that he wanted to sell it. Taking the bag in his hands and opening it, Morris saw some gold jewelry, and his first thought was that it must be rings. However, after that he carefully looked at them through the lens and his mouth opened in shock, giving out his bewildered cry, "Stop, it's them." Unable to utter this rumor, he made it to himself. Is this an artifact from the era of destruction? The man looked stunned at the ring in his hands and exclaimed in his head that no matter how he looked, these were undoubtedly artifacts from the era of destruction. He began to look at everything else that was in the bag, and mentally asked the question, "Is the rest too?" In the bag, there were many more rings of different shapes with different stones. The man opened his mouth in surprise and mentally exclaimed that all these riches belonged to one period. Suddenly someone called out to him, and he looked to the side through his mask, stunned. He tensed his entire body. Kim Joo-hyuk asked him a question. How much can he offer him? The man again began to look thoughtfully into the bag, putting his hand to his chin, and replied that he would look. He looked ahead of him contemptuously and mentally asked the question, where did he get so many artifacts from? He began to reason further that, judging by his voice, he was clearly no more than 20. The man looked up at Kim Joo-hyuk and asked him a question, where did he get these artifacts from? Kim Joo-hyuk replied, he heard that such questions are not asked here. He asked a question, looking with a threatening look. Was he really mistaken? The man immediately looked down and asked him to excuse him. He added, starting to close the bag, that he was absolutely right. The man again brought the telescope closer to the ring, beginning to carefully examine it, and thought that these artifacts had so stupefied his head that he completely forgot about the rules. He added, twisting the ring slightly, that he had hardly tarnished his reputation as a merchant. The man put the ring in the bag, into which it fell with a clang, and said that he didn't even know. Kim Joo-hyuk continued to look at him expectantly. The man replied, handing the bag of rings back, that he could not evaluate them sensibly. He explained that since these were artifacts from the era of destruction, he did not have sufficient funds to buy them back in full. Kim Joo-hyuk mentally asked, taking the bag of rings, era of destruction. He asked the question, then where should he go to get money for them? The man replied, pointing his finger in the direction that must be on the way here. He passed by the tall building where the auction hall is located. Kim Joo-hyuk turned to the side, noticing a tall building. He looked down thoughtfully and asked how long it would take for them to sell if he put them up for auction. The man replied that on average about 2 or 3 weeks. He explained, resting his elbow on the table, that since many people had already reserved seats, it would be some time before he could sell it. Kim Joo-hyuk asked him again if he should come to the market in person if he puts it up for sale. The man answered, looking thoughtfully to the side, that since in order to receive payment it is necessary to undergo verification, then most likely yes. Kim Joo-hyuk thoughtfully looked down and thought that there would be so much trouble and in vain. He immediately said, even though he told him that he would not be able to evaluate it sensibly. He asked if he could suggest how much this item would be worth at auction. The man immediately began to think, tensing his whole body. He took the bag in his hands again and thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, beginning to make a strange sound. He told them to look at it. After some time, he took the tablet in his hands and began to type something into it with quick movements. The man turned the tablet to the side and replied that it was about that much. Kim Joo-hyuk opened his mouth in shock as he looked at the writing on the tablet. He mentally asked the question, is it really worth that much? He mentally asked the question, how many zeros are there? He began to reason further. It was also true that in his previous life, these were not cheap, so he kept them away from prying eyes. Kim Joo-hyuk turned to the man and asked him a question. How much money did he miss? The man looked down thoughtfully and replied that this was just his subjective assessment. He added that if this thing goes to auction, a completely different story will unfold there. He went on to say that if he sold everything he owned, he would only be able to pay for 3/4 of the total value of these jewelry. Kim Joo-hyuk thoughtfully looked down and asked a question. That's how? He put his hands in his sweatshirt pocket and concluded that then he would sell him so much. The man opened his mouth in shock and raised his head. He asked the question, what? Artifacts from the era of destruction. One of the rings with a beautiful red stone inserted into the middle of the ring sparkled brightly with a purple aura. Artifacts were sold at high prices not only because they belonged to a certain time. There was also another reason. This reason was due to the constellation. There were many gods from different families standing with this artifact. The constellations that began to appear at the end of that era, for some unknown reason, synergized too well with the artifacts of that time. The men looked at each ring in their hands and thought, because even an ordinary person without power was only able to conclude a contract with a high-ranking constellation with their help. He mentally asked the question. If he remembered correctly, then it was called the Alchemist Zone. He decided, if he was not mistaken, he was still a contractor. The ring in the man's hands gradually began to spread bright purple and black stripes. The man thought, watching how everything circulated inside it, he was completely convinced that they belonged to the era of destruction. He brought the ring closer to the telescope, carefully observing every stone in it. The man thought that the magic released at the end of the era of destruction still remained within. He began to think further that an artifact of a given era should have certain characteristics. He looked at the ring and added that 8 artifacts from the era of destruction. He said, who would have thought that he could buy it back so cheaply? The man put the rest of the rings into it and assumed that today was his lucky day. He immediately heard a strange sound and looked up thoughtfully. He said, who? Suddenly, he opened his eyes in shock, noticing something strange in front of him. A man in a suit stood in front of him, his hands clasped behind his back. Meanwhile, elsewhere, light slipped through the crack of the door. The door was installed in the middle of a gray wall, next to which there was no furniture. Kim Joo-hyuk opened the door, stepping over the threshold. He took off his mask and exhaled with relief. He said that this was uncomfortable for him, so he almost died. Kim Joo-hyuk began to look around where the chairs and tables were scattered and mentally asked the question, if he goes through the same door he came through, should he return to his original place? He assumed that this would be the same cafe. He opened the transfer history, where 2.5 billion were credited from the market. 2 million were withdrawn, but he took 4,500 from the credit card. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled while holding the phone and thought that thanks to this, his money issue was resolved. He began to think further. Who would have thought that with just 8 rings, he would be able to earn so much money? He began to leave the room through the door leading to the street, and thought that even if he spent the entire amount received, he would still have a whole vault left. He decided that from now on, he should not have any problems with money. Kim Joo-hyuk suddenly felt the phone vibrate. He gasped in surprise, looking down. Kim Joo-hyuk mentally asked a question as he looked at the phone call. Who is it? He noticed that it was an unfamiliar number. He picked up the phone, bringing the phone to his ear. Kim Joo-hyuk asked a question. Hello. Lily greeted him joyfully and asked him what he was doing. She exclaimed through the phone that they should have lunch together. Kim Joo-hyuk pulled the phone away from him in surprise, looking at it warily. He again brought the phone to his ear and asked the question, how did she find out his number? Lilia thoughtfully said that he should not forget, because she is an instructor of Valhalla. She immediately waved it off and repeated again that they should get together and have lunch together. She told him to come to the Valhalla gym. Lilia added that she would treat him to lunch. She immediately made a knocking sound through the receiver. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately apologized with a frown. He moved the phone away from him and remained silent. He mentally asked the question, who even hangs up the call like that when they have expressed everything they wanted? He began to walk down the street and asked the question, maybe he should just skip this moment and start eating at her expense. He decided to go there since he was already free. Some time later, a guy in a suit stood in front of a man who had bought artifacts of destruction. The man tensed his whole body and asked the question, why is he here? A guy in a suit with a cat mask asked if they were really on such bad terms. He turned to the man who bought the artifact permission, like Morris. Morris said in confusion, starting to worry. Even if they met a couple of times, Usually a merchant cannot just chat with the owner of the market like that. The owner of the market, a black cat, smugly crossed his arms behind his back. He said, turning to Morris, that it was precisely because of his manner of communication that he liked him. Morris clenched his hands, placing them on the table. He immediately looked to the side and asked him a question. So why is he here? The black cat replied that it was nothing serious. He placed his palm on the table and replied that this was the first time in a long time that he had submitted an anonymous bid to participate in the auction. Morris raised his head in shock, looking at the black cat's hand. He looked to the side, lips pressed tightly together, and suggested that the anonymous application was not so anonymous after all. The black cat tapped the mask and replied that since the real owner of the market is not he, but his constellation, he can collect any information he wants. The black cat added, holding out his palm, that in any case he would not mind if he took a look at the goods he had put up for auction. Morris pressed his hand slightly towards himself. After a moment, he collected his emotions and replied that, of course. He thought that although it belonged to the era of destruction, this was the first time the black cat personally decided to take an interest in the artifacts. Morris put a huge bag on the table and said, "Here it is." The black cat thoughtfully began to finger the rings in his hands, looking at them. He said that it should be sold at a fairly high price. Morris looked at him confused and asked him why he was saying this. The system panel reported that a constellation had begun to be observed on the other side. The following inscription said that the constellation on the other side wants to get the ring. The same inscription began to be repeated many times, creating a long system panel. It still said that the constellation on the other side wanted to get the ring. The black cat looked at it carefully and suggested that his constellation really liked this ring. Meanwhile, at the Valhalla restaurant, Lilia and Kim Joo-hyuk were sitting at the same table. There were noodles on Lily's plate, and there was pizza in the middle of the table. Lilia wound long noodles around a fork, supporting it with a spoon. She pulled her fork away from the spoon with the noodles wrapped around it. Lily brought the fork closer to her mouth, closing her eyes in pleasure. She began to chew the food and said that it was delicious. Kim Joo-hyuk began to look around, remaining silent. Lily looked at him questioningly, making a strange sound. Lily asked why he doesn't eat. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, continued to look around. He replied that he was simply wondering why such a place even existed in Valhalla. Lilia replied, raising her index finger, that in addition to the school canteen and the staff cafe, there were also regular restaurants like this one. She asked him a question. Did he really not know about this? Kim Joo-hyuk began to eat his noodles and said, waving it off, that he somehow didn't care about it. He began to chew his food and asked Lily, so why did she call him here? Lily smiled thoughtfully, looking at him. She looked down, smiled slightly, and said, what about it? She also leaned her elbows on the table and shouted for him to become her assistant. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, took a piece of pizza in his hands and calmly told her that he didn't want it. Lily immediately said with excitement that no, because he should at least think about her offer before refusing. She asked him, he understands that her assistant has many privileges? She immediately added with conviction, he knew perfectly well what she was going to talk about when he came here. She immediately added that therefore let him listen to her to the end. Kim Joo-hyuk took a bite of the pizza and began to chew it, remaining silent. After a moment, he asked her a question, what kind of privileges? Lily immediately smiled with anticipation. She put her index finger forward, got up from the table, and said that he would receive a scholarship and a huge number of grants. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her in surprise and asked the question, what about this? Lily exclaimed, he will also have the opportunity to write a dissertation with her. She said that if in his published dissertation he would write about those features of monsters that had not yet been identified. She added that his name will definitely be included in the list of the World Association for the Study of Monsters. Lily began to explain further that, of course, this would provide enormous fame and wealth. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, began to bring the pizza back to his mouth to take a bite. He asked her the question, what next? Lilia continued to explain that he would be allowed to go outside twice a week, not once a month. Kim Joo-hyuk put his hands on the table and asked her a question. Was there anything else? Lily thought, looking to the side. She made a strange sound as she continued to think further. She immediately pointed her thumb at herself and exclaimed that now he could work with her. Kim Joo-hyuk went back to wrapping the noodles around his fork and said something that sounds rather dubious for the privilege. Lilia immediately whimpered desperately and told him to stop being mischievous and finally become her assistant. She slammed her fist hard on the table and asked, "Okay?" Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her coolly without answering. After a moment, he raised the noodles to his mouth and muttered that he didn't want it. Kim Joo-hyuk began to mentally reason, if these were some tempting advantages, then he would have thought about it. He concluded that absolutely nothing interesting was said to her. His main task at the moment was to get to the eye of the great forest. Kim Joo-hyuk was having a good time with the noodles in his mouth, thoughtfully imagining the system panel. He began to think that he could only get there during certification, so even with her help he wouldn't be able to pass the time faster. Kim Joo-hyuk firmly said that he was not going to become her assistant and write this dissertation. Lilia clenched her teeth angrily and desperately knitted her eyebrows together. She asked him a question after a moment, then how about this? She asked if she wanted to exchange information with her. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately became wary when he looked at her. Lily said if she could share information that would be of interest to him. She added that he would be able to tell her about the characteristics of the monsters that he knew. Kim Joo-hyuk picked up the noodles with a fork and began to bring them closer to his mouth. He asked her a question. What kind of information did she want to share? Lily answered with a smile that she wanted to know the girl who constantly walks next to him, Choi Erin. Kim Joo-hyuk thought that he was only helping her with her training. He mentally asked the question, are they really that close to her? Kim Joo-hyuk immediately responded, putting on a cool face that he was not interested. Lily exclaimed, she heard that she could be expelled from the family. Kim Joo-hyuk put his fork on the table and immediately exhaled, remembering. He said yes. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, stood up from the table and, waving him off, said that he would already go. Lily extended her hand forward as if trying to stop him. She angrily asked him where he was going. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her with a firm gaze and said that he had finished his meal, and its benefits were not so attractive to him. He said that now that they were done, he had to go. Lily leaned her hands on the table and said no. She shouted that even in this case, he should share some information with her in return. Kim Joo-hyuk honestly admitted that he was not interested. Lilia shouted that she knew about it now anyway. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately said, apologizing that he was interested in something else. He looked at her and said that she was very childish. He asked her a question. So why is she so strict during training? Lily began to lean against the table in confusion. Moments later, she replied that as an instructor teaching students how to fight unknown monsters, she needed to present the information as seriously as possible, because she was not talking about things that were pleasant for them. Lilia remembered the monsters, looking to the side, and said that how well they learned the material. She could tell that their survival depended. She explained that some of them can't complete even the most basic attacks, so she has to resort to proper rigor. Kim Joo-hyuk asked her a question, so this is just an ideology. Lilia put her fists on her hips and replied that this is not an ideology, but the responsibility of the instructor. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled and asked her again, is this true? He replied that it was cool. He immediately turned around, starting to walk towards the door, and shouted that he wished her luck then. Lily opened her mouth in surprise and called him by name. She began to follow him, holding out her hand, and shouted, before he leaves, he should at least repay her for the information he received. Kim Joo-hyuk put his hands in his pockets and replied that he didn't really want to pay for anything. Meanwhile, elsewhere. This took place in the Sihyung house of the Choijin family. A man was sitting at a table. A guy and a girl were sitting in front of him, bowing. The man said that he called them today to find out about their intentions before the start of the placement test, since family prestige was his concern. This was the man who was the True History Guild, the guild commander and the head of the Choijin family. His name was Choi Jong-seok. True History Guild, the leader of the attack, the eldest son of the family was Choi Jing-jong. The second daughter of the Choijin family was Choi Erin. Choi Jong-seok took out the sword and said if they passed the placement test. He stood up to his full height, brandishing his sword, and said that they would have the opportunity to conclude a contract through the sacred relic of Chunwoldo. He added that this would attest to the legitimacy of his family inheritance. Choi Jong-seok began to put the sword back into its sheath and said, "However, if they fail..." He looked at all his children and said that they would immediately be expelled from the family. Choi Jong-seok looked at them with a frown and asked the question, "Are they ready for this test?" Choi Jing-jong obediently exclaimed that yes. Choi Arin said with a sad look that she would do it. Choi Jong-seok began to hand her a sheathed sword, subduing her with a frown. A majestic purple aura emanated from his body and illuminated her. Choi Jong-seok immediately said that it was good. He told them that the placement test would take place in 3 weeks. Now they can go. Jing-jong and Aaron obediently replied that yes. They began to leave, walking along the corridor of the building. Jing-jong asked her a question. Does she not understand hints? Aaron frowned, looking at him in surprise. She immediately asked him the question, "What?" Jing-grong turned to look at her and asked her a question with a frown. When she said that she was going to participate in the placement test, didn't she see his expression? Aaron remembered the contemptuous expression on Jong-seok's face and looked down desperately, remaining silent. Jing-jong grinned and asked her a question. Does she really want to become the head of the family? He told her, I would try to offend her, that she was illegitimate. Aaron remained standing in place. She clenched her teeth tightly, starting to grind them with anger. Jing-jong looked at her and said with a smirking gaze for her to look at her face, which looked too menacing. He told her not to cheat as she would not be able to win the placement test. He approached her, adopting a mocking grin, and said that she, who was not even capable of obtaining the blessing of the Constellation, was not worth his finger, who had concluded the contract. Aaron looked down. Jing-jong smugly put his hands on his hips and said, well. He began to open the door of the room and said, since she had already lost morally, she could go and continue to waste the family's money. He told her with a sweet smile that she would pay for this. Jing-jong began to close the door and through the crack said that they would see each other in 3 weeks. He slammed the door loudly, leaving Aaron standing alone in the corridor. Some time ago, the old woman lying on the bed stretched her hand forward and said Aaron's name. She said that she should become the head of the family. Little Aaron held the woman's hand, desperately starting to cry. The woman said that she must achieve this goal, and then she will be free to do whatever she wants. Aaron stood with her eyes closed, remembering this moment. She immediately opened her eyes, looking ahead in determination. Overtime. Office number 1A. Kim Ligon wrote something on the blackboard with chalk for the students. Kim Joo-hyuk sat at his desk with his hands in his trouser pockets. He looked away from the board with a thoughtful look. Barche said he thought the exams would start soon. Kim Joo-hyuk came to his senses, pursed his lips in displeasure, and mentally asked the question, what does he even care about? Barche said if he had been quieter, he would have been able to hear the whole thing. He asked in surprise, isn't his teacher right now explaining to the class how the upcoming test will be conducted? Kim Ligon held the chalk in his hand and said something, pointing to the board. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in surprise, really? He said he usually doesn't pay attention to it. Kim Ligon looked at the students and said, they already know this, but in Valhalla the exam is of great importance. Those who score the minimum number of points in the intermediate and main exams will be excluded from the academy. So they should take it more seriously. He asked the question, do they understand? All the students sat silently in their seats, with their hands on top of their desks. Kim Ligon expressed hope that they will prepare well for the written and practical tests and will not make mistakes on the first exam. Kim Joo-hyuk looked ahead thoughtfully. He thought there weren't as many practical tests as there were written tests. He must hold on to this school until he reaches the eye of the great forest. But he doesn't even know how to get there. Kim Joo-hyuk mentally called out to Barche. He folded his arms across his chest with displeasure and asked what? Kim Joo-hyuk asked the question hopefully. He was in all these classes with him, right? Barche thought for a moment and answered hesitantly, yes. Kim Joo-hyuk commanded that he would then write the tests for him. Barche became agitated and clarified, asking, is he? He tried to object, but it came out somehow incoherently. Kim Joo-hyuk mentally assured that he would check all his answers and tell him if anything was wrong. He placed one hand on the desk and rested his chin on the other. Barche turned to the side, waved his hand in a negative gesture and asked, Isn't this kind of deception? He thinks it's unfair. Kim Joo-hyuk got angry. He frowned angrily and wrinkled the skin on the bridge of his nose. His eyes glowed with angry fire. He asked the question, is it unfair? The respected Constellation understands that he would have written this test with his tips anyway. Barche became covered in large drops of sweat from fear, imagining his angry face. Kim Joo-hyuk summed it up by saying, so just let him do it himself. Kim Ligon said, this concludes their lesson for today. They're all great. He looked somewhere in front of him and said, yes. At this time, Kim Joo-hyuk stood up from his seat and took a black backpack in his hand. Someone called his name. Kim Joo-hyuk turned his head to the side and looked in surprise. Choi Erin stood in front of him and looked at him with her large, light lilac eyes. He asked the question, what? Holding her backpack on her shoulder with her hand, she asked the question, is he training today too? Kim Joo-hyuk answered yes. He asked the question, is she tired of studying? Choi Erin quickly countered, saying, not at all. Kim Joo-hyuk glanced sideways at her and suggested, asking a question, then she wants to learn fencing. Choi Erin looked at him intensely and remained silent. Kim Joo-hyuk said he thought it was time to talk to her. Judging by the way she trains with him, she's probably not skilled with a sword at all. Choi Erin asked hopefully, what then? Kim Joo-hyuk looked to the side, put the tip of his little finger in his ear, and thoughtfully said that it wouldn't be like fencing or martial arts, but he would teach her how to properly hold a blade in her hands. In his mind, he said that besides, now is the time to start training with weapons. Kim Joo-hyuk told her to come to the training room next to the gym. Choi Erin looked at him happily. Her aura glowed with golden sparks of happiness. She happily replied, good. Overtime. Valhalla. Training room. Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi Erin stood opposite each other. They were dressed in tracksuits. Kim Joo-hyuk's tracksuit is black, while Choi Erin's is pink. He, holding a sword in one hand, pointed his index finger in her direction with the other and asked the question, how much time had passed since the last time she took it in her hands? He clarified, adding her sword. Choi Erin stood with her hands down and calmly answered, a day and a half. Her sheathed sword hung at her waist. She added that she hasn't touched it since she started strength training with him. Kim Joo-hyuk asked with interest, did she train every day before? She answered yes. He pointed his index finger in her direction and said, then let him draw his sword. Choi Erin obediently grabbed the sheath with one hand and grabbed the hilt of the sword with the other. A moment later, she held a sharp blade in her hand. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her and told her to put strength into her ring and pinky fingers and tighten her grip on the handle. He raised up the hand in which he held the sword. He pointed to his hand with the index finger of his other hand, drawing her attention to how he was holding it. Choi Erin took the handle with both hands, looked at it in bewilderment, and asked again, ring and little fingers? She grabbed the hilt of the sword with one hand as Kim Joo-hyuk demanded. A white glow instantly appeared around her hand. She was shocked and asked in surprise what. A powerful stream of spiritual power emanated from her sword. Choi Erin looked at this in surprise, frozen in place. She thought about how she hadn't even tried to imbue it with magic. She feels as if this position of her fingers could hold a sword much better than two hands together. She brought the sword closer to her face and looked at it in surprise. Kim Joo-hyuk ordered her to attack him now. He looked at her sternly and added with all his might. Choi Erin looked at him confused and replied, okay. She sheathed her sword with a loud click. Then, getting into a fighting position, she looked at him and said that she was attacking. A bright blue aura shone around her. Then, many lightning bolts flashed brightly around her body. She resolutely grabbed the sheath with one hand and the hilt of the sword with the other. Choi Erin was surprised to find that something had changed. She asked in surprise, did her legs speed up? She lunged forward and attacked the enemy with her sword. Kim Joo-hyuk easily blocked her attack by thrusting his sword forward. Sparks sparkled as the two sharp blades hit each other. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled and said that she has become much faster. And then he added that she should not pour more magic into her legs than she should. Kim Joo-hyuk swung his sword and pushed her away from him. Choi Erin flew back, trying to stop, breaking with her feet on the floor. Getting into a fighting position, she looked at him resolutely and replied, "Okay." With one hand, she held the hilt of the sword, and with the other, she held the tip. Choi Erin quickly sheathed her sword. She took a small step forward, pushed off the floor with her foot, and decisively rushed at her opponent. Kim Joo-hyuk stood calmly and watched her actions. She quickly drew her sword and raised her hand, swinging her sword. She created a powerful stream of spiritual power and directed it towards Kim Joo-hyuk. He took a step to the side and dodged her attack. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled appreciatively and said that the hit was good. He gripped the hilt of the sword tighter and added, "But when she stops, let her try to turn her body better." With these words, he swung his sword hand upward and struck Choi Erin with an energy blow. She flew to the side, but maintained her balance and remained on her feet. Grabbing her bruised hand, which was shaking with pain, she resolutely replied that she understood. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled and told her to attack. Didn't stop. He held the sword in front of him in one hand and stretched his shoulder with the other. Choi Erin exhaled excitedly and replied, "Okay." A moment later she attacked, but he blocked the attack by holding his sword in front of him. From the contact of the metals, bright sparks appeared, illuminating their faces and bodies. Choi Erin did not yield, but continued to press on the sword. The two swords scraped and sparked. She waved the hand in which she was holding the sword to the side and tried to attack him several times. Kim Joo-hyuk easily dodged her blows. The sword slammed into the floor with all its strength and left a hole in it. Choi Erin wearily held the sword, leaning forward, and looked at Kim Joo-hyuk. He looked at her approvingly, holding his sword on his shoulder. She straightened up, took the sword with both hands and thought everything was as expected. Choi Erin stood up in a fighting position, swung her sword, and looked decisively at her opponent. She lunged forward and attacked, but Kim Joo-hyuk stepped back and dodged the blow. Choi Erin continued to swing her sword and thought that thanks to training with Kim Joo-hyuk, she is now much stronger. No matter how many times she tried to hit him with her sword, he always deftly dodged and deflected. Their swords collided crosswise, throwing off sparks. They both looked into each other's eyes. Kim Joo-hyuk's look was cunning and self-confident, while Choi Erin's look was full of determination and courage. After some time, the sky over Valhalla was painted in the austere yellow tones of sunset. Fitness room. Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi Erin stood opposite each other. He held a sword in one hand and put the other hand in his sweatpants pocket. She stood in a fighting stance, holding her blade in front of her with both hands. The floor around her was cut by a sword. She breathed tiredly, trying to regain her breath. Her body was shaking with fatigue and exhaustion. Sweat ran down her pale face in streams. Choi Erin held the sword in front of her and looked forward resolutely. Kim Joo-hyuk placed his sword on his shoulder and said that about an hour had already passed. "It's time to end this." She replied, "Okay." Choi Erin sat down exhaustedly on the floor and looked at her feet through her tears. She moaned from fatigue. Kim Joo-hyuk walked over to the sword stand. She looked at him in surprise. Choi Erin thought that her skills were now much more polished than ever before. The skills she possessed during the entrance exams cannot be compared. Tears flowed from her eyes. She thought sadly that she still wasn't even close to his level. Kim Joo-hyuk placed the sword on the stand and began to stretch. He extended his right arm to the side in front of him, and with his left hand he pressed lightly on his wrist. Choi Erin, watching him, wiped away a tear from her cheek and thought, of course, it was she who asked him to teach her fencing. She called his name. He, stretching his tired shoulder, looked at her questioningly. Choi Erin stood in front of him, one hand on the sheath and the other tightly gripping the hilt of her sword. She asked the question, "Will he fight her next time?" He hid his hands in the pockets of his sweatpants and replied that he didn't know. Kim Joo-hyuk thoughtfully touched his chin with his fingers and looked at her. He thought, of course, he could benefit from communicating with Choi Erin. Since she has talent, teaching her is quite fun. Even during the exam, he noticed that she was familiar with some practices known to him. Tired Choi Erin held a sword in her hands and looked at him sadly. Her entire face was covered in bruises from a training battle. Kim Joo-hyuk at this time thought that she also uses breathing techniques. but as if she does it somehow differently. In any case, thanks to the techniques familiar to him, he will be able to restore his sensations. Kim Joo-hyuk crossed his arms over his chest and looked at her thoughtfully. He thought that if 300 years ago she had asked him to train her, he could have honored her with the right to become his student. However, now is a completely different time. Choi Aaron, tired of waiting for his answer, impatiently asked the question, will they fight again? Kim Joo-hyuk wondered if he should make fun of her. A sly light flashed in his eyes, and his lips parted slightly into a smile. He said out loud that he somehow didn't feel like it. Choi Aaron's eyes filled with tears, and she sadly said, I understand. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in disappointment, did she give up so quickly? She turned to the side, looked out the window, and said sadly, because she knows that he is right. She thought that if she unquestioningly followed his instructions, she would definitely become stronger. Kim Joo-hyuk mentally asked in bewilderment, because is he right? He said, well, okay, they're done for today. Choi Aaron said that they will see each other next time. He replied, okay. 2 weeks later. Valhalla Stadium. Many students stood in the stadium. Yuseo Yeon, holding a sheathed sword in her hand, looked around and thought excitedly that since the entrance ceremonies, this was the first time she was back in the stadium. Oh Sehek stood in a detached pose, crossed his arms on his chest, looked seriously in front of him and asked himself, have all the students gathered here? He didn't know there would be so many of them. Choi Aaron lowered her hands down, clenched her fists excitedly, and looked forward resolutely. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in surprise what? Why were they gathered here? He stood in a relaxed pose, with one hand in his trouser pocket. Barche said that his class teacher talked about this 2 weeks ago. Kim Joo-hyuk was pretty surprised and asked again, 2 weeks ago. And what did he say? Suddenly a voice was heard, telling everyone to pay attention. Opposite the students, 3 teachers stood shoulder to shoulder, Lee Sang-chul in the center, Lily to his left, and Kim Ligan to his right. Lee Sang-chul said that he will now tell them about the procedure for the Valhalla midterm exams. The eyes of all the students were turned to him. He said that this time the exam tasks would be a dungeon attack. They will form teams and go into an artificially recreated dungeon. Suddenly, the ground beneath the students' feet began to shake. They, trying to maintain their balance, looked down in fear. Suddenly, out of thin air, a small structure appeared in front of the students, with a door in the center. Many such buildings with doors appeared, forming a circle around the students. Lee Sang-chul said that they can unite as they wish. The optimal number of people per team is 8, but each group can assemble its composition individually. Scores will be given based only on their usefulness in the upcoming test. Kim Joo-hyuk remained thoughtfully silent. Lee Sang-chul said that the disqualification criteria are as follows. They have exactly 5 hours to complete this test. If they fail to complete the exam within the specified time, then the test is over for them. All 3 instructors looked sternly at the students. This test is of increased difficulty. Yuseo Yeon listened carefully to the information and was full of determination. Lee Sang-chul announced that the exam is now starting. The countdown began on the dark blue scoreboard. The students fussed and became nervous. Many of them began to rush between students and excitedly offer to be on the same team. Some of them excitedly shouted for Lee Ji-won to come towards them. Another student asked excitedly, is there anyone stronger there? The teachers watched this in silence. Kim Ligong looked sideways at Lee Sang-chul and said, as expected, they were overcome with emotion. Lee Sang-chul confirmed this by saying, that's for sure. He looked forward thoughtfully and became lost in his thoughts. Yuseon resolutely put her hand in front of her and said, the setter on their team is not good enough. She asked if anyone else wanted to join. The dark-haired guy extended his hand to her and said that he could. Yuseon thought that she should not choose those who are stronger than her. For 8 people in a high-difficulty dungeon, 5 hours will be enough. What is much more important is what contribution she will have time to make during all this time. She looked at the dark-haired guy standing in front of her and the modest dark-haired girl with short hair, whom he carefully hugged by the shoulder. Yuseon thought that from the 6 people who were willing, it was quite possible to choose those who had relatively good skills. It sounds easy, but the issue of teamwork should also be taken into account. She took a step forward, looked over her shoulder, waved her hand, and told them to follow her. Lee Sang-cheol watched her actions carefully and thought what was to be expected. If she is a fifth-generation child, she is well aware of the essence of the examination test. He crossed his hands in front of him and thought that the rest of the students were gathering in groups of 20 people. A large group of students gathered in front of one of the doors. They looked around in confusion and did not understand what was happening. He looked at another door, into which, under the leadership of a blonde guy, 8 students armed with swords, spears, and clubs entered. Lee Sang-cheol thought that they usually come in a group of 8 people. He looked in the other direction and saw where a group of students was crowded, in the center of which 2 girls were angrily sorting things out. The dark-haired guy in this group tried to calm one of them and prevent the conflict from developing. Lee Sang-cheol thought that if the team is poorly balanced, then constant fights are inevitable. That's all 3 possible outcomes. He said to his colleague Kim Lee-gong that in about half an hour, all the students would finally enter the dungeon. You need to prepare for their assessment. He replied, okay. After some time, the stadium gradually emptied. The students, divided into groups, entered the dungeon. Kim Joo-hyuk stood alone with his hand in his trouser pocket and calmly watched this. He wondered excitedly, were there ever any students who completed the exam straight away with a passing grade? A sound brought him out of his thoughts. He looked to the side in surprise. Not far from him, with her back turned to him, stood Choi Erin. She watched the students leave. Kim Joo-hyuk approached her and asked if she hadn't come in yet. She answered quietly, no. He said excitedly that everyone had already left long ago. He asked the question, what is she waiting for? Choi Erin looked at him with big, naive eyes and said that she would do as he said. Kim Joo-hyuk stared at her with an uncomprehending look. He excitedly asked himself mentally, what's wrong with her lately? She's like a parrot repeating the same thing from her last training session. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her and sternly said that he would go alone. Let her come in too. When he decisively took a few steps forward, leaving her behind, Choi Erin asked in surprise, should she also go alone? Without looking back, he said as he walked, be that as it may, he doubted it would be difficult. She silently watched him move away towards the entrance to the dungeon. The dark-haired guy, noticing her, asked a question, isn't this Choi Erin? The brown-haired man with oval glasses said he thinks it's her. He asked the question, why is she alone? Was she left without a team? The dark-haired guy looked at her and shouted out a question with a smile. Is she Choi Erin? She, hearing his question, became wary and remained silent. Without waiting for an answer from her, he asked a question. If she was still not on the team, would she like to join them? There are 7 of them now, and with her there will be 8. The dark-haired guy with a friendly smile pointed his index finger at his team standing behind him. All the students on this team smiled at her warmly. She didn't even look in their direction and sadly told them to forgive her. She will go alone. She decisively approached the door and grabbed the door handle with both hands, pulling the door towards herself. The dark-haired guy excitedly extended his hand to her and shouted, will she go there alone? Don't be stupid. She will be disqualified. She froze in place and resolutely said that she could do it. Kim Joo-hyuk said that it is not that difficult. The dark-haired guy asked excitedly, what? He frightenedly tried to stop her. The door slammed behind her noisily. The guy with glasses and the dark-haired guy looked at this in shock, frozen in their places. When all the students finally form into groups and enter the dungeon, leaving the stadium deserted, all the teachers begin to watch them through cameras from the observation room of the Valhalla Stadium. Kim Lee-gun holds a tablet in his hands, but at the same time looks intently at the camera projection. It shows a group of 3 students facing a snarling monster. Yoon Kyung-jun from Group 1B already has 2 points. Bae Yeji from the same group had 3 points, while Yoon Jisoo had only 1 point in his reserve. Lee Sang-cheol scrolled through the CCTV footage, giving all the students these grades. Lee-gun, looking at him, thought, as he had expected, many may think that their quick assessment was given too roughly, but their points were given quickly and clearly, without a single mistake. Sang-cheol, a Valhalla combat instructor, has been called a master of clarity since his days as an ordinary soldier. He is truly a legendary contractor, possessing 99%. Dungeon clearing ratio. What there is definitely no doubt about is his professionalism in assessment. Thanks to his regalia, he has every right to assign any scores. He admires this man. Lee Sang-cheol was indeed extremely focused on observing the students and at the same time thinking, overall, this year has given them good kids. And the heirs of the 5th generation are also quite active. But among them, one student stands out, Yoo So-in. At that time, she stood behind her squad, which encountered the monster, and ordered the shield members to hold back the attack. Archers must watch out for those who jump out from the side. Suddenly, a goblin holding a club began to attack them. His first blow fell on the guy with the shield and spear, who closed his eyes and hiccuped in fear. So-in rushed to their aid, exclaiming at the same time, "The monsters must not break through the front line. Archers must open fire." At her command, the students with bows immediately began to shoot. Some arrows actually hit the goblins, but did not cause them serious damage. Yoo So-in managed to get closer by this moment, and jumping on top of it, attacked the monster with a sword with all her might. It immediately fell to the floor and disappeared, as it was a hologram. All these actions were reflected on the cameras. Sang-cheol saw all this and thought it was excellent, like a regular dungeon raid. She distributed the roles assigned to them among the members of her team, and took upon herself those actions that were sure to bring her points. In addition, she took a position next to them to make sure that they cleared the dungeon accurately. In any case, once she passes her exams, it is only a matter of time before she returns to the top of the top students. If Kim Joo-hyuk had not appeared in the entrance exams, her position would not have been affected. Remembering him, Lee Chang-yeon wondered, "By the way, how is this guy doing?" Then he typed his name into the search engine, but the system notified that the data was missing. He got a little worried about this and began to think, what is this? This search engine is capable of finding data about any student who enters the dungeon, so why? Maybe he should do it differently. After that, Sang-cheol decided to go to the tab that showed the list of dungeon clearers in the midterm exam. In the table that opened, Kim Joo-hyuk was indicated in the first line. His completion time was 23 minutes 32 seconds. Lee Sang-cheol was taken aback and wondered if he had finished yet. By oneself? 23 minutes 32 seconds. No matter how impressive he was in the entrance exams, how could a 17-year-old high school student achieve such results? They need to review the records. Sang-cheol then found the video with Joo-hyuk and turned it on. It was clear how he was completely relaxed, holding a sword in one hand, with the other tucked into his pocket. Kim Joo-hyuk was in the dungeon and was in no hurry to take any action, but from the darkness of the next room, a stream of bloodthirsty goblins rushed at him. And then, with a calm smile, stretching his shoulders, he ran towards them. The monsters even froze from such courage, but the very next moment of their hesitation, Joo-hyuk came close enough to them and with one blow pierced both heads of the goblins with a sword. Then another green monster with red glowing eyes made a sound from the ceiling, but Kim Joo-hyuk, with an evil grin on his face, cut it in half and exclaimed, "Massacre of the jungle goblins." He then stops abruptly and looks up at the two club-wielding monsters towering over him. Taking a deep breath, Joo-hyuk prepared for the next fight. Both goblins, as if in agreement, attacked him at the same time, aiming their weapons, but their blow only hit the floor, covering it with cracks. Kim Joo-hyuk, cleverly hiding from them, found himself behind them and, jumping up, swung the blade of his sword in the air, decapitating the goblins. Then he quite rightly began to rejoice. The orcs were destroyed. The system actually kept announcing that the monsters had been destroyed one by one. Lee Sang-cheol, Kim Ligun, and Lilia watched what was happening on the recording with their mouths open. Soon a heavy, huge foot landed on the stone floor, which broke the masonry into fragments. A huge creature resembling a knight in a helmet with a red fan on its head and two burning red dots, which were eyes, bent over Joo-hyuk. Sang-cheol frowned, knowing this was a special golem modeled specifically for the midterm exam. This guy's skills would be enough for 8 people. The monster sharply reached out with its hands towards Kim Joo-hyuk, but he was ready, and having guessed the right moment, sharply thrust his sword forward, endowing it with energy and thus throwing the golem away. The creature's head was torn off and fell separately. As a result, all parts of the creature evaporated, and the system announced that the golem had been destroyed. Lee Sang-chul closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, he realized, well, it looks like this time Kim Joo-hyuk won first place in the midterm exams. Soon the test ended, and the students who received many wounds and bruises during the battle with the goblins began to reappear in the stadium. But at the same time, there were groups that were more fortunate and quite cheerful. Yoo So-yeon, Oh Juk, and Choi Aaron walked out with everyone else, looking rather puzzled and deep in thought. Joo-hyuk had been standing in the stadium for a long time, casually putting his hands in his pocket. Finally, the announcement came that the midterm exams were over. Soon, Kim Ligon entered the teacher's room, holding a tablet in his hand on the screen of which the results of the midterm exams were indicated. Kim Joo-hyuk was in first place, Choi Aaron was in second place, Yoo So-yeon was in third place, Oh Se-ok was in fourth place, Im Ha-jin was in fifth place, Lee Haeung was in sixth place, Lee In-jaeon was in seventh place, Rockdil Ventric was in eighth place. This made him worry and remember his conversation with Lee Sang-chul. Earlier, when he came to him, he also informed him that the exam result had been published. However, he is not sure that they expected such a list. Joo-hyuk took first place. Sang-chul, who stood in front of him and crossed his arms over his chest, frowned and closed his eyes and agreed. This was quite unexpected. He assumed that this guy could take first place, but who would have thought that he would clear the dungeon alone without getting a scratch? Ligon, listening to him, remembered how he watched Kim Joo-hyuk deal with huge ugly goblins, smiling like a madman, and his eyes literally shone with pleasure. Lee Sang-chul also noted that if this guy grows up and joins the modern industry, Korea will be able to regain its title as the only one. However, Kim Ligon clarified, isn't this the title that was given to the strongest contractor in the world? Sang-chul confirmed this, it is true. Maybe it's because no genius has been born for a very long time. Now he is in such anticipation that he can't find the words. Ligon thought about his words for a few seconds, then, looking at the tablet screen, he added that another person was a pleasant surprise in the exam. But Lee Sang-chul beat him to it by saying, Choi Aaron. The time it took Kim Joo-hyuk to clear the dungeon is already quite incredible, but little did they know that Aaron would overtake Yoo So-yeon and take second place. He certainly doesn't know for what reason, but Choi Aaron also completed the dungeon alone. Like Joo-hyuk, it didn't take her long to clean it up either. Of course, but she received a lot of injuries, but she got over it. He believed that she was a good girl in such matters. Who would have thought that she would rush to clear the dungeon alone? Kim Ligong stood still, with a cold expression on his face, and continued to listen to him. Sang-chul shared his thoughts on this. If this exam had emphasized teamwork, So-yeon would definitely have scored higher. But those two received higher marks because they focused on their own contribution to the defense of the dungeon. However, once the results were published, he would not recommend their methods to other students. This is not something that ordinary children can easily repeat. Ligon seemed tired from all the news that had fallen on him, and he just quietly said, yes. Now, having returned from his memories again, the name Choi Aaron flashed through his head again. He had definitely seen it when he was the head of the Choijin Guild. She exudes the aura of an ordinary swordswoman girl. However, how did she come up with the idea of going through a dungeon alone? Maybe it's all because of Kim Joo-hyuk. But sharply hitting himself on the forehead, Kim Ligon stopped. This cannot be. Why did he even think about this? He needs to take his mind off these thoughts and give grades. The next day, a huge list was posted on a green stand, around which students gathered, chatting incessantly. It was the list of the results of the first midterm exams. Seeing the names Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi Aaron in first and second place, respectively, Rockdil Ventric felt anger take over him. Then he turned to Yuria de Felix, who stood behind him and clarified, Desira is now in Korea, right? She timidly answered yes. Then Rockdil's group ordered her to call him right away and get ready to leave. The day gave way to a cloudy night. In Seoul, in the Jamsil district, lights were on almost everywhere in tall and modern buildings. The street veranda of one of the restaurants was empty, and Rockdil Ventric walked inside, followed by Yuria in a modest, mincing manner. The greeting staff greeted them with polite bows. Suddenly, someone's hand with a gold ring on the index finger appeared in their field of vision, and a voice was heard, brother. Rockdil, together with Yuria de Felix, turned towards the voice and saw Ventric sitting at the table in a white suit with a gold chain around his neck. He greeted them with a sly smile. They had not seen each other for a long time. Soon, when Ventric sat down at the set table opposite him, and Yuria stood next to him, the two of them watched for a while as Desira greedily took a bite of the steaks, from which a little blood seeped out. The space around was filled only with the sounds of his slurping. But finally he lived through the food and started. So, that guy who is bothering him, Kim Joo-hyuk, what is he like? Rockdill, still not touching his dish, explained that it was nothing of itself. Joo-hyuk is a brainless freshman from an orphanage. He greatly damaged his reputation with his humble origins. So he asks to pay this guy for this. Ventric suddenly stopped the fork with a piece of meat skewered on it near his mouth, raised his eyes, in which a flash of rage flashed, and asked if he could kill him. Ventric smiled slyly and replied that he left the choice to his brother. Then Desira started eating again, changing the topic. This matter is different from what happened last time, so he must prepare properly. Rockdill heard this and asked if he should prepare. Ventric pointed his finger somewhere behind his back, as it turned out to be Yuri de Felix, and explained that because of this woman with whom he had to deal, he had a big conflict brewing with the Felix family. He doesn't know if it's because there are so many people in her family, but he had to kill a couple more because of the rumors that spread. As soon as she heard this, she immediately began to tremble, and fear flashed in her eyes. But Desira continued as if nothing had happened, but in Valhalla, apparently, everything is different. No matter how hard he tries, it's quite difficult for him to make any noise here. Ventric noted rather reservedly that he understood him. He will do whatever it takes to set the stage for his brother. He shouldn't worry about it. Ventric immediately perked up and, revealing his white teeth in a smile, noted, "Excellent. He must prepare an appropriate reward." On one sunny day 1 week later, Kim Joo-hyuk again held a request for time off in his hands, as the reason he indicated just a walk outside. As he walked along the corridor, a Barche appeared and asked if there was another application to leave. Joo-hyuk calmly confirmed this, yes. Then he asked with some dissatisfaction, hadn't he had enough of a walk? Kim Joo-hyuk explained that since they allowed him to go out again, why not take advantage of it? Barche shared that, by the way, he has heard that by passing midterm or final exams with high scores, a student can earn additional time off. It seems that this is precisely the reason why he was released. Joo-hyuk admitted that he couldn't miss such an opportunity. He must find the remaining hiding places. This surprised him, and he asked where he was going. Soon Kim Joo-hyuk arrived in the Suwon region, which was surrounded by high green mountains. And among the tall buildings of the same type was a temple surrounded by a round stone wall. Joo-hyuk, wearing a gray sweatshirt, dark joggers, and gray sneakers with a blue backpack on his shoulders, walked along one of the paths in the mountain forest. Looking carefully at the phone screen, he thought, it seems it was somewhere here. But quite suddenly, someone shouted at him, and he looked up and saw Ventric, who, towering over him, smiled evilly and said, "He's glad to meet you." Above the main tower of the market in the 7th district, as always, the moon is visible through the clouds, emitting a pink glow. On the top floor of the building, near the panoramic window, a black cat stands with his hands folded behind his back. Bowing his head down, he contemplated the city spread out before him and its thousands of lights. He was deep in thought, accompanied by heavy sighs, but suddenly something made him distracted. A system window appeared in front of the cat, in which it was said that the constellation on the other side was interested in when the ring would appear. He replied that the constellation did not have long to wait. It will go through standard procedures and arrive through the portal. The answer appeared in the system window immediately. The ruler on the other side said that he was out of his mind. This made the black cat feel confused and wonder what was going on. At the request of the former cat, he needed to find out whether the ring belongs to the era of destruction. However, he sees such a reaction for the first time. Well, now he was distracted by a hiss that came from the side. On a white marble table lay a portal in the form of a round device. It suddenly activated and glowed with a blue-white glow. After a couple of moments, a black box appeared in the portal. As he came closer, he thought with relief that it was finally here. Hopes they'll calm down when they get it. Taking the object in his hand and opening the lid, the black cat saw the ring he desperately needed. At first it seemed ordinary, but then it began to increase its radiance, and dark spots began to appear next to the precious stones. Taking the object in his hands, the cat announced that the ring was here. But the answer was silence. Then he repeated, "Constellation?" The answer finally appeared with a squeak in the system window. "It's here." After that, it was as if some kind of glitch had occurred, and this phrase was repeated dozens of times. In the mountain forest of the Suwon region, where Kim Joo-hyuk met with Desira Ventric, was the first to ask who he was. Desira, as always, smiled impudently and answered rudely, "What does it matter to him?" Joo-hyuk was serious, and placing one hand on his hip, he suggested that they wanted something from him. Desira Ventric, like him, tilted his head to the side and put his hands in the pockets of his red pants. Confirmed this, right? Wouldn't he climb this worthless peak just like that? Kim Joo-hyuk instantly became even more serious, asking if they were trying to get rid of him again. Desir's eyes narrowed for a moment, and with a sideways grin, he noted that the guy had a good sense of smell. However, Joo-hyuk, taking the backpack off his shoulders, calmly noted that it's not a matter of smell. He must look at himself. Anyone who encounters him will reflexively draw this conclusion. He realized this a few days ago. Desira Ventric, having heard such words from his address, began to smile only more, as if he considered it a compliment. Spreading his legs wider and preparing his hands to use the energy, he added angrily, "Freak. For a man who took first place in Valhalla, he looks very stupid." Finally, clenching his fists tightly, Desira attacked first, shouting, the guy should not disappoint him. He was extremely self-confident and thrust his fist forward, but hit the trunk of a tree, while Kim Joo-hyuk himself was standing very close to it. But Desira Ventric did not dare to show bewilderment, but, as always, grinned and sighed. But the tree he hit turned out to be cracked across, and, crunching loudly, fell down, leaving only a stump. Desira, starting to literally smoke from the energy accumulating in him, said, "The guy is lucky." Apparently today is just his lucky day. If he had not evaded, he would have died on the spot. Joo-hyuk asked with a slight mockery in his voice. Happy day? He only dodged because his attack was too slow. But at the same time he thought, looking back at the fallen trunk, among other things, this guy is certainly strong. He even feels superior to Oh Seok. With such a fragile body for him, it is still dangerous for him to stop such attacks. Well, in that case, the strategy is simple. Smiling at his thoughts, he suddenly rushed away into the thicket of the forest, surprising Desira Ventric. He even asked what? Is he running away? For a person in his position, flight is undoubtedly the best solution. Of course he ran after Joo-hyuk, shouting to him along the way that if the guy had stood still, he would have beaten him to death. But, of course, he will not allow him to escape. The next moment something unexpected happens. When Desira was ready to strike his second blow, Kim Joo-hyuk braked sharply, and turning to him, also raising his fist for a retaliatory attack, said, "Does the guy even use his brain? Or not?" Desira Ventric frowned and saw the fist right in front of his face, wondering when did this guy get so close. He didn't even notice his hand until it was right in front of his eyes. He doesn't have time to respond to the attack, as Joo-hyuk, using all his strength, hits him, throwing him back. With a painful groan, Desira lands on his back on the hard ground, but almost immediately the day appears above him, causing him to open his eyes. Kim Joo-hyuk ran closer again, with an evil smile, and wanted to kick him in the face again, but Desira Ventric managed to turn to the side at the last moment, causing Joo-hyuk to hit the ground, causing a powerful shock wave. He, raising himself up in his arms and seeing a fairly deep hole in the rocky soil, was surprised and again looked up. Kim Joo-hyuk gloated, "Wait, he's lucky." Apparently today is his lucky day. This angered Desira even more, which is why he gritted his teeth and began to swear. He's a freak. What did he just do? Joo-hyuk stepped aside, and while he was getting up, he asked with a smile, "Hasn't he figured it out yet?" He thought the guy already knew that he took first place in Valhalla. Desira Ventric did not find what to answer, but at the same time he thought with hatred, Kim Joo-hyuk. What substances helped this idiot become so strong? Members of the Ventric family used Desira's talent to improve their status at least a little. It is an innate sensitivity to elixirs. When he was little, under the supervision of his parents, he greedily drank the pink shiny liquid from the cones. He drank any elixir that was served to him without consequences. Ventric Desur's parents fed him drugs worth hundreds of millions per bottle. Suddenly, from his hands, the flasks fell to the floor and broke into dozens of fragments. Already at the age of 16, he became much stronger than an adult. The family wanted to use him for personal purposes, but he had no intention of living under their control. It seems as if Desira suddenly acquired incredible strength, and now he has become more embittered, which led his parents to fear and bewilderment. Soon a terrible thing happened. They were killed. Desira Ventric had overwhelming power. So why should he even care about his family's recognition? He thought he was quite arrogant. He was kicked out of the family by an imposter who pretended to be the head, but he doesn't care. In this gloomy world, Desira solved all problems with money. Moreover, after breaking off relations with his family, he only became stronger. He became interested in Rockdill's task primarily because of the money, but Kim Joo-hyuk is an equally interesting figure for him. He took first place in the entrance exams. He also heard that it was this guy who created chaos there and covered the scouts with slop. Will he also have fun having fun with Joo-hyuk? I'll try to play with it. Now looking at him, there was clearly some fear in him, and even despite his clenched fists and frowning eyebrows, Desira Rockdill warily wondered, but who is this guy? Finally, he gathered his strength and called out to Kim Joo-hyuk and said, what kind of substances did he take to become so strong? It seems to him that there are cheap elixirs that an orphan like him could buy. This only provoked Joo-hyuk, and smiling, he asked again, what? Suddenly bursting into laughter, he also added, substances. What the freak is even talking about? Steroids? So that means he was a swindler and addicted to some substances. Desir immediately began to tremble all over his body, and with bewilderment he asked, so what? The guy wants to say that he became so strong without using elixirs? Kim Joo-hyuk began to stretch his shoulders and answered mockingly, of course not. He only became so strong thanks to intense training. In a way, he will be able to compare him to Oh Se-hyuk. But it seems that it would be rude to compare a naturally strong guy with a boy like him. Desira Ventric could barely restrain himself, becoming more and more indignant at such words addressed to him. But still his patience came to an end, and the thought flashed through his head that this freak would not live. After grabbing the hilt of the dagger that hung on his belt at the back, he also thought he doesn't have the opportunity to use it here, but as soon as Desir took the weapon out of its sheath, the blade sparkled brightly, and black clots of energy appeared behind his back. Kim Joo-hyuk became wary when he saw this and wondered, is this magical power? Desira Ventric said decisively, excellent. He feels how his strength is growing. Did Joo-hyuk really think that he would let him go so easily? But the very next moment he confusedly added, what? Kim Joo-hyuk did not wait for the attack, but was the first to strike, and jumped up and attacked Desir in the face, mockingly adding, is he an idiot or what? What fighter would wait for his opponent to regroup? Having asked this question, Joo-hyuk delivered an additional blow, causing him to fly into another tree with a painful groan, breaking it in half. Kim Joo-hyuk really didn't waste any time, and getting closer again, he punched him in the face. Desira Ventric suddenly took a deep breath and, stretching his hand forward, shouted, stop, he must wait. Joo-hyuk stopped, but at the same time grabbed him tightly by the hair, noting that he shouldn't lose consciousness yet. He's an elixir idiot. If he was just asking for a fight, he could let him go, but the guy once said that he was going to deal with him, so he can't just let him go. Anyway, he has a question. Showing Desir a tightly clenched fist, Kim Joo-hyuk continued, so he must clench his teeth. At the same time, with a bloodthirsty smile, he sharply pointed his hand towards the face of Desir Ventric, who immediately shouted, no! At this time, in the Valhalla dormitory, Rockdill was in his room with Yuri. Sitting on a soft sofa and resting his elbows on his knees, he thought with pleasure that by this time his brother should have dealt with Joo-hyuk. Given his character, he most likely killed this guy. It was quite a hassle to clean up after him, but at least it didn't happen on school grounds. He could not even expect that events would turn out so perfectly. What a relief. Leaning back on the sofa, Rockdill Ventric turned to her and Yuria de Felix obediently nodded her head and answered, yes? He looked at her over his shoulder and ordered her to prepare the car. Before leaving the room, she only replied that she would do everything. The next moment, a phone ringtone was heard next to Rockdill, and taking it in his hands, he excitedly and at the same time joyfully realized that it was a call from Desir. Having answered the call, Rockdill Ventric immediately asked if he had already dealt with it. But in response to this, there was silence, and then he, becoming more serious, added, "Brother?" This was first followed by a quiet sigh, and then a groan of pain. When all the terrifying sounds stopped, someone turned to Rockdill. He bet the guy has no idea what's going on, right? Considering how low his jaw had dropped. As soon as Rockdill Ventric heard these words, he immediately understood this voice. Kim Joo-hyuk. Desira actually sat near the tree with a broken jaw, barely able to say anything while saliva ran down his chin. Jo-hyuk took the phone and continued. Well, if he tries to translate what his brother is saying, it sounds like this. If he dies, he very much asks that 2 sticks of incense be burned for him. Then he also added in an ominous tone, Rockdill must wait for him. Kim Joo-hyuk, squatting, placed his left foot on the leg of the defeated opponent, took his cell phone, brought it to his ear, and asked the question, "Is this Rockdill?" Instead of an answer, beeps were heard from the phone, indicating that the connection was broken. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the phone screen and said irritably, "This freak hung up without saying a word." He added indignantly, what an impudence he was. He turned his gaze to the defeated enemy and asked the question, "Well then, what should he do with this guy?" Kim Joo-hyuk stood with his hands on his hips and looked thoughtfully at Desir Ventric, who was leaning back against a thick tree trunk. Desir Ventric's face was covered in bruises and scars. He sat exhausted on the ground, legs spread wide and hands clasped together. He stared blankly ahead. After a while, someone poured hot tea from a teapot into a porcelain cup standing on a saucer. Pouring means someone took the cup and saucer in their hands. Yuria de Felix reported that his tea was ready. She slowly, holding a teacup and saucer in her hands, approached the sofa on which Rockdill Ventric was sitting. He leaned forward thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hands. She stood next to him hesitantly, waiting for his answer. He was silent, lost in his thoughts. Yuria de Felix hesitantly said that he asks her to forgive her. Here is his tea. Rockdill Ventric shouted furiously that he knew. Let him shut up. He irritably ordered her to put it down and leave. She obediently put the teacup on the coffee table next to the sofa and said that she understood. Rockdill Ventric, frowning angrily, stamped his foot excitedly as he sat on the sofa. His entire body shook with anger and rage. In his mind, he said the same name many times, Kim Joo-hyuk. Rockdill Ventric, shaking with rage, thought he could not even imagine that Kim Joo-hyuk could beat Desir, even after what happened to Larrick. From excitement, a large drop of sweat ran down his cheek. Rockdill Ventric asked himself excitedly, what should he do? How can he punish him? Now he knows that Kim Joo-hyuk is behind all this. Rockdill Ventric's face turned red with anger. He asked excitedly, has Desir disgraced himself? He's a trashy asshole. Clutching his head with both hands, he thought angrily that if this continued, the unwanted news might soon spread to the Ventric family. The aura around him turned red. He thought irritably that everything had gotten out of control. Trying to calm down, he massaged his temples with the fingers of both hands and thought that no, on the contrary, this could work into his hands. Having calmed down a little, he began to think, mentally asking the question, he is one of the poor, right? There's no way he can reach them. But just in case, he should still remain silent about what is happening. Rockdill Ventric furrowed his eyebrows, leaned his chin on his hands, joined in a castle, and decided that for now he would only quietly keep an eye on Kim Joo-hyuk. After some time, Kim Joo-hyuk walked alone through the park, throwing the hood of his sports jacket over his head and hiding his hands in the pockets of his sports pants. Barche's voice was heard asking, is the guy he just fought with a real fool for coming there? Kim Joo-hyuk mentally said that the moment would come when he would inform on him. In the meantime, since there is nothing more to be done, he will keep all the information to himself. Barche asked in surprise, asking if he couldn't just kill him. Kim Joo-hyuk mentally responded that if this had happened in his past life, he would have done so. However, now this would only result in problems. Now he is by no means the same Kim Hyun Oh. Barche replied, perhaps this is similar to him. He thought, touching his chin with his index finger and thumb, and said, by the way, something still bothers him. Kim Joo-hyuk asked interestedly, so what? He replied, the magic that Guy released seemed suspiciously familiar to him. Barche mentally imagined Ventric, who generated a sharp, shining dagger from his dark purple spiritual power. His aura gradually turned from light lilac to dark purple, almost black. Kim Joo-hyuk stopped in surprise and mentally asked, is he familiar? Barche explained that if he had released more concentration, he would certainly have been able to recognize it, but he had definitely felt it before. Barche asked in surprise, did he feel anything? Kim Joo-hyuk slowly took a few steps forward, walking between the bushes and trees of the foggy park. A light morning fog enveloped the plants, giving coolness and freshness. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in surprise, should he? It was for this type of black magic that 300 years ago monsters sacrificed dogs and cows. Barche asked mockingly, it seems that he is not that skilled in identifying people's magic, huh? Well, this is actually a more subtle skill than it seems. Kim Joo-hyuk was stung by this remark. He clenched his teeth in irritation. His nodules tensed, turning into small lumps of muscle. Kim Joo-hyuk angrily muttered through his teeth to tell him to shut up. Having calmed down, he asked the question, could it be that the hidden side of the blade that the guy spoke about was connected with this particular power? Barche crossed his arms over his chest distantly and answered coldly, quite possibly. Over time. Kim Joo-hyuk leaned forward and asked the question, who sent him? Ventric did not answer his question. He just moaned and coughed. Ventric's eyes rolled upward, becoming completely white. His face, neck, and chest were covered in bruises. The mouth is helplessly open, from which 2 streams of transparent saliva flow out. Kim Joo-hyuk thoughtfully scratched the back of his head with his hand and said, oh, right. He asked a question in confusion. The impact must have knocked out his jaw, right? Kim Joo-hyuk said decisively, okay. He inserted 2 thumbs of his hands into Ventric's mouth and warned, saying that it might hurt a little. After these words, he pressed forcefully on the lower jaw of the crippled enemy, setting his jaw back into place. Ventric first groaned loudly in pain, and then touched his mouth with relief. 2 tears flowed from his eyes. Kim Joo-hyuk waited a moment for him to leave in pain, and then condescendingly ordered him to tell him who sent him. Ventric hesitated to answer, holding his lower jaw with his hand. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at him patiently, waiting for an answer. Ventric looked down thoughtfully, his face covered in sweat from excitement. Kim Joo-hyuk sighed impatiently as he looked down at him. He squatted down, grabbed Ventric by the hand, and said that he had set his jaw specifically so that he could answer him. With a predatory look, Kim Joo-hyuk tightly squeezed his fingers on Ventric's hand and asked the question, does he really believe that silence is the best choice in his situation? Ventric looked at his hand in fear and asked the question, what? Why did he squeeze his fingers? Kim Joo-hyuk grinned evilly and tugged at his arm. Everything around was painted in black and red tones. Ventric looked desperately at his mangled fingers. He howled in pain. Kim Joo-hyuk, squatting, looked at him condescendingly and said that he should tell him everything quickly. Let him tell the whole truth before the rest of his fingers crunch. Ventric shook in pain. He sat on the ground and held his crippled arm with his good hand. Letting out a long groan, he looked up at Kim Joo-hyuk and said with an insolent expression that he was sent by Ventric. Kim Joo-hyuk remembered the blonde guy's angry face and thought that he was wondering if it was the same guy who pestered him last time. He angrily pointed his index finger at and asked the question, then who is he? Is he here at the request of that freak? He doesn't look like a disciple of Valhalla, so who is he related to? Ventric winced in pain, then looked angrily in front of him and asked the question, did he really decide to ask him about this? He may not like his answer, but one way or another, he would have found out about it anyway. Kim Joo-hyuk scratched his ear with a surprised expression and asked what? Does he want him to break his second finger? Ventric sighed in irritation. He said that his name was the first species. Being a mercenary, he carries out a huge number of orders. Kim Joo-hyuk wondered if he had already heard about the first type somewhere. He asked the question, is being a mercenary fun? He's just a bully who gets paid. Desira Ventric looked at him disdainfully and asked the question, to him, are they all freaks? He's just lucky, that's all. Holding his sore hand, he said, the constellation revered by the first species is the hidden side of the blade. He is, of course, also among those who signed a contract with him. His eyes flashing predatorily, he added that if he had been able to release his magic for at least another 30 seconds, then the outcome of that battle would have been decided. Kim Joo-hyuk grabbed his head with his hand and curiously asked a question. This freak likes to talk, right? He said condescendingly, if Desira would just tell the whole truth about who was behind all this, he would leave him alone. Kim Joo-hyuk stuck 2 thumbs into his mouth again. Desira Ventric got scared and asked what. His face turned bright red in horror. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at him mockingly and said, it's better to let him sit in silence. There was a crunch and a wild scream. Overtime. On the cell phone screen, there were links to search for who the first species were. Kim Joo-hyuk walked slowly along the street illuminated by the setting sun and looked at the screen of his cell phone. He thought about what was to be expected. Each of the people understands that this is a group of bad people. Either way, he's very upset. It pisses him off that he never found the rest of his items. This freak named Rockdill keeps trying to make him look bad. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the phone screen, and then, looking up, he thoughtfully asked how he could kill this insect called Rockdill. Well, since he lives in a post-industrial society, he must use modern methods. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the phone screen again and began to write something with his index finger. He looked at the screen where the audio recordings were. He thought that first of all, he recorded Desira's confession. Kim Joo-hyuk looked to the side and decided that he needed to find a place to unload it. Over time, the phone rang and the name Joo-hyuk flashed on the cell phone screen. Lily looked at the phone in surprise. She put the phone to her ear and happily asked, has Joo-hyuk finally agreed to become her assistant? Her face was beaming with joy. Kim Joo-hyuk said that is not why he is calling. With a decisive fire in his eyes, he asked a question. Is there any reporter among her acquaintances? After some time, news appeared that the Ventric family had made an attempt on the life of a student of Valhalla. Last Thursday, a first-year Valhalla student was given a day off and was brutally attacked. It turned out that the student was able to fight back, and therefore this information was made public. The student shared that immediately after the incident, he informed the Valhalla instructor and also convinced them that he had irrefutable evidence of what happened, which was conveyed to them. Many newspaper publications were full of these headlines. Information appeared on a news forum that provided details of the Ventric family's attack on a Valhalla student. Last Thursday, a first-year student from Valhalla, who was on leave after his midterm exams, was attacked by a villain from that evil family. It's funny that the victim was able to independently fight off the attacker and extract from him the information the investigation needed. The student reported the incident to the academy instructor and transferred the attacker, whom he himself had caught, to Valhalla. On top of that, the freshman secretly recorded the attacker's confession while extracting information. The recording contains a confession from the attacker that Rockdill Ventric, a member of the Ventric family and also a student at Valhalla Academy, personally ordered and planned the attack on the first-year student. The Ventric family is now organizing an urgent conference to make an official statement. There were many comments from readers under this news. Someone asked a question. Was the student who managed to switch roles with the attacker Kim Joo-hyuk? Another user wrote, this is true. This news is already everywhere. One of the readers commented that he was very interested in watching how the students of Valhalla are condemning these freaks right now. Someone wrote that they don't know anything about him, but they think Kim Joo-hyuk is amazing. He asked the question, who agrees with him? Many users supported him, writing that they agreed with his opinion. A news forum member asked if others thought the Ventric family handled things in a strange way. Of course, he has no complaints about them, but still. One of the readers wrote a comment that this major is covered up by his vile family. No wonder it all turned out so casually. Given this approach to the matter, it is no wonder that the victim and the attacker switched places. They didn't know that this idiot would get rebuffed. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled cheerfully as he looked at his phone screen. He mockingly said that this is what modern wars look like. Barche said in surprise that for a man who lived 300 years ago, he has adapted very well to the current culture. Kim Joo-hyuk sat on a chair, leaned back, raised his legs, and put them on the table. Looking mockingly at the phone screen, he said he had a difficult time after his rebirth. For the most part, the entire process of its adaptation took place scrolling through the community tab. It was only thanks to this that he became who he is now. Barche replied that he understood. Kim Joo-hyuk said, "But what a shame." Barche asked in surprise what he was talking about. Kim Joo-hyuk said that he was just trying to frame Rockdill, but the journalists rushed to publish this breaking news, which annoyed the entire Ventric family. Kim Joo-hyuk sat in a butterfly position with his knees crossed on the table and one foot resting on the computer keyboard. He was annoyed as he read the news feed, which said that the Ventric family had organized an attack on him. Barche sighed thoughtfully. Kim Joo-hyuk was thinking about how, one way or another, it seems to him that the reporter Lilia introduced him to turned out to be an important person. He did not think that this story would be written to such proportions. Over time. Against the background of a dark blue banner with white letters explaining the position of the Ventric family, there was a podium with 2 microphones. The head of the Ventric family, Adelia, appeared. She took her place behind the podium and sadly lowered her head. Adelia said, first of all, she would like to offer her sincere apologies to the student who was attacked and to the entire Valhalla Academy. The following statement is the Ventric family's official position on this incident. Firstly, it should be noted that this attack was carried out by Desira, who had previously been stripped of their family membership. The confession, which the victim claims was recorded by Desira, claims that the order for the attack was given to him by none other than Rockdill. However, he later testified that this statement was in fact a bluff, made in an attempt to get out of the predicament in which he then found himself. Therefore, it is fair for them to believe that the Ventric family had nothing to do with this incident. Even though the actions were carried out by a member exiled from the family, he still belonged to the Ventric family. Therefore, they believe that it is their moral duty to make amends. As the head of the family, she plans to personally visit the victim and apologize to him. Also regarding Rockdill, who is currently attending Valhalla Academy. Even if he may not be directly involved in the crime, it is assumed that he may have been otherwise connected with the criminal. Therefore, they will take him home to conduct a full internal investigation among family members. The prosecutor's office is also planning an investigation into their family, so they will try to sort out the problems that have surfaced and eliminate misunderstandings. After these words, Adelia turned around and walked away. Someone from the audience shouted for her to stop. The journalist asked a question. Will she answer their questions? What kind of apology is she going to make to the victim? Rockdill watched the speech of the head of the Ventric family live, shaking his whole body with fear. He held the cell phone with a shaking hand and, sweating profusely, cowardly looked at the screen. Suddenly, the phone rang. His father called him. Rockdill brought the phone to his ear and said excitedly, "Hello." His father threateningly told him to go back to England. This is a family order. Rockdill, frowning, replied that he understood everything. After finishing the phone conversation, he squeezed the phone forcefully. He was shaking with rage and indignation. Behind him, behind the sofa, Yuria de Felix stood scared. Her gaze expressed the horror that overwhelmed her. The next day, a video recording was played on the cell phone screen in which Desira was walking accompanied by 2 strong guys. One of the journalists asked him to say something. Desira turned his battered face to the journalist, looked into the camera, and said that the Ventric family was telling the truth. He was the one who planned it all. Kim Joo-hyuk, dressed in a dark blue student uniform with a backpack on his back, looked at the phone screen and asked in shock, "What kind of nonsense? Has he given up his pride?" Kim Joo-hyuk angrily added that these Ventrics are freaks. He just can't stand this family. Putting away the phone, he hid his hands in his trouser pockets, closed his eyes, and asked displeasedly, in any case, who made the statement that they would personally apologize to him? It will be very awkward. Kim Joo-hyuk opened his eyes, looked to the side, and an idea struck him. Looking at the door to the staff room, He thought that class must have ended early. He would like to ask a favor. Kim Joo-hyuk wondered if he should contact her. He stopped in front of the door, wondering what to do. Overtime. Cafe on the territory of the academy. There was a sign on the door saying they were open. Lily beamed with happiness, stretching her thin lips in a smile. She looked at Kim Joo-hyuk, who was sitting opposite her and holding a glass of drink and ice cubes in his hand. He raised the glass to his mouth, intending to take a sip, and answered emphatically, no. Lilia abruptly stood up from the sofa, leaned over the table, resting her hands on it, and desperately asked, why? Does he even know what she was going to say? At this time, Kim Joo-hyuk was drinking his drink from a glass. He replied that she was going to ask him to become her assistant. It is obvious. Lilia sat down in her place, crossed her arms distantly, pursed her lips offendedly, and asked a question. Then why did he call her? Despite what a busy person she is. She suddenly jumped up from the sofa again, leaned over the table, and asked the question, is this really a date? Kim Joo-hyuk sternly told her to wake up and not talk nonsense. Lilia clenched her teeth in irritation and said, he tells her to wake up. Now that she thinks about it, he talks to her informally. Kim Joo-hyuk calmly added that this is actually how they have been communicating for some time now. Lily confirmed this by saying it was true. Kim Joo-hyuk condescendingly closed his eyes and said, anyway, he didn't call her because he was bored. He wanted to thank her for introducing him to that reporter. He put his hands in his pockets and leaned back on the sofa. On the table in front of him was a glass with ice cubes at the bottom. He added that therefore, he would share some information with her on how to fight monsters. Lily stood up enthusiastically, rested her hands on the table, and smiled happily. She asked in disbelief, really? Kim Joo-hyuk asked, since he was going to talk quite a lot, could she help him leave the academy grounds this weekend? They sat at a large rectangular table made of dark wood in a bright cafe opposite each other on sofas with dark green upholstery. Lilia cheerfully assured that it was easy. She added that if he became her assistant, she would allow him to go out at least every day. The sun hid behind the majestic building of Valhalla, turning everything around golden. Kim Joo-hyuk replied, no need. Overtime. North Pacific. The sun shone brightly on the calm blue water surface. The gray ship at high speed cut through the ocean water with its sharp nose, throwing high waves behind it. This is a prisoner transport frigate. Onboard cameras. Behind bars in the dark, with his hands tied behind his back, sat Ventric, who angrily thought about what he could not even imagine, that he would be put on a ship and treated like cargo. He asked himself excitedly, really? Is he being transported to the prison tower? Overtime. A prison in the middle of the North Pacific Ocean. Prison tower. This paradise of hardship was personally created by a high-ranking constellation. This is a prison that turns an all-powerful contractor into a helpless person. Ventric smiled slyly and thought that this was not so important. All he needs now is to keep quiet and make sure that Rockdale can stay in the family. If he does this, he will reduce his sentence by 5 years. Otherwise, it will be a disaster. 5 years is nothing. He sat on a bench with his hands tied and looked at the grate through which daylight was breaking through. He lowered his head and heard someone say, what an ugly face. Ventric turned his head to the side in shock and asked the question, who? Something quickly flashed in the air, leaving a white trail behind it. looked in shock at the bloody knife in someone's hand. From the wound on his neck, blood spurted out, splattering his clothes and the wall. Ventric began to wheeze loudly after his neck was cut. He coughed several times, looking down in panic. Blood flowed down in increasingly thick drops, staining his white t-shirt and gold chain. In front of Ventric stood a man with a strange blade in his hands, the end of which was stained with blood. His figure and body were completely illuminated by the sun, which made its way through the bars in the dungeon. Ventric looked at him as he continued to bleed. Blood rushed out of the neck under great pressure. The man, whose eyes glowed bright red, spoke with hatred for him to die. He muttered through fanged teeth that the first species does not need people like him. Ventric continued to cough desperately, bleeding. Blood splashed in all directions, already staining his jacket. A moment later, he hit his head on the floor with all his might. The man looked at him, puzzled, without saying anything. Ventric, meanwhile, lay on the floor, continuing to bleed out the remaining blood. His head was smashed and continued to bleed in huge streams. The outline of the man gradually began to dissolve in the atmosphere, turning into streams of smoke. Ventric, meanwhile, fell lifelessly on his side. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the Ventric family estate, a huge building with an architectural tower was illuminated by the bright moon. Ventric frowned angrily. Huge circles of fatigue lay under her eyes. Ventric and his father Eden stood before her, bowing. Adelia coolly addressed Rockdil. Rockdil said with fear and panic that yes. Huge drops of sweat began to flow down his face from excitement. Adelia asked him a question, leaning forward slightly. What is he going to do now? Rockdil asked puzzledly, continuing to stand in a bow. What? Rockdil and Eden immediately bowed deeper and began to desperately ask her for forgiveness. Adelia continued to watch them carefully. She immediately gloomily asked them, asking the question, "What is this?" she asked threateningly. "Does he think that just one apology can fix anything?" Rockdil remained silent in panic and excitement, looking down with fear. Adelia ordered him to tell her in more detail what made him do something like that. Rockdil desperately said that he was obeying. Some time later, Adelia said with a sweet smile that it was so. She asked the question, did he want to take care of Kim Joo-hyuk's life? Rockdil opened his mouth in panic, trying to catch his breath. He confirmed that yes. Adelia said thoughtfully that that was all. She grabbed the seat of the chair tightly, causing a loud crash. Her hair rose up in anger, and the outline of a deity seemed to appear behind her. Adelia asked the question angrily, her hands still squeezing the chair. Is this his explanation? Eden and Rockdil looked at her in fear, raising their gazes. After a moment, Adelia began to reason. Having calmed down a little, he acted on his own because he believed that he had insulted the Ventric family. She asked a question, but it was really his own pride that was hurt. Adelia stood up from her chair, starting to walk forward with quick steps. Her hands were still clenched into fists with anger. She approached Rockdil, who was bowing before her, and said that, in addition, it was he who ultimately became the one who sullied the Ventric name in the mud. She leaned towards him, hovering her head directly above him, and with eyes white with rage, she asked the question, so what should they do? She clearly and firmly pronounced every letter that was in the name Rockdil Ventric. Rockdil, meanwhile, continued to look down in panic. His pupils shrank with intense fear. Rockdil, with a voice trembling from severe panic, said that. He fell sharply to the floor, beginning to bow with his entire body. Rockdil said, he will do anything. He added that no matter what happens, he will return the family's former honor. Adelia looked at him in surprise and asked the question, what is he talking about? She said in a calmer voice that the only way to get it back was to expel him from the family. Rockdil looked up desperately and put his hands in front of him, as if trying to defend himself. He looked ahead in shock. Eden, meanwhile, asked again with a stuttering voice, expulsion? He asked the question, isn't this too harsh a punishment for him? Adelia immediately looked at him. She said, starting to speculate further, what then? She sharply asked the question, does he want to be thrown out of the family? Eden immediately lowered his gaze and began to stutter in panic. He made an incomprehensible sound and immediately fell silent. Adelia looked at the crying Rockdil and thought she would prefer that his family be expelled from the family or killed at that very second. She crossed her arms superiorly. She began to think further, looking at Rockdil's shaking body from sobs. She thought that this would finally confirm the fact that Rockdil was the one who ordered Desir to kill Kim Joo-hyuk. Adelia pressed her lips tightly together, slightly lowering her head. She thought about it. After some time, Adelia turned to Rockdil. Rockdil continued to bow and desperately said yes. His body was still shaking from intense excitement. Adelia said, looking at him, that she did not intend to kick him out of the family. She ordered him to return to Valhalla and keep it all a secret. She added, looking down thoughtfully, that after she meets this Kim Joo-hyuk, she will think it over carefully. Rockdil immediately bowed again, practically resting his head on the floor, and thanked her. Adelia turned towards Eden and told him to look after his son. She said his punishment would depend on his own actions. Eden looked at her and said that he understood everything. Adelia gloomily told them to get out of here now. Eden accepted the order and replied that it was good. Their voices were heard outside the building. After some time, Rockdill and Eden walked along the corridor with gloomy faces. Eden turned and said that from that moment on he was very calm and quiet. He ordered that he would not even think of doing anything else rash. Rockdill turned to his father and asked the question, did he not hear what the head said? He looked ahead thoughtfully. Rockdill said that sooner or later he would be kicked out of the family. With hidden anger, he said further that they were watching him closely now, so he was unlikely to be able to do anything. He said, continuing to move forward, that when all the noise died down and no one was waiting, he would definitely publish it. Eden looked at him sideways. Rockdill immediately said angrily that first of all he had to do something. He added, his eyes starting to sparkle with rage, this is because nothing will stop him. Rockdill turned to Eden and said that now he can help him. Eden looked at him with excitement and remained silent. He said that whatever he plans, let him keep it a secret. Rockdill obediently replied that it was good. A few days later, at Valhalla Academy. In the meeting room, someone's voice was heard saying that it was so. Kim Lagoon clasped his hands together and said that the head of the Ventric family would arrive here soon. He added, looking ahead gloomily, that she wanted to apologize to him personally. Kim Joo-hyuk looked forward in surprise, sitting relaxed on the sofa, and said, but they have nothing to do with her. He said, she even directly stated that the incident had nothing to do with the family. Kim Lagoon answered him that he seemed to be right, but from a moral point of view, she was still doing the right thing. He heard that she was planning to fly to Korea. Kim Joo-hyuk began to mentally reason that the Ventric family wants to punish Rockdill on their own. He asked the question, did the head come to see him simply because she has no other choice? Kim Joo-hyuk frowned and mentally cursed, thinking that this was very annoying. Suddenly someone spoke, starting to speak honestly. Kim Lagoon rubbed his hands with excitement and said that he and instructor Lee Sang-cheol were very upset about this situation. He said, according to the chronology of events, first the attack was made on the student of Valhalla, and then the attacker admitted that he did it by order of Rockdill. Kim Lagoon looked carefully at Kim Joo-hyuk sitting in front of him. He immediately closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and said he still couldn't believe that they were actually trying to protect the reputation of their family, brushing off with their hands the confession that he forced Desir to write down. Kim Lagoon added that in any case, they are now busy hiding the truth. He added, but be that as it may, for the sake of protecting their students, they will have to expose either Rockdill or the head of the Ventric family. Kim Ligong imagined a huge mountain of money stacked on top of each other. He said that not long ago the Ventric family donated a large sum of money to the academy. Kim Lagoon raised his head and said he couldn't believe that most of Valhalla's funding was donated by large families. For Korean schools, it was formal. Kim Lagoon suggested that the academy would simply turn a blind eye to this if they were given enough money. Kim Joo-hyuk began scratching his ear with his finger and, closing one eye, concluded that he would talk to this so-called head of the family. Kim Lagoon opened his eyes in shock and said with excitement that he asked the question with excitement, is this even a normal reaction? Kim Joo-hyuk asked in response, what's the matter? He asked if he seemed abnormal. Meanwhile, someone began to knock loudly on the door. Kim Lagoon glanced sideways at the door where they were knocking and said that she was already here. He added that he would invite her. Kim Lagoon stood up and said that he would go then. He wished good luck to Kim Joo-hyuk, who confirmed it without any emotion. Suddenly the door opened and Adelia Ventric stood on the threshold. She looked at Kim Ligong, who was bowing, with a friendly smile. Kim Lagoon meanwhile walked out the door and asked her to take her time. Adelia answered in agreement and thanked him for his hospitality. After some time, she stood opposite Kim Joo-hyuk, who was sitting on the sofa. She said with a sweet smile that she was pleased to meet him. She introduced herself as the head of the Ventric family. She said her name. Kim Joo-hyuk confirmed this with a laugh. He immediately said that he was also pleased to meet her. Adelia Ventric placed her hands on her knees as she sat down on the sofa. She continued to look forward with a friendly smile. Kim Joo-hyuk also looked ahead with confusion, still holding his hands in his pockets. Adelia Ventrick looked at him and said that first of all, everything related to that incident with Desira. She immediately stood up from the sofa, beginning to bow. She apologized deeply for this misunderstanding. Kim Joo-hyuk leaned sharply on his hands, staring at her in shock. He said with incomprehension that she had already promised to kick him out of the family. He added that everything was fine. Adelia Ventrick said she also heard that Rockdill was quite annoying to him. Kim Joo-hyuk, still confused, replied that it was only once, and now it didn't matter. He said, starting to remind her, she was told that Rockdill had nothing to do with this incident. He said not only did they announce it publicly, Adelia Ventrick's whole body tensed in surprise. She immediately said, beginning to part her lips, that this was actually what she wanted to discuss. She looked down with some disappointment and said that they made an official statement immediately after the attack, but now they are not in a terrible situation where no one trusts them. Kim Joo-hyuk began to scratch his ear with his finger and said with a bored expression that this was expected. He mentally thought that they were freaks who had told all sorts of lies, and now they were complaining about mistrust. Adelia Ventrick, meanwhile, said that the purpose of her visit was to find an opportunity to resolve this problem with him. She asked him a question. Could he help them resolve this issue? Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her, puzzled, his lips pressed tightly together. After a moment, he firmly answered that he had not. Adelia Ventrick lowered her gaze and said with a benevolent smile that his answer was predictable. She said if he helps them now. Kim Joo-hyuk stretched out more on the sofa, leaning his head on the bed. Adelia Ventrick, meanwhile, put her hands out to the sides and added, she promises that on her part, at every opportunity, he will be provided with all possible support right up to graduation. She added, raising one hand slightly, that of course she would recommend him to the guild sponsored by the Ventrick family in order to be able to help him further. Adelia Ventrick made it so that he would no longer have to bother himself. Kim Joo-hyuk asked a question with a sly smile, concluding that she only needs a statement from him. He said sarcastically that just think what tricks they were willing to go to in order to shut him up. He thought she looked quite depressed. Adelia Ventrick pursed her lips tightly and frowned, looking forward with displeasure. She remained silent. Kim Joo-hyuk said that he was annoyed by her persistent denial of what happened. He pointed his finger at her and asked her a question, so why should he play along with her? Kim Joo-hyuk told her that he didn't want a reward. He added that all he wants to do is watch her be shamed by Rockdill. Adelia Ventrick began to frown angrily. The other half of her face practically darkened with rage. Adelia Ventrick said rudely and firmly that he was a freak. She asked him a question. Did he forget who he was talking to? It was as if she had been possessed by a deity, causing her hair to rise up out of rage. Kim Joo-hyuk asked her a question with a smile, so now she has decided to show her true colors. He guessed she was having a hard time holding back. Adelia Ventrick answered him angrily. Sitting surrounded by an aura, she came to this vile academy to give him a chance at the sweet life. She asked the question, how does he turn his tongue to say something like that? She frowned furiously and said roughly that she wanted to incinerate him right here and now. Adelia Ventrick announced that he had one chance, which he refused. Her hair was still rising upward from the strong energy that was in the atmosphere. Kim Joo-hyuk watched her with a predatory smile and asked again, really? He told her to try it then. Adelia Ventrick asked even more furiously, what? Kim Joo-hyuk threw his head back in superiority and asked the question, wasn't she the one who said that the Ventrick family had nothing to do with the attack? He said that to back up this lie. They were going to keep him quiet for a large sum of money. He asked a question, and now suddenly she wants to kill him. He took an interest in her, asking if this is all she is capable of. The aura next to Adelia Ventrick acquired a red tint, instead of the usual gold. She narrowed her eyes in rage and looked forward furiously, remaining silent. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, closed his eyes, waved it off, and said that in any case, even if she tried, she would not be able to kill him. Adelia Ventrick continued to frown, her eyes narrowed. There were deep wrinkles on the bridge of her nose. She suddenly stood up, causing her hair to flutter slightly. She turned to Kim Joo-hyuk, who looked at her with full attention. Adelia Ventric walked to the exit and, opening the door, turned around, saying that she would make him regret every word. She began to step over the threshold. Kim Joo-hyuk grinned and said that in the end she didn't do anything, but there were so many words. Barche, meanwhile, said that he did not consider it necessary to intervene. He asked the question, but did he really need to say all this? Kim Joo-hyuk looked thoughtfully in the direction where the sound approximately came from. He mentally turned to Barche. Barche, meanwhile, crossed his arms and chuckled thoughtfully. Kim Joo-hyuk said that most of all he hates tyrants who force others to kneel before them. He immediately said threateningly that he foresaw her every action. He added that there are insects that try to put shackles on everyone. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately mentally added, addressing Barche, that he also hates him for the same reason. Barche asked the question in a daze and made a sound of displeasure. Kim Joo-hyuk got up from the sofa and thought that he had nothing else to do today. He mentally wondered if he should go to the gym early. Sometime later. Not far from Valhalla Stadium. The sun's rays brightly illuminated the stadium. Kim Joo-hyuk, who was enthusiastically scrolling through his phone, approached this. He suddenly froze, noticing something strange. He mentally asked the question, "What is this?" He asked again, "Choi Aaron?" Choi Aaron, meanwhile, stood in front of some guy. Kim Joo-hyuk noticed what was in front of her. He mentally asked the question, "Who was it anyway?" Standing in front of Choi Aaron was the eldest son of the Choijin family, Choi Jingchang. Jingzong, meanwhile, turned to Aaron and asked her a question. Does she really think she can win? He crossed his arms and said rudely, no matter how meticulous her training in Valhalla was, it would not help her. Aaron lowered her dissatisfied gaze and remained silent. Jingyong, meanwhile, said if she wants to stay with a family member. He extended his hand to her and added that then she should not appear at the selection test this weekend. He doesn't want her to be publicly humiliated. Jingzong continued to extend his hand to her. Aaron firmly told him no. Jingzong frowned, looking forward with displeasure. He asked the question, "What?" He asked her, putting his hands on his hips. He gave her one last chance, and she refuses. Does she really not understand what is happening? Aaron immediately said that she. Someone's voice immediately rudely said that he was the only one whose impulses in the neurons did not catch up. The same voice called him an imbecile. Jingzong angrily asked the question, "What?" He asked again, "Who just called him an imbecile?" He began to look around in confusion. Kim Joo-hyuk found himself behind Aaron and, putting his index finger forward, said that he was the idiot. He once again rudely and firmly repeated that it was him. Aaron looked at him in surprise, slightly bumping into his shoulder. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, asked the question, "What right does he have to stop such a determined person?" Jingzong asked displeasedly and asked him a question, "Who is he?" He asked, "He doesn't even know him, but he's already trying to insult him?" Kim Joo-hyuk began scratching the back of his head in confusion and asked the question, "Why today are so many freaks trying to show their authority?" He said, "He doesn't care if it's King Leon, the president, or anyone else." Kim Joo-hyuk again pointed his finger at him and ordered that in the future he should not sneak onto the academy premises or talk to the students of this. He said that if he was done chatting, then he should get lost somewhere. Aaron looked at him in shock. Kim Joo-hyuk meanwhile asked her a question, does she agree with him? Aaron froze in place, stunned. She tensed her whole body and awkwardly began to nod her head, making some strange sounds of agreement. Jingzong, meanwhile, frowned angrily, clenching his teeth tightly together. He muttered with the threat that he would see her on the test. Jingzong addressed Choi Aaron by her full initials. He turned around and began to walk away from Aaron and Kim Joo-hyuk. Choi Aaron suddenly turned to Kim Joo-hyuk and thanked him sensually. Kim Joo-hyuk waved him off and told them to go practice. Choi Aaron, meanwhile, said when he asked if she agreed. At that moment, she thought about something. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her in surprise and asked the question, about what? Choi Aaron replied that she would not have asked him to get lost when they finished talking. It was more appropriate to say. Kim Joo-hyuk abruptly cut her off and told her to stop. He mentally thought, looking at her, that she was scarier than he thought. Choi Aaron immediately told him to forget it. She added that they should go train. Suddenly Kim Joo-hyuk said it was the weekend. Choi Aaron asked him a question. Will he not be able to come to training? Kim Joo-hyuk said that he had a trip planned, so he would not be able to come. Choi Aaron immediately said okay. Kim Joo-hyuk said that then they will work harder today. Choi Aaron looked at him with puzzlement and excitement, exhaling loudly. They approached the entrance to the gym. A few days later, not far from Shihyung Hill, on a cloudy day, Kim Joo-hyuk walked through a mountain forest, pushing apart the branches of trees with his hands. He was wearing gray sneakers, black sweatpants, a gray hoodie, a blue jacket, and a backpack with a shovel handle sticking out of it. Joo-hyuk was focused on the phone screen when suddenly he was distracted by Barche's voice. Is he looking for his stash again? Kim Joo-hyuk mentally answered yes. Then he clarified whether what he had already dug up wasn't enough for him. Joo-hyuk noted that, well, he was partly right, but he was still tormented by curiosity about how many of the remaining ones had survived. Surely, if he finds them, he will definitely be able to dig up something valuable in them. Barche drew attention to these words and asked again, is he saying that this is valuable? Kim Joo-hyuk once again confirmed, yes, if he does find them, let him get rid of those shortcomings that have haunted him since the days of Kim Hyun Oh. Maybe if he had found him not 300 years ago, but a little earlier, he would not have killed him. He said in bewilderment, what? In front of the Choijin family estate, many journalists with cameras gathered, who were not allowed closer by the guard. One of those present, a brunette in a graphite-colored suit, asked a question. Today is the selection test of the Choijin family. The girl next to her added, yes, that's why only journalists gathered here. On the other side of the fence, Choi Aaron and Choi Jingjong stood quietly in front of a man in traditional clothes with a short beard and a frowning expression. It was the head of the Choijin family. Choi Jong-seok finally announced, the selection test begins. As he had already said, whoever passes this test will be chosen as the successor. Those who do not pass the test will be expelled from the family. Are they ready for this? Aaron and Jingjong unanimously answered yes. Sighing, he noted, good. The task of the test is to find a double blade hidden in the mountains. The person who finds and brings it to him will be declared the winner of the selection test. No matter how they do it, killing is prohibited. And now they can begin. Jong-seok shouted the last phrase in a commanding tone, and Choi Aaron immediately rushed outside the estate, past the journalists and straight into the thicket of the forest. Choi Jingjong, walking with a measured step, looking after her, thought smugly, but already she must run. This is not a time test. Sooner or later she will find this sword and everything will end as soon as he takes it. Then he will take possession of it. Earlier, when he met Aaron near the stadium, but was stopped by Kim Joo-hyuk, leaving he finally said that they would see her on the weekend. Jingjong was showing his dissatisfaction with all his appearance, when suddenly the phone in his pants pocket rang, and when he answered the call, he said that he was listening. His mysterious interlocutor with a gold tooth and a white beard asked what was wrong with the double sword. He noted that it looked like he would have to pass a selection test to get it, so it might take a little longer. Then the man, scratching his chin, noted the selection test. He already mentions this twice. He understands that he has already taken too long with this, right? Choi Jingjong seemed seriously worried and softened up and asked for forgiveness. If he somehow managed to get this sword, then would he keep his promise? The interlocutor didn't even let him finish as he said it. Of course. They sealed this promise to the Constellation. So the fulfillment of this is guaranteed. He just has to focus on the goal. Jingjong resolutely replied that he understood everything. Now, remembering this conversation, he thought, this is his last chance, so it's time for him to start searching. Choi Aaron, stopping among the thickets of trees and bushes, leaned down and touched the ground with her palm, activating her energy. At the same time, she noted to herself that she felt the trajectory of the sword's magic. It goes in this direction. About 15 minutes from here. So the double sword is in that direction. Well, she was suddenly distracted by a sound from the side, and turning her gaze in this direction, she saw Choi Jingjong come out to her. With one hand holding the hilt of the sword that hung on his belt, he asked if she was looking for this with the help of a magical trace. Who taught her this? Aaron, also repeating his gesture with hostility, said after a short pause, Joo-hyuk. Earlier, at the next lesson in the training hall, she said in surprise. Control of magic. Kim Joo-hyuk, standing opposite, confidently replied, yes, he thinks she already knows the basics of this. She has already mastered the altering properties of lightning. Isn't this a basic element of control? Choi Erin flashed memories of past classes in her head, and she just hummed in agreement, yes. Then Joo-hyuk ordered her to train small elements of magic control, and not just something monumental. Sighing heavily, she clarified how. This surprised him, and he replied, why is she asking? Wasn't she taught this by her family? But Erin immediately became sad and lowered her gaze to the floor. Kim Joo-hyuk decided not to continue questioning, but noted, okay, it doesn't matter. She only knows how to borrow powers from the constellations and concentrate magical energy, right? Choi Erin again gave a rather short answer, yes. Thoughtfully scratching the back of his head, he noted that he wasn't very good at it either. So, to begin with, she must relax her entire body and use the tips of her fingers and toes so that a small concentration of energy emanates from her. Erin, following his instructions, takes the desired position, saying before that, okay. However, Joo-hyuk asked more strictly, now she must stop answering him. It should distribute the energy slowly, as if permeating every hair with magic. Seeing that a blue glow was actually starting to appear around Choi Erin, accompanied by a slight hiss, he continued, okay, now, while in this state, she should try to sense the magic flying in the air. And she repeated to herself, feel the magic. The silhouette of Kim Joo-hyuk suddenly appeared in her mind, emitting tongues of flame, and with her eyes widening, she stopped trying to catch her breath. Joo-hyuk immediately clarified, has she already felt it? She confirmed this, yes, she saw that aura enveloping him. He explained that this way she would be able to sense magic. She will have the ability to recognize even the smallest magical bursts that emanate from the body. It's just one of the things she'll master with magical control. The more often she uses it, the more easily she will be able to sense residual magic on the ground or in the air. Standing on half-bent legs, Erin listened to him carefully and said, okay. Kim Joo-hyuk also noted that if the type of magic is somewhat similar to his, then she will also be able to tell which of the objects the impulses are coming from. If she trains more, she will even be able to see the silhouette clearly. He couldn't teach her anything more. From now on, she will have to work on her own. Choi Erin was glad to hear all this from him, and even blushing slightly, she answered, okay. Now, remembering all this, she felt a little more courage and looked at Choi Jing-jong with hostility. He, heading towards her, angrily asked, who is this so-called Joo-hyuk? Yes, he understood. Is this the shameless guy who was with her back then? Is it possible that even such an idiot has such talent? Erin didn't like such statements at all, but biting her lip, she boldly said, Kim Joo-hyuk is much stronger than a moron like him. Why did he come here? Jingzong slowly took the weapon out of its sheath and answered with a smile, what does she think? The next moment, he sharply activated his energy and tried to attack Choi Erin, exclaiming, that's why. But when she immediately entered into a confrontation, he suddenly realized, stop. Did she parry his attack? Pulling the sword back, Choi Jing-jong exhaled loudly and wondered, how is this possible when she only managed to become so strong? Erin, standing in front of him, really looked determined, and there was no fear in her gaze, and magic sparkled around the blade. Kim Joo-hyuk stopped in place, spread his arms slightly to the sides, and activating his energy, made the ground open up under him. But almost immediately, frowning, he wondered if they were really not here either. He hid so many stashes, and there is only one left in all of Valhalla. But when he saw a pillar of light coming out of the ground in one of the forest clearings, he grinned slyly and realized, for sure, that's it. He finally found it. But Joo-hyuk was distracted by a strange noise, and turning to the side towards my white haze going into the forest darkness, he wondered what it was. The next moment, a huge burst of energy was heard nearby from behind the high treetops, and then Kim Joo-hyuk repeated once again, what is this? At this time, it was in that place that the fierce battle between Choi Erin and Choi Jing-jong began. They swung their swords furiously, and when the blades touched, bright, burning sparks flew in all directions. She precisely concentrated all her energy into the sword while her lips were pursed. Swinging her weapon widely, she struck Jing-jong, who even backed away and clenched his teeth. For a moment he saw how the weapon trembled in his hands. He hid his surprise. They said with ridicule, apparently, at the academy they taught her well how to be a wild animal. It is noticeable that she has become physically stronger. But Eren strictly ordered him to retreat from the double blade. Choi Jing-jong grinned in response to this, asking, "Has she gone crazy?" Then, rushing to attack, he shouted, "An illegitimate child like her doesn't deserve this." Choi Eren attracted even more magic to her blade, which now sparkled with yellow lightning and white flashes along with blue streams. When Jin-jong was already very close, she silently repeated to herself what Joo-hyuk told her. She should turn the sword over and cut upward. Having done everything exactly like that, Eren hit him right, knocking the weapon out of his hands. Then, turning the sword over with the hilt forward, she continued to recite the instructions to herself. She must hit him as soon as he dropped his sword from his hands. This was the most opportune moment, and so Choi Eren attacked Choi Jing-jong, knocking all the air out of his lungs and knocking him over on his back. After that, she calmed down in an instant, and as a final action, placing the sword on her shoulder, she exhaled deeply. Looking at Jing-jong, Eren also realized that she knew that she would definitely be able to hit him, but who would have thought that this blow would be decisive? Now, she will take the double blade for herself. But as soon as she picked up the much-needed item from the ground, a voice was heard nearby. Choi Jing-jong managed to get up in these few moments, and now exuded dark clots of magic, making her wary. Gathering energy, he asked, "Didn't he tell her?" Her blessing is ridiculous. She will never be able to defeat him, who has the contract. Even though she took him by surprise, he would return it to her 100-fold. Choi Eren saw him take out his weapon, and the way the blade flashed purple sparks, she quietly said, "This is the aura of the sword. Is he really a villain?" "Why?" Jingzong answered with a smile. Why is she asking? Then, putting his blades forward, he exclaimed more rudely, as she herself thinks. Eren tried to resist his attack, and also put her hand with the sword forward. When he deftly leaned down, she was surprised by this. He dodged her blow from such a close distance. In the next moment, Choi Jing-jong threw Choi Eren away, releasing dark magic from the blade of the sword. Having fallen to the ground and being wounded, Choi Eren exhaled heavily and stood up, leaning only on her hands. Jing-jong came close to her and asked if she was going to get up. So even better. She, trying to make a little more movement, suddenly felt a piercing pain and saw a bleeding wound across her stomach. Her body trembled, and he smugly repeated, "Did he allow her to get up?" "She must not move, otherwise she will die." Eren suddenly said through pain when he mentioned the contract. Did he mean that he entered into a contract with a vicious constellation? Choi Jing-jong did not hide anything and proudly admitted, since he is the attacking leader of the Jin's guild, in order to save face, he signed a contract with an A-rank constellation, but now he is on the side of the devotees. Choi Eren, hearing this, suddenly remembered devotees. She had heard of them before. The third most dangerous evil group in the world. Then she clarified, so he entered into a contract with one of the loyal constellations. She just doesn't understand. Is it really better for him? Wasn't a simple, peaceful life enough for him? Jing-jong continued to smile and clarified, did she really decide to ask him about this? She should listen to him. Incredible strength and power, and the absence of any empathy. When he said this, his face distorted, his eyes lit up with a bright light, and his smile turned into a terrible grin. Eren's eyes widened in bewilderment, and she asked in confusion what he was talking about. Sitting down opposite her, Choi Jing-jong noted, does she know at what age he wanted to join the Jin's guild? At just 12 years old. He has been an icon in their family guild since childhood. At that age, when children spent their time carefree, everyone expected from him only that notorious example, as from the eldest son of the Choijin family. The reasons why he is still on the side of the Jin's guild is because of his father's guardianship. He was never able to make his own choices. He would have been full of undisclosed desires already in adolescence. It was then that he met a man from the devotees. Then he invited him to join them. He promised him something that he would never have been able to fulfill in his previous life. Maybe this man already sensed his guts then. Choi Eren drew attention to the last phrase and clarified, his insides? Jing-jong moved even closer and explained his sincere desire to mock other people. He could not join them on arrival alone. He had to fulfill one condition. He had to get their family's religion, the double blade. If she had given up earlier, she would not have been able to take part in the second selection test, and he would have easily been able to get it. Aaron surprised him by continuing to fearlessly ask, "Is the second one?" Choi Jin-jong clarified that she doesn't remember. 10 years ago, the eldest daughter of the Choijin family, her elder sister Choi Ajin, took part in the first selection trial. This news shocked Choi Aaron, and she immediately said, "Her sister. Didn't she go missing?" Then Jin-jung said, during this selection test, he could not control his instincts and killed her in the mountains. It sounded like a bolt from the blue to her, but he carelessly scratched his head and continued. But he was never able to find the double blade, leaving with several injuries and failing the selection test. He could have joined them 10 years ago, but his father somehow found Ajin and tried to save her, sending her to the hospital for treatment. He left her, hoping she would just disappear. Suddenly, Choi Jin-jung noticed how much Aaron was trembling and chuckled in surprise. She gathered her strength and said, "Where is she now?" Jin-jung clarified, "Does she want to go look for her right now? It's better for her not to do this." And her mother fainted because she saw Choi Ajin in her face. Choi Aaron didn't answer, and he noted that now he knows where the double maple tree is, so she should say hello to her sister for him. Choi Jin-jung rose from his seat and, swinging his sword, was about to cut off her head, when suddenly the sound of a blow was heard. Jin-jung's face showed extreme bewilderment when he saw Kim Joo-hyuk, who protected Aaron by parrying his blow in time and putting his sheath forward. He said rather sternly, "What is he even doing?" Choi Jin-jung replied in the same tone that this concerns their family. He should not mind his own business. Then Joo-hyuk, completely angry, was the first to attack him, asking what kind of crazy family is this, where putting a knife to your sister's throat is considered normal. Jin-jung did not have time to defend himself properly, and therefore flew back, hitting his back against a thick tree trunk. Choi Aaron, who had been sitting on the ground all this time and not making a sound, finally exclaimed with a stutter, "Joo-hyuk, why did he come here?" Mentally, he immediately answered honestly that he came here for the sake of his stash, and it was precisely in this direction. But then he notices dark blood seeping through her fingers, and despite the shock, he tries to control himself. Turning away quite calmly, Kim Joo-hyuk lies. It just so happens that he had one thing to do here. She must retreat and concentrate some magic to heal her wound. Aaron gradually felt her strength leaving her, but she still answered obediently and even smiled timidly. Choi Jin-jung, getting up and heading towards Joo-hyuk, said caustically, "I wonder what kind of ignorant he is. Is he really the same rude person he recently encountered? This is a family showdown, so he should get lost." Looks like the last phrase. Jin-jung jumped forward, putting out the blade of his sword and endowing it with discharges of magic. However, despite such a sharp and furious attack, Kim Joo-hyuk easily dodged to the side, which made Choi Jin-jung confused and wondering what. Did he evade? The next moment, Joo-hyuk grabbed the scabbard and hit him back with the hilt of his sword, saying that when he strikes, he should not aim at someone who remains motionless. He must keep an eye on who is watching him at that moment. From such a strong blow, Choi Jin-jung began to cough up blood, and falling to the ground, he found himself crushed by Kim Joo-hyuk and once again thought, when this guy pushed him away, did he manage to go even further? Joo-hyuk aimed his legs directly at his stomach and, concentrating his strength, hit him, provoking the release of high-power magic. This made Jin-jung lose consciousness, and seeing this he turned to Choi Aaron, who was still sitting in the same place. "Is she okay?" She answered rather modestly, "Yes." Then, coming closer, he again clarified, "Can she go?" Aaron honestly said that she was not sure, but she would try. Suddenly Kim Joo-hyuk froze in place. When a better violet light fell on his face, he turned around and saw how Choi Jin-jung began to be surrounded by dark clots of energy with a quiet hiss. Barche in his head immediately announced, "This is sword magic." Joo-hyuk calmly replied that he knows that, so is he one of the bad guys too? Finally, Jin-jung stood up, and moving forward with new strength, he said, "He, the freak, is just a newcomer to Valhalla." Jumping up and swinging his sword, he added, "The guy thinks he can defeat him, the leader of the guild." But even now Kim Joo-hyuk did not answer anything, and stopped the attack without taking his sword out of its sheath. Choi Jing-jong gritted his teeth and was horrified. Even though he hit him with magic, he did not move. Joo-hyuk, now clenching his fist and striking back at him, calmly noted, "Leaders of the guild, hasn't he thought about choosing a more suitable position for you?" Jing-jong groaned again from the painful blow, and barely kept his balance so as not to fall. Breathing heavily, he wondered, is this really the strength of a 17-year-old? He blocked every attack, and also managed to counterattack. There is nothing he can do. He has no choice but to take advantage of this. There's a whole lot of side effects, but if this guy hits him one more time, he's done. Having taken out a purple crystal from somewhere in the inner pocket of his jacket, Choi Jing-jong thought with pleasure, these are artificial remains with the help of which he can conclude a preliminary contract with the Constellation. After that, he took a bite of the purple stone and continued to slowly eat it. Kim Joo-hyuk stood still all this time, watching what was happening. Finally, Jin-jong, having completely swallowed the remains, began to drain even more purple magic, smiling slyly. After a few seconds, his laughter grew into a historical one, and black streams rushed upward. At the same moment, while conducting the selection test, not far from the entrance, the journalists began to lose their balance due to the yeast that had passed through the ground. Getting excited, people began to ask each other, "What is this? Is this an earthquake?" But it all ended as quickly as it began. And then the girl with the bob, pointing forward with her index finger, tried to draw the attention of her colleagues to this, exclaimed, "There!" The men, trying to calm down, looked up and saw a huge black and purple stream bursting out of the thicket of the forest. In shock, they began to repeat, "What is this even?" Choi Jansuk immediately realized that this was it, sword magic, and so concentrated that ordinary people can see it. And that's where the double blade is located. Traditionally, he cannot interfere in the middle of a selection test, but this is too dangerous. He should go there and check everything himself. Choi Jing-jong was still accumulating energy around him, accompanied by a low hum. But even despite such a sight, Kim Joo-hyuk, in his usual gesture of scratching his ear, finally spoke. He waited patiently for him to finish, and all he did was strengthen his magic. Jing-jong smiled smugly and replied, "Idiot, this is just an additional effect. This is only a small part of the power that he received from the preliminary contract with the Constellation. Now he won't survive." A black dragon with brightly glowing eyes appeared behind him, and the system explained that this is all the killing dragon, which recognizes the sacred relic and descends. It bares its teeth, as if rejoicing at the long-awaited release. The dragon also uses its nature-piercing eye ability. Joo-hyuk still stood there, unimpressed by what was happening, and suddenly the creature opened its eyes, stopping near him in horror. The system window immediately explained that everyone who kills the dragon stops using the ability that penetrates the nature of the eyes. It closes them sharply, as if frightened, and opening them again begins to use its ability. But then the creature becomes covered in small drops of sweat, and opens its mouth wide. System announces that everyone who kills the dragon is gripped by fear. It exclaims that it is getting out of here. Choi Jing-jong immediately calls out in confusion, "Constellation?" But the next moment, a new announcement comes from the system. The all-killing dragon rejects the call of the sacred religion and terminates the contract. It takes all its power back and escapes. The dragon indeed immediately leaves, leaving Jing-jong alone in complete bewilderment. Looking at it, therefore, he only says, "What?" But Kim Joo-hyuk notes, "Well, who's finished now?" Then, placing the hilt of the sword against Choi Jing-jong's stomach, he squeezes it as tightly as possible and pushes him forward, applying as much force as possible. This technique knocks all the strength out of Jin-jong, causing him to cough up blood and fall face down on the ground. The face of the leader of the devotees, the Dragon King, Khan Nibble, shows horror. In the system window that appears right in front of him, it says that the all-killing dragon is broadcasting. Because of him, this is now in big trouble. It screams, does he really want to be erased from the face of the earth? He doesn't understand what's happening. He rushes to say that he's sorry, very much. In addition to this, Khan Nibble suddenly falls to his knees, puts his hands behind his back and hits his forehead on the floor. He's sorry. But the following inscription appears in a new window. Everyone who kills the dragon warns him not to spread artificial religions in the future. He is overcome by trembling, and stutteringly he replies that he understands. Then another edition follows. The dragon punishes him to be a good boy. Khan Nibble straightens his legs in a way that shows even more of his respect, and when the system window disappears, he slowly stands up and wonders what it was. What made the constellation so furious? He can see from the artificial relic that that idiot from the Choijin family did something. However, he got into big trouble. Did something scare him? The constellation itself. He has to figure out what's going on. Having made a decision, he immediately activates his magic, which also manifests itself in black and purple clots appearing from behind his back. When night falls, Kim Joo-hyuk returns to the dorm, where lights are still on in some of the windows, and upon entering his room, he takes off his backpack with relief. Having placed it on the table, Joo-hyuk takes something out of there, and with pleasure realizes that he finally has it in his hands. Divine art. He actually took out an old, worn book with a brown cover with hieroglyphs in the upper right corner. Barche hurried to ask, "Divine arts?" Kim Joo-hyuk confirmed this. Yes, this is the main reason why he was looking for his stash. It is a breathing technique, a technique for accumulating magical power or Kai energy, which can enhance a person's magical power to incredible levels. He is surprised by this and again clarifies, what is so different about Tan's breathing technique, which he used before his reincarnation? Joo-hyuk answers sincerely, it was just disgusting. When he was younger, he managed to buy it cheap at the market. He mastered it well and used it until the very end. Barche still doesn't really understand his logic. He answered, clearly. Kim Joo-hyuk continued with enthusiasm. Besides, when he discovered these divine arts 300 years ago, he could no longer change his breathing technique, since the old one was ingrained in his body. That's why he defeated him when he fought Barche. Because of his poor breathing technique, he had no magical power left. But the basics of the body he can now start all over again. He will stop his physical training for a while because he needs to master the divine arts first. Barche appeared again, adding, by the way, the recent situation was resolved successfully. Even though this guy didn't lose consciousness, Joo-hyuk still decided to leave his injured classmate next to this idiot. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately chuckled thoughtfully, noting that he heard someone approaching, so he left. It will somehow resolve itself. Then he remembered how earlier in the forest, when he attacked Choi Jinjeong's, he watched until the last dark clots of magic dissolved into the air, and did not take his eyes off him. Barche clarified in surprise, did he kill him? Joo-hyuk was even scared and thought hopefully, he really couldn't do it. He had already been at the center of one incident in Valhalla, so if he left this guy too, he would most likely be expelled and put in prison. Residual magic still circulates quietly within him, so this idiot must survive. He did not argue with him, but only answered, understanding, yes. Kim Joo-hyuk then turned to Choi Erin, asking if she could get up. She, despite her pale face, found the strength to smile meekly and answer, yes. He wanted to say something else, but he was distracted by some noise, like the stomping of feet, and looking around, he said in confusion, what? Then he realized someone was approaching. Could Erin's family rush here after seeing the sword's magic? It looks like it will now become difficult for him to find his stash. Joo-hyuk turned to her, and she answered with all care, what? He explained that her family must be heading here, so she should calmly wait for them and not overdo it. He has something to finish, so he has to go. Choi Erin seemed a little confused, but still replied, okay. Kim Joo-hyuk, in addition to everything, pointed to Jinjeong, advised, and since they are not aware of what happened, she can say that she dealt with this idiot herself. Putting on the hood of his hoodie, he explained that this guy had lost a lot of energy, so the last blow knocked him down completely. But now, I have to say goodbye to her. Just the moment he left, Choi Jong-suk ran out of the forest with the guards, and Erin, looking after Joo-hyuk, said with warmth in her voice, she understood him. She won't see him at the academy. Now, having fallen onto the bed in his street clothes, he thought to himself, well, in any case, as soon as he masters the divine art, he will return the remaining accumulation stones. Because the last time he stroked their magic power, he was unable to accept it due to his low absorption of magic. Today, he will just rest. By this time, the lights in many of the dorm rooms had gone out, and only the singing of the crickets could be heard. At the same time, in the Choijin family estate, in a spacious room, Jong-suk was sitting at the head of the table. With him on both sides sat two men in formal suits, and behind the next seat there was another man and a woman. Everyone present had tablets, and finally he began. Thanks to the press that came to film the selection test of their family, the articles were not long in coming. Did everyone pass them? A woman in a dark green jacket with a bob. They will answer, yes, the majority. Taking the gadget in her hands, she shyly looked at the screen, where she had an article open called "The Choijin Family is a Joke." No wonder they got involved with one of the worst gangs in the world, the Loyal Ones. The brown-haired middle-aged man had an article open called "The Choijin Family." Does it have anything to do with the devotees? Choi Jong-seok, painfully rubbing his temple, said what a mess this is. He can't believe that an enemy informant was fed into the family. The woman noted that, in addition, the official representative of the association, she also received an appeal from him. Jong-suk continued sternly. When something similar happened overseas with the Ventric family, they remained silent because they did not care about it. However, they cannot do this now. Looking at the man in a different suit and dark sunglasses, he also noted that Choi Jingjong had been handed over to the police. But what about Erin? He replied that they took her to the family hospital for treatment. Choi Jong-seok asked with genuine concern what her condition was. The man said that it was quite serious early, but the bleeding had already stopped. The organs were not damaged, so major surgery will not be required. Sighing with relief and leaning back in his chair, he said that he understood everything. But then the brunette with glasses suddenly said, "By the way, about her, Choi Erin, no, there are also several articles about Lady Erin. They write that she is a genius who beat a member of the devotees as a simple student. Valhalla Academy, following Kim Joo-hyuk, she dealt with a member of the group of devotees. Erogeny has arrived. There are a lot of such articles." This news made Choi Jong-seok think, and resting his head in his hands, he said that Erin went against her own family. In the headlines, she is praised for this. But then another man nearby asked, "Isn't this a relief?" This selection test was a complete mess, but nevertheless, the next head of the family was still chosen. This kind of article will help strengthen the family's position as a successor. Jong-suk, surprised by this, answered, "Of course." He immediately realized that it was good that Choi Erin had a chance to succeed. But to defeat Jingjong alone, the circumstances of this victory are too cautionary. After that, he remembered how, upon arriving at the clearing, he saw Erin sitting on the ground in front of Choi Jingjong, who was lying unconscious. She timidly said that her brother attacked her with dark magic, so she knocked him out. Choi Jong-suk said in confusion that he saw everything with his own eyes. There was a huge surge of magical power over the mountain. How did she defeat him? But Choi Erin did not answer, and then two guards helped her up. But when they carefully began to lead her to the estate, then passing by Jong-suk, she suddenly said, "Joo-hyuk taught her." Now, when he picked up one of the tablets, that name flashed through his head again. An article was opened on the screen entitled "Kim Joo-hyuk very strongly scolded the guild representatives." Right under the headline, there was a photograph of him, where he, angry, began to show obscene gestures to reporters. Valhalla. The huge and long building was illuminated by the morning sun. Kim Joo-hyuk pushed his chair back, throwing his backpack off his shoulders. Suddenly, he noticed something strange to the side and looked in surprise. Alert. Choi Erin was sitting at the first desk. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her in surprise. He thought she was hospitalized. He asked the question, "Is she okay?" He sat down at his desk, continuing to look ahead. Choi Erin turned to look at him. She immediately smiled warmly and waved. Some of the guys in the class noticed this in surprise and asked the question, "Did Choi Erin just smile and wave?" The same guy asked again, "Is this for him?" Another guy in a dirty shirt replied that he should not dream, because it was more likely for him. Meanwhile, Kim Joo-hyuk began to remember. He remembered sitting at the table and holding a book with one hand, and with the other he controlled the magic coming from his hands. That's when he noticed his phone vibrate with an alert. And it was a message from Choi Erin, saying that she would not be able to train for a while. She wrote in the second message that the doctor strictly forbade any physical activity. She sent a sad sticker of a hair with tears flowing from his eyes. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the phone screen and said, "This is not surprising considering how heavy the bleeding was." He responded to her message with a simple word that it was good. Kim Joo-hyuk texted her saying that he was going to do his own thing for the next few days. He sent her the last message, so let her do what she wants. Choi Aaron began sending him hairs, which nodded their heads in the same way. Kim Joo-hyuk sent her a message to stop. He held the phone in his hands and furiously asked the question, why is she sending so many messages? Barche suddenly said that he had something he should know about. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at him displeased and asked him a question, what should he know? Barche said, placing his hand on his chin, that this was black magic that they had recently encountered. Kim Joo-hyuk asked him a question. Did he remember anything about it? Barche replied no. Kim Joo-hyuk asked him a question. Then what was the matter? Barche told him it wasn't that he just forgot about it. He felt as if something was preventing him from remembering it. He continued to look down thoughtfully, pressing his hand to his face. Kim Joo-hyuk dissatisfiedly asked the question, is he in the way? He guessed, asking again, is it because of that freak? Barche thoughtfully suggested that it might be possible. He immediately added that he could be wrong. He added that probably if the second condition had been fulfilled, then nothing would have stopped him. Barche immediately explained that this was only a theory. Meanwhile, the system panel above Kim Joo-hyuk reported that Valhalla, Eye of the Great Forest, home of Maedgeir. This asked for attention that the conditions could only be fulfilled if he had a dagger. Kim Joo-hyuk thought about the second condition, which was called the Eye of the Great Forest. He mentally asked a question, this is just an educational reserved seat for assessing knowledge. How could it be anything else? He leaned back in his chair and began to think further that people with low exam scores are expelled from the academy. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately cursed, starting to scratch his head, and asked the question, will he really sit and wait for these exams? He thought displeasedly what a stupid waste of time it had been. Kim Joo-hyuk returned from the memories and thought that he needed some time to get used to Shindong anyway. He decided that he could go look for this Eye of the Great Forest. Meanwhile, Kim Ligon entered the classroom by opening the door. He told all the students to take their seats. Kim Ligon announced, looking at all the students sitting, before he started class, he had a small announcement to make. He asked the question, does everyone here know about the inter-school competition that will be held next month? The students exclaimed that yes. Kim Joo-hyuk mentally asked the question, was this that competition? Barche, meanwhile, explained that he talked about it after the midterms. Kim Ligon leaned on the counter and said that their academy needed participants. He added that the selection will be based on the results of the final exams. Suddenly he turned to Kim Joo-hyuk, telling him to come with him to the staff room. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, began to remove his hands from his head and asked in surprise, is it him? Sometime later in the teacher's room, Kim Ligon leaned on his feet and announced that the meeting place could not be changed. Kim Joo-hyuk told him in response that he didn't need to invite him here so often. Kim Ligon closed his eyes, agreeing, and said that to some extent he was even right. He immediately said that he was participating in an inter-school competition. Kim Joo-hyuk said sharply that he was refusing. Kim Ligon froze in shock and exclaimed that he hadn't even explained anything yet. Kim Joo-hyuk asked him a question. What is this competition anyway? Kim Ligon said tiredly. He talked about this in sufficient detail in lectures. He waved it off and said that he would explain again. 3 of the world's largest educational institutions for training hunters. The first educational institution was Korean with the name Valhalla. The second educational institution was Chinese with the name White Lotus. The third educational institution was called Heroes, and it came from America. Kim Ligon began to explain that each of the 3 schools selected several freshmen and invited them to take part in the competition as their representatives. He stuck 3 fingers forward and said the competition included sparring, escaping a maze, and more. Kim Ligong said hopefully that they were planning to send those who scored the highest in the practical exam. Kim Joo-hyuk began to yawn out of boredom. Kim Ligon asked him a question. Is he not interested at all? He said that if his academy took first place, all students would not only receive a fairly significant scholarship, but also. Kim Joo-hyuk started scratching his ear with his finger, and with a bored look confirmed this, saying that they would shower them with money until they were old and much more. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately said that he was not interested. Kim Lagun put his hands together and, coughing, said, "What then?" He asked the question, "Does he want to go to the Great Forest?" Kim Joo-hyuk opened his eyes in shock and completely tensed his whole body. He asked again, "The Eye of the Great Forest?" Kim Lagun confirmed with a sly smile and explained, "This is the place where the final exam will be held." He said that an inter-school competition is planned in Valhalla, so the final task will be to get into the Eye of the Great Forest. He continued to explain, crossing his arms, that this assignment would be about the same as the one on the final exam. He explained that those who pass it will automatically receive credit for the final exam. Kim Lagun began to explain, if not, then he would have to take the exam again. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately confirmed this and said that he understood. He said with a grin that he would then take part. He clarified, saying that in interschool education. Meanwhile, in the United Kingdom, at the Ventric estate, Adelia Ventric sat on the throne and asked how the preparations were going. One of the servants bowed and told her that everything was going smoothly. He also added that, however, preparations will most likely take another month. Adelia Ventric said she understood. She told them to continue further. She immediately said, "What about this idiot?" She asked the question, "How are the Rockdale people doing?" The servant replied that no oddities were noticed in their actions that should be mentioned. Adelia Ventric reminded them, unbeknownst to them, that if they behaved inappropriately, they should report it immediately. The servant bowed and answered yes. Suddenly he remembered and said, although it had nothing to do with them, some disturbing news had reached their ears. Adelia Ventric looked at him warily. The servant spoke while introducing the building and said that they are building a building using paper notes in the market. Adelia Ventric asked in surprise, "Is the building made of paper bills?" The servant said that the black cat was directly responsible for this. Adelia Ventric thought and mentally asked the question, what was he up to? She thought he had never done anything like this before. She opened the system panel, which glowed bright orange, and began to look into it. The system panel said that the mask ordered her to tell her more. Adelia Ventric asked the question, "Lord Constellation." Drops of sweat were running down her face from excitement and surprise. Meanwhile, at the market, it was in District Number 7. Meanwhile, huge construction machines on cranes carried slabs to build new towers. The black cat watched the construction of the building through the glass window of his house. He said thoughtfully, continuing to observe all this constellation. He added that they would do whatever the constellation asked them to do. The black cat asked a question, but what is the point of constructing a building from paper bills? He watched as yellow banknotes fell from the sky. Meanwhile, someone said it was a gift. The girl, whose eyes glowed red, crossed her arms over her chest and said that this was a gift for him. After some time, she asked the question, why did they order him to build a building out of money? During the construction of the building, money continued to fall in the sky and twist in the wind. The system panel reported, the two-faced ruler said that it was a gift. The black cat mentally asked, is it a gift? For whom? The black cat immediately told them to wait. A question was written on the system panel that the two-faced ruler was wondering if he had found the guy who sold the ring. The black cat replied that not yet. He explained that he only knew some of his facial features, voice, and clothing. The black cat began to explain that access to contact information from that day still remained with him. He does everything he can to find him. Meanwhile, the system panel began repeating the same message so that he would hurry up. The black cat answered with a stutter that he would do it. Meanwhile, in the staff room of Valhalla, Kim Ligon sat at the computer, carefully looking at the screens. He scratched his head thoughtfully, looking at the computer. Lee Sang-chul asked a question. Has he already chosen the participants? Kim Ligon turned to him and confirmed in surprise that yes. He said he was done. Lee Sang-chul asked him if he could take a look at the list. Kim Ligon turned the computer screen and said yes. The file was written about inter-school competitions. The members of Valhalla were Kim Joo-hyuk, Yoo So-yeon, Oh Si-hyuk, Do Jun-jin, and Choi Erin. Kim Ligong explained that except for Do Jun-jin, they were all from his class. Lee Sang-chul asked a question. Was he able to persuade Kim Joo-hyuk? He raised the glass of coffee to his mouth and said that he was impressed. Kim Ligong said with excitement that at first he was not eager. He said that as soon as he said about the Eye of the Great Forest, he suddenly changed his mind and agreed. Lee Sang-chul said he was interested. He again took a sip of liquid from the glass and said, having heard about the Great Forest, most would, on the contrary, be in confusion. Kim Ligun asked in surprise, "Is this true?" He asked, "Or maybe he doesn't know what the Eye of the Great Forest is." Lee Sang-chul looked forward thoughtfully and said that he sleeps during every lesson. He frowned and began to move the glass towards his mouth again. He thought that this room was also in the constellation. He had the impression that he needed the academy only for his own purposes. Lee Sang-chul asked the question, could he gather these children and do a little training? Kim Ligun answered in surprise that of course. He said he would make sure to clear their schedule. Lee Sang-chul turned around and began to leave, wishing him luck. Kim Ligun wished him back. A few days later, all competition participants sat in the small Valhalla auditorium. Oh Seok sat frowning. Yoo Soyeon looked down, lost in thought. Choi Aaron looked around curiously. Du Zhangjin looked forward with excitement. Kim Joo-hyuk sat looking bored, looking down. Suddenly, Lee Sang-chul walked into the classroom, holding a folder in his hands. He asked a question, looking around at all the participants. Is everyone here? He said that there were exactly 5 people here, as was on the list. Lee Sang-chul frowned and said that he was glad to meet them. He said, slightly putting his hand with the folder forward. One way or another, they crossed paths with him into the academy building. He immediately allowed them to be reminded that he was Lee Sang-chul, who was the chief combat instructor. He explained that the reason they were all here was due to their participation in an inter-school competition that would be held soon. Lee Sang-chul explained to them that today he would tell them about the training they would have to undergo. He put 3 fingers forward and said that there were 3 tasks to complete in total. He began to explain that the first was a duel between the participants. Lee Sang-chul said that this was something like an entrance test that they had already taken. Yoo Soyeon looked ahead gloomily, not answering. Lee Sang-chul, meanwhile, began to explain further that the second was a team fight. He began to explain that this was a duel between participants from different schools, where they would represent Valhalla. Oh Seok leaned his hands on his legs, listening carefully. Lee Sang-chul, meanwhile, added that all 3 teams will fight at the same time. He began to explain further that the main criterion for passing this task would be the ability to quickly assess the situation. Lee Sang-chul immediately announced the 3rd task, which was related to the Eye of the Great Forest. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately became wary, looking up curiously. Lee Sang-chul said, due to the fact that their final exam will be postponed, he cannot give more information. He immediately added that, however, the Eye of the Great Forest was a labyrinth. As they should have known from the name, it was a dense forest. The forest was guarded by people and a long stone fence. Lee Sang-chul said that unlike a normal forest, the gate to this one is heavily guarded and designed in such a way that anyone who tries to enter through the air will be captured. He explained that the only way to get there was through the main entrance. Each team will have to enter this gate. They will hear more specific details on the day of the competition. All participants in the competition obediently answered yes. Lee Sang-chul opened the folder in his hands and immediately said that they were now moving on. Now he will explain to them the specifics and format of team battle. While they already had incorrect experience working as a team while clearing a dungeon. Kim Joo-hyuk mentally asked the question, what? He asked, is this all the explanation? If there was a barrier, why couldn't it just break through? He began to sway violently in his chair and mentally suggested that this was not so simple. Some time later, Lee Sang-chul closed the folder and finished the sentence that it was for team wrestling. He immediately announced that he would now explain how their training would proceed. He asked the disciples if there were any questions. Kim Joo-hyuk raised his hand. Lee Sang-chul immediately answered carefully that yes. Kim Joo-hyuk asked if he could train alone. Lee Sang-chul thought for a moment and said that it doesn't matter. He told him if he wants to be alone, then let him train. He asked again, does anyone else have questions? Choi Aaron raised her hand. She said that then she would also train alone. Lee Sang-chul mentally asked the question, was Choi Aaron at the same time with him? He also answered out loud that it was good. He asked if there were anyone else interested. All the other students were silent. Lee Sang-cheol assumed that there was no one else. He immediately announced that then they would be done for today. He told them that they would see each other during training. The students obediently answered yes. Lee Sang-cheol began to open the door of the small audience to get out. The participants began to get up from their chairs and move towards the exit of the audience. Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi Erin were still sitting on the chair. Kim Joo-hyuk thought that before the start of the competition, he should have time to master the technique he needed. He immediately thought that thanks to Mana, he would improve his form. Kim Joo-hyuk looked to the side and said in his head that he would need to devote the rest of his time to training. Suddenly, someone called his name. Kim Joo-hyuk began to tense his whole body. Choi Erin asked him if she should take part in the general training. Kim Joo-hyuk asked her a question. Why is she asking him this? Isn't she alone? Didn't she say that she could train hard? Choi Erin placed her hand on her stomach, where she previously had a wound. She thought of something desperately and tried to object. She began to remember recent events. Kim Ligun sat on the sofa and said he read an article about her, so he was worried about her condition. He thought that he should still ask her personally if she would like to take part in the competition. Kim Ligun asked her a question. Is she going to participate? Choi Erin looked at him emotionlessly, her hands folded in her lap. She asked him a question. Will Kim Joo-hyuk participate? Kim Ligun asked in surprise. Kim Joo-hyuk? He said he heard what would happen. Choi Erin immediately replied without a doubt that then she would too. Kim Ligong exhaled in shock. He said as if trying to dissuade her that her body had not yet fully recovered. Choi Erin replied that she would be fine. Kim Ligong frowned and said that he understood. Choi Erin looked down sadly and thought that she was already halfway to becoming the head of the family. She immediately mentally objected and said that thanks to Kim Joo-hyuk, she had a different goal. She looked to the side hopefully. Her goal was to become stronger with him. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her, puzzled. Choi Erin, meanwhile, was thinking further. She wants to help him achieve what he deeply desires. Choi Erin smiled friendly and thought that she wanted to help him as much as he wanted to help her. Kim Joo-hyuk asked the question, what? He noticed that at first she spoke, then paused and began to laugh terribly. He asked her a question. Anyway, let her not overdo it, okay? Choi Erin confirmed this and said yes. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her and said that they would then focus on mana control for most of the training. He added that throughout the class, have her keep all activity on her legs to a minimum. Choi Erin obediently replied that she did. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, began to open the door and said in parting that when he finished with his business, he would help her a little. He added that they would see each other again. Choi Erin looked at him with a smile and replied that it was okay. Sometime later, in one of the abandoned buildings, which was separated by a mesh fence, someone screamed loudly for mercy. Streams of blood flowed from his mouth and nose. The guy tied to the chair was begging to be released. He shouted that he would give them everything they asked from him. One of the men, who had a tattoo stretching from his forehead to his collarbone, held the dagger in front of him, looking menacingly forward. The man swung his dagger, noticing it right at the guy's chest. Blood began to splash in all directions. The guy hung his head lifelessly, bleeding. Al from Il Shinju Samsel and Lisa stood in front of the dead guy with their arms crossed. Al questioned if he couldn't just get it over with quickly. Lisa replied that it was funny. Al felt a vibration in her pant leg and asked the question, what? Already have a new order? The fox looked at her expectantly and asked, was this a new target for murder? Al looked thoughtfully at the phone screen and confirmed. She asked the question, did it seem to her, or was it a student of Valhalla? She looked at the photo of Kim Joo-hyuk, who was standing among the crowd of students. A bloody, dark-haired man sat on a chair with his head down. He was tied. His hands are tied behind his back, and his legs are tied to the legs of a chair. Blood flowed from a wound on his bare chest and dripped in huge drops onto his blue shorts. Someone said, by the way, and forcefully thrust a sharp knife into the chest of the exhausted guy. The fox, holding a bloody knife in his right hand, asked the question why the Samsel took up the murder of the schoolboy. Al looked at the phone screen and asked a question, does he, Nando, not know? She thinks the client simply paid a large amount. Nando looked at her and asked a question, what deadline do they need to meet? She, constantly looking at the cell phone screen, replied that they should kill him in a month during an inter-school competition. Al and Lisa turned and walked away, leaving their victim to bleed to death. He inquired, asking the question, "Can't they kill him now?" She said that now the security of the academy and the dormitory is especially strengthened. Al asked if he was going to break through the magical barrier and kill their student. Nandal elaborated, asking if she thought it would be easier during the competition, where other schools would also be present. She looked at him thoughtfully and said that Alia had already told her everything. According to the customer, on the third day, the competition will be held in a place called the Eye of the Great Forest. This is a mysterious labyrinth located in the forest. She heard that the student's task is to pass through this labyrinth. Al and Lisa walked side by side through the dark warehouse. He, holding a knife in his hand, asked a question. Does this mean there will be no instructors in the forest? Al reported that there would be no one there except for a small flying observation drone. And with the exception of a few guards at the entrance to the maze, all instructors and teachers will monitor the stage from the observation room. The fox clarified by asking again, so Alia will get there first, and they will follow her. He thought and added that this was not a joke. They left the building together and walked through the open gate of the metal fence. She said completing this task is a priority. He calmly replied that he knew. A month later, first day of inter-school competition. Students were in the spectator stands and supported their classmates. They shouted something joyfully and waved their arms. Among these students were Rockdil Ventric and Yuria de Felix. Rockdil looked ahead excitedly, his brows furrowed. Some time ago, Rockdil sat on the sofa in the living room of his house and told his father on the phone that it was him. Behind him, behind the sofa, stood Yuria de Felix, silently awaiting instructions. Rockdil reported that he received the money. His father, Eden Ventric, held the phone to his ear and said it was a good thing. Rockdil told him that he paid commissions from this money. He entrusted El Shinya with the murder of Kim Joo-hyuk. Eden, hearing this, became gloomy. Recovering from the shock, he asked the question, "Did he really do it?" Rockdil said that this decision will not affect him in any way. This time he will deal with it himself. Samsel accepted the order. Eden got excited. He mentally repeated, "Samsel." This is a well-known group of Ripper killers. He had heard that they were a team of 3 people who created fear when mentioned. Eden said, "Okay." He asked Rockdil to try to keep a low profile. He obediently replied, "Okay." Currently, Rockdil was sitting in the spectator stands and excitedly thought that they responded, saying that they would deal with him during the competition. So he shouldn't be there. He rose from his seat and strictly ordered Yuri to follow him. She stood up and obediently answered, "Okay." After some time, a gray-haired man in a strict black suit stood behind the podium and solemnly said, "Welcome to the students and spectators of the competition." He is the chairman of Valhalla's management, Shim Diakwon. A silver-haired man with a mustache, Shim Diakwon, said that before the competition, it is necessary to introduce some representatives from each school. The first will be China, White Lotus, a group of students dressed in light shirts and dark skirts for girls and trousers of the same color for boys. United States of America, Heroes, a group of students who were dressed differently. They looked ahead with impudence and determination. Shim Diakwon said solemnly, and finally, Korea, Valhalla. In front of the audience stood a group of 5 students who were dressed in dark blue student uniforms. Kim Joo-hyuk stood in front of everyone, with Yoo Se-in and Choi Aaron on either side of him. Behind everyone, tall and strong Oh Se-hek towered above everyone. Shim Diakwon announced that the competition will last 3 days. Their task for today is individual sparring. Representatives from each school must return to their waiting rooms and wait for the results of the match to be announced. He looked at the students who were lined up in 3 teams in front of him. The students turned around and went to follow his orders. From above, from the balcony, Lee Sang-cheol was watching them. He leaned with both hands on the metal railing and looked down thoughtfully. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name, Lee Sang-cheol. He became wary. Looking around, he saw the head instructor of the hero team, Jack Rover. He waved his hand welcomingly and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Lee Sang-cheol confirmed this and named Jack Rover in 3rd place. He irritably put his hands on his hips and told him not to call him that. He then added that Valhalla wasn't the only establishment to take first place. Lee Sang-cheol sighed condescendingly and said that it was true. Jack Rover put his arm around Lee Sang-cheol's shoulders and cheerfully said that this year everything will be different. Lee Sang-cheol remained silent significantly. Jack Rover said that this time the hero will achieve championship. Lee Sang-cheol looked at him in surprise and asked why he was so sure of this. Jack Rover replied that the best of all contractors is the same one. He pointedly asked the question, Lee Sang-cheol. Does he know who he is talking about? He confirmed this. He imagined the image of a dark-haired guy with bright green eyes, from whom emanated fire like golden energy. Lee Sang-cheol said, the guy called the Destroyer is named Logan. Jack Rover happily boasted that his son was studying at their school. Lee Sang-cheol looked at him in shock and asked, son? Jack Rover cheerfully confirmed this and said that he came as a representative. He pointed his finger at a dark-haired guy wearing a white shirt, beige trousers, and a gray jacket and said that it was him. Logan's son, Logan Jeer. Lee Sang-cheol thoughtfully touched his chin with his hand and said, well, then he's looking forward to seeing what he can do. Jack Rover grinned smugly and said, well, let him watch. Then he said that this guy had already entered into a contract with his father's constellation. Lee Sang-cheol asked thoughtfully, is the contract with the Destroyer? Is he taking advantage of the same destruction as that one? Jack Rover laughed cheerfully and said, to some extent, yes, but not as good as his father. Although he had heard that the new students of Valhalla were not to be trifled with. The special thing with that guy named Kim Joo-hyuk, huh? Jack Rover added, he heard that this guy recently captured a villain. Lee Sang-cheol said yes. After that, Choi Aaron did something similar. Jack Rover suggested that they would then work well with Logan Jeer. Considering that this guy can easily outmaneuver many adult contractors. Lee Sang-cheol sighed in disbelief. Jack Rover looked at him and indignantly asked what kind of sluggish reaction. Shim Deok-won solemnly announced that the participants for the first round have been determined. Lee Sang-cheol listened excitedly and looked at the screen in front of him. He said that Jack would soon understand why he had this reaction after watching this match. Information appeared on the screen that Kim Joo-hyuk and Logan Jeer would fight in the first round. After some time, both opponents stood face to face on the competition site. Shim Deok-won announced that the rules are the same for all subsequent matches, so he will explain it right now. The rule is extremely simple. The one who defeats his opponent wins. If a participant touches the enemy's vital points with his weapon, the system will not allow him to inflict lethal damage with this blow. Painful sensations are replaced by a shock of electricity, so you can give it your all, no one will interfere with them. Participants should keep in mind that this protection system will remain in effect until the next team match. Shim Deok-won, standing behind the podium, smiled good-naturedly and said, as soon as he says they have started, they can begin. There are 3 seconds left before the match starts. The countdown has begun. Kim Joo-hyuk repeated in surprise, the protection system. He mentally wondered why they would use something like this. Barche advised that he should monitor his fitness during the first 2 days of the competition in order to be able to properly complete the third task. Logan Jeer studied his opponent silently. Shim Deok-won shouted for them to begin. Kim Joo-hyuk, with lightning speed, glowing with a blue aura, rushed at his opponent, clenching his fist. After a moment, he looked ahead in shock. Logan Jeer grabbed his arm and blocked the attack. He firmly held his opponent's fist with his palm and asked a question in surprise. Does he think he is strong? Kim Joo-hyuk asked in surprise. Really? He thinks that he still has a long way to go. Logan Jeer held Kim Joo-hyuk's fist with one hand and swung the other to strike. He asked in surprise. How? And he is more modest than he thought. Kim Joo-hyuk asked the question, to be modest or to speak? What's the difference now? It's still growing. Logan Jeer tried to punch him, but Kim Joo-hyuk stuck out his elbow and blocked him. Kim Joo-hyuk cheerfully asked, asking how long he was going to block his blows. He tried to free his hand from his opponent's tight grip. Kim Joo-hyuk did a somersault in the air and freed himself. Logan Jeer widened his eyes in shock. Kim Joo-hyuk clenched his fist and swung. Logan Jr. did not have time to dodge, and Kim Joo-hyuk struck him in the chest with a fist glowing with spiritual power. Logan Jr. fell to his knees, grabbed his chest with his hand and said, "Very hard blow." Kim Joo-hyuk smiled cheerfully and asked, "Is it true?" With a sly fire in his eyes, he said that he was stronger than he thought. Kim Joo-hyuk thought that one blow would be enough. Lee Sang-cheol and Jack Rover watched the match tensely from the balcony. Lee Sang-chul said that he is really strong, was able to withstand the blow from Kim Joo-hyuk. Jack Rover was silent, puzzled. He was thinking that he had already seen this guy fight in the rating video that was made for the competition. All his students also watched and reviewed it. Jack Rover thought he wasn't so formidable back then. He looked at Kim Joo-hyuk, who broke the floor with his foot during the attack. He understood that this was not the end. Logan hasn't taken advantage of the destruction yet. Logan Jr. looked up at the Jack Rover. His aura began to resemble tongues of flame. He raised his hand, palm up, and generated mana into a golden ball of energy. Logan Jr. reached out with a fiery hand towards Kim Joo-hyuk, who managed to dodge. A fiery hand flew a few centimeters from his head, scorching the ends of his hair. Kim Joo-hyuk looked warily at his opponent. He put his foot forward and kicked Logan Jr. in the chest, asking the question, "What is he doing?" Kim Joo-hyuk put enough mana into his leg, causing his leg to glow blue. Logan Jr. was thrown to the side. Kim Joo-hyuk was surprised and touched his hair with his hand and mentally asked a question, did he trim the ends or what? If it had been a normal attack, he would never have hit him. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in shock, "Is this some kind of crushing ability?" Logan Jr. could hardly stand on his feet, leaning forward. He was holding his stomach and breathing heavily. Logan Jr. thought that he had only missed 2 punches to the stomach, but he was already ready to fall to the ground. But if he cannot strike with destruction, then there is no point in using it. He looked at Kim Joo-hyuk worriedly, his brows furrowed. A determined fire flashed in his eyes. Logan Jr. thought there was one more option left. He stood on all fours, the palms of his hands shining brightly with a fiery aura. The floor under his glowing palms was covered in cracks. A bright light gushed out from the cracks. Kim Joo-hyuk watched him calmly. He put his hands in his pockets and asked in surprise, "What is this? Why is he destroying the floor?" Logan Jr. rose to his feet, raised his leg bent at the knee, and hit the floor with force. The floor shattered into many stones. The stones floated in the air, creating a wall in front of Logan Jr. He looked into the narrow gap between the stones and thought, if Kim Joo-hyuk can dodge any foreseeable attack, then he will make the attacks become unpredictable. Logan Jr. controlled the floating stones with his glowing palm. Kim Joo-hyuk turned his head to the side and looked at him. Logan Jr. fearfully asked the question, "What is happening?" He found it. He suddenly lowered his glowing hand down and thought that it was already too late. The stones began to fall sharply down. One stone fell on Logan Jr.'s head and hit him hard. He groaned in pain. Kim Joo-hyuk mockingly asked the question, hid behind the stove. Then, Logan Jr. winced in pain and held his broken face with both hands. Kim Joo-hyuk, raising his fist, cheerfully asked the question. He understands how much his own magic gives him away, right? Logan Jr. opened his mouth in surprise. At that moment, Kim Joo-hyuk punched him in the nose with a crushing blow. Logan Jr. fell defeated onto the destroyed floor. Shim Deok-won said it looks like this round has come to an end. The winner is Kim Joo-hyuk from Valhalla Academy. Jack Rover's mouth gaped and his eyes widened in shock. Lee Sang-chul said that's why he didn't react sentimentally. He looked down at Kim Joo-hyuk, who indifferently left his defeated opponent behind and calmly walked away from the competition area. Lee Sang-chul said that this child is just a monster. Next round. White Lotus School vs Valhalla. Lee H.W. Anpong vs. Kim Joo-hyuk. Kim Joo-hyuk dealt a crushing blow to his opponent with a punch. Shim Deok-won announced that the winner is Kim Joo-hyuk. In the next round, Lee Bella from Hero School lost to Kim Joo-hyuk. After some time, Shim Deok-won announced the start of the individual match. Final fight. On the competition floor stood Kim Joo-hyuk against Choi Aaron. Choi Aaron said in bewilderment, They both reached the finals, but both are from Valhalla. It seems that the victory of their academy is still guaranteed. There is no reason for this final match other than to determine rankings. Kim Joo-hyuk clutched his head thoughtfully. Choi Erin added that the winner will receive a scholarship. She doesn't need it. She asked the question. Maybe she should give in. The sun was high in the sky, brightly illuminating her puzzled face. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled and said that it doesn't matter to him who wins. The main thing is not to give up. Since they had already entered the stadium, it would be remiss of them to deprive the spectators of the spectacle. He pointed his index finger at her and said sternly, besides, she must show him her progress. Choi Erin grabbed the sheath with one hand and firmly grasped the hilt of the sword with the other. She looked thoughtfully at Kim Joo-hyuk. He, meeting his shoulder with his hand, said with a sly smile, so let him give it his all. He will take her injuries into account. Choi Erin stepped forward and said that she understood. Her aura turned into flashes of blue lightning. Looking ahead with confidence, she resolutely drew her sword, flashing lightning. Kim Joo-hyuk also activated his purple spiritual power, clenched his hand into a fist, and raised his hand to strike. Shim Dakwon involuntarily opened his mouth in surprise and frowned. He watched what was happening excitedly. Jack Rover clutched his head in shock, and Lee Sang-cheol froze in place, afraid to move. They looked down at the competition area excitedly. Yusein and O.C. Hyuk sat in the spectator seats and excitedly watched the match from the spectator stands. Kim Joo-hyuk stood in a fighting stance with his hand outstretched. White smoke rose from his fist. In front of him, on the destroyed stone floor, Choi Erin lay motionless, face down. Her sword lay next to her. Shim Dakwon said that the result is obvious. The winner of this year's inter-school individual competition is Kim Joo-hyuk. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at his fist in shock. Barche said disapprovingly that it was merciless. He questioned, didn't he say he would take her injuries into account? Kim Joo-hyuk asked himself in shock, didn't he hold back? He didn't even try to hit me in the stomach. It happened by accident that it was laid out this way. Choi Erin lay motionless, her face buried in the stone floor. Barche asked in disbelief, really? Kim Joo-hyuk, trying to justify himself, said that the trajectory of her blade suddenly changed, and the sword aimed at his stomach. He struck the sword with his fist. Barche condescendingly replied that it was clear now. Kim Joo-hyuk happily looked at his hand and mentally noted that he had definitely become stronger. He can't believe that his mana pool has increased. Now he can actually hold some of it. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the defeated Choi Erin, who was lying among the stone rubble, and thought that this girl had also become stronger. Over time, bright stars appeared in the dark night sky. The round moon shone brightly above the building of Valhalla. All the windows in the academy were dark, except for one, in which the light burned brightly. Lee Sang-cheol, holding a notepad in one hand, said, "Great. They're great." Sitting on chairs opposite him were 5 students participating in a school competition. They were all sad and disappointed. Lee Sang-cheol asked worriedly, "Are they all okay?" The students unanimously answered yes. Lee Sang-cheol said that thanks to the protection system, they were not harmed, but they should still visit the infirmary. The students answered obediently, "That's right." Lee Sang-cheol said that he would give them information about tomorrow's stage. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at him with interest. He thought irritably that this was a waste of time. He asked himself with dissatisfaction, would he really have to wait another whole day before he could see the eye of the great forest? Lee Sang-cheol looked at the tired students and said that they were finishing their team meeting for today. They need some rest. The students obediently answered yes. After some time, Lee Sang-cheol left the small audience and went out into a dark corridor, illuminated only by the light from the moon. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him. Lee Sang-cheol stopped and looked in surprise. Kim Joo-hyuk caught up with him. Stopping and turning to Kim Joo-hyuk, Lee Sang-cheol clarified, "What is it? Does he have any question for him?" He answered with a sigh, but in a way. Tomorrow's team fight, if he completes it early, will he be able to continue completing the last task after that? Sang-cheol clarified, "Is he talking about the eye of the great forest? Such cases have not happened before, so he must refer to the rules." Having opened the book that was in his hand, Lee Sang-chul began to quickly flip through the pages, looking for the necessary information. Finally stopping, he noted there were two main conditions. Joo-hyuk came closer and readily replied that he was listening. Sang-chul began to read, running his finger along the lines. The Interschool Competition Commission sets only one basic task for the students every day, but there are exceptions. Firstly, if the task is completed before noon, the student who has completed it, at the discretion of the teacher, can come to the next task. Second, if the venue has not been properly prepared or the students are not in a suitable state for this, they can prepare to do the task again or move on to the next one if the basic one is too difficult for them. It all depends on the discretion of the commission. Kim Joo-hyuk, after listening to him carefully, clarified, since it says here that the decision depends on the teacher's decision, so what does he think? Can he move on to the next task? Lee Sang-chul explained that if he finished early and came to the staff room, it would probably be even better for him. If he starts his last task in the afternoon. Joo-hyuk nodded with relief, and with a smile flashing on his face, he said that he understood the teacher. He will see him tomorrow. Sang-chul, looking at his back and not noticing his joyfully lit up eyes, agreed, yes, he wishes him good night. Walking down the corridor, Kim Joo-hyuk was distracted by Barche's voice. Is he planning to go through the eye of the great forest in just one day? Joo-hyuk noted how relieved he was that he knew about this task in advance. He immediately clarified, this task, does this mean that he is going to try to attract students from other academies? Kim Joo-hyuk suddenly became angry and exclaimed, this is the second task. He is an idiot. He meant the first task. Barche calmly explained, yes, it was just a misunderstanding. Joo-hyuk, having calmed down, continued, in any case, he doesn't have any more time to waste this in vain. The next day, in the inner sanctuary of Valhalla, Yasin, the competition continued. Shim Deokwon took the microphone and began. He was glad to see them all. Now he will tell them about the second task of the school competition. His image appeared on large translucent screens directly in front of the students. Deokwon began to explain that today's game is a trial team battle. 5 representatives from each academy will meet face-to-face here in the mountains. It is a game played on rough terrain. Viewers will watch a live broadcast, which will be broadcast in the form of a hologram. At this time, cameras were actually floating in the air on special devices in the forest. It filmed Valhalla students warming up for the upcoming competition. Yoo Soyeon, having finished stretching, looked around and coldly asked where Kim Joo-hyuk was. They've almost started. He finally approached them, immediately saying that he was sorry for being late. She started swearing. Does he even know what time it is? However, Joo-hyuk calmly, and even with a small smile, replied that he overslept a little. Soyeon continued, he should have come half an hour ago. He didn't listen to what the teacher said. He answered calmly. Then he was thinking about something else. She wanted to say something else, but Kim Joo-hyuk, scratching the back of his head, repeated that he was sorry in front of everyone. He'll figure it out completely. This surprised Yoo Soyeon, but without stopping her indignation, she said, what? Does he even understand what he's talking about? This is not an individual battle, but a team one. Joo-hyuk remained unperturbed and, with his hands in his pockets, replied that he was aware. His behavior completely pissed her off, so she came closer, and almost poking him with her index finger, screamed. Although he emerged victorious in an individual battle, they now became the targets of both the heroes and the White Lotus at once. And he's going to deal with everything? Soyeon then turned to the others. Do they have any objections? Du Jiangjun looked at the ground and awkwardly adjusted his glasses, and Seok also remained silent and looked away. But Choi Erin came closer and raised her hand, and timidly said, she is sorry. Yoo Soyeon immediately exclaimed with a smile, yes. Does she want to add something? But to her surprise, Erin clarified if she could go with Kim Joo-hyuk. He answered decisively, no, she just had to stay here. Choi Erin just obediently said, okay. Soyeon, listening to them, exclaimed it was not an objection. Joo-hyuk turned to her and advised her that she should stop talking in vain and would rather save some energy. This again made her confused and ask again, what? Suddenly an announcement was heard. The battle will start in 5 seconds. He finally said, in the afternoon he will have to play one more game. The same voice began the report. 5, 4, Yusoyan began to ask more and more questions in bewilderment. What is he even talking about? The report continued. 3. She, along with everyone else, looking at the back of the departing Kim Joo-hyuk, screamed, "He must answer!" But he only rudely said how arrogant she was. The voice finally finished the report. 2. 1. Joo-hyuk still explained that he needed to prepare for the eye of the great forest. The voice announced, "They can start." The White Lotus team calmly set off from their place on a mission, when suddenly they were distracted by Kim Joo-hyuk, who suddenly jumped out of the bushes and said, he found them. The girl with the pink bob immediately recognized him. This guy is from Valhalla. They all need to get ready. He swung his sword and smiled and said, "What?" They responded faster than he thought. Soon there was an announcement that the White Lotus was being eliminated. Logan Jr., seeing this in his system window, with sincere bewilderment, said, "What? Is the White Lotus already out? Only 10 minutes have passed since the start of the battle." Those idiots from Valhalla were heading straight for them. They probably believed that they were going to be attacked first. He was suddenly called out by a guy with ashen hair who used his magic and announced that he had detected traces of magic in that direction. Logan immediately clarified, "Are these guys from Valhalla?" He explained, "Not guys, this is one person." This news shocked them, but quickly gathering their courage, Logan Jr. ordered Luke and Dane to maintain a magical shield. They, immediately beginning to apply all their energy to create protection, answered, they understood everything. After he turned to the blue-eyed blonde, Melissa should prepare her enhancement magic. She crouched down and touched the ground with her hands, creating a seal, answering, "Okay." Logan finally gave orders to Libella. She must strengthen their shield. She, holding a shield emitting green energy, replied that she was already doing this. Insert into the middle of the seal, he spread his hands to the sides and activated 2 bright yellow clots in his palms. Melissa noted that it was just one person. Should they really prepare like that? Logan Jr. confidently answered, "If this person is Kim Joo-hyuk, then yes, he should." Bella added, "Well, she doesn't know. She's never encountered her." This guy clearly doesn't have the skills of a high school student. Melissa looked a little confused and tried to argue, but Logan cut her off sternly. She shouldn't compare this guy to him. Dane suddenly announced, "Stop. The magic is gone." Logan Jr., "Let me clarify. Did they leave?" Bella suggested maybe they had just accomplished their goal and gone their separate ways. Their entire team continued to use their magic for a long time, and were in full combat readiness, being in the open air in a forest clearing. Joo-hyuk deceived all of them by jumping on top of them and getting closer. He said to Logan, "So that's where he is." As soon as he heard this phrase, he wondered, is this guy above them? The next moment, Kim Joo-hyuk attacked him, hitting him with one end of the sheath right on the nose, while smiling contentedly. Logan immediately fell backwards onto the ground, shocking everyone. Bella was the first to scream, "What's going on?" Joo-hyuk, immediately attacking her in the stomach, noted that she was reacting too slowly. Melissa, already accumulating energy in her hands to strike, called out to him, "Kim Joo-hyuk." He turned and saw a glowing ball next to his face and said, "What else is this?" But this bolt of magic was weak enough to cause any damage to Joo-hyuk. But he also threw her back, asking, does she really think that in such a situation it would be wise to shoot a bolt of magic? Luke and Dane attacked Kim Joo-hyuk next. But this time he deftly turned around and, one after another, struck him in the stomach, making him wince in pain. When all members of the team are finished, an announcement is made that the heroes are leaving. Having read this in his system window, Joo-hyuk joyfully asks himself the question, now he can head to the eye of the great forest. In the observation room of the Valhalla Academy, Shim Deok-won turned away from the screen with images from the cameras displayed on them and addressed the other members of the commission. How could this happen? Kim Joo-hyuk completed the team fight in less than 23 minutes. They don't even take into account the fact that it took him 20 minutes to get there. This ruins today's entire schedule. What should they do in this case? Lee Sang-cheol explained that from what he had read in the rules, they were allowed to start the next stage of the competition on the same calendar day if there was enough time. Afterwards, Kim Lee-gun took the floor and noted that if Chief Lee doesn't mind, he would like to discuss the transition to the next stage of the competition with teachers from other academies. Deok-won clarified, The next stage is the Eye of the Great Forest, right? Looking at Sangxiao, he ordered him to simply report the results when they finished discussing. He answered in agreement. Yes, he understood everything. At the same moment, a thought flashed through Li Sangxiao's head. This guy understood perfectly well how much time he would spend on this test, which is why he asked that question. This is unthinkable. Soon he was walking down the corridor with Jack Rover, who put his hand on his shoulder and noted that they still had to talk with the White Lotus teachers, but the hero teachers did not mind. He was finally convinced of this when he watched that team battle. He does not think that the result of the competition will somehow change if they give the other participants a good rest. Now he understands why Sangshul called that guy a monster. Li Sangshul closed his eyes and exhaled. He said he understood everything. Then they should talk to the White Lotus people first. Jack certainly agreed with him. Okay. In the restroom, Team Valhalla, the students were each doing their own thing. Some were training, some were cleaning weapons, some were just sitting. Yu Soyeon, who was wiping away the dirt with the blades of the sword, suddenly stopped and glanced furtively at Joo-hyuk and thought, he's crazy. She didn't think he would seriously do it. Since the teacher asked her to become a leader for the group, she was going to take the initiative herself. But all her efforts turned out to be a rattling stick inside a garbage can. In addition, yesterday she lost to Choi Aaron in individual matches. She heard that Aaron took lessons from Kim Joo-hyuk. Is it really all because of him? She won't achieve anything at this rate. She won't let that happen to them. If she had acted a little with her pride, maybe he could have taught her too. Suddenly, they were all attracted by an announcement. Students representatives of the academy. Tomorrow's stage of the maze survival competition will take place a day earlier, today at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They must prepare to begin the next stage. Soyeon immediately remembered what Joo-hyuk said. He, sitting on a chair, leaned forward and said loudly, "Stop, before they start. He must tell them something." He himself will go to the Eye of the Great Forest. Every man for himself. If they get into trouble, they can call for help. Yu Soyeon was angry about this, pursing her lips. She thought how this renegade got her. They have already emerged victorious in the previous stages, so even if they score the minimum points, nothing will change. Even if we are talking about survival in a labyrinth, the Eye of the Great Forest implies a separate environment, unlike the others. Kim Joo-hyuk, noticing her changes in her face, asked if she had anything to say. Soyeon came closer and crossed her arms over her chest and repeated, "Birdie." Does he think this is funny? Birdie. He calmly repeated. She only confirms this with her speech. Choi Aaron, who had been sitting modestly in silence all this time, noted to herself, "How cute, Birdie." Soon, when the sun stood high in the sky and touched the ground through the white clouds, the students of the three academies gathered near the entrance to the labyrinthine Eye of the Great Forest. In front of them stood a high white wall with a wrought iron gate. Shim Deok-won from the observation room announced, and now they came to the last stage of the competition, survival in the maze. As during the previous stage, spectators will be able to watch the competition using a screen. So, first of all, he must tell them something about the labyrinth. They must understand what awaits them behind this door. The Eye of the Great Forest, where today's battle takes place, is a labyrinth that is an installation of a real forest. What they see inside defies explanation. Inside, everything is completely enveloped in a special environment in which it rains constantly. In addition, the monsters living inside have an extremely low level, so there are only two things that pose a real threat to them. Unbearable rain and dense vegetation are a true threat to their lives. All that is required of them is survival. Upon entering the maze, their condition will be recorded, and after 5 hours, the less significant the impact of this wild environment on them, the higher the score will be. Conflicts between members of the same team are prohibited. And now, the game begins. At this command, the gates of the labyrinth opened with a loud roar, letting in the students. Al and Lisa were in an abandoned warehouse in the vicinity of Valhalla. They were bored and did not even talk to each other. But they were distracted by someone's female voice, and the students entered the very heart of the forest. Looking in one direction, they saw Il Shinjo rode off, Alia, who continued, "Then they will move forward." It seems that at the main gate some kind of magic is preventing them. 2 people are supporting this. With these words, she put her hands on their shoulders. The fox, carefully running along the blade of the dagger that he had been holding all this time, noted, well, then they will deal with them first. Alia began to use her powers, and after a few moments they were surrounded by a pink stream of energy, which turned out to be a portal that transported them from the warehouse. Strong interference appeared on the computer screens, and a loud squeak was heard. Lee Sangchul saw this and wondered, what is this? All the CCTV cameras here are out of order. Diakwon also said in confusion what was happening. The simultaneous breakdown of several cameras at once by accident seems too unlikely. Turning to one of the guards, he asked if they had called the post at the main gate. A man in a strict black suit and sunglasses, putting the phone to his ear, answered yes, but no one answered the phone. Then Lee Sangchul approached Shim Dakwon, who noted that the students in the labyrinth are in danger, so all the teachers present here must enter the territory with them. He immediately agreed. He understood everything. With quick steps, they reached the entrance to the labyrinth. But stopping, Sangchul barely said, "What is this? What happened here?" Instead of an elegant and powerful wall and gate, a huge stone rubble appeared in front of the shocked members of the commission, and both guards lay face down, unconscious. At this time, in a dense green forest with really heavy rain, the team of heroes tried to hide from the moisture under a large tree. Suddenly, Melissa said quietly, "Logan." He, covering his head from rare drops, returned to her and clarified what. She, looking at Lee Bell, noted, it seems, but not in the best condition. She really had chills and her lips turned blue, but at the same time Bella said that she was fine. It's just that at the very start a ton of water fell on her. He noted that if she caught a cold, she would be removed from the trial. Even if they fail to take first place in the team competition, he wants them to score high together at this stage. So in this battle, they must straighten their backs together. And at night build a simple canopy to protect from the rain. Afterwards, he began to give orders. Melissa should collect larger leaves. Dane and Luke need to gather some strong branches. They readily replied that they would do everything. Rolling up the sleeves of his jacket and shirt, Logan Jr. noted to himself that he would level the ground and dig a hole. But quite suddenly, not far away, he saw a black-purple sphere heading with a quiet hiss in his direction and chuckled in surprise. Al, holding her hand above her head, complained, "What is this? Here it is raining." The fox, not paying attention to the many drops flowing down his body, asked, "What difference does it make? They need to finish quickly and get out of here." Then, flashing his red eyes, he stopped opposite Logan and said with pleasure, "Okay, Kim Joo-hyuk should not resist and die." But after looking closely, the fox asked what. And after clicking Alia, he added, "This is not Joo-hyuk." She explained that she teleported them to the source of moderately strong magic because she had no other way to find it. Al asked again, moderately. Logan Jr., watching them, became wary and wondered who these people were. Did he say he wants to kill Kim Joo-hyuk? In addition, that sphere exudes black magic. Could these people be villains? Al, unable to bear it, turned to the fox and ordered him not to leave any witnesses and to get rid of this guy. He sighed and replied that he knew it. Logan, also accumulating bright fiery energy in his palm, shouted, "They are freaks. They have no place in the interschool competition." The fox did not wait, but, flashing the blade of his dagger, sharply pierced him right through, asking who he called the freak. Logan Jr. looked over his shoulder in confusion, and with drops running down his face, said what? When did he have time? He grins evilly, answers, "Is the guy surprised?" But it's worth looking ahead. Logan turns forward and sees another fox. This shocks him even more. He clarifies what. Is this his double? He activates the red energy, swings his arms, answers, "The fool is absolutely right." Delivering an additional blow, the fox adds, "This is the second one." A hoarse groan escapes Logan Jr.'s mouth, and he falls flat on the ground. Al, calmly looking at this, clarifies, did he do everything right? The fox notes that for a more painful death, he did not hit the heart with the first blow. But they are surprised by the frightened cry that Lee Bella makes when she approaches the clearing. Freezing in confusion, she exclaims, "Logan!" Al again hints to the fox, is he going to clean up after himself? He readily answers that he will sort it out now. Either way, but might just use concealment. she answered displeasedly. They should finish this quickly. The fox suddenly rushes at Belle, finally saying, okay. Among the dense thickets of bushes, Kim Joo-hyuk runs along the loose earth and at the same time wonders where he is. Then he remembers the system window, in which it was indicated that his task was to find the village sword. Looking around, Joo-hyuk also says to himself, Maid Gayer Ron's house was in this place from the very beginning. Should there be anything else here besides greenery? Suddenly on his way he meets Melissa, who is heading somewhere, holding an armful of yellowed leaves in her hands. Kim Joo-hyuk stops, confusedly saying, what? She, not noticing him, freezes in place, repeating hysterically, no, no. Having dropped the leaves, she sees how in a small clearing the fox stands among the seriously wounded Dane, Luke and Bella lying on the ground. Al, seeing her, got tired of putting his hand to his forehead, noting that another one had arrived. With irritation, it's smeared with honey, or what? But looking closer, he suddenly adds, Joo-hyuk. He actually comes out from behind the trees wearing it, and Al notes with pleasure that the prey itself came into their clutches. The fox adds, most likely, he came running here at the sound of screams. That's the point of slow murder. Kim Joo-hyuk, listening to them, suddenly clings to one of the words, prey? After his gaze drops down, and looking at the students lying on the wet ground, he turns to Melissa. He wants to get rid of these freaks. The blonde must try to stop the bleeding of her friends. They are still alive. Having looked at them again, Joo-hyuk realized, judging by the screen, they were not planning to commit a quick murder. With such wounds, a person should soon die on his own from blood loss. Dogs have dog methods. Then turning to Il Shinjo Samsel, he sternly added, he is not in the mood right now, so he will only ask one thing. Does he think they have no right to be here? This completely frees his hands. The fox, without moving, asked what? Is this guy telling stories while on death's door? He's funny. The only exit was destroyed, as were all the drones here. Although Kim Joo-hyuk was surprised by this information, he noted quite calmly, hadn't the instructor noticed this yet? He suggested that most likely they would not be able to enter here for some time. As he said, the entrance is now blocked by a pile of stones. How can a guy calculate how much time we have? To his surprise, he calmly answered, an hour. Should be no more than 1 hour. Then, looking up, Joo-hyuk also wonders, is it because of them that he only has 1 hour left in this wilderness? Because of a freak like him, he now has no time left. The fox, demonstratively waving a dagger, interrupts him. He does not understand what kind of nonsense the guy is saying, but he must die quickly. Then, using his clone, he pounces on Kim Joo-hyuk, pointing the weapon with the blade forward. But the very next moment, it pierces the ground. Then the fox, with sincere bewilderment, along with her clone, begins to look around, thinking what? Where did he go? Joo-hyuk's voice comes sharply next to him, too slowly. When he turns his head to the side, Kim Joo-hyuk points the sheath in his direction, hitting the fox on the bridge of his nose with the blunt end and throwing it far back. He falls to the ground like a stone, hitting his head hard. Al, together with Alia, looks at him, confusedly saying, what? Joo-hyuk did not hesitate, and in one jump he reached them, attacking from behind. His blow hit their heads, which also threw them towards the fox, leaving them unconscious. Despite what was happening, Kim Joo-hyuk remained quite calm, and turning to Melissa, said, the blonde must stop the blood with the help of magic. If she cannot do it herself, then she must flee towards the west. Valhalla's students will help her. She immediately sank down next to Luke and began to heal him with the help of her abilities, stutteringly promising that she would try to do something. Suddenly, the fox regains consciousness and abruptly sits down on the ground, writhing in displeasure from the burning abrasions. Looking around and seeing Al and Alia lying next to each other, he exclaimed, what? Joo-hyuk didn't have to wait long, and immediately stood in front of him and mockingly asked him if he didn't recognize his worthless friends. He exclaimed in response and took out a dagger, but Kim Joo-hyuk coldly added, before he dies, he will ask something. He called it prey. Who sent them here? The fox answered rudely, is the kid asking this from a hired killer? Does he think he looks like an amateur? Casually scratching the back of his head, Joo-hyuk noted out loud how strange it was. They came here drunk, or what? He watched his actions, got angry and thought, This freak. Earlier he was a little confused, but this time this guy won't get away. Having created a double, Lisa sent him straight to Kim Joo-hyuk, attacking from behind. But Joo-hyuk calmly and quickly stepped aside, avoiding injury. The fox, seeing this, opened his mouth in shock, wondering if he dodged. This guy wouldn't be able to notice his double, so why? Kim Joo-hyuk interrupted his thoughts by asking if he continues to cowardly attack from behind. Maybe he's interested in seeing a decent surprise attack. With these words, he waved his ankles, getting rid of the double. The fox was ready to hit him, and even raised the dagger into the air. But Joo-hyuk got ahead of him and attacked with his elbow in the nose again. He exclaimed in surprise, and Kim Joo-hyuk called out to him. Bald, Lisa looked up, and Joo-hyuk announced, asking for the last time. Who is his customer? However, he was stubborn, and began to swear. The idiot might get lost. He doesn't have to think. That is, he can laugh at him. Then Kim Joo-hyuk smiled like a madman, and, raising his scabbard, noted that this was his desire. Then his sharp blow cut through the air, and a flurry of fiery red energy was thrown at the fox, which threw him back, piercing thick tree trunks and uprooting bushes. Members of the commission run as fast as they can along a narrow forest path, stepping on puddles, until they finally stop and freeze in confusion when they see Valhalla students healing the wounds of the hero team students in a small clearing. Jack Rover first rushed to Logan, worriedly asking if he was okay. He, sitting on the ground, covered with cuts and bruises, answered hoarsely. It was a little difficult for him to move, but overall everything was fine. Jack, feeling emotional, exclaimed, "Thank God." Lee Sang-cheol, approaching them, asked what happened here. Logan Jr. said that they were attacked by unknown people. There were 3 of them, 1 man and 2 women. Sang-cheol immediately thought, a group of 3, Samsel. Then he asked where they are now. Logan immediately pointed his finger to the side, explaining there. When all the teachers turned their heads in the indicated direction, they saw the fox lying in the middle of broken trees and uprooted bushes and sitting next to him. They were both unconscious, unresponsive to anything. Logan Jr. explained that Kim Joo-hyuk dealt with them. Lee Sang-cheol immediately thought, is he that much? The area around seemed to have been recently irrigated. Logan, looking at the light emanating from Melissa's very healing magic, remembered, half asleep. He saw the silhouette of the fighting Joo-hyuk. It was amazing. He couldn't even get close to them, and this guy dealt with everyone alone. It's hard for him to imagine how much Kim Joo-hyuk spared them during the competition. Melissa listened to him and remained silent. Logan Jr. admitted that all this time he considered himself stronger than the others. It turns out that he overestimated himself too much. Jack noted that it wasn't his fault. Joo-hyuk is a special case. Lee Sang-cheol turned to them and asked if there were 3 of them. Why didn't he see the 3rd person? She assumed Kim Joo-hyuk dragged her away. But looking to the side, Melissa noted, exactly, there she is. They were attracted by the sound of a slap, and looking to the side they saw Alia fall unconscious. Joo-hyuk, who did this, calmly explained that he had to find out. He was pulling the strings on stage. Sang-cheol came closer and asked, is he okay? He confidently replied that he was in perfect order, excellent order. Sighing, Lee Sang-cheol answered with relief. He understood everything. Then he will tell about what happened on the way to the academy. Kim Joo-hyuk chuckled in agreement. Sang-cheol addressed the others. The instructors must prepare to transport the wounded to the hospital. Valhalla students must report the incident to the White Lotus Association. The rain continued to fall from the gray clouds to the ground, and finally the announcement came that the school competition was over. In the evening in the Valhalla dorm, where many had already fallen asleep, Joo-hyuk came out of the shower, drying his head with a towel. Falling on the bed, he said wearily, what a day. Did he do a good job today? Barche immediately responded. Most likely, his fatigue was due to the use of a large amount of mana in a short period of time. Kim Joo-hyuk, closing his eyes and putting his hands under his head, agreed. In this, he is right. The amount of his mana increased. He immediately wanted to try it. However, his efforts paid off. Opening his eyes, Joo-hyuk saw the system window, in which it was written, Maid Geir Ron's house, Valhalla Forest. He must pay attention to the fact that to fulfill the condition, he also needs a village sword. He must obtain the sphere from Maidgeir Ron's house. The conditions were met. Putting his hand in his pocket, Kim Joo-hyuk pulled out a blue luminous sphere from there, and thought with relief it was difficult, but he managed it. Earlier in the forest, Alia, lying in the pouring rain, finally regained consciousness and hiccuped, her head said. Suddenly she opened her eyes because a strict order reached her. She must get up. When Alia sat down, Joo-hyuk looked at her coldly and sat down next to her, asking what abilities she has. She, still perplexed, asked again, what? He noted that he didn't care who they were or where they came from. However, as her friend told him, they must be a group of assassins. 3 persons. The first person is damage dealer, the second person is support damage dealer, and the last person is support. She should correct him if he is wrong. Of the 3 of them, only she is similar to support. Obviously, her ability is not directly related to killing. So what can she do? Alia stood up in an instant and, enveloping herself in a black sphere, rudely replied, he should leave her alone. She's not going to answer him. But Kim Joo-hyuk immediately put her hand under the dark streams, and looking at him, she immediately wondered how he was able to stop the rupture of space. He said, as if he had heard her thoughts, it was enough for him to look with his own eyes. Her ability is to create space and move between them, right? Alia grunted dissatisfied, and then Joo-hyuk, putting his hand on her shoulder, noted that apparently he had guessed right. She can help him. There is one thing he must find. If she helps him, she can escape the impending punishment. He said the last phrase with an evil smile and squeezed her shoulder as tightly as possible. Now Kim Joo-hyuk, looking at the sphere in his hands, thought contentedly, well, thanks to her, everything turned out much easier than it could have been. Barche appeared again, asking, but didn't he promise that she would escape the impending punishment? Why then was she left lying there unconscious? Joo-hyuk explained quite calmly that she had to answer when he asked her about who set them on him. If she had told right away, he would not have laid a finger on her. Barche said quietly, he understood everything. Kim Joo-hyuk continued his thoughts. It turned out that these 3 belonged to a group of monotheists and called themselves Samsel. Customer Rockdill, as one would expect. As last time, plans to notify the media about this incident. If the Ventric family makes a fuss again, I wonder whose head will fly next. In any case, he has the sphere in his hands, and then he will act differently. The system window indicated that the condition to obtain the sphere from Maidgeir Ron's house had been fulfilled. Following this, a new task appeared. Now he must face his lost memories in a dream. Joo-hyuk reacted quite calmly to these conditions, and even said with pleasure, now he can just sleep. Barche agreed. He thought he was right. As soon as he finds his memories, perhaps he will also be able to return some part of his own. He also received a notification window. Kim Joo-hyuk was surprised by this, clarifying, right? Then, is it time for them to sleep? Going to the switch, he flicked it, but when Joo-hyuk went to bed, he just looked at the white ceiling for a while. Then a thought flashed through his head. Speaking of lost memories, it doesn't seem to him that any part of them could have gone missing irrevocably, but he does not know what awaits him in his dream. Finally, Kim Joo-hyuk closes his heavy eyelids and sinks deeper into sleep, finally finding himself in the Tower of Destruction. There is a roar and rumble everywhere, and he sits, leaning his back on the wall, and says with a smile, things are bad. Suddenly a huge broken piece of stone flies straight towards his head, and as soon as it touches Joo-hyuk's head, everything stops in an instant, turning translucent for a few seconds. But when all the colors return to this space, it actually turns out that time has stood still. Kim Joo-hyuk sat with his eyes closed, holding the wound on his stomach. Barche's headless body lay right in front of him. Suddenly, a black and red silhouette of a man with 2 white burning eyes materialized nearby. Something, coming closer to Joo-hyuk, said mysteriously, it will take away his name. A name in the world that he defended. And then. But the mysterious creature failed to finish speaking as it evaporated, and time again continued to flow, and the stone finally fell right on him. Kim Joo-hyuk suddenly opens his eyes and sits on the bed, asking many questions. What? Why did he have this dream? Did this really happen? Is this exactly what he forgot? Turning to Barche, he clarified, did he remember anything? After a short pause, he said, it looked like he was a tiger. Hearing this, Joo-hyuk asked in bewilderment, "What?" Barche thought about it and assumed that he. After a moment, he added in a puzzled voice that he was a tiger. Kim Joo-hyuk opened his mouth in surprise and asked, "What?" He asked again, imagining the little striped tiger. "A tiger?" Barche exclaimed indignantly that it was not so nice. Kim Joo-hyuk puzzledly asked him if he remembered what it looked like. Barche thought for a moment, crossed his arms, and replied that he did not remember any details. Kim Joo-hyuk looked to the side, imagining the black outlines of the creature, and asked a question. Does that mean Barche didn't see that person? He mentally decided that then he would figure out who it was. Kim Joo-hyuk crossed his arms and legs and asked a question. Then maybe he remembers his name? Did he ask the question again, or did he hear his name being said? Barche firmly answered that no. Kim Joo-hyuk closed his eyes with some despair and assumed that the only thing he learned were useless memories. He mentally asked the question, but he doesn't remember anything about his name. Suddenly, a system panel with some drawings appeared in front of Kim Joo-hyuk. Stunned, he asked the question, "What?" There were solid white squares arranged in a row on the system panel. Suddenly words appeared instead of squares. On the system panel, it was written at the office of the Great Palace of Ahala Alafridi, Johnny's secret room. The message appeared on the system panel again to force him to face the truth. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in surprise, looking carefully at the system panel, "The large palace of Ahala?" He asked the question again, should he face the truth? He assumed it was the latter. Suddenly something else caught his attention, and he chuckled in surprise. Kim Joo-hyuk thought that after today's training, he should ask Lilia about this big palace of Valhalla. Some time later. Valhalla. Gym. Kim Joo-hyuk took the barbell and performed a workout exercise. Next to him, Choi Erin was lifting weights, her brow furrowed from tension. Oh Se-hyuk raised and lowered the barbell with slight movements of his hands, training his arm muscles. Drops of sweat ran down his body. Suddenly, someone angrily and surprised asked the question, "What?" Oh Se-hyuk looked puzzled and wary to the side at the source of the sound. Yoo So-yeon walked up to him holding a bottle of water and asked why he was still here. Oh Se-hyuk lowered the barbell down as he looked at it. He calmly told her that he should be asking why she was here. Yoo So-yeon tried to answer something, but from surprise she could not connect a single word. She immediately lowered her gaze in shame and said, "She thinks her reason is similar to his." She replied, awkwardly pressing her finger to her cheeks, that she had a strong sense of pride. Yoo So-yeon began to stutter a little out of embarrassment and admitted that she was a little jealous of Kim Joo-hyuk. Oh Se-hyuk looked at her and replied that he was not here because of that. He began to explain that he had been involved in weightlifting for a long time. He added that his presence here has nothing to do with Kim Joo-hyuk. Yoo So-yeon asked him in confusion, "Is this true?" Oh Se-hyuk thoughtfully lowered his gaze and said that the reason why she was jealous of Kim Joo-hyuk. He asked her a question, pausing a bit in his dialogue. Is it because she lost to Choi Erin? Yoo So-yeon froze in place, puzzled. She pressed her lips tightly together, not knowing what to answer. After a moment, she looked down with bitterness and despair, honestly answering that yes. Yoo So-yeon began to remember her battle against Choi Erin. Choi Erin stood in front of her in an expectant fighting pose. Yoo So-yeon held her sword ready to fend off the attack. A moment later, she sharply swung her sword, putting her elbow forward, and looked forward confidently. Yoo So-yeon and Choi Erin's swords collided with purple sparks. A loud clang of metal was heard. Yoo So-yeon glared at her, holding her sword out to the side, sending out a purple aura in all directions. Choi Erin, meanwhile, placed two hands on the handle of the bowl, summoning even more of her energy. Yoo So-yeon noticed this and swung her sword again, aiming straight at her opponent. Choi Erin immediately raised her sword up, holding it above her head, and began to swing down to repel Yoo So-yeon's attack. From the speed of the blade's movement, a bright light began to spread. The glass that was next to them began to crack from the strong power of the blast wave of the impact. Choi Erin continued to stand in place while her hair was blown away by the strong wind. Yoo So-yeon looked at her thoughtfully as she held the sword to attack. She mentally asked the question, was she able to cut her magic with her sword? She decided then. Yoo So-yeon swung her sword with a sharp movement, raising a new wave of purple magic. The magic began to roll towards Choi Aaron at full speed in huge annular circles. Choi Aaron continued to stand confidently in place, holding out her sword to attack. She quickly sheathed her sword. At the same moment, Choi Aaron began to pull out her sword again, from which bright blue lightning began to spread in all directions. She finally stuck out the blade of her sword, beginning to break Yu Soyeon's purple magic attack with slashing movements. Yu Soyeon looked ahead in shock, breathing heavily, and mentally asked the question, did she stop 3 of her strikes with one cut? At the same time, Choi Aaron began to rapidly approach her, swinging her sword again. Yu Soyeon looked at her in shock and asked the question in a barely noticeable voice. What? Choi Aaron hit her straight on the shoulder with all her might. Yu Soyeon screamed desperately, closing her eyes in pain and dropping her weapon. She landed on the floor, hitting her head painfully. Choi Aaron, meanwhile, stood victoriously on the ground, raising the blade of her sword upward. A voice announced that Choi Aaron had won. Yu Seo-yeon returned from the memory and told Oh Si-hyuk, who was doing the exercise in front of her, that she had become much stronger since she saw her at the entrance ceremony. She thought that all this happened thanks to Kim Joo-hyuk's help. Yu Soyeon glanced sideways at Choi Aaron, who was lifting the barbell with a shaking body, and said that she constantly trained only her magic power and ball control. She added with envy that she does strength training. She added that no one in her family ever taught her. Yu Soyeon speculated, asking the question, is that why she was able to evolve so quickly? Oh Seok closed his eyes in concentration and remained silent. He thinks she should approach Kim Joo-hyuk instead of him. Yu Soyeon asked again, clutching the bottle in excitement, what? She looked down sadly and thought that this was true. She can't wait any longer, because she needs to achieve real results and improve her abilities. She thought, even if it was embarrassing, she should get an answer from him. A moment later, she walked up to Kim Joo-hyuk, who was wiping the sweat from his face, and addressed him by name. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her questioningly. He turned to her like a bird and asked the question, what is it? Yu Soyeon looked at him with displeasure and mentally exclaimed that he called her a bird. Yu Seo-yeon shyly closed her eyes and, hesitating slightly, asked the question, is it true that he is training Choi Aaron? She admitted that she would like to ask. She put her hand to her chest and exclaimed if he could teach her the same way as her. Suddenly, Lee Sang-cheol appeared behind her and asked Kim Joo-hyuk if he was busy. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at him confused and asked again, teacher. He said he still hadn't finished his training. He asked again, did something happen? Yu Soyeon turned to Lee Sang-cheol in surprise while continuing to press her hand to her heart. Lee Sang-cheol, meanwhile, gloomily said that when he finishes, he should find him. He added that there is a person who wants to see him. The man said this was the only chance he'd get to see him in a long time. Kim Joo-hyuk froze, stunned and thoughtful, upon hearing these words. He immediately stood up and began to walk straight towards Lee Sang-cheol, saying that he understood. Yu Soyeon asked, stunned, what? She looked down desperately again and thought that she had been interrupted again and could not say anything. She thought she was so ashamed that she was ready to die. Suddenly someone addressed her again, calling her a bird. Yu Soyeon opened her eyes in shock and became wary. Kim Joo-hyuk told her if she wants to train with them, then she should ask Choi Aaron about the daily routine and follow it. He added that if she does well, then perhaps he will start teaching her. Choi Aaron, meanwhile, carefully dabbed her head with a towel, standing next to the surprised Yu Seo-yeon. Choi Aaron turned to her like a bird and said that then she would tell her everything. Yu Soyeon shouted indignantly that she couldn't call her that. Meanwhile, outside the hall, the sun gradually began to sink down, and sunset colors began to appear in the sky. Kim Joo-hyuk walked quickly behind Lee Sang-cheol. Suddenly he asked the question, who wants to see him? He asked, did this man say that he wants to meet him right now? Lee Sang-cheol looked ahead with a cool gaze and assumed that he should guess who it was. He added that this man was waiting for him in the small hall. Kim Joo-hyuk opened his eyes with a hunch and mentally suggested that this was possible. His thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Lee Sang-cheol, who announced that they had arrived. Lee Sang-cheol began to open the door of the hall, looking around the entire room with a serious look. Kim Joo-hyuk also began to carefully watch the entire hall. Suddenly, he came across Rockdil Ventric and Yuri de Felix, who looked quite exhausted. Kim Joo-hyuk said calmly, concluding that it was him. He addressed Rockdil Ventric by name. Rockdil Ventric, meanwhile, began to shout in a trembling voice, stuttering, for him to save him. He repeated again more loudly and pitifully, kneeling down for him to save him. Lee Sang-chul watched all this carefully, crossing his arms over his chest. Rockdil Ventric again pitifully repeated, continuing to kneel, for him to save him. Yuria de Felix crossed her arms in front of her and stood obediently behind Rockdil. Meanwhile, Rockdil Ventric approached Kim Joo-hyuk's feet and desperately began to beg him again. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at Lee Sang-chul and asked the question, "What is wrong with him?" He pointed his finger at him, looking shocked. Lee Sang-chul asked him a question, "Is he pretending like he doesn't know anything?" He repeated, "He knows what he did." Rockdil Ventric looked ahead with panic and great excitement, inhaling air through his mouth. He remained silent, not answering anything. Lee Sang-chul meanwhile added, "In addition, this was not even an isolated incident." He explained that he tried to kill him twice. Kim Joo-hyuk put his hands in his pockets and looked down warily. Lee Sang-chul asked a question, "But how did they know about it?" He said that wherever they point, they are now talking about Valhalla and the attempts on the lives of its disciples. Kim Joo-hyuk looked up thoughtfully and thought, everything was as expected. He asked a question, looking sideways at Lee Sang-chul. Couldn't the head of Ventric come to him again to tell lies and disappear? He asked why he needed his help. Rockdil Ventric continued to bow at his feet. Lee Sang-chul, meanwhile, said that an official statement from the Ventric family was recently released. He frowned deeper, saying that with their name they were renouncing Rockdil. Rockdil Ventric took on an even more tortured look, bowing lower and lower. His face took on a gloomy hue. Lee Sang-chul, meanwhile, added that not only Rockdil himself was expelled, but also his entire family tree, including his father. Kim Joo-hyuk said thoughtfully that he understood everything. Lee Sang-chul, meanwhile, began to explain further that therefore, unlike last time, he personally stands in front of him and asks for forgiveness. Rockdil Ventric continued to look ahead emotionlessly. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, said that since he was now expelled, all he could do was shorten his sentence. He asked the question, why should he save him? Rockdil Ventric said painfully, looking down with a devastated gaze, that it was not the end yet. He desperately started screaming that something else could be done. He looked up tiredly at Kim Joo-hyuk and said that the whole serious situation turned out only thanks to his testimony. He asked the question, is this correct? He said that's why. Kim Joo-hyuk listened to him carefully. Rockdil Ventric, meanwhile, desperately shouted that he wanted to ask him only one thing. He added that he would make it all disappear. Every bone on his body was visible due to lack of weight. Kim Joo-hyuk began scratching his ear in confusion and raised one eyebrow. He answered honestly that he didn't want to. Rockdil Ventric coughed and began to stand up, and exclaimed that exactly. He added that he had not yet apologized to him. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at him confused, without answering. Rockdil Ventric began to cry desperately and, joining his hands in prayer, exclaimed that he was truly very sorry. He added that he would never interfere in his life again. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, firmly said, looking at Rockdil's face, from which tears were flowing, that he did not need an apology. Lee Sang-chul lowered his gaze thoughtfully, trying not to observe this situation. Rockdil Ventric, meanwhile, asked in confusion, what? He asked the question again, will he forgive him? Does he need money? Lee Sang-chul clenched his teeth tightly, looking displeased at this. Kim Joo-hyuk eventually said that he didn't need it either. Rockdil Ventric doomedly put his hands to the side and asked a question, no. He turned his head sharply, in despair. He grabbed Yuri de Felix's hand, which hiccuped in fear. She looked forward in despair, trying to escape from his hands. Rockdil Ventric pointed his hand at her and asked the question, what about her? He exclaimed hopefully that he could take her for himself. Yuri de Felix looked at him doomedly. Rockdil Ventric meanwhile added that she was from England and was a direct heir to the palace family. Yuri de Felix looked down desperately. Rockdil Ventric meanwhile added that he has no idea how much his status rises when he takes her for himself. Kim Joo-hyuk asked a question. Is he offering him a girl? He asked, arriving in a state of shock. Were people a thing for him? Rockdale Ventric grinned, looking ahead smugly, and said that for now. He said that she was indeed his property. Yuria de Felix hiccuped in fear again. There were some runes inscribed on her neck. Rockdale Ventric told him to look closely at her neck. He asked the question, does he see the shining spell? Yuria de Felix opened her mouth, lifting her head slightly so they could better see the tattoo on her neck. Rockdale Ventric meanwhile explained that this was proof that she belonged to him. He asked the question, how did he like his proposal? He pointed his hand at her. Kim Joo-hyuk and Rockdale Ventric looked at this thoughtfully and indignantly. Rockdale Ventric, meanwhile, said that he could transfer ownership to him too, if only he would say so. Lee Sang-chul frowned angrily and thought it was a ban. He looked down thoughtfully, fully examining the tattoo on Yuri de Felix's neck, and thought that it was a seal placed by magic. He began to think further. This is a seal. This did not allow the wearer to disobey a single order. A seal that is almost impossible to remove. Lee Sang-chul frowned even more as he looked ahead. He wondered mentally, did he use this on a human? He looked at Rockdale Ventric, who was looking ahead with a crazy look. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, said in a cold-blooded and threatening voice that in ancient times there were countless monsters like him. He said that they branded people, bought and sold. Kim Joo-hyuk reached for Yuri de Felix's neck, unbuttoning her shirt. Yuria de Felix gasped in surprise as she looked at his approaching hand. Suddenly, a bright blue energy began to emanate from his fist, completely illuminating everything around him. Yuria de Felix raised her head in fear, asking the question, what? The tattoo on her neck gradually began to dissolve into Kim Joo-hyuk's fist. Kim Joo-hyuk sharply moved his fist away from her neck, finally drawing out the entire tattoo, which began to dissolve in the air with a bright scarlet color. Yuria de Felix exhaled in surprise and slightly in pain. The tattoo gradually began to evaporate from her neck, leaving barely noticeable scars. After some time, the scars and other symbols also began to disappear, clearing her snow-white skin. Yuria de Felix looked down and raised her hand to her neck in surprise. Rockdale Ventric meanwhile mentally asked the question, has it disappeared? He immediately realized what had disappeared. Kim Joo-hyuk turned to Lee Sang-chul with a dark look. Lee Sang-chul asked him a question. What? Kim Joo-hyuk asked in response if he could gently break a couple of his ribs. Rockdale Ventric widened his eyes in fear, freezing in place. Drops of sweat began to run down his face from excitement. Lee Sang-chul said with a frown, as an instructor, he must stop any possible acts of violence between the students of Valhalla. Kim Joo-hyuk remained silent angrily, trying not to meet the instructor's gaze. Lee Sang-chul meanwhile added, frowning deeper, that however, if this student was a potential criminal, then this radically changed the matter completely. He added, furthermore, he is no longer a member of the Ventric family, so he will turn a blind eye to this. Rockdale Ventric opened his mouth in shock. Deep shadows from strong emotions lay under his eyes. He let out a frightened and panicked cry. Kim Joo-hyuk touched his shoulder and asked if he heard. Rockdale Ventric looked doomedly at his hand, acquiring a cold tint from fear. Kim Joo-hyuk began to swing his fist and calmly told him to be patient for a while. Rockdale Ventric put his hand forward, as if trying to protect himself from a blow, and began to scream doomedly. He shouted to wait. Meanwhile, Kim Joo-hyuk hit him in the face with all his might. Rockdale Ventric began to fly backwards. Drops of blood began to drip from his mouth and nose. A moment later, he hit his head on the ground with all his might, starting to scream desperately. Yuria de Felix looked at this in shock, jumping slightly to the side. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at him carefully, frozen in a fighting pose. Some time later, Kim Joo-hyuk walked towards the dorm with his hands in his pockets. Barche said he had never been so close to death. He added that he had never felt such anger from him. Kim Joo-hyuk walked and thought, if this had happened 300 years ago, he would have crushed his head. He began to reason further that among his students there was one who was treated like cattle because of this seal. He opened his eyes and looked forward with cold-blooded anger, thinking that this girl reminded him of him, which is why he was so angry. Barche replied that he understood. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, was silent for a while and, stopping in place, remembered that this also happened to him. Barche exhaled in surprise, thoughtfully pressing his hand to his chin. He asked the question, was he a slave too? Suddenly someone shouted to wait for her. It was Yuria de Felix, who was leaning on her knees and trying to catch her breath. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her in surprise, turning his whole body slightly in her direction. Yuria de Felix said, trying to control her breathing, that at that moment she was confused from surprise. She added that she could not even open her mouth. A blush appeared on her face from the long run. She bowed completely with her entire body and thanked Kim Joo-hyuk, who looked at her in surprise. He scratched his head awkwardly and said that her gratitude was accepted. He added that from now on she should forget about it and live freely. Yuria de Felix looked at him, puzzled and slightly sad. She began to tremble all over, and desperate tears appeared in her eyes. She began to wipe the flowing tears with her hands and continued to cry. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, turned around and began to leave. Yuria de Felix, meanwhile, told him back that yes. Meanwhile, the next day after classes. This all took place in an outdoor cafe on the Valhalla campus. Lily brought the spoon of food to her mouth and said China. Kim Joo-hyuk asked her in surprise, "What?" Lilia replied that the Great Valhalla Palace was located in China. In front of her was a cocktail with whipped cream and various berries lying on top of the cream. Lilia scooped up the whipped cream with a small spoon and brought it to her mouth. After straightening her hair, she said that the Great Valhalla Palace was located in China. Kim Joo-hyuk sat at the table opposite her and listened with interest. She brought the whipped cream spoon to her lips and said that this is a labyrinth that belongs to the White Lotus Association. Kim Joo-hyuk thought about it and asked a question. Is this the school that participated in the competition? On the table in front of him stood a coffee glass, covered with a transparent plastic lid, from which a black straw protruded. Lily answered, "Yes, that's right." Kim Joo-hyuk held a clear glass of iced coffee in his hand and looked at his drink thoughtfully. He mentally asked the question, will he have to deal with them? In modern times, it is illegal to enter labyrinths without permission. He indignantly asked himself why he had to ask permission at all. Kim Joo-hyuk brought the glass of iced coffee to his mouth and took a greedy sip. He thought that in the past, people also wondered why animals could get there without restrictions. He furrowed his brow and thought he could just destroy it. However, he does not want to have anything to do with the White Lotus. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at Lily and asked with interest, what are the ways to get there? She held a small spoon in her hand, intent on scooping up more whipped cream. Lily asked in surprise, what? Holding a small spoon of whipped cream in front of her, she perplexedly leaned her cheek against her palm and thoughtfully asked, right there. She said hesitantly, probably, to do this you need to be their student. Lily told him not to rush. Let him not forget that it is coming soon. She closed her mouth excitedly and covered it with her palm. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her questioningly. Then he asked the question, is she all right? Lilia sadly said that she needed to have her tongue pulled out. A single tear rolled down from her eyes. She indignantly pointed her index finger at Kim Joo-hyuk and asked through her tears, isn't it selfish to sit and listen and not even share any information in response? He asked in bewilderment, what was she talking about? Lilia showed 3 fingers on her hand and commanded him to tell her 3 things. She smiled happily in anticipation. Lilia assured that then she would share something else with him. Kim Joo-hyuk closed his eyes in displeasure, rose sharply from his seat and said, see you later. Lily frightenedly extended her hand forward, signaling him to stop. She told him to wait, her voice breaking with excitement. When Kim Joo-hyuk was already heading away, she said after him, okay? She will tell him about it for free. He turned around, quickly sat down in his seat, and said that he was listening. Lily bowed doomedly over the table and cleared her throat. Covering her mouth with her hand, she quietly said that she couldn't talk about it. In the second semester, world competitions will be held in that palace. Kim Joo-hyuk asked animatedly, is this true? Are the teachers aware? Lily put her hands on the table, palms down, and said, no. They don't know yet. He asked in surprise, then how did she know about this? Lilia smiled smugly, crossed her arms over her chest, and replied that she had one source. Kim Joo-hyuk asked with interest, will this be something like an inter-school competition? Lily scooped up the whipped cream with a spoon and answered, exactly. While the Korean inter-school competition is held between Korea, China, and the United States of America, the world competition involves all schools. Kim Joo-hyuk looked down and thought, in short, this is only different in scale. He mentally added that it annoyed him. He indignantly asked himself why he always had to wait. Second semester is too long. Looking at Lydia, who plunged a spoonful of whipped cream into her mouth, he asked the question, could he get there early? She asked in bewilderment, what? Lilia thoughtfully touched her chin with her fingers and answered that she didn't know. This needs to be clarified with the association that owns the labyrinth. To find a way, a legal way, she doesn't even know where he'll have to turn. Lily pointed her index finger at Kim Joo-hyuk and asked if he wanted to help her with something. He raised his head worriedly and looked at her, then said, let him speak. She smiled slyly and asked the question, will he go with her to the World Society for the Study of Monsters? She smiled and added that it was only for today. She won't bother him. Over time. London. Tottenham. They stood together in front of a large, beautiful, snow-white building topped with a blue dome. The snow-white fence was decorated with gold stucco. The forged iron gates had intricate designs. World Monster Research Society. Kim Joo-hyuk's face turned into an angry mask. He asked the question displeasedly, and this is what they came all this way for. Lily, looking at him, laughed cheerfully and said that they were only here for one day, so let him try to relax. She, beaming with happiness, said that they were here only for the weekend, but just in case, so that he knew. She received permission to extend the excursion until Monday. Kim Joo-hyuk sighed displeasedly and said that she was abusing her authority as a teacher. Lily took a step forward and approached the wrought iron gate. She turned around, smiled, and looked at him. Kim Joo-hyuk accepted the current situation and asked the question, so what are their plans? After some time, he stood in a closed room with a sword in his hands opposite the boar monster, and 3 people watched him through the window. 2 men and 1 woman wearing glasses looked at him intently. Kim Joo-hyuk looked sadly at the boar with huge white tusks, large muscles showing through its brown skin. He remembered Lilia's cheerful smile and the words she told him, nothing special, he just needed to help her certify some documents. At this time, a monster boar with huge fangs rushed predatorily towards him. Kim Joo-hyuk stood in a fighting position and held his sword in front of him, expecting an attack. He remembered how Lilia said that in exchange for information he needed to kill a couple of monsters. When the monster ran closer to him, he forcefully pierced his head with a sharp sword. The boar squealed desperately. The image of the boar monster dissipated into the air. A voice was heard that said the boar's validation was satisfied. He must get ready. Kim Joo-hyuk turned around with a dissatisfied expression and looked in the direction where the voice came from. He irritably asked the question, how many more are there? An hour later. Kim Joo-hyuk sat down and leaned back tiredly on the back of the sofa. He said, well, work, of course. He dissatisfiedly asked the question why she always makes him work overtime. 3 monsters he had to kill? Doesn't she want 10? Lily sat opposite him and held a white mug in her hands. She smiled slyly, looked away and said, she doesn't know. Lily asked, really, why? Kim Joo-hyuk leaned forward slightly and said, in any case, it's somehow unpleasant here or something. As soon as they entered, absolutely everyone began to look at her. They shouted and behaved rudely. Kim Joo-hyuk extended his hand forward in a questioning gesture and asked the question, does she know them? Lily raised the white cup to her lips and took a sip. Why did she look down and say sadly, to some extent? The fact is that they still remain faithful to the old monster hunting manual, based on which they have existed for many years. And then she suddenly appeared with her work, which shattered all their previous worldviews with a dull crash. Kim Joo-hyuk asked a question in surprise, but isn't the validation method itself outdated? Why, in any case, should a hunter have a sword? They both sat opposite each other on brown leather sofas. Lilia explained that they believe that this is the surest way. This is the tradition of the association. Kim Joo-hyuk asked a question in bewilderment. Then, if they are so sure of this, why are they casting sidelong glances at her? She said they were just afraid of change. Lily bowed her head sadly, holding the mug in front of her. The lenses of her glasses sparkled, reflecting the light, and hid her eyes. She sadly added that their overtone window will never move up again, and that is unfortunate. Monster hunting strategy theory, the best way to assert your power. The current status of non-aggression is due only to nepotism and dead weight in the upper echelons of society. Dark night was already hanging over the beautiful, snow-white building with a dome. Kim Joo-hyuk concluded that the people there are disgusting. He asked in surprise, why then publish his reports to them at all? Lilia said that a report without public recognition means nothing. She raised the white cup to her lips and took a sip. Lilia added that it doesn't matter how close they are to the association. All they care about is the perfect monster hunting strategy. They are willing to do anything to find it. Kim Joo-hyuk said, I understand. He then changed the subject and said that he had helped her enough. Now it was her turn. Lily said animatedly, yes, of course. Coming here was the right decision. She is here. Chairman of the White Lotus. Kim Joo-hyuk listened attentively. Lilia heard that she is a fairly frequent visitor to the association. She thinks that he definitely did not go unnoticed by her. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in surprise, is she serious? Yes, he does not go unnoticed by anyone. We need to go before it's too late. Kim Joo-hyuk placed his palm on his knee and resolutely stood up from the sofa. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. They both tensed and looked at the door worriedly. A voice came from behind the door and asked, is Kim Joo-hyuk here by any chance? Can they talk? Kim Joo-hyuk was shocked to think that it was a woman's voice. It's her. He said excitedly, yes, let him come in. The girl said that she asks to forgive her. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the unexpected guest with interest. A blonde-haired girl with blue eyes stood on the threshold of their room. Her blonde hair was neatly braided at the back of her head. She was wearing a dark blue dress and a light cape trimmed with gold. She smiled and said she was glad to meet him. Her name is So-len. Kim Joo-hyuk sighed in shock and said his name. He asked in surprise, how could he help her? So-len bowed her head respectfully and said that, to be honest, she is here to ask for something. She paused for a moment and asked if he could take care of the man. Lilia and Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her in surprise. So-len stood in the middle of the room, holding a folded fan in both hands, and asked the question, could he take care of the person? Kim Joo-hyuk stood in front of the sofa and looked at her in shock. Lily, holding a white cup with a hot drink in her hands, turned her head in her direction in surprise. She stood up from the sofa, looked at Kim Joo-hyuk excitedly, and said that she thought the conversation suddenly became serious. They can continue without her. Kim Joo-hyuk said that they will see each other later. Lily opened the door and went out into the corridor. Kim Joo-hyuk asked with interest the question, what is she talking about? Let him explain. So-len replied, okay. She said that she is the chairman of the White Lotus Association, but she is also a member of the Sol family. They were the first to recover from the era of destruction. They founded White Lotus and trained countless talented contract workers. However, there was one genius in their family. Touching her chin thoughtfully with her fan, she said, no, rather, they created a natural disaster. In Korean, genius and natural disaster are written the same way. At the age of 13, she had already surpassed many experienced contractors and dealt with members of her family guild, Solon. Even the head of the family was not her equal. Kim Joo-hyuk thought as he silently listened to her story. So-len looked somewhere to the side with a distant look and said that this child decided that from now on she had nothing to learn in the outside world and locked herself in the Seol family's training hall. Kim Joo-hyuk asked a question, so he should take care of her. So-len replied that it was exactly like that. He thoughtfully touched his chin with his fingers and said that this had nothing to do with him, but he would still ask, if she wants to bring someone to their knees, why did she choose him to do it? Kim Joo-hyuk looked closely at her and pointed his index finger in her direction. He said that judging by her aura, she has enough strength. So-len was amazed. She said he was insightful. Even the magic of hiding the aura did not help. So-len paused, looked up at him, and said that she would answer his question. The first reason is that her fighting style is based solely on physical strength. and the second, she, like him, is 17 years old. Kim Joo-hyuk was silent, trying to comprehend everything he had heard. So Leung said that she had been watching him for a while, so she was completely confident in his choice. If this girl is defeated by a peer, it will destroy all her notorious pride. She added that she was asking him for a favor. If he had not come there in person, she would have written him a letter. Kim Joo-hyuk said okay, he got it. He put his hand on his neck, smiled slyly, and asked, "He won't work for thanks, right?" So Len said sure, of course. The chairman of the White Lotus will not ask for a favor without commensurate compensation. She asked him a question, how much? Kim Joo-hyuk put his hand forward with his palm and decisively interrupted her. He said he didn't need money, but there is a place where he would like to go. She would help him a lot. So Len tapped the handle of the fan on her palm and asked the question, what does this mean? Overtime. China. Kim Joo-hyuk and Seo Leung stood in front of a tall, 3-story building built in the ancient Chinese style. Above the front door, the sign said, White Lotus. So Leon looked at the building lovingly and said that it was a White Lotus Association. Kim Joo-hyuk looked forward excitedly and said he didn't expect to be here today, having flown in on a private jet. So Len turned her head in his direction, looked at him, smiled, and asked, he's free until Monday, right? She values other people's time. Kim Joo-hyuk said it was cute. So Leng asked a question, speaking of payment, he only needs to enter the palace, right? He answered yes. She said she understood. They run this maze, so it shouldn't be difficult. She approached the large, red, wooden gate and put her hand on the metal ring. So Len looked back and asked the question, are they coming? He answered yes. After a while, they walked together through the schoolyard, where many students from the White Lotus School were standing. They looked at him excitedly and with interest. So Len, with a smile on her face, resolutely walked ahead, and he, hiding his hands in his pockets, walked behind. When they entered the building, Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her and said that he was still very curious about something. So Len smiled and asked, so what? He said that the fate of that girl must not concern her personally. Without stopping, she turned her head slightly in his direction. Kim Joo-hyuk asked, and yet she wants him to deal with her? So Len replied that it could be said that way. Many people sparred with this child just to find out their potential. Both students and teachers. Kim Joo-hyuk listened to her with interest. She added that this is why she wants to knock down the arrogance of this child once and for all. Then the Sol family, no, she will personally lead the White Lotus to new heights. Kim Joo-hyuk thoughtfully scratched the back of his head with his hand and said that he understood. He thought that the White Lotus was in good hands. After some time, they entered a room with burgundy curtains on the windows, where in the center on the floor there was a luminous circle with some symbols and signs. Lily looked down and said, it's here. The magic seal will take him to the Sol family's secret training room. In the center of the glowing circle was the face of a toothy dragon. Lily ordered him to sort this out once and for all. Kim Joo-hyuk replied, okay. He then asked, did he stand up correctly? Kim Joo-hyuk stood in the center of a circle that glowed with a magical blue light. Lily answered yes. As Kim Joo-hyuk's figure began to dissipate in the air, he quickly said that he forgot something. He asked the question, what is her name? Lily looked at him, touching her chin with a folded fan, and said that this child's name was Yan-lan. Yan-lan, a girl with a menacing look of light blue eyes. She has short, snow-white hair sticking out in different directions. She sat on the floor with one leg bent and her arm resting on it. She was wearing a dark blue crop top, black cropped trousers, and a fur cape draped over her shoulders. Yan-lan frowned angrily and asked the question, who is he? Was this family sent by Sol to drive her out? She looked furiously at Kim Joo-hyuk, who appeared out of thin air, and shouted, nothing will work out for him. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled mockingly and said that she has a difficult character. He took a step forward, pushed off the floor with his foot, and rushed at her with lightning speed. Clenching his fist, he shouted as he ran that she was an arrogant idiot. His eyes were white with anger, and his teeth were tightly clenched in a predatory grin. Yang-lan calmly remained sitting in her place. She raised her hand up and caught his fist, blocking his attack. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her in surprise and asked what. He saw the palm of a hand in front of him, which glowed brightly with a blood-colored aura. Yen Lan, still sitting on the floor, stabbed him in the chest. The energy flow of her spiritual power pierced right through him. Her face and neck were red with anger. She, with sparkling eyes, said that he was an idiot. She asked in bewilderment, "Does he really underestimate her that much?" Kim Joo-hyuk looked down silently. Yen Lan asked another question. Why did he decide to start their fight? Kim Joo-hyuk looked up at her and with a mischievous expression on his face asked if they could get acquainted. Yen Lan widened her eyes in shock and asked again, "What?" Kim Joo-hyuk took advantage of her distraction, grabbed her wrist tightly and raised his fist to strike. She opened her mouth and eyes wide in indignation. When Kim Joo-hyuk tried to punch her in the head, she easily ducked to the side, gritting her teeth angrily. He punched her hard in the arm. Tears appeared in her eyes from pain and resentment. Yen Lan quickly jumped to her feet, clutching her bruised arm with her hand. Kim Joo-hyuk swung his fist again, generating an energy stream from mana and sending it towards her chest. A moment later, Yen Lan stood surrounded by a cloud of gray smoke, holding her sore arm. She asked in shock, "What is this? Who is he anyway?" Kim Joo-hyuk grinned smugly and replied, "A 17-year-old high school student who underestimates her." He pointed his index finger at her. Yang Lan begins a series of attacks, trying to somehow damage Kim Joo-hyuk, first trying to hit him with her feet, but only breaking the stone tiles on the floor. Then she, gritting her teeth, tries to grab Jo-hyuk by the collar of his clothes, but he smiles dreamily at her face tilts to the side, causing Lan to click her tongue in displeasure and think she didn't even hit him. Then she must retreat and counterattack. She does take a couple steps back, but Kim Joo-hyuk also approaches her, asking where she is going. Tightening his fist, he sharply hits her in the stomach, while accompanying everything with a red stream of energy. He turns out to be pleased with his blow, and notes to himself, amusingly. Literally in a split second, she realized that she could not dodge his fist, and shifted her center of gravity to reduce the force of the blow. Not bad. He felt it when he allowed himself to be hit. Even his disciples in the past could not control their own bodies like this. But Yen Lan, bent over, holds his stomach, and suddenly understands a 17-year-old schoolboy. On the same level as her. After smiling slyly, but also notes, he is definitely much stronger than those old men. She wants to hit him hard. Then the doe stands up decisively and again assumes a fighting pose, smiling as he does so. This amuses Joo-hyuk, and he also suggests that she's keeping her spirits up. Maybe he should confuse her. Everything that happens in this room is filmed by a camera, and so Lion, sitting in a dark room, watched it. A gray-haired man in a formal suit, dark sunglasses, and 2 stripes stretching from his cheekbones to his nose approached her, coughing modestly and addressing her, "Lady." Len, without looking up from the screen, asked what happened here. He said timidly, he knows it's none of his business, but will this guy be okay? He very much doubts that students from other schools will be able to do anything against the White Lotus natives. She didn't answer anything, and then the man continued, even though he's not strong enough, this is not enough to defeat Yen Lan. He sincerely asks to forgive him for free, but didn't So Leon herself lose to her? Even when there was silence in response, he added, of course. This was because she did not use magical power, but only relied on physical power. Suddenly Lion said, he's right. She once lost to Lan, and even if she used her magical powers, she would still lose. The man was confused by this and asked what it was. She didn't stop. Then the difference in magical power between them was barely noticeable. He still didn't understand her, so he repeated, he's asking for forgiveness. What? So Lion did not explain anything, but, lost in her thoughts, added, moreover, this was several years ago. She is confident. Yen Lan certainly hasn't become weaker over the years. Then, coming closer and spreading his arms to the side, the man clarified why this student was risking his life. He couldn't come close to defeating Lady. She asked, does he think so? Being an ordinary student, Kim Joo-hyuk is capable of incredible things. Didn't he win first place in the inter-school competition by a large margin? He won't give in to her so easily. Its purpose does not depend on his victory. Just at that moment, Do made up her mind and attacked Jae-hyuk. Her nails, covered with black varnish, instantly began to resemble cat claws, and with heavy steps she approached him. Yen Lan tried to grab him with both hands, but he managed to squat down, saying heavily. The next moment, her knee was right in front of her face, and the doe, with all her anger, finally hit him. Immediately smiling embitteredly, she thought contentedly, he was caught. But immediately her joy gave way to surprise, and frowning, Yen Lan wondered what. She grabbed her leg with both hands and jumped onto the other, screaming, her knee. Does he have a stone for a head? Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her with a smile and replied, she knows better. Her knee fell on him so suddenly that he simply slammed his forehead into it. Doesn't that mean his forehead is harder than her kneecap? The doe realized with hatred that this idiot would block her every attack. She can't find his weakness. How can he be physically stronger than her? He wants to humiliate her. It's all him. Finally calming down a little, Yen Lan asked, that's why he didn't use magic, right? Jo-hyuk put his hand in his pocket and casually asked, what? Isn't that how she prefers to fight? She suddenly became very serious and strictly ordered him, he must stop this. Because now she will fight seriously. In an instant, a red flame flared up around her, but Kim Joo-hyuk was not at all impressed by this, but noted to himself that it seemed like she was starting to use magic. In addition to this, he said, she's cute when she's angry. Then activating his energy, he continued, he believes that it is his time to crush her pride. The doe, seeing the deep blue stream behind him, wondered if this was his aura. Madness. She doesn't need any more tricks. Pushing off the floor with her feet, the cutting ran forward, decided, but ended everything with one blow. Infusing the fist of her right hand with red energy, Yen Lan brought it forward, and when the fist almost touched his nose, she cheered. She hit him. But once again Lan failed to achieve her goal when Joo-hyuk arched back, causing her to exclaim in shock, what? But Kim Joo-hyuk, smiling as sweetly as always, said that he was grateful to her, but that she played with him. Now they can finish. After these words, he swings and counterattacks her. A painful groan escapes Yen Lan, and before losing consciousness, she says, he is a monster. After another couple of minutes, Joo-hyuk comes to So Lion, who, together with her assistant, look at him with their mouths open. He calmly finds out, holding Do by the collar of her clothes, as she asked, he dealt with her in a fair fight. He pulled her outside. One, looking at Yen Lan, agreed, he really did it. She can't believe it. Is he not injured? Kim Joo-hyuk calmly replied, he doesn't know how she is, but he's fine. Then So Leon continued to question, was it difficult? He, finally letting go of Do's collar and letting her fall to the floor with a loud thud, noted that she was not the weakest opponent, but, to be honest, he was a little disappointed. Because of such a blow, Yen Lan regained consciousness, and holding her head, exclaimed, what is this? Looking around and realizing who was standing in front of her, she clenched her teeth and angrily added, So Leon. She, also calling her by name, said, and how does she feel about the air outside? But immediately closing her eyes, Lion exhaled and said to Joo-hyuk, okay. She remembers their conditions. Seems he's interested in the Alhala Palace. He confirmed this. That's when So Leon announced that he could go in there right now. Does this suit him? Kim Joo-hyuk smiled and replied, it sounds great. They will leave now. Then the two of them left the room, and Yen Lan stood up and looked after them with displeasure. A man who approached her politely noted that if the lady was injured, he would provide her with medical assistance. She, not paying attention to these words, asked what his name was. The one who defeated her. The assistant immediately exclaimed, yes, that young man. His name is Joo-hyuk. The doe repeated his name, and then added with a smile, he is definitely one of the strongest living people in the world. Then a thought flashed through her mind, she would definitely fight him again. A huge creature in armor and a terrible mask with glowing red eyes and curled horns. He asked, one of the strongest? Kim Joo-hyuk stopped and looked up with a frown, asking what kind of place this was. It's a labyrinth, isn't it? He was in a hall with high ceilings. In front of him, under a high stone arch with patterns, there was a door with stained glass, from which light poured onto the floor. It was the labyrinth of the great Alhala Palace. Jo-hyuk remembered what So Leon said, This is a continuous labyrinth located at the base of the supporting structures of the castle. If he does not encounter living armor, he will not have any special problems with research. Then he clarified how much time he had. Lion explained, about 5 o'clock. If this is not enough for him, he can come tomorrow. Now, stretching his stiff shoulders, Kim Joo-hyuk repeated, well, he has a whole 5 hours. So, at first he shouldn't run into living armor. Just having said this phrase, he found himself in front of a huge crowd of animated knightly armor, which were armed with sharp and long swords. The first creature immediately swung his weapon, but Joo-hyuk did the same, and with one blow broke the armor, first in half, and then into many smaller parts. Soon, Kim Joo-hyuk finally stopped, and lowering the sheath, he sighed with relief. Looking at the pile of metal, which some time ago had been a crowd of guards, he seemed to note everything. Looking at the door, Joo-hyuk now wondered where that office was. He has already searched more than 20 rooms. At the same time, he remembered how the notice in the window said, a large Alhala palace, a secret room in Alfredi Johnny's office. He must find it and face the truth. Kim Joo-hyuk, pursing his lips, also noted, those rooms that were similar turned out to be completely empty. Maybe it's here? Barche suddenly appeared and asked to look to the right. Perhaps this is his office. Joo-hyuk turned his head in the indicated direction, saw gray doors with golden patterns, and chuckled thoughtfully. He did not hesitate and, coming closer, opened the door, looking inside. The first thing he saw was a portrait of a middle-aged man. He was depicted in profile, his brows furrowed, his nose large and straight, and a short beard framing his jaw. The office itself was spacious and decorated with frescoes, vases, and carpets. Under the picture there was a fireplace, a table, and an armchair of a noble blue color. Everything was decorated with golden patterns. Approaching the portrait, Kim Joo-hyuk suggested, but does it really belong to Alfredi? Maybe the owner was someone else? But Barche insisted he was wrong. This man was the owner. Joo-hyuk immediately looked down, saying in surprise, what? On the frame under the canvas, there was a gold plaque with an illegible signature. He explained that the painting was signed with this very name, Alfredi Johnny. Kim Joo-hyuk is even more precise. How did he read this? Barche explained that it is difficult to explain, as if the script had transmitted it to him through his neurons. Perhaps this is part of his lost memories. Turning his attention to the desk, Joo-hyuk noted that he needed to search this place. He must find the secret room. It will take a lot of time to examine each trinket, so he will probably make your search easier. With these words, he hit the surface of the table with all his fist, splitting it into 2 parts and even turning over the chair. A lot of books and various rubbish fell on the floor. But something still attracted him, and he looked down and said, what? This is it? In the floor, Kim Joo-hyuk had a metal rectangular hatch cover, and Barche suggested it looked like that. Then Joo-hyuk grabbed the handle and pulled the lid up, noting that the hatch leads to the basement. When he found himself inside and began to go down the stairs, just in case he lifted the lid, saying that he could not see anything. Is this it? The road to the underworld? In the system window that appeared, it was indicated that the large Alhala Palace, a secret room in Alfredi Johnny's office. Conditions are met. Kim Joo-hyuk suddenly saw you in front, surprised. He found himself in a large room with a wooden floor and brick walls. Behind a wooden table, illuminated by 2 candles, sat a girl in a black dress, a pointed hat with wide brims and fiery red hair. Coming closer, he said, what kind of sad place is this? And who is she? The stranger smiled and, without raising her head, said that she was pleased to meet him. She will answer all his questions. He can sit down. Joo-hyuk silently takes a seat on the chair opposite her. And then the girl looks up, continuing, she wants to introduce herself. She is a guide. Kim Joo-hyuk asks in bewilderment, who? She explains that this is her pseudonym. Her name was taken away. Then he remembers the creature from his dream, who said that his name now belongs to this. Then Joo-hyuk repeats, so they took her name too. The conductor confirms this, right? He admits, at first it seemed to him that this was some kind of nonsense, about a name taken away. But what does it mean? How can you even take away a name? What is this, a lollipop? She closes her eyes, and after a short silence, she says that names have power. The life of a being is built on the basis of the name given to it. Talents, hobbies, achievements are the merit of the name. Whether a person is good or bad, his name will decide for him. A name, combined with great possibilities, can give a person incredible strength. But he steals exactly those. With them, he takes away the power contained in them. Kim Joo-hyuk, listening to her carefully, clarifies, and what happens to a person when his name is stolen. The conductor sadly notes, she is confident, that he is already familiar with them. Such people become constellations. Joo-hyuk was a little confused and asked again, do the nameless become constellations? She nodded and repeated, right. Perhaps he is an exception due to reincarnation. As soon as he heard this, he realized, as expected, she knows about everything. Exactly like Barche. The conductor, grinning, clarified, does he still doubt her? But it was she who allowed him to be reborn and carefully sent notification windows. But almost immediately she added, okay, it's a joke. She also found out about it through an alert. Kim Joo-hyuk clarified, did she see them too? So, she should stop beating around the bush already. What vile creature was trying to take his name? Then, in the Tower of Destruction. The guide shared that he is called the Master of the Labyrinth. As she said earlier, his goal is to move the Tower of Destruction to his labyrinth in order to feed on the power of high-level names. Jo-hyuk still tried to find out as much as possible, and clarified, is he the owner of the labyrinth? She calmly repeated, yes. It is because of those whose actions correspond to the name. Kim Joo-hyuk asked again why. He means, isn't it weird? How can some maze master move the Tower of Destruction? Shouldn't he be in charge of the labyrinth? Where does he get this power from? Suddenly his eyes widen, and he adds, confused, she shouldn't tell him. The conductor, closing his eyes and smiling faintly, confirms his guesses and says, she thought he would guess faster. The world in which he lives, the place he calls Earth, is a labyrinth. But Joo-hyuk's friend woke up with mistrust, and he said, is she waiting for him to check this? She calmly replied that she was not forcing him, but would she lie about such a thing? Then Joo-hyuk relents, okay. He moved the tower into the labyrinth to feed on other people's names, right? The conductor calmly answered, yes. It is easy to accumulate karma when a crisis of destruction occurs. Be it defeating monsters, saving a village, or using a crisis for your own personal gain. Not everyone becomes a constellation when their name is stolen. Karma is the only measure that can elevate a person. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately suggested that in this case, his students, they too could become constellations. They had the right amount of karma, he was sure of it. Suddenly leaning back in his chair and clasping his hands behind his head, he said, gee, it turns out that this master of the labyrinth is omniscient? But she raised her index finger up and suddenly said no. His rebirth itself became an unaccounted for variable for him. Perhaps only he has a chance to beat the owner at his own game. Jo-hyuk's face immediately showed interest, and everyone was even, he clarified. The owner could not only find out about his rebirth, but also, for edification, organize their meeting here through notification windows. How is he supposed to outplay such a creature? The conductor corrected him with all seriousness. He was mistaken. The one who brought him back to life through the warning window is not the owner of the labyrinth. Such news begins to confuse Kim Joo-hyuk very much, and frowning, he again began to ask questions. What? Then who is it? But suddenly she calmly answered, she doesn't know that. Since he was able to be reborn with the help of this someone, they must be somehow connected to him. Jo-hyuk repeated to himself, are they connected? The conductor finally said, in any case, he should not be allowed this opportunity. With these words, she used magic, and in her hands, after a bright flash of pink color, a small silver ring appeared. She tossed it into his palm, saying, here. Kim Joo-hyuk asked what kind of ring this was. She again said with a smile on her face, they don't have much time left. This ring will play a decisive role in their retribution. Jo-hyuk still didn't understand her hints, so he asked again, they don't have much time. And now she can't tell him all this, or what? The guide explained that even though she shares all this information with him, she is still being pursued by the owner of the maze. But it's okay. The condition is met, and they will be able to see each other more often. Kim Joo-hyuk was very puzzled, and as he twirled the ring in his hand, he said, what? She only answered mysteriously that they would meet in a couple of days. He must not lose the ring. With that, she snaps her fingers and a small flash of pink appears. The next moment, Joo-hyuk, still with a confused expression on his face, finds himself in front of the Alhala. Looking around, he puts both hands on his belt and says displeasedly, "What? How rough." But then he begins to think. The main culprit, who moved the Tower of Destruction, deprived him of his name and interfered with his comfortable life, is the owner of the labyrinth. He doesn't know what kind of thing she gave him, but this girl should probably make him stronger. In this case, he is going to absorb all the remaining magical power. It's time for him to use up the last of his storage stones. Even though he has not recovered all his strength, this should return him to his previous level. Thinking about this, Kim Joo-hyuk walked towards the exit from the dark cave. The island in the northern part of the Pacific Ocean was quite large, but for many kilometers around it only blue expanse of water stretched. Khan Nibble was sitting in a dark room on a leather sofa and holding a tablet in his hands. An article was opened on the screen entitled, "Valhalla student Kim Joo-hyuk single-handedly dealt with a group of assassins Il Shinjo Samsel." Underneath the headline was a photo of the three of them surrounded by security. This angered him so much that he began to press the screen with a shaking hand until it cracked. Khan Nibble, the leader of this group and the Dragon King, jumped up from his seat and threw the gadget onto the floor with a flourish, shouting, "These worthless freaks." Grinding his teeth in anger, he realized that after hearing about the Constellations, he carefully watched Joo-hyuk. He found out that it was this guy who defeated Choi Jinjiang, who signed a preliminary contract with the Constellation. Even when a scion of the Ventric family ordered his murder, for next to nothing, he sent 3 of them there at once, to certainly avoid any inconsistencies. Everyone back to the sofa and painfully putting his hand to his head, Khan Nibble noted to himself, it was as if he had been robbed to the bone. A whole group of assassins couldn't cope with the boy. Suddenly I heard someone's voice. He looked very puzzled. Looking up, Khan Nibble saw the leader of the privileged race, Jorg, sitting opposite. Calling him by name, he reminded him that he had ordered him to knock on the door too. Jorg calmly replied that if he had not come in, Khan Nibble would have become even more furious. Is it because of Kim Joo-hyuk? He softened and answered, "It seems, yes." In response, Jorg laughed, saying, "Not only that, but for him they also lost a valuable chess piece in their game." Khan Nibble also clarified, "Is he talking about Desira?" He confirmed it, exactly. This guy didn't report to the organization because it was a personal request. But he couldn't even complete the simplest task, babbling about everything to this high school student. Being an informant for the Ventric family, he wanted to give up the case immediately, but he had to cross any possible information leak, so he sent Disser Ventric to the prison tower. Khan Nibble, gathering his strength, asked if he could help him get rid of these 3, who were also tied up. Jorg readily answered, if that is his order, of course. Then Han Nibble thoughtfully added regarding Kim Joo-hyuk. Jorg interrupted him. He says this because he is worried. It's best not to mess with this guy for now. He even asked if he shouldn't contact him. Khan Nibble repeated, "Don't contact him?" Jorg briefly explained, this guy was now the target of the first cult. Now he was shocked and asked again, was Joo-hyuk handed over to the first cult? This crazy freak? Jorg answered seriously, yes. They have no right to call themselves decent, but they have principles that this cult does not have. No one knows what motivates them. It was they who then dealt with the Logan Squad. Khan Nibble explained that she had also heard about this. What a relief it is no longer their job. Besides, if they interfere. But he interrupted again, confirming his fears that they would likely be targeted as well. Then Khan Nibble announced, laughing, in that case, all they can do is wait. Kim Joo-hyuk at this time finds himself surrounded by a crowd of people in black robes, whose faces also cannot be fully seen under the night sky. He didn't look scared, and even with a cold voice he asked who they were. They know that this is a Valhalla dorm, right? Are they fearless or just stupid? One of the people around him turned out to be Assistant Adelia Ventric. Looking at Joo-hyuk with an emotionless gaze, he remembered how earlier, when he came to her office, he bowed and said with respect, head. They are ready for the task. Adelia, being the vice head of the Ventric family, noted that she understood everything. but they could have prepared faster. Bowing again, the brown-haired man said, he apologizes. Since it concerns Kim Joo-hyuk, they must be prepared thoroughly. She did not scold him further, but clarified that they had found contractures that could create subspace. He confirmed it, yes. They collected several capable of creating such distortions. All team members were personally selected by the Ventric family. This news will not get into the press. Adelia Ventric said calmly, okay. Did he take care of what she asked him to do? The man answered mysteriously, yes. For Sanctuary, they prepared a special storage stone, which contains a bottomless amount of magic. She repeated again contentedly, okay. Now it's her turn. Deacon must remain in the contact group and lead the elimination team after the completion of subspace. Without straightening his back, he obeyed, saying that he understood her. Then he added, they are preparing to give birth to a new constellation, right? Adelia proudly replied that it was. Then Deacon added, does the head really think this is necessary? She immediately felt the anger that was taking over from such a question, and flashing with fiery yellow magical rays. She clarified, what? Does he think she was just scared of some high school student? He was seriously frightened and said, of course not. Adelia Ventric, having calmed down, calmly explained that this was just a precautionary measure. He shouldn't worry. Deacon repeated again, he understood everything. She suddenly added, by the way, recently a constellation responded, which had been silent for a very long time. With these words, she remembers the notification window, which said that the beak mask was asking for more information. Then Adelia admitted that this made her very wary. Therefore, if they succeeded in summoning the constellation, she would like to take the opportunity to ask him about it. Now, surrounded by Kim Joo-hyuk, he remembered her question, why such a silent constellation suddenly spoke. Finally, Deacon loudly exclaimed, contact group. They must prepare for space distortion. People in capes immediately squatted on the ground, touching the asphalt with their palms, creating a seal and a luminous dome above all of them. Jo-hyuk, being in the very center of this, looked back and luckily, what? Subspace. Turning to the others, he noted if they knew, it made sense. If anyone saw them, they would laugh at them. They probably didn't prepare for this for long. Deacon remained silent. Then Kim Joo-hyuk caustically clarified, and whose idea was this? Head of the Ventric family. Hearing these words, he immediately tensed up and asked how the guy found out about this. Joo-hyuk calmly noted, isn't it obvious? Among his enemies, 2 use black magic, and only one of his enemies does not. If not Ventric, then who else? Clergy? Having removed the hood, he turned to the rest of his assistants. They could not help but hide. This guy guessed everything. They must call the kill team. One of the men behind obediently exclaimed, he will do anything. Soon, even more people armed with axes and sharp swords appeared in the ranks of those who surrounded Kim Joo-hyuk. They were all extremely militant. He remained quite calm, and finally grinned and said, aren't they ashamed of themselves? They called a whole crowd to deal with the high school student. Deacon waved his weapon and replied, it doesn't matter. They only carry out the orders of their leader. Joo-hyuk, finally stretching his stiff shoulders, noted that then, probably, she has neither shame nor conscience. He did not answer him, but sharply exclaimed, they must get rid of this guy. The embittered guys immediately rushed to attack, but the very next moment one of them screamed painfully, what? Kim Joo-hyuk hit him in the chest with his shoulder, smiled contentedly, and then used magic and with one blow threw back a dozen more attackers. The guys fell on their backs on the stone slabs and groaned in pain. Deacon, watching this, also raised his sword to the strike and swung it, leaving a red energy trail in the air. Jo-hyuk calmly stepped back and said, shamefully, yes. Wasn't he taught how to swing a saber correctly? As soon as he sat down on his knees, 2 men with spears attacked him from behind. Kim Joo-hyuk, hearing them, grunted in surprise, but when the blades of the guns sparkled as they collided with each other, the people saw that they had hit the ground, and he again managed to jump up in time, and then kicked them. But then Jo-hyuk slowly approached one man, and pressing his chest with his foot, added, they must follow the cannons. He hasn't caught his breath yet. Deacon just at that moment found himself behind him, and decided to pounce, extending his saber hand forward. However, this time too, Kim Joo-hyuk tilted his body a little to the side, avoiding injury, and then he wondered in horror who this guy was. Deacon tried to attack him again, but Joo-hyuk ducked down again, squatting. Finally, he said, they tired him. Then he took the sheath more tightly, and resting it on his chest, pushed the sheath forward, while smiling contentedly. Deacon felt a large burst of energy, and he was thrown back, and not a single sound came out of his mouth. And he wondered, did they have to prepare so much for this not to be enough? Next time he should prepare thoroughly. Before falling to the ground and losing consciousness, he also mentally addressed the head. He was very sorry. After that, the stone slab, and Kim Joo-hyuk, looking forward, finally asked, she decided to crawl out after all. The head of the Ventric family? Adelia Ventric was indeed heading towards him, passing the people who parted. Passing by Deacon, she looked down at him and realized, including him, that the elimination team was greatly superior in strength to even experienced contractures. Something unthinkable must have happened here. This will not work. Thinking about this, Adelia took out her dagger, endowed with magic, from its sheath and turned to Joo-hyuk. He should be proud. Not every person gets to see the sacred religion from the family before death. He was not impressed by her words, and even in response clarified that she was proud of this fillet knife. Or what? How does she even know what pride is? Adelia completely lost her temper, attacked him, and said, he's a non-entity. Suddenly a purple stone, very similar to a crystal, fell to the ground next to Deacon. The next moment, such stones began to appear in the hands of everyone present, but now they all flashed with a bright yellow light. People were perplexed and asked, what is going on? Adelia Ventric, looking around, was also surprised. What? Storage stones. Then she turned her attention to the blade of her dagger, which also began to glow brightly. She thought with horror, this cannot be. What it is. The glow became brighter and looked like a blazing sun. Following this, a notification window appeared, in which, after a pause, it was written, Teacher. One person from the liquidation team held a spear in one hand, and in the other a storage stone, which turned from blue to gold and glowed with a magical golden glow. Everyone looked at this in excitement and shock, not understanding what was happening. Several people held daggers and spears in front of them, hiding behind each other. They looked at this magical light in fear. Adelia Ventric held a dagger in her hand that glowed brightly with a golden glow. She looked at this in bewilderment. Kim Joo-hyuk looked ahead attentively. All members of the elimination group froze in place, looking at the golden stones in their palms. Some of them asked what was going on. Adelia Ventric also froze in an unnatural position, looking at her dagger. She thought excitedly that she couldn't move. She asked with excitement whether it was sanctuarization that had involuntarily activated. Adelia looked around at the members of the liquidation group and thought that, unlike her, who remained conscious, all the members of the liquidation group were frozen both morally and physically. A tear ran down her cheek. She asked in bewilderment why Kim Joo-hyuk was still okay. He approached her and touched the glowing golden dagger with his fingers with interest. Suddenly, a golden rectangle appeared in the air in front of him, where the question was written in white letters, Teacher? Kim Joo-hyuk asked in surprise, Teacher? The golden rectangle began to increase in size, turning into a golden flame, from which a human silhouette emerged. Kim Joo-hyuk watched this in surprise. A girl in a tracksuit appeared before him from the flames. Her face was hidden under a mask with a beak. She slowly, anxiously took off her mask and hood. A girl with short snow-white hair and big blue eyes was looking at Kim Joo-hyuk. She said quietly, Teacher. The girl was wearing sports shorts and a brown and blue jacket. She glowed with a golden aura. Kim Joo-hyuk, holding a sheathed sword in his hand, looked at her, puzzled. She looked into his eyes with excitement and hope. Kim Joo-hyuk remembered this girl who was chained by the neck to a stone wall. Her gaze was filled with aggression and hatred. Her teeth were clenched in a predatory grin. 300 years ago, Kim Hyun Oh looked at her mockingly. He said through laughter, Let them look at this child. These eyes probably hate the whole world. She was on her knees with an iron collar around her neck. She is wearing dirty and torn clothes. The girl angrily shouted at him not to pretend to understand her. She was thin and pale with abrasions on her dirty face. She angrily asked the question, What does he even know about her? Kim Hyun Oh looked at her sternly and said, despite the fact that he doesn't know everything, he knows something. Because he was once a slave too. The exhausted blonde girl looked at him in surprise. She asked in disbelief, what? Kim Hyun Oh said that in his youth he was unable to fight back and was kidnapped by a slave trader. Then, like her, he lived a slave life due to the shackles and restrictions placed on him. He squatted right in front of her and looked at her. She looked at him angrily. He asked in surprise, doesn't she want to be free? She asked irritably if he had said that he too was a slave. Kim Hyun Oh confirmed this. The girl angrily asked a question, then why does he ask such stupid questions? She grabbed the iron collar around her neck with her hand, which glowed pink. There were some symbols written on the collar. She cried out in despair that because of this rubbish, she could not even dream of freedom. Holding her collar with her hand, she angrily told him to go away and not annoy her. She didn't know how he ended up there, but very soon a slave trader would show up here. Kim Hyun Oh ignored this remark and said that the paradoxical feature of the limiter is that it can be removed only in two ways, after the death of the owner and by his own decision. He smiled sadly and said that the first method does not always work. Apparently, she was out of luck. The girl widened her eyes in shock, not believing her ears. She mentally imagined her bald and muscular owner and asked incredulously, is this freak dead? The girl asked a question doomedly. Then she will never be able to find freedom again. Kim Hyun Oh scratched his ear with his little finger and remained silent. He looked at her with a sly smile and asked a question. What if he said that he could? He grabbed the iron restraint around her neck with his hand. The girl exclaimed in fear. Kim Hyun Oh, activating the blue spiritual power around his hand, said by imitating the magical components of the limiter, he can reconstruct it and slowly dissolve it. Although this type of control is not his specialty, removing one limiter is not a problem. The girl looked down, her eyes filled with tears. Kim Hyun Oh looked at her exhausted face and said that he hoped to one day disembowel every slave trader on this earth. He strengthened the magical flow of mana that flowed through his hand and directed it into the limiter. The metal collar changed color, becoming white. A moment later, it shattered into small pink pieces. The girl looked at this in shock, putting both hands forward. There were tears of joy and gratitude in her eyes. She touched her neck with her fingers in disbelief and mentally said, this is ruined. Streams of tears flowed from her eyes. She thought that the limiter that tormented her so much was destroyed. Kim Hyun Oh rose to his feet, bowed before her, and said that now everything depends on her. She asked in bewilderment, what? He asked, having found that notorious freedom that she so dreamed of, what did she plan to do next? The girl sat on the brick floor, holding her neck with her hand, and was silent thoughtfully. Kim Hyun Oh stood opposite, waiting for an answer. She said sadly that she didn't know. She has no one. The slave trader deprived her of her home and family. Kim Hyun Oh opened his mouth thoughtfully, paused, and said that today he was going on a trip. He's going to smash the head of every freak who thinks he's superior to other people. He remembered the face of the bald slave trader, who lay defeated on the ground, bleeding. Kim Hyun Oh said decisively, what he did to this freak today, he will do 1,000 more times. He looked at the pale, bruised face of the blonde girl and asked the question, does she want to join him? The girl, holding her wounded neck with her hand, looked at him excitedly with her large, blue eyes. She lowered her gaze, frowned decisively, and said that she would go with him. Kim Hyun Oh looked at her approvingly and smiled. He said it was good. Then, from now on, she can call him teacher. The girl rose to her feet, standing opposite him. Kim Hyun Oh added that he hopes she will be more polite to him. He asked a question, no informal communication. Did she understand? She looked at him excitedly and said that she understood. Kim Hyun Oh told Clueless to follow him. She turned to him with excitement, asking for forgiveness, and asked the question, what is his name? She meant how should she address him? He stopped, looked over his shoulder, and asked in surprise, what? He looked at her wounded neck, where there were scars from the restraint, and said, Kim Hyun Oh. She smiled and told him her name. Currently, Kim Joo-hyuk was looking at this girl who was looking at him kindly. A golden aura glowed brightly around her. He smiled and thought that now he remembered. As expected, it became a constellation. He knows this stupid thing much better than the gang from Ventric. He looked thoughtfully at the glowing girl and thought that he could not remember her name. He thought with excitement that he seemed to understand what the guide was telling him. He closed his eyes sadly and mentally concluded that nothing could be done about it. After all, he only called her by her nickname. Kim Joo-hyuk said affably that they had not seen Clueless for a long time. She looked at him with tenderness. Adelia looked at them in shock. She mentally asked again, Clueless. He dared to call the constellation stupid. Constellation Girl said before she and her teacher celebrated their reunion. She approached Adelia and extended her hand to her dagger. Adelia, frozen in place, asked herself in shock, did the constellation personally touch the relic? Constellation looked at the golden, glowing dagger with interest. She abruptly pulled it out of Adelia's hand and waved her hand up. Adelia, who could not move, looked at this with concern. Suddenly something happened. Her eyes rolled back, turned them completely white. She screamed desperately, no! A moment later, all members of the liquidation team and Adelia Ventric were lying motionless on the floor. Towering above them was Constellation, with a glowing dagger in his hand, and Kim Joo-hyuk. She looked over her shoulder and asked the question, what to do with them? He looked thoughtfully at the dagger glowing with golden light and touched his chin with his fingers. Constellation asked the question, should she kill them? A mischievous sparkle appeared in Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes. He smiled slyly and said no. He has a better idea. Overtime. The next day. Valhalla. Kim Ligong opened his mouth in shock and mentally asked what. He looked at the computer screen where the sponsorship application was. The Ventric family donated 5 billion won to personally sponsor student Kim Joo-hyuk. Kim Ligong asked with excitement in his mind, is Kim Joo-hyuk in his right mind? Kim Ligong carefully reviewed each item in the sponsorship application once again. The Ventric family was listed as sponsor. Sponsorship information, 5 billion won. The note indicated personal sponsorship of student Kim Joo-hyuk. Kim Ligun excitedly grabbed his head with his hand and mentally repeated, 5 billion won. Personal sponsorship of Kim Joo-hyuk. Lee Sang-cheol, holding a glass of coffee in his hand, asked the question, what would he say about this? Kim Ligun turned his head in his direction in shock and said, instructor. Lee Sang-cheol stood behind him, raised the glass to his lips and said, there must be a reasonable explanation for this. He asked in surprise, why now? Why so much? Kim Ligun, with his fingers on the laptop keyboard, excitedly asked the question, why Kim Joo-hyuk? He had a conflict with the Ventric family, didn't he? Lee Sang-cheol looked at the laptop screen and asked the question, did they decide to settle everything with money? But this is simply pointless. The last time Desira attacked Kim Joo-hyuk, they used their sponsors' connections to shut everyone up. Then such a donation became their way to protect the image of Rockdill and the rest of the family. However, Rockdill is no longer in their family. The line has been drawn. If they didn't do this, it would greatly damage their reputation. But here the case is completely different. And so, he still wonders, what is the real reason why the Ventric family sends sponsorship to Kim Joo-hyuk? Kim Ligong, sitting on a chair, turned to him and said, what's more, they still don't know whether he will accept this sponsorship. He's not himself. He might just send everyone away. Lee Sang-cheol took a sip from his glass and said that they should ask him personally. Kim Ligun assured that he would definitely ask. Overtime. Reception. Kim Joo-hyuk, smiling happily, said yes, he agrees to accept it. Kim Ligong was shocked. He involuntarily opened his mouth and asked the question, what? Kim Joo-hyuk spread his hands to the side in a questioning gesture and asked a question. Why did they ask? Is there any reason to reject 5 billion won? Kim Ligun looked at him in shock and said that it was his business. Kim Joo-hyuk asked a question. Can he go? He made an attempt to get up from the sofa. Kim Ligun sharply extended his hand in front of him, motioning for him to stop. He said to wait a minute. Kim Ligun excitedly explained that not only did he receive sponsorship, but so did their academy. According to the rules of Valhalla, he can move into a higher class dormitory. Kim Ligun asked what he thought about this. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled cheerfully and said that he was quite happy with his room now. He will definitely move later. Kim Ligon replied, okay. When the door closed behind Kim Joo-hyuk, he looked ahead thoughtfully and mentally asked himself, what was that? Last time he refused their handouts, but now he welcomes them. Okay, since their academy has also been allocated funds, he will close this issue somehow. After some time, Kim Joo-hyuk confidently walked along the sunlight-lit corridor of the academy, hiding his hands in his trouser pockets. He looked down thoughtfully, looking at his feet. He remembered the beautiful, sweet face of the Constellation girl. She, glowing with a golden aura, asked the question, what should she do with this gang? Should she kill them? Kim Joo-hyuk replied no. Let him bring them to consciousness. He has a better idea. They both looked with interest at Adelia Ventric, who lay motionless on the floor. The Constellation girl obediently replied that she was obeying him. After some time, Adelia sat on the floor, shaking all over. Kim Joo-hyuk squatted in front of her and looked into her eyes. He called out to her rudely. She asked in fear, what? Her voice broke with excitement. Kim Joo-hyuk grinned mockingly, pointed his thumb in the direction of the Constellation girl, and said that it seemed to him that she had warmed up someone else's clueless. He mockingly asked the question, what should he do? Constellation girl revealed that she founded the Ventric family to serve her teacher. He is free to dispose of their lives for his personal interests. Adelia looked at her in fear. Kim Joo-hyuk looked over his shoulder and said with a smile that he understood. Adelia looked at her and told the venerable Constellation to forgive her. That phrase that is passed down from mouth to mouth in their family is all for one. The Constellation girl flushed with indignation and said that this phrase meant a teacher. Her aura flared up with a bright flame. She angrily asked the question, did it just dawn on her? The Constellation girl put a mask with a beak on her face and pulled the hood of her sports jacket over her head. Adelia asked the question in disbelief. Then is her teacher this person? The Constellation girl confirmed this and said, despite the fact that his face is different, his magical aura completely gives him away. Kim Joo-hyuk squatted between them and smiled smugly. He mockingly said that there were already enough questions about him. He asked the question, doesn't she think it's better to worry about herself now? Adelia, shaking all over, looked down guiltily. He looked at her angrily and thought, to be honest, when he remembers how much these people annoyed him, it wouldn't be enough to kill them. After thinking, he decided that their power was worth taking into account. He mentally asked, why shouldn't he take advantage of this? He looked at Adelia mockingly and thought that controlling this family personally would be a big problem. He rudely called out to Adelia and asked a question, is she good at driving? Adelia asked with excitement in her voice, what? She replied that although she is the vice head, it has been 4 years since she held the position of leader in their family. During this time, they regained all their strength and became the most prestigious family in Britain. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in disbelief, is this really true? He squatted in front of her, carefully peering into her face. Nearby, glowing with golden light, stood a Constellation girl with a mask with a beak on her face. Kim Joo-hyuk said, then let him continue in the same spirit. Adelia involuntarily opened her mouth in shock and through her tears asked, what? Kim Joo-hyuk added cheerfully, let him not forget to support his activities with his own efforts. Let him not ask why. He pointed over his shoulder with his thumb at the Constellation girl and said, the moment she decides to do something again, let her remember what can happen. He asked a question. She knows what will happen, right? The Constellation girl told the teacher not to worry. She will personally make sure something like this never happens again. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled and said with satisfaction, well, that's nice. Constellation girl sighed in shock and said, she thinks it's time for the teacher. Kim Joo-hyuk rose to his feet. The girl Constellation slowly dissipated into the air. He looked at her in surprise and asked where she was going. Constellation girl replied, the space where constellations can materialize usually requires a huge amount of magical power. Her silhouette disappeared into the air. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in surprise, really? She answered yes. To do this, you need dozens of storage stones filled with magical power. She looked at the accumulation stone, which slowly changed its color, turning blue. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the stone and said, then it's clear why they need so much of this. Constellation girl said, Since this magical power is fading, and since she used these abilities herself, she thinks she will need to rest for a while. Kim Joo-hyuk asked with disappointment, "Even the constellations are imperfect." Taking off her mask, she said it was nothing. For the opportunity to see the reincarnation of her teacher with her own eyes, she pays an insignificant price. With a smile, he asked the question, "Why is she doing this all of a sudden? Let him go to rest already." Putting the beak mask back on her face, the Constellation girl said, the last thing she would like to tell him is that it seems that she is not the only student of his who has become a constellation. His meeting with him is inevitable. And now, she asks to forgive her. The Constellation girl turned into a bright golden flash and disappeared into the air. Kim Joo-hyuk and Adelia Ventrick looked on in shock. Currently, Kim Joo-hyuk slowly walked down the corridor of the academy and asked himself in surprise, has another student of his become a constellation? He thought that he had a guess. He wondered with interest, but who? Each of them could become a constellation. Kim Joo-hyuk mentally asked the words of the Constellation girl, will they meet soon? He thought that he could personally see 2 entire constellations. This dunce Barche and Stupid. They met Barche thanks to the notification window, but the meeting with Stupid was purely an accident. Moreover, right now there are a lot of constellations in this world. He continued to walk along the deserted corridor of the academy, thinking that it was pointless to seek a meeting with everyone. Kim Joo-hyuk thought and mentally noticed that Barche had somehow become quiet after meeting the guide. Barche asked a question. Did he call him? Kim Joo-hyuk asked the question, what was he even doing? Barche replied that he was putting his thoughts in order. His memories end at the moment when he entered the secret room. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in surprise, he doesn't know what happened then. Barche replied no. This mental subspace ceased to function after his visit to the basement. And even if not for long, his memories returned. Kim Joo-hyuk asked mockingly, was he dreaming about a tiger again? Barche indignantly told him not to underestimate his past. He learned the concept of a name that he should already know. Kim Joo-hyuk asked interestedly, and? Barche answered, the owner of the labyrinth. He was the one who named it Barche. Kim Joo-hyuk opened the door with all his might, which hit the wall with a loud sound. He entered the audience thoughtfully. He sat down at the table, not paying attention to Kim Lee-gun, who was explaining the topic to all the students. Yoo So-yeon turned in his direction in confusion, watching him closely. Kim Joo-hyuk began to think, looking ahead thoughtfully. He thought that the owner of the labyrinth was not only a thief in his name, but also Barche's father. Barche, meanwhile, said, feeling awkward, that he would say, of course. Barche crossed his arms over his chest and said that he had given him more than just a name. He added that he also had the power of the boss of the Tower of Destruction. Kim Joo-hyuk mentally asked the question, shifting his gaze slightly to the side, does this power affect a person's personality? Barche replied that, of course. He said once this power was in his hands, he completely renounced his former identity. He added that, however, he would return to this now. Kim Joo-hyuk dissatisfiedly asked the question, how does this strange person manage to give and take away names? Barche thought for a moment and lowered his gaze, saying that he didn't know. Kim Joo-hyuk meanwhile mentally added, considering that they live in his labyrinth. He realized that he could be capable of anything. Barche exhaled in surprise and questioningly. He asked a question, a labyrinth? He asked what he meant. Kim Joo-hyuk irritably asked the question, why is he always of no use? Some time later. Behind the tall educational building, the sun was almost hidden behind the high mountains. Bright sunset colors were spread across the entire sky. Barche, meanwhile, said in surprise that it was incredible. Kim Joo-hyuk meanwhile walked slowly through the park, thinking that this was a sad but very good fact. He began to think further, looking around. However, the guide mentioned that they would still have the opportunity to counterattack. Kim Joo-hyuk decidedly thought that they just had to wait for it. The next day, the conductor in a cone-shaped hat sat at the table with her face resting on her folded hands. 2 candles next to her lightly illuminated the table, the walls and part of her face. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her in shock and asked the question, what is this? He held a huge iron plate in his hands to put food into. The conductor, meanwhile, looked at him silently. After some time, she lowered her gaze with excitement and, hesitating slightly, asked the question, "What is this shining silver thing?" She pointed a finger at the plate in his hands. Kim Joo-hyuk replied in confusion, holding it up that it was a food tray. He asked her an angry question. "Food tray. Is this clear to her?" He asked her a question. "Why do they have to meet during lunch? Is there nothing sacred about it at all?" The conductor looked at him in fear. She apologized sharply and said that she did not know about it. Kim Joo-hyuk assumed a calm expression and sat down at the table, telling them to skip the topic. The conductor asked him a question. Did he bring this ring? Kim Joo-hyuk took the ring out of his pocket and answered emphatically that he did. He raised his hand with the ring upward, starting to look through it at the conductor, who joyfully replied that it was great. She added that now they will try to take advantage of this. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the shining silver ring in surprise and replied that this ring was not like the ones he had seen before. He asked the question, how should they use it? The conductor replied that everything was simple. She told him to put on the ring and destroy the labyrinth. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in surprise, slightly missing his hand, "A labyrinth?" He asked her a question, what kind of labyrinth is she talking about? He said there are now almost no naturally occurring labyrinths left. Kim Joo-hyuk asked the question again, and those that remained had their own masters, isn't that so? The guide confirmed this and said that he couldn't just destroy someone else's labyrinth. She added, adopting a sly smile, that soon the owner of the labyrinth would create a new one. RNA asked him to remind him, asking what he called it in the language of his world. The guide asked a question, is it a dungeon breakout or a disaster? Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her puzzled, beginning to feel contempt. He immediately remembered the various monsters dressed in armor and having horns, that this was a disaster. He continued to think with excitement that as soon as the labyrinth is born, the monsters rush out of it, leaving a disaster in their wake. Kim Joo-hyuk began to remember that a long time ago, even before his reincarnation, they came literally from everywhere. Drops of sweat were running down his face from excitement, and he thought that this was why there was not a single safe corner in the world. He relaxedly put his hands on the table and began to think further that after reincarnation everything had leveled out a little, and life had more or less returned to a stable direction. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, listened to the question, where and when will the portal break through now? He asked how big this labyrinth would be. The conductor replied that in about 3 months. She added that she still didn't know the extent, but she already knew the location of it. She added that it was Korea. Kim Joo-hyuk stepped back from the table in confusion and said that she was lying. He asked her a question, so this should appear right in his country. The guide told him not to judge harshly. She added that she was looking for information in secret from the owner of the maze, so it is very limited. Kim Joo-hyuk clicked his tongue in displeasure, placing his hand on the back of the chair. He asked the question, if this world was a labyrinth from the beginning, then what are the labyrinths within it? The guide replied that the owner creates them on purpose. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in surprise, is he going to distribute and select names again? The guide saw his contempt and suggested he thought the time had come. She remembered a huge building with a strange shape, which was the appearance of a tower of destruction. She again suggested that it would probably be correct to say that he was trying to adapt the human essence. Kim Joo-hyuk asked the question, so should he solve all the problems of humanity with this end? The conductor confirmed this, saying yes. She immediately clarified, saying what was more precise. She pointed her finger to the side and asked a question. How did he usually deal with mazes before? Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her carefully and made a sound of surprise. He remembered how he dealt with the boss that was born along with the labyrinth, but nothing was simple. Usually he ignored him and destroyed the stones of the labyrinth. The stones of the labyrinth had a blue transparent color, which Kim Joo-hyuk could easily break. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, said that without a subscription, the maze will disappear. The girl with a sly look said that usually this is indeed the surest way, but this time it will not help. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in surprise, why is this? The guide told him to put on the ring and defeat the boss. She pointed her index finger at him, confirming her words. Kim Joo-hyuk meanwhile asked in confusion, besides pleasing her, is there any reasonable reason why he should do this? The conductor confirmed this, answering that of course. she said. Despite the fact that they all live under the roof of the owner of the labyrinth, his power was not limitless. She added that he gets it from people's names. She more simply said that the labyrinth is created using this, her name, his name, and other names. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her in shock. The guide said with a satisfied look, if you disassemble the labyrinth as an integral structure, then the core of it will be the boss who needs to be killed. She began to explain further that by putting on the ring, he would receive the name left by the owner of the labyrinth. Kim Joo-hyuk held the ring up, looking at it in surprise. He looked thoughtfully at the reflections of silver. The conductor, meanwhile, added with a grin that this would be the starting point of their counterattack. She placed her hands on the table, looking expectantly at Kim Joo-hyuk, who was sitting in front of her. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, clearly said that he had a question. He asked a question. This creature has absorbed more than one or two names. Is that so? He said that he is not a skeptic. Kim Joo-hyuk asked her again, shouldn't he not care when there are still several hundred of the same names in stock? The conductor answered with a sly smile that this was a very good question. She said that, of course, as he put it, he didn't care. She added that his goal was to adapt the human race to the changes taking place on Earth. The guide answered in confidence. The essence of this plan was not only to kill the boss, but also to clean the labyrinth. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her, in a state of shock. The guide, meanwhile, added that when the owner of the maze realizes that his creature has trampled him even before adaptation, he will immediately take action. She added that in such a case he could send several names on his collection to form a disaster around the world. She went on to explain that this was the right moment for their mass absorption. The absorbed names will become their leading force. Kim Joo-hyuk said that he wanted to ask something else. He began to formulate a question and said that names for the owner of the labyrinth were a kind of catalyst of power. He asked the question, what then distinguishes them from him? Kim Joo-hyuk looked forward with dangerous lights in his eyes. The conductor thought about it. She admitted, but she didn't think he was bothered by such things. Kim Joo-hyuk irritably told her that she shouldn't look at him like that. He replied that he also needed an adequate motive for action. The guide said, they will start with the fact that the absorption of the scattered by the owners will not harm anyone. She began to explain further that if he takes the name from the owner of the labyrinth, he will either become a saint or become attached to him and lose the opportunity to be reborn. Regardless of the outcome, the material shell will be trapped. The trap was ephemeral, in which the owner caught himself. Kim Joo-hyuk frowned contemptuously, remaining silent. The guide, meanwhile, smiled and said, moreover, if he uses the power of the absorbed names, then when the restrictions are lifted, their owners will be able to free themselves. She added that if he didn't care, he didn't have to follow her plan. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her with a surprised look, remaining silent. The conductor, meanwhile, said, in any case, he will understand whose name he absorbed. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately put the ring on his index finger and said okay. He asked the question. Then they should just wait for the dungeon to break. A sly grin appeared on his face. The guide confirmed this and said that she would soon inform him of the exact place and date. She added that before that he should assemble a normal team. Kim Joo-hyuk asked the team. He asked her a question. Wouldn't it be enough for him to just kill the boss? The guide snapped her fingers and began to explain that when the maze disappears, the monsters inside the maze will die. She said that those who got out, however, would not go anywhere. She asked the question, wouldn't they have to intervene? She snapped her fingers again, causing a bright flash, and said that they would see each other later. Kim Joo-hyuk opened his eyes in shock. He found himself in the middle of the dining room, where the cook was serving food. The cook asked him a question, will he take something? Kim Joo-hyuk froze in place, stunned. Sometime later, outside the school building, Kim Joo-hyuk walked down the street dissatisfied, clenching his teeth tightly. He mentally swore at the conductor. He began to think that she had disappeared again with a snap of her fingers. He immediately remembered that she told him to recruit a team. He froze in place and began to think further. If you think about it, even before reincarnation, he always traveled with his disciples. Missions like this took time, and he also had to think about collateral damage. He asked a question, looking at the girl in front of him. Perhaps he should find new students. He immediately froze in surprise. Yen Lan stood in front of him. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her puzzled. Don't move anywhere else. Yen Lan crossed her arms over her chest, smiling predatorily. Kim Joo-hyuk asked her a question. What is this? Why is she here? Yang Lan replied that she thought a little after his defeat. She wondered why she lost. Yen Lan put her index finger in front of her and shrewdly exclaimed that it was then that she understood. She said as she approached Kim Joo-hyuk that he was stronger. That's why she lost. Kim Joo-hyuk noticed that somehow she realized this too quickly. He asked her a question. Is she a child prodigy? Yang Lan said gloomily. She thought that she was very similar to him. Kim Joo-hyuk asked doomedly, What? Yen Lan replied that a person who amazed everyone with just his talent and never lost was quite rare in the adult world. She stuck her finger forward as she continued to explain. Kim Joo-hyuk rubbed the back of his head in confusion and said, If she thinks that in this regard he is very similar to her, then she is very mistaken. He added that he personally considers himself a fairly diligent person. Yang Lan said that she thought so at first. She understood everything now. Yen Lan began to remember his strong blow to the chest with his hand and said, The movements that amazed her were far from an unusual technique. It was as if she had been hit by all his years of experience and hard training. Yang Lan explained that she was angry at first, but then came to humility and realization. She admitted that she lacked experience. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her, puzzled, without answering. Meanwhile, Yang Lan clenched her fist after looking at this and exclaimed that now she understood everything. She exclaimed, if she fights them again, she will definitely gain experience. She looked at him with a sly smile and shouted that that's why he should fight with her. She pointed her finger at him and smugly shouted that she would defeat him. Kim Joo-hyuk asked her even more puzzled, What? Yen Lan pointed her thumb at herself and repeated again for them to fight. Kim Joo-hyuk turned around and began to leave. He told her to do better and take part in a competition for gifted children. He added that it was time for him to go. Yen Lan grabbed his shoulder with her hand and asked a question, What about the fight? She shouted that she had come all the way from China for him. Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he didn't care. He added that it would be better if she did something useful. He took martial arts as an example. Yen Lan said with some disappointment that she didn't know. Kim Joo-hyuk stopped and turned slightly in her direction, exhaling questioningly. Yen Lan looked down desperately and said that she studied very well until she was 6 years old. From that age, she trained independently. She added that he then overpowered her during the lunar year. Kim Joo-hyuk asked her again, Did he defeat her in the lunar year? Is this before she took control of those contractors? Yen Lan confirmed this by answering what exactly. She concluded that the contractors were not wildly delighted with her either. She was the first to engage in self-education. She began to remember her past, where she was surrounded by many people, and said that she continued to be excluded from the family's regular training, so she asked them to find sparring partners so that her skills would not ossify. The girl added that in the end, they set adult contractors on her. She admitted that this is why she got her hand full. Yen Lan said, placing her hands on her sides, It's good that there were not so many of them. Kim Joo-hyuk listened to her carefully. He thought, frowning, that this matched So Leon's words. He concluded that the nuance was completely different. She clearly had talent. Yen Lan, meanwhile, thoughtfully lowered her gaze, continuing to stand in front of him. Kim Joo-hyuk thought that her only problem was that, apart from fighting, she couldn't do anything. Suddenly he asked her a question, then why had she been locked up all this time? Yen Lan replied that to some extent it was a necessary measure. She admitted, looking at her palm, she was just tired of always ruining everything for everyone. She added that she was stronger than her entire clan and had nothing to occupy herself with. She immediately clenched her hand angrily into a fist and exclaimed that it was nothing. The girl exclaimed that she had found someone stronger than her. She asked a question, angrily pointing her finger at the surprised Kim Joo-hyuk, and what's good about that? She clenched her second fist and exclaimed that she could become stronger from ordinary battles, and she would not have to endure receiving from her family. Kim Joo-hyuk said that no one is going to fight with her. Yang Lan grabbed his shoulders again and desperately asked the question, why? She started crying and asked him to do this to her. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her confusedly as she shook his shoulders. He looked at her puzzled and mentally asked the question, wasn't it strange? She was an exile who was dragged into the White Lotus Palace. He asked the question, why then did they try to bring her back? Yenlan grabbed his shoulder with both hands. Kim Joo-hyuk didn't know what happened there. He asked the question, shouldn't she deal with her family situations first? He thoughtfully turned his head at her and was silent. A moment later, he sharply raised his hand, pushing the girl's hands away from him, and told her to finally let him go. Yenlan asked the question with hope, will he fight her now? Kim Joo-hyuk said that it was not safe in the middle of the academy. He told her to follow him. Yonglan clenched her fists in anticipation and said yes. After some time in the gym, Yoo Seoyeon and Choi Erin wiped off their sweat and drank water after a long workout. Oh Seok lifted the dumbbells with one hand, looking forward in surprise. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, entered the gym and, looking at Yonglan, said that he would change his clothes and come back, so let her wait a minute. Yonglan obediently replied that yes. Choi Erin suddenly walked up to Kim Joo-hyuk and addressed him by name. Kim Joo-hyuk turned sharply in her direction and angrily shouted that he did not have a moment of peace. Choi Erin asked him who is with him. Kim Joo-hyuk explained that it was a crazy woman he met at the White Lotus. He added she said she flew all the way from China to fight him. Choi Erin looked to the side in surprise and asked again, is this true? Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, defended himself by saying that he was just going to do it once. Yenlan looked to the side with a sly look. Choi Erin looked at her with undisguised anger and asked the question, did she come all this way for him? Yonglan made a startled sound, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly she walked up to the angry Choi Erin and asked her why she was looking at her. Does she want to fight too? Choi Erin refused and said that she didn't want to go yet. Meanwhile, Yonglan clenched her fist angrily and asked a question, no. Yoo Seoyeon watched them and mentally concluded that judging by the color of their hair, they could be related. She asked the question, did she really come from China to fight Kim Joo-hyuk? She thought it was great. Sometime later at the Valhalla training ground, Yonglan stood opposite Kim Joo-hyuk. Kim Joo-hyuk looked down and said he was sure that they had agreed to spar him and Yonglan alone. He immediately started yelling at Choi Erin, Yoo So-yeon, and Oh Si-hyuk and asked why there were so many spectators. Choi Erin replied, she's keeping an eye on her to make sure she doesn't do anything strange. Yoo Seoyeon put her hand on her side and said that she was just hanging out with Choi Erin. Oh Seok advised him to just ignore it. Kim Joo-hyuk angrily asked the question, seriously. Yenlan began to stretch her elbows and said that she was looking forward to their fight. She added, looking forward with a sly smile, that he should keep this in mind, because in their last meetings she had become stronger. Kim Joo-hyuk mockingly asked her the question, is this true? He bent one arm at the elbow and placed the other on the crook to stretch his shoulder as much as possible to warm up. Kim Joo-hyuk said that then he can fight at full strength. He remembered the conductor's words and repeated them mentally that before that he needed to assemble a normal team. Kim Joo-hyuk pursed his lips tightly, looking ahead thoughtfully. After a moment, he asked the question, didn't she say that she wanted to become stronger? Yenlan began waving her arms with anticipation and exclaimed that yes, she want. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her with a smile and said that if she loses, she can become his student. Yenlan opened her mouth in shock and began to make incomprehensible sounds of surprise. She asked him a question, slightly putting her hand forward. He knows that she is trying to become stronger in order to defeat him. Kim Joo-hyuk clenched his fist, from which a red aura began to emanate, and said he invites her to gain this power by becoming his student. He suggested that they begin. Yonglan took a fighting pose, waving her arms, and shouted that she hated teachers. She added so that he wouldn't even think that she would lose. Her pant leg tore through the fabric of her jeans from the strong force. The sound of fabric being torn was heard. She hit Kim Joo-hyuk in the chest with all her might, whose eyes turned black with pain. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her, moving away a little, and said that she had indeed become a little stronger. Yenlan seemed to be on fire and asked the question, is this true? She said that at least he blocked her blow. She began to move forward again, completely illuminated by a bright red flame, that this time he wouldn't succeed, Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her in shock, clenching his fists. He began to be repulsed by Yen Lan's strong energy. Yoo Soyeon and Choi Erin began to cover themselves with their hands to protect themselves from her energy. Yoo Soyeon meanwhile asked the question, "What is this? Is this some kind of magic? Was there a monster warmed up in the White Lotus?" Oh Seok replied thoughtfully, continuing to stand still, that this was a huge amount of mana. He explained that her concentration is even higher than Kim Joo-hyuk's in recent competitions. Yoo Soyeon, meanwhile, grabbed his shoulder, watching the fight in surprise. Yen Lan began to quickly run forward, taking on a smug look. Her eyes shone with anger, and she thought that one blow and he would die. She mentally decided that even if he blocked, he would still be finished. Yen Lan suddenly opened her eyes wide, looking ahead in shock. Kim Joo-hyuk stood in the same position in which she stood recently. His arms and legs were bent at the knees and elbows. Yen Lan mentally asked, "Was this the same pose?" Kim Joo-hyuk replied, looking forward smugly, that he also liked to sort out problems himself, face to face. Yen Lan continued to rapidly approach him, aiming her fists. Kim Joo-hyuk grinned and greeted her in the same position. Their fists were rapidly approaching each other in a strong and powerful blow. Moments later, they connected, causing bright sparks of a strong aura to shoot out from their knuckles in all directions. Kim Joo-hyuk and Yen Lan stood like that for some more time, leaning their fists on each other. A strong aura began to spread from them in all directions. Yen Lan tensely clenched his teeth, watching as their fists were already shaking, and asked a question, has she lost all of mana, and is she still being thrown back? She asked the question. He didn't have that kind of magical power, so where did it come from? Yen Lan continued to clench her teeth tightly together as she looked forward and thought that he was much stronger than he was then. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her confidently, smiling slightly. Yen Lan, meanwhile, resolutely thought that for the sake of the opportunity to fight with him, she was ready to do anything. Kim Joo-hyuk replied that he only takes one hit. Yen Lan opened her mouth in shock and made a questioning sound. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, began swinging his arm again, squatting slightly on his feet, and shouted that starting from the second, he would block and hit back. Yen Lan crossed her arms over her chest, trying to protect herself from his blow, but she still began to be pushed back with all her strength. She looked stunned at Kim Joo-hyuk, who continued to swing his hand at her. Yen Lan began to growl loudly in anger. She thought desperately that she had lost again. She landed on the ground with all her might, hitting the front of her body hard. Kim Joo-hyuk, meanwhile, sharply removed his foot so that it would not hit him. He looked down arrogantly and said that now it seems he has another student. Yen Lan lay unconscious for some time, when she suddenly opened her eyes and sat up, hiccuping loudly. Kim Joo-hyuk, squatting next to him, said without surprise. She woke up. She, clutching her stomach, said displeasedly how unpleasant he was. She lost again. He noted that she had enough strength. Who would have thought that she would wake up now, and not in a few days? The doe, still in the same dissatisfied tone, asked if she could take this as a compliment. Joo-hyuk announced sharply, "Okay, less words, more action." Then she said with a wink that this time she was going to invite him to fight without using any magic, just like their first time. But now she understands that the outcome of the battle will not change. Okay. Rising abruptly to her feet, Yen Lan announced, as she promised, she would become his student. Smiling broadly, she confidently clarified, so now she is officially his first. Kim Joo-hyuk calmly explained, "Well, actually, no." She, with her hands on her hips, turned out to be dissatisfied. What? Can't be. Did he already have students in high school? He corrected her again. Not really. Suddenly Erin's voice was heard nearby. Joo-hyuk is right. The doe, hearing this, chuckled in surprise. What? She said that since she started studying before her, officially she will be his first student. Choi Erin also meowed cutely at the end of her sentence. However, Kim Joo-hyuk, watching the two of them from the side, noted to himself that he was sorry for upsetting her, but she was also far from the first. Okay, he shouldn't tell her about this. But Yen Lan immediately flared up with anger. Meow? Did she tell her that? Is she looking for conflict? Erin, without remaining silent, also answered irritably. Yes, why is she so angry? Meow. This almost brought Lan to hysterics. Coming close to Choi Erin, she began to scream. Her name is Yen Lan. She can keep her stupid nicknames to herself. Erin was not going to be the first to end the argument, so she began to repeat, "She shouldn't be mischievous, meow." This is a cute name for a cute girl. The doe blushed with rage and, showing her a shaking fist, said, "Who's cute?" "She wants to die." Choi Erin is much calmer now, but still insistent. She asked, "She does not like?" "She can come home, meow." Joo-hyuk again just watched them without saying anything. The doe continued, "Why on earth?" And she hasn't had time to learn anything yet. Erin only provoked her. She had already come to terms with the fact that she was a charming cat. Kim Joo-hyuk suddenly became thoughtful. Looking at them, he involuntarily begins to remember the same thing. Before his reincarnation, many years ago, he felt the same warm feelings for his students. Finally, he decided to intervene in their dispute and turned to Yen Lan. "The meow must stop." She turned to him with eyes full of surprise, screaming again, "He too, or what?" Joo-hyuk approached Choi Erin and calmly explained that she really became his student earlier, so she shouldn't be rude to those who are more experienced. Although she was pleasantly surprised, almost immediately he also made a remark to her. Since they had a person with less experience, then she should be more polite with her. But Erin was not offended by this, but rather embarrassedly asked herself the question, is she more experienced? And Kim Joo-hyuk called her his first student. With her cheeks flushed from such praise, she agreed, so be it. As a good student should, she will endure it. Yen Lan continued to be indignant at this behavior, and shaking and gnashing her teeth, showed her a fist and growled in displeasure. Finally, Joo-hyuk decided to finally calm them down. Okay, they should stop fooling around. They gave each other a good beating today, so they can go and rest. The doe said that it actually didn't hurt her that much. By the way, where should she sleep? He was surprised by this question, asking again, "What?" She couldn't find a place to live? She explained, confused, that she hadn't thought about it. She just wanted to fight him, that's why she came. So Leon told me a lot about him. If it weren't for Len, she wouldn't have known anything about Valhalla. Joo-hyuk, placing his palm to his forehead at this news, clarified, and she immediately flew here. Well, almost immediately he added, "Okay, who is he asking?" The academy decided to give him a dorm room so she could live there for now. Choi Erin looked surprised when he said that, but Lan smiled and agreed. Okay. Erin didn't like something in her tone. Then turning around, she clarified, "Is there something that doesn't suit the kitten?" It was expected that this angered Yen Lan again. She screamed, "What is this? Is she first in line to die?" Kim Joo-hyuk, still standing nearby, said coldly and loudly, should he wait for them to calm down. Soon they still managed to finish the training, and already late on a cloudy night, he was heading from campus to the dormitory, dreaming of what he would like to attract now. These two fought there the entire training session. So much time was wasted. In any case, since things turned out this way, he already has several students. Yoo Soyeon is now focusing on developing her stamina and is still a long way from fencing training. As for Oh Se-hyuk, he hasn't shown any particular interest and is training on his own. So, at the moment, only these two can help prevent disaster. He was distracted by the ringing phone, and taking the gadget out of his pocket, Joo-hyuk wondered what it was. The screen indicated that Adelia Ventric was calling him. He immediately accepted the call, and as soon as he raised the phone to his ear, her voice rang out, "Kim Joo-hyuk? This is Adelia." He replied that he was listening to her. Then she rather timidly continued, the funds for the donation that he had requested. The fact is that she is now dealing with a number of other important issues, and first she would like to report that the assignment has been completed. Joo-hyuk coldly explained that he had already checked the donation and scholarship funds this morning. Adelia Ventric said with a sigh, "That's how. How else can she serve him?" He actually remembered something by contacting her. By the way, he wants her to publish a notice to attract experienced contracts. In 3 months, there will be a disaster. Adelia, seriously frightened, exclaimed, "What? Where did he get this information from?" Kim Joo-hyuk calmly continued on his way and said that it didn't matter. Does it matter that big changes are coming to the country? Then she clarified, so this will happen in Korea. He confirmed her fears, right. Then Adelia Ventric promised, okay, she will contact contractors from Venturgan and the Korean guilds. Joo-hyuk also asked her to keep it a secret if possible. She suddenly blushed, her lips dry from excitement, and timidly turned to him. He was even surprised at this tone and asked what. Having gathered her strength, Adelia clarified that when the patron Constellation wakes up, could he praise her? Kim Joo-hyuk was silent for a while, then asked, is she still sleeping, pretending not to notice her efforts. Adelia Ventric, opening the notification window and seeing that there was nothing there, confirmed this. Yes, she tried to contact her, but it didn't work out. Then Joo-hyuk remembered how the girl then mentioned a short break after using a huge concentration of magical power. Looks like one day wasn't enough for her, huh? Well, then he answered Adelia, okay, he will talk to her. Stuttering, she joyfully exclaimed that she thanked him. The next day after training at the Valhalla training room, Kim Joo-hyuk worked hard, running on the treadmill, as did Choi Erin, who now looked quite confident during her training. However, Yen Lan, while working with them, was breathing very heavily and felt very bad. He finally stopped the simulator and exhaled with relief, but then turned his head to the side with interest and found that Do was lying on the floor, flushed from tension and with his mouth wide open. At the same time, she also said hoarsely, she can't breathe. She's not dying, is she? Then, sitting up abruptly, Yen Lan exclaimed, she almost died. Joo-hyuk, standing nearby and wiping their faces with towels together with Erin, replied, he congratulates her for surviving. She is holding herself up quite cheerfully. It's better than he expected. It seemed to him that she would fall halfway through the training. The Do answered confidently, of course she survived. Her cat's honor is at stake. Hearing this, he grinned, thinking, it seems that her basic stamina is fine, but they should slow down a little. Suddenly Kim Joo-hyuk was called out by someone. When he turned around, he saw a woman in a white traditional Chinese dress, gray hair with black patterns on top of it and green eyes heading towards him, who asked worriedly, did Yonglan show up here by chance? She looked quite serious. Her lips were pursed and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Joo-hyuk immediately wondered, who else is this? Why does she look so much like So Leon? The woman finally paid attention to the figure nearby, turned her head and turned to the confused Yen Lan. She came all this way without saying anything to her mother. The Do bared her teeth in displeasure and exclaimed, So Leonghua. Then Kim Joo-hyuk understood everything and said out loud, so this is who her real mother is. He already thought that the shaman So Lion was her guardian. Leonghua slowly turned her gaze to him, asking if he was the one for whom her daughter came here. Then she would like to introduce herself. She is the head of the Seol family who is currently looking after Yonglan. So Leon, the head of the White Lotus, is her younger sister. He was a little confused, but answered calmly, he understood everything. Seo Lianghua continued thoughtfully, how strange it is. She promised to contact her when Lan left the White Lotus Palace, but instead sent her here. Lan still looked at her with anger, but Lungkua didn't dwell on it, saying that she would deal with it later while Yonglan had to follow her mother. With these words, she extended her hand. However, the Do took this rather hostilely, shaking and screaming again, following her mother. Yes. She didn't care about her all these years. She must leave immediately. Getting up, Yen Lan also added she should stop calling her daughter. It's infuriating. Seo Lianghua unexpectedly sternly reminded her that the Constellation ordered her to leave her. She still doesn't know. The Do screamed, yes. She heard it from the maid before she heard it from her. She repented in a timely manner. Lungjua remained calm and noted that she now sees that she knows about it. By the way, this time the Constellation became interested in her. Yen Lan was taken aback by the news and asked what. Seo Lungkua explained that she finally had a chance to be noticed, so she must no longer disgrace her mother. The Do, still in disbelief, asked if she wanted her to come back. Was this why she was harassing her? Lianghua answered confidently, exactly. Then, barely coping with the trembling throughout her body, Yen Lan said, she must get out of here. This is where Kim Joo-hyuk's students train. She doesn't belong here. Be it Valhalla, Salt, or White Lotus. She's not going to listen to her. So Lianghua closed her eyes and asked if she knew why she came here without bodyguards. To do your job cleanly. Lianghua extends his right hand forward, activating blue streams of magic and directs it at Lan, turning it into a powerful blow. However, she still maintains her balance, and having received only a small burn on her right forearm, she asks what she is doing. Seo Lunghwa, now looking rather angry, asks, "Didn't she say?" She doesn't intend to be delicate. But Yen Lan, not wanting to give in to her, also getting angry, asks the question, "Is there any point in this?" After all, she's not going to hold back either. With these words, she rushes forward and says again, she remembers, right? Even when Lionwood challenged her last time, she still defeated her. Jumping up, right above her, the hind puts all his strength into the blow and directs it at her. Seo Lunghwa, now stronger, easily stops the attack, saying that she has definitely become stronger. In the lotus, she did not kick the lying person. Yang Lan screams furiously, agreeing, that's right. She trained hard so that Lionha would stop thinking of her as an empty place. Squeezing her fist into her palm even tighter, she notes, well, then she should return to Seoul and train properly. Seo Lunghwa then throws it away after twisting it in the air. The doe is genuinely perplexed as to why she is so strong. Landing on the wooden floor, he runs towards her again, and now kicks her, screaming she must let her go. Because of the block that Lionwa had to make, she moves back a little, while disgustedly saying, "What barbaric movements?" Yang Lan, not intending to stop, heads towards her again, loudly exclaiming, she must shut up. All she needs is victory. Choi Aaron watches their battle with Kim Joo-hyuk and first calls him by name. He, also not taking his eyes off the flaring fight, wonders what. She suggests if they should call an instructor. Jo-hyuk notes that the head of the Seol family is causing a commotion in Valhalla, declaring that he wants to take his daughter away from there. What does she think the instructor's reaction will be? Aaron answers with understanding, not very much. He says, in any case, he doesn't like her. Choi Aaron, turning his attention back to the fight, replies that she does too. She abandoned her daughter on the street, and she still has the audacity to call herself a mother. Then she unexpectedly turns to Do, who hears her. The kitten probably feels uncomfortable next to her. At this moment, Yang Lan, feeling the anger taking over her, tries to hit Seo Lunghwa, but she ducks down, telling Lan to stop this senseless rebellion before she hurts her. She, in turn, pushes off the floor with her feet to jump, and again uses them to attack, repeating, painfully. Now she's pretending to be in pain. Lionghua actually flies back a little, breaking with his feet and suddenly placing his left palm on his stomach. Then Yonglan is quite understanding. She kicked her hard enough. She shouldn't pretend. She knows she's in pain. But the very next moment Lan realizes that something is wrong with her, and looking down she sees how her leg was encased in ice up to her shin. Feeling horror, she is perplexed. Is her foot frozen? Seo Lionghua, who did this, mockingly asks what. Is this the first time she has seen something like this? This is the power of their family's constellation, the king of the snowy depths. If she returns to the family, perhaps not immediately, but she will also have the opportunity to use this power in contract. Young Lan considers this proposal and notes out loud that she has become stronger since their last meeting. So that's where she got such strength from. Lianqua clarifies rhetorically, does she find this shameful? Such is the nature of their world. If a person is under the protection of a constellation, this is his unshakable prerogative. She should face the truth. Lan blushes with hatred, but Seo Lianghua continues, asking her again, will she return to their family? With these words, she even extends her left palm. But Yen Lan says that she has repeated it many times already. She is not going to do this. Sighing tiredly, Lianhua says, not a mature child. Then, in an instant, approaching her closely, she adds that she should not even think about returning safe and sound. At this moment, the doe understands. It can't be. Her foot is frozen, and she can't do anything. So Lianhua, extending his palm to her, ominously says that he will freeze and crush her right hand. She must repeat after her. Yang Lan, confused, only manages to ask again, what? Lianhua, proceeding with his evil intentions, says, Lan will never challenge the constellation and family again. But the next moment her hand is pushed away by Kim Joo-hyuk, who appears. He stopped her with only his foot, despite the fact that his hands were in the pockets of his sweatpants. Seeing this, Young Lan said in bewilderment, Joo-hyuk? Without paying attention to her, he turned to Seo Lionhua. What is she doing? Is she seriously trying to deprive her daughter of her hand? She explains with complete confidence, a mother teaching her daughter a lesson. She doesn't think it concerns him. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately remembers how he was previously ordered not to interfere in family affairs. So he noted that a guy had recently told him something similar. Lionhua, trying not to show his confusion, says, Interesting, interesting. At the same moment, he wonders why his leg didn't turn into an icicle. Why did she suddenly feel pain? Meaning even when she imbued the attack with Constellation power, it was not enough to harm him. Joo-hyuk in turn orders Choi Aaron to guard Yon Lan and stand behind him. She only grunts in response. However, the doe did not perceive his behavior as help, and on the contrary, she screamed angrily, Has he gone crazy? She wants to fight too. Seo Lionhua said that these are the affairs of their family. Kim Joo-hyuk calmly answered her. She should look at her right leg and tell her about family matters again. What teacher will stand aside when his student is threatened? The doe really couldn't find anything to answer and calmly accepted Aaron's care. He stepped forward and ordered them to move away. Young Lan obediently and a little embarrassedly answered, Okay. At that very moment she thought, this is what it's like to have a teacher. Choi Aaron was looking at her with a bit of jealousy at that moment. Lionhua, activating the magic in her right hand, asked again, Teacher? Does her teacher wear a sports uniform and go to school? This is interesting. After that, she turned directly to Kim Joo-hyuk, asking, He didn't like her, did he? Why does he now call himself her teacher? He answered immediately and with complete confidence, Nothing of the kind. It's just a matter of mutual interest. Seo Lionhua asked again with causticity in her voice, right? And this is what the teacher tells her. In that case, can she test his competence? From the last phrase, she begins to run towards him, while Joo-hyuk also prepares his fist to strike, calmly thinking, This is a matriarchal woman. Although she looks balanced, in fact she is crazy, just like her daughter. Previously, he somehow managed to block her attack with his foot, but he won't be able to absorb such an amount of magical power every time. For now, he should dodge to the side and continue to aim at her joints. Lunja finally reaches him, but misses due to him dodging. She immediately follows his movements with her eyes and waves her hand widely in the air. However, Kim Joo-hyuk still ducks, avoiding injury, and her attacks hit the gym equipment, covering them with sharp icicles sticking out in all directions and emitting a terrible cold. Having seen this, he understands that without direct contact, she can influence objects. It seems she didn't kick the one who was lying down either. Then he sternly says, Sports equipment is the pride of their academy. Hopes that a reasonable person will compensate for all the damage caused. Seo Lionhua, not going to back down, replied, Well, if he wins, then she will think about it. The next moment, she points her straightened palm straight towards his neck, while Joo-hyuk has time to think. Her magical power is many times higher than normal, as long as she can feed it from the constellation. If he was going to waste his power, it would be wiser to do it this way. Kick up. Thinking of such a move, he sharply takes his left leg back and then raises it high up, hitting Lunghua's arm. She immediately exclaims in pain, and her magical attack lands on the ceiling. Seeing this, she realizes with irritation, it can't be. So much wasted energy. The very next moment, lowering her head, she sees Kim Joo-hyuk appearing a few centimeters away from her and confusedly asks, What? He takes advantage of the moment and sharply attacks her so hard that a silent groan escapes from Seo Lionhua's mouth along with blood. She lands painfully on her back on the hard floor, while Joo-hyuk freezes in the position in which he struck her and smiles slyly. Young Lan, seeing this, notes to himself in shock. He knocked her down. The power of the constellation did not help. Lionhua sits down and holds his stomach with his hand, notes, incredible. Now she understands why he called himself her teacher. However, she will still take her daughter home. Kim Joo-hyuk, with sincere bewilderment, asks what? She explains that this was the order of the constellation. Even if she fails, others will take her place. The doe, eyes wide open, also asks in confusion, What? Will anyone here even ask her? So Lionhua answered, absolutely calmly and even coldly, No. The order of the constellation is paramount. This is the tenet of their family. Yen Lan was very frightened, and without hiding it, she clarified, will she have to fight with them again? What if she doesn't want it? Then, like a little child, she started screaming, she doesn't want this. Joo-hyuk, closing his eyes tightly, turns to Lyeonghwa and asks what he must do to meet their constellation. She turns out to be confused by such a question that she even asks again, what? He explains that others will take her place anyway, then he should just defeat their constellation, right? Seo Lyeonghwa, unable to believe him, asks again what he wants to do. Is he serious, or what? Ordinary people can meet the constellation through sanctuary. For this, he will need a huge concentration of magical power. Their family is not stupid enough to let someone pull this off, especially someone who poses a threat to them. Kim Joo-hyuk's answer to this notes that there is another way. They can communicate with the constellation through their neurons, coming into contact with the sacred relic. This once again confuses Lyeonghwa, and she clarifies, they're just teaching hunters here, aren't they? How does he even know about this? This is true. The sacred relic serves as a bridge between worlds. Having come into contact with it, a person will immediately appear before the constellation, the king of the snowy depths. However, unlike their world, where the power of the constellation is limited, the pleroma of the mental image is completely subject to it under space. The human essence may not withstand the divine aura and will split into atoms when it finds itself there. The young man still wants to fight the constellation? Kim Joo-hyuk, despite all her attempts to scare him, answered completely calmly, yes. Then she rose to her feet and said, she understood everything. In any case, he will have to wait. She cannot entrust him with a sacred relic just like that. They will send an invitation in a week. Until then, she assures that Yang Lan will be safe. Joo-hyuk accepts her terms and announces that they have agreed. However, Seo Lungwa notes that if he gets lost in the pleroma of the mental image, what will he do then? Despite all the restrictions, they must conclude a deal. The doe, hearing such conditions, clenches his teeth, quietly saying what kind of nonsense this is. Kim Joo-hyuk turns out to still be confident in his intentions, and therefore agrees, okay. If he loses, his life will be completely in her hands. However, if he defeats the constellation, she will stop calling herself Yen Lan's mother and leave her alone forever. He'll take care of her. The doe is shocked and embarrassed by such words at the same time. Lyeonghwa notes to himself that he is a terribly self-confident young man. But still, she also replied that she agreed. After that, she silently leaves the gym. Joo-hyuk also doesn't dare say anything after her. He just frowns, thinking about something. A week later, he finds himself in a space filled with snow and cold. Right in front of him, on the same ice throne, sits the king of the snowy depths, a man with cat ears visible through ashen hair and 4 stripes on his cheeks, from a distance reminiscent of the same cat whiskers. His stern gaze turns to Kim Joo-hyuk, and it seems as if he is about to pounce on him. For some time, Joo-hyuk stood near the stairs, covered with snow and frost, looking the constellation straight in the eyes. He, resting his head with one hand, did the same. It was as if they were playing a game in which no one wanted to give up first. A few days earlier, in the Valhalla dorm, one of the doors clicked open, and the next moment it was opened by Kim Joo-hyuk, who stood behind him, announcing Yang Lan openly. Having passed the inner one, he flipped the switch, and looking around the spacious room, added, she can stay here for now. The room they walked into was bright. The floor had beige parquet, and the walls were white. On the opposite side of them, there was a wide window with access to a balcony and white curtains. There was a TV hanging on the wall next to it, a floor lamp stood next to it, and there was a small bedside table on the floor. The doe, who had a large hiking backpack hanging on his shoulder, confusedly agreed, okay. But at the same time, walking into the kitchen and looking at the induction hob, she wondered what kind of luxurious hostel was this. This is a fairly wealthy family home. Embarrassed, she clarified, can she really live here? Joo-hyuk confirmed this, yes. Initially, he planned to move to a premium room, and these square meters were given to him for use. Yen Lan answered stutteringly. She understood everything. After that, she somehow shyly lowered her head, falling sharply silent. But still, as if having gathered her strength, she turned to him again. Why does he care about her so much? He doesn't understand what she means, she chuckled questioningly. The doe explained whether she would be attacked or not, and this was a matter between her and her family. Why should he worry about it? Is he really ready to go that far for the sake of his students? Joo-hyuk thoughtfully scratched the back of his head and noted that the fact that she was his student was just one of the reasons. The fact is that he hates the likes of Seo Lungkwa. This is the person who will order you to obey her, because she is higher in the hierarchy. If she wants, she can rip off anyone's hand. He is sick of this arbitrariness. That's why he decided to intervene. Is she embarrassed? Yen Lan immediately waved her hands and head in response and exclaimed, "No, not at all. Just no one before." She tried to continue, but it came out rather confused for her, and yet she noted, in general, she is grateful to him. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled at her timidity, but still reminded her that the upcoming training would make her regret these words of gratitude. The doe really stopped smiling, and looking at him with big eyes, asked again, "What?" He announced. "Now he will ask about something." She asked again in fear, right? Joo-hyuk, with complete seriousness in his voice, clarified that the constellation of her family is the king of the snowy depths. Young Lan immediately confirmed, the king of the snowy depths. Snowy. Then he added, "Okay, what is he like?" She thought, and lowering her eyes to the floor, she said that she knows that he commands ice, but her knowledge about him is very limited. However, she heard that the constellation never interferes in family affairs. So some family members don't even know who he even is. Kim Joo-hyuk clarified, "Really? This is weird. Didn't the matriarch say there that he ordered Manhua to take her?" The doe, remembering this, agreed, yes. As far as she remembers, she has never been in contact with the constellation. She never received the notorious protection of the constellation, which is shrouded in her entire family only by birthright. She's actually confused. Joo-hyuk didn't even know what to think. Finally exhaling, he said, "Well, if this is so, then he will knock out everything unnecessary from this constellation. Then they will have a heart-to-heart talk." Young Lan was impressed, but didn't say anything, and then he, heading towards the door, added that she should rest for now and come to her senses. Soon she will have to show him the way to this family. The doe humbly said, "Okay." Kim Joo-hyuk opened the door without turning around and left the room, and she, looking after him, thought about it, but finally took off her backpack. Soon also in the Valhalla dorm, Joo-hyuk sat on a chair in his room while a beep sound came from the speaker of his phone. Finally a voice was heard. "It's Adelia Ventric. How can she help him?" He confirmed he has a request. He fought against the matriarch of the Soul family. She felt as if there was a blow behind her, and asked in horror, "What? What happened?" Kim Joo-hyuk explained that she came looking for her daughter, and they had a slight argument. Then Adelia clarified, it turns out that a direct descendant of the Soul family is currently in Valhalla. He calmly answered yes. In general, the equipment in the gym fell apart. Can she solve the problem with this? She, still a little confused, replied, "She thinks quite. There's probably nothing wrong there." Joo-hyuk calmly noted, "Okay, I should do this for him." Closing her eyes, Adelia Ventric answered, she understood everything. Does he still need help with anything? He explained that he had a question. Knows anything about the Sol family constellation? About the king of the snowy depths? She said that she heard that he does not interfere in family disputes, just like Lady Mask with a beak. Since the Sol family itself is rather indifferent, they know very little. Kim Joo-hyuk clarified just in case. Is this true? By the way, did she wake up? Adelia answered sadly, no. Just like last time, there is no answer. Joo-hyuk seemed puzzled by this, answering quietly. He understood everything. Then, looking away from the phone, he wondered if sanctuarization was really to the detriment of the constellation. You can't even get together for a constellation party. Suddenly blushing, she timidly added, by the way. Kim Joo-hyuk asked with interest what. She explained, like last time, could she ask him to tell the patron about her participation? He grinned and replied, he sees that she is no longer suffering. Then he hangs up. Adelia Ventric realized that she shouldn't have said that and immediately exclaimed, she was so sorry. However, Joo-hyuk, still pressing the end call button, asked out loud why no one knows anything. Barche suddenly appeared and noted that this was not at all like Kim Hyun Oh. Kim Joo-hyuk, confused and a little hostile, asked what? He continued, is it Hyuno's style to ask questions? He always did this after a fight. Joo-hyuk humbly agreed, yes, he's right about that. However, even though he is getting stronger, he is still nowhere near his previous level. Isn't it stupid of him to attack a constellation without knowing anything? As he spoke, he tensed the muscles on his right arm and touched his biceps. Barche admitted that she did not expect to hear this from him. Kim Joo-hyuk continued. Moreover, he will fight in the mental image plear, where the constellations can really cause serious damage. Although, immediately Joo-hyuk thinks and wonders, then why was Barche in this dimension so weak? With its power, it should have the same power as any other constellation. He also thought about the words and added that if Kim Hyun Oh fights with this constellation in mental health, he can give some advice. Kim Joo-hyuk chuckled with interest. Barche explained that the power in this space has nothing to do with Hyuno's real power. Joo-hyuk clarified displeasedly. What? Then what should he do? He explained that the plur's strength is subject only to his idea of his own strength. Kim Joo-hyuk started to get nervous. Is he kidding me or what? It is the same. Barche still insisted, for an ordinary person there really is no difference, but Kim Hyun Oh is different. He must not forget about it. Joo-hyuk thought about these words and suddenly agreed. It seems that now he understands. There is only one thing left. He must talk to the constellation in the language of pain. A week later, Kim Joo-hyuk arrived in China with Yonglan to the Seoul family's estate, located among icy mountains and bare trees. The academy students, lined up in 2 columns, kept their backs as straight as possible. So Manhua, go out to meet them, she clarified. Did he really come? She is surprised and even a little flattered. Joo-hyuk noted with a smile. How could he not come? Alone receive their permits? She immediately became more serious and answered sternly. She asks him to follow her. Kim Joo-hyuk put her hand on Joo-hyuk's shoulder and told her, Great, he'll be back soon. She answered in agreement, okay. After that, she could only look at his back. But soon the iron doors with glass inserts under metal patterns opened and Manhua, together with Kim Joo-hyuk, walked inside. The next moment, they found themselves as if on a huge lake, covered with a thick layer of ice and snow, and mountains with sharp peaks were visible ahead. Looking around, he wondered what kind of place this was. Where is the room? She sat down and put her hand into the snowdrift and pulled out a small, closed wooden chest. When Seo Manhua opened it, blue electric discharges burst out from there, and she said that she was still thinking about what to do with him if he loses. Turning to Kim Joo-hyuk and not hiding the fact that there was a white glove in the chest, she clarified, he doesn't want to become a slave to their family? He irritably reminded, he said that she could come up with a punishment for him herself. It would be better if she gave him a glove here. Taking the relic with both hands, Manhua carefully handed it to him, saying, Here. Joo-hyuk grabbed the glove rather rudely and dismissively, when in an instant the king of the snowy depths appeared in front of him and sternly asked who he was. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately prepared his fist to strike and replied, First he must introduce himself. Having come very close to the stairs, he, looking at the constellation, realized that this was not his student. But he looks familiar. I wonder why. The king of the snowy depths repeated his question, Who is he? Then, clenching his fist and thereby raising several sharp pieces of ice into the air, he added, It seems that the guy is quite a nuisance in the Seoul family. Joo-hyuk replied with a smile. He seemed to be insightful. Maybe they should get to know each other. The constellation, directing a blow at him, responded sternly if he survived. Kim Joo-hyuk, after analyzing his behavior, noted to himself, Is he attacking from afar? The ice bullets soon came close to him, and then the energy followed, and a white mist covered everything around. The king of the snowy depths closely watched what was happening, but was still dissatisfied when he saw that all the sharp icicles were stuck into the ground while Joo-hyuk stood calmly nearby. Grinning, he noted that he did not think that the guy would return. This attack could not be dodged with a simple jump. Even ordinary magical power would not be enough. Apparently, he is not some kind of creature. Coming closer, the constellation added, he was going to tell the guy his real name, but he forgot it when he was locked in this place, so he will give him his nickname. He is known to many as the King of the Snowy Depths. Kim Joo-hyuk, listening to him, at the same time closing his eyes from the rush of icy air, wondered what. Why does the wind suddenly blow like that? The king, covered in ice, continued, his followers calling him the god of chaos. And those who were afraid of him called him the snow demon. Combining these two regalia, we get the nickname Snow God of Chaos. Finally, he, the Constellation, is the patron of the family. Sol, the king of the snowy depths, the snow god of chaos, appeared in all his glory before Joo-hyuk. In response, he did not show any particular respect and replied dismissively, "This is interesting." His name is Kim Joo-hyuk. The king repeated his name, adding, "This is excellent." He will remember this name. But the very next moment, with a wave of his hand, he raised a dozen sharp ice floes from the ground that surrounded Joo-hyuk. Looking around, he wondered if the constellation thought he was going to run away. At this moment, the god of chaos swings his hand forward, creating new sharp barriers in front of him. Kim Joo-hyuk, being tense and seeing this, notes to himself, icicles. He doesn't really want to reflect with his bare hands either. In this case, he will do differently. The king of the snowy depths, watching him closely, wonders, is this the sword? Joo-hyuk, actually armed with a sword, splits the ice block with one swing, and the blow turns out to be so powerful that the god of chaos is unable to stop it, and sharp fragments fly straight at him. However, having managed to stop them all, he turns to Kim Joo-hyuk. Is the guy counterattacking or at home? He's a fool. All the ice and snow in this place are under his control. But Joo-hyuk, approaching the king in one leap, mockingly asks again, right? This is followed by another swing of the weapon, but when the god of chaos stops the blade and grabs the scabbard, he adds with contempt, "So the guy was just trying to confuse him and get closer?" The idea was good, but his strength was not enough. Kim Joo-hyuk grins evilly and wonders, is he sure? Not enough strength. The king notices how his hand, gripping the weapon, begins to tremble, and Joo-hyuk continues, "Then why shouldn't the constellation take this blow? Who knows what else he lacks?" In the next moment, he sends a blow straight to the stomach of the god of chaos, applying as much of his real force as possible. He instantly flies back, hitting his back against his own throne. Kim Joo-hyuk raised his fist, from which white steam was now emanating, and gloated. Apparently, the constellation had not been thrown for a long time. The king of the snowy depths, covering one eye and writhing in pain, notes that this is incredible power. And this sword. Now he understood. Is he the god of war? Joo-hyuk answered proudly. Although his students gave him this nickname, he is absolutely right. Then the god of chaos softened, remembering the god of war, Kim Hyun Oh. He cannot say that he knows it well, but 300 years ago, he personally witnessed its power. And indeed, one day, 300 years ago, among the snowy gray mountains, when the dark purple sky was so low that it almost touched their tops, the king of the snowy depths was attacked by a large number of monsters. Although, to the best of his ability, he dealt with them, he was left alone against a countless army of creatures. At that moment, he decided to take as many of them with him as possible, and then the god of war appeared. He wanted to ask why he came to his aid, why he stood unshakably in front of these monsters. But when Hyun Oh swung his ink-colored sword, they were left alone, and he could not utter a word. Now, looking at him, the god of chaos also remembers. He cannot confuse this magical power with anything. It doesn't matter what he looks like. This is undoubtedly the god of war. Finally, Kim Joo-hyuk interrupted his thoughts by asking if they are continuing, or is he starting this time? The king of the snowy depths frowned in response, but at the same time answered quite calmly, "It will be as the god of war says." He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Then, becoming even more covered in ice, he added that he would fight him with full strength. Yen Lan sat in the reception room at a round table made of dark wood. Her eyes were lowered to the varnished surface in thought, but hearing an incomprehensible noise, she sharply raised her gaze and fixed it on the translucent doors, behind which human silhouettes could be seen. Eyes that stood out brightly on the black outlines of people were riveted on her, and seemed to see right through her. Lowering her head again, Lan understood that this was precisely why she did not want to come to the Sol family. Then she remembers how Kim Joo-hyuk advised her to rest and come to her senses, because soon she would have to show him the way to this family. If only it weren't for his request. but she was again pulled out of her thoughts by the creaking of the door opening. Two girls appeared nearby, and one of them quietly said, "Yenlan?" Looked dissatisfied at the first daughter of the Sol family, Sol Yurin, and the second daughter of the Sol family, Sol Pei. They both had ash-colored hair, which was covered with dark blue spots on top. Their clothes were quite simple. They were Chinese wrap dresses. However, the doe was not happy about their visit, and rudely said, "What do they want? Do they come for her to hit them?" Pei stutteringly explained, "No. They just came to see her." Yurin added with a little more confidence, "Why would they start a fight if they couldn't defeat her anyway?" Then Yenlan, pointing her hand at the silhouettes of the students behind the glass walls, explained that if they came just to see her, they could stand with them and stare at her like an animal. Sol Yurin suddenly scratched her head bashfully and said, "She wants to apologize for the misunderstanding between them." People apologize in person. The doe asked with sincere surprise, "An apology?" Sol Pei tried to explain whether she could see. Since she ended up in Bikryun Castle immediately after their quarrel, they didn't really have time to talk. So she would like to do it now. Better late than never. She knows that these words are no longer worth anything, but they are truly sorry for her imprisonment. Young Lan asked again angrily, "So what now?" "Well, they apologized, so what?" She had to believe that it was sincere and not out of fear. She screamed the last phrase, which brought Pei to tears. Yurin, putting her hand on her shoulder to console her, turned to Lan a little more sternly. "Stop." She knows it may seem like they're just trying to get away with it, but they're really asking her to listen. Previously, all their attempts to see her were suppressed by their mother. Yenlan, still with the same indignation, asked again, "What?" Sol Yurin also noted that, moreover, she was even suspended from training by order of her mother. This made the doe even more shocked, and her eyes widened. She repeated, "What?" So they didn't avoid her because of envy. She always thought so. Finally, Pei, having calmed down, said that they really were jealous of her, but this envy always remained kind. They were proud of her. Thanks to her, the Sol family is taken seriously. Yenlan continued to listen to them carefully. Yurin also shared information. And then, while they were courageous to talk to her, their mother gathered them for an important conversation. She further quoted Seo Lunhua. They should not allow Lan to take part in the training. Their mother also said that she poses a threat to them in the fight to become the next head of the family. Like, even if she promotes them, the elder will still choose Yenlan. She still remained silent, and Sol Yurin spoke with a heavy heart. And then they were forced to disagree with their mother and do as she said. But she was wrong about one thing. They were never interested in being the head of the family. Not only were they not interested, or rather, they shouldn't have been. The doe, unable to bear it, stood up, clarifying, "What is she talking about?" But at that moment So Lion entered the room, who, unexpectedly for everyone, suggested whether she would like her to tell her everything in more detail. At this time, Kim Joo-hyuk was still fighting with the king of the snowy depths. He, again lifting up the sharp pieces of ice, waved his hand, sending them forward. Joo-hyuk rushed away, dodged the wounds, and, pushing harder from the ground, jumped up, approaching the god of chaos. He raised his hand again and clenched it into a fist, creating an ice flower that released long and sharp thorns, forcing Kim Joo-hyuk to stop. Although he, waving his sword, deftly cut through the ice, still said, "What is this?" It pisses him off. Rushing forward again, he also added, "Is the Constellation going to continue playing with these icicles?" Then the king of the snowy depths replied, "Since the guy wants a stronger attack, then he will get it." In the very next moment, a large crystalline snowflake appears in front of Joo-hyuk's face, which gradually grows and suddenly explodes. Kim Joo-hyuk, without receiving the slightest scratch, noted with ridicule, "He can do that too. This is impressive." The god of chaos sternly said that he was going to freeze him from head to toe, but he was only sprinkled with a handful of snow, as one would expect from a god of war. Joo-hyuk, brushing aside such words, replied that he shouldn't pay compliments to his enemy like that. It confuses him. But then he freezes, wondering if this guy is different from the others. As if he should have remembered it if 300 years ago the Constellation was as strong. All this time he must have been trying to break his limiter, which operates in the pleroma of the mental image. That's why he became stronger. How interesting. The power of the pleroma of the mental image is subject to special rules. As Barche said, a person's idea of his own strength is important, but this cat is most likely a reincarnation of its former personality. This guy's real body had long since decomposed, just like his own. This is a truly interesting opponent. Joo-hyuk finally said, breathing out a sigh of relief. He wished he could have met him sooner. The king, confused, asked again, "What is he talking about?" Kim Joo-hyuk, taking the sword out of its sheath, explained that this was just a mutual exchange of compliments. Grinning, the god of chaos agreed, yes. Then, as gratitude, he will defeat him. Having said all this, the king of the snowy depths descended from the stairs, clothed his right hand in an ice crust, endowed it with magic and swung it. Joo-hyuk also moved the hand in which he was holding the weapon back, and in the next moment they collided, which was accompanied by the clang of metal. They both now stood with their backs to each other. The god of chaos suddenly said humbly, and even with a smile, perhaps he should forget about it. He's not even close to him. After these words, his icy vestment shattered into fragments, and he himself fell to his knees. Kim Joo-hyuk, hearing such recognition of his victory, smiled, although a little sad note still slipped into his expression. A glove surrounded by blue streams hangs in the air. Joo-hyuk stands motionless next to him, eyes closed, as Manhua watches him, and thinks it took longer than she expected. Well, this guy really used some kind of strange magic, which is probably why the constellation played with him for so long. But suddenly she frowns, and noticing some change, sighs thoughtfully. After CO Manhua argues again, "What is this?" After so much time in the mental image, he looks completely normal. Finally, she tries to gently call him, and to her surprise, Joo-hyuk immediately turns around and answers, "Yes, yes." He defeated her cat. Manhua asked again in confusion, "What? Is he kidding?" However, following such news, a notification window appears, saying that the king of the snowy depths is grateful to Kim Joo-hyuk. She, having read this, frowns and still doesn't understand anything, repeats, "What?" Opening his mouth and looking at Joo-hyuk, CO Manhua wonders, did he really do this? Then, carefully stretching her hand forward, as if afraid of him, she says that this is unthinkable. A high school student defeating their patron Constellation? Kim Joo-hyuk, coming closer to her, replied, she can ask him herself. He seems to respect him. Manhua sighs heavily when suddenly Joo-hyuk puts his hand on her shoulder, adding, sure enough, she promised not to touch Yong-lan again. Little does she know, he will make some adjustments. His facial expression changes to a bloodthirsty smile with glowing red eyes without pupils. After some time, Kim Joo-hyuk passes by the school students and, opening the door, enters the room where Lan had been sitting all this time. He calmly announces they can go. She turned around in surprise and said, "What?" However, he, seeing 3 more girls in the room, adds, "Why are they gathered here?" Lion turns to him first. Just think, they met Joo-hyuk again. She never would have thought that he would appear here. He, remembering her kindness, also politely greets her, the chairman of the White Lotus. He also never would have thought that he would see her here. Yong-lan, raising his head up to look at him, asks hopefully, is he already finished with his business? Kim Joo-hyuk confidently answers, yes, he will tell you about everything on the way home. Otherwise, the looks here are too intense. He says this alluding to the students who have been watching them all this time without taking their eyes off them and eavesdropping on all their conversations. After a while, he walks with her along a deserted street, admiring the sunset in the distance. The doe, lowering her head, noted that he returned much faster than she expected. He lost, right? Joo-hyuk says in surprise, what? Already upset, she continued, it must have been hard for him. Not only did he fight as a constellation, but also without divine protection. Kim Joo-hyuk played along with her and agreed, definitely not the right word. Wait, Yong-lan asked what conditions So Manhua put forward. He said to become a slave of the Soul family. The doe, hearing this, asked in confusion, so now he will be a servant of the family. Joo-hyuk smiled and answered evasively, who knows. But at the same time, he still thinks kindly, she's naive, she should catch her through when he tells her everything. Yong-lan, maintaining seriousness all this time, announces with alarm in her voice that she must stop him. Her aunt and older sisters told her everything. Seo Lungchua is crazy. She is ready to give in her life for the place of the head. She wanted this from a young age. Then Lion advised her to slow down. However, even after Seo Lungchua became the head of the family, she did not save any momentum. She needed to remain the head until her death, until she dried up completely. Even the elders have already begun to keep an eye on her. She never liked children. They are only an obstacle that threatens her position. That's what she said. She always punished them. Always, for any meaningless thing. Her mother treated her the worst. And all because of her talent. That's why she was imprisoned. Manhua, listening to her, purses his lips, thinking it's funny that the Constellation thought the same. Why didn't it do anything then? Kim Joo-hyuk listened to her carefully all this time. Seo Lyeonghwa suddenly stopped and asked, "Isn't this funny?" She didn't even intend to become the head of the family. Why did she do this to her? Finally, Joo-hyuk answered sympathetically, but still barely hiding a smile. Really? Well, they ate glass and the kitten together. She loves to stir up drama. The doe should allow him to interrupt her depressive monologue and cheer her up a little. He won this battle. Looking at him, he asks again, "What?" He's playing her, right? However, Kim Joo-hyuk calmly replied, "Is today April 1st? This extravagance began only because the patron of the constellation called her on the carpet, right?" Yen Lan, not understanding what he was driving at, confirmed this yes. Then he noted out loud that you don't fit here. From her explanation, it followed that her constellation was not interested in leaving her family. So he asked him personally. At the same time, Jo-hyuk remembered how he ran to the king, and sitting down opposite him, said, "He still won't die, so he must get up. He has a question." He immediately clarified that. Kim Joo-hyuk asked. He heard that the constellation was called by Lan. Why does he need it? The king explained that this was a request from the current head of the Sol family. Her youngest daughter needs her divine protection, but persistently continues to move away from her. She said that her daughter would not contradict the constellation, which is why he gave such an order. Jo-hyuk clarified, "Is that all?" It seemed to him that the constellation had already been abandoned by Yen Lan. However, the king immediately replied that this was the first time he had heard about this. In addition, for the first time he hears that the youngest daughter of the head of the family is called Yen Lan. Kim Joo-hyuk repeated with a smile, "Is he serious?" It turns out that the head of the family simply used the kitten. The doe, after listening to the whole story, froze in place, her mouth wide open in shock, and said, "What?" Jo-hyuk calmly told her that her mother confused people, lied to their faces, and fed her empty promises. In addition, she used their patron only to achieve her own selfish goals. Yong Lan was seriously frightened and clenched her teeth and exclaimed, "Seo Lungwa." She deceived both her family and the constellation. And is there anything sacred about her at all? She ruined her life. And for what? For the sake of the post of head. Lungwa is just disgusting. Kim Joo-hyuk, after a pause, said that he asked the constellation to terminate the contract. Seo Lyeonghwa was surprised and asked what. What contract? He explained the contract he had entered into with the head of the family. Perhaps everything is happening now. In the system window in front of Lunchua, new notifications actually appeared, which said that their contract with the King of the Snowy Depths was terminated. Jo-hyuk added, not to mention the post of head, now she won't even be allowed to clean wicker shoes. Now she doesn't need to get her hands dirty. Was it all for her sake? He shouldn't have gone that far. Yen Lan, blushing with embarrassment, says that she is very grateful to him. Then, she bowed her head next to Kim Joo-hyuk and agreed, sighing heavily. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled and asked her to stop. Since Sol's family is over, she can calmly focus on training. The doe immediately exclaimed with satisfaction. She understood everything. At this time, someone was watching them from afar. The stranger was dressed in a black robe, and the man had a skull mask on his face. The man wondered out loud, so, should he continue to follow him? However, a knight with a mask of a horned animal appears again and sternly answers, no. The guy better look for his enemies. In the hideout of a great cult, in an abandoned room, 4 people were sitting at a table. All of them were wearing the same black robes, and many of them had skeleton masks. The girl with the pink bob looked around and asked what. Why are they gathered here? Another guy, wearing black sunglasses and white hair, explained, the Constellation called them. Then she added, yes, by the way. Wasn't he the one who ordered Kim Joo-hyuk killed? Why did he suddenly need to look for his enemies? Another cult member suggested that perhaps he had changed his mind. Then the pink-haired girls again asked who was the first to arrive at the place after receiving the order. One of them immediately replied that it was him. The girl asked if he had anything to share. The guy calmly answered, this one is kind of strange. He made inquiries about this guy. A brunette in a dark red suit and black shirt stood near the floor-to-ceiling window and read the contents of the sheet. Surprisingly, he couldn't find any information, except that whoever wrote this lived in an orphanage. Absolutely nothing interesting. After indulging in memories, he finally turned to his partner. This information was provided to him by reliable informants. They can trust them. I asked the girl, are you serious? Then she just waited for an order for his help, but did not receive it. Neither the youths of the Sol family nor the head of it could defeat him. Suddenly, they were distracted by some sound, and one of the cult members, sitting in a skeleton mask, added that after that the order was postponed. When Kim Joo-hyuk defeated their family's constellation of patrons, they were given a new order. The girl immediately asked again, did he defeat the constellation? The city guy added, and even more. Out of the blue, a notification window appeared in front of him, saying that the Martial Devil was asking if the stone was ready for storage. Then the man humbly replied, yes. Taking out the storage stone, he looks at it with adoration for a while. Black clots surround the object, while it, on the contrary, shimmers with all shades of pink. After this, the voice of the devil was heard. Did they find his enemies? The cult member responded affirmatively, yes. There are 3 organizations that are in hostile relations with Kim Joo-hyuk. Ventric Family, Il Shinjo Samsel, and Above Race. The Constellation, which is a man in a mask with a beak, listens attentively. The guy continued, or Shinjo Samsel and Above Races are gangster organizations. And the Ventric Family is a prestigious English family. As for this family, they suddenly sided with him. Another man, whose upper half of his face was hidden in shadow, added that perhaps they had made some kind of deal with him. Now they cannot declare them his enemies. The girl, without taking her eyes off the stone, also recalled, and although there is no official confirmation yet, there are rumors that an organization of thugs called Full Burial is targeting Kim Joo-hyuk. The 4th member of the cult, who had been silent all this time, asked if these freaks were really trying to increase the value of the name. The girl most likely agreed. The warlike devil finally distracted them from the conversation, announcing that he was giving them a new order. They must eliminate his enemies. The next day, when the bright sun just rose above the horizon, illuminating mountains, bushes, and greenery, Joo-hyuk walked along the corridor of the building, carrying a bag on one shoulder, holding the phone on the other. Suddenly, he received a notification that he had a new message, and when he opened it, he saw how Choi Aaron had already written and sent his name 3 times. Kim Joo-hyuk calmly, even with some irritation, answered what? She asked if she would skip today's training, okay? She needs to go home and pick up something. Joo-hyuk calmly replied, okay. Also, believing her, he wondered if she needed to pick up something. Probably something is important. As he put the gym bag away in his locker, he also noted to himself that it would be great if she was going to return the sacred relic. After all, the constellation of the Choijin family could be his disciple. After the battle with the Sol family constellation, he looks at the family heirlooms, and none of them were anything special. Disaster is just around the corner. A new tower of destruction will appear soon, so every student is important to him. But they have little time. He heard that there were many sacred ones without girls lying around in the White Lotus Association. Maybe he should look there. All this time he was warming up with Aaron and Soyeon in training, and thought how annoying this was to him. Suddenly, a man's voice reached him, Kim Joo-hyuk. Turning around, Joo-hyuk saw a black cat, thinking, a mask with a cat's face. This can't be. Then, he asked who is applying. The man answered calmly, due to the fact that there are 4 extra eyes and ears here too, and it's better to talk outside. Kim Joo-hyuk, walking towards him, agreed, okay. But before he left the 2 of them in order that while he was gone, They could not fight each other. Yu Soyeon screamed, "What? She won't do that." Yang Lan added, "Should she beat her or what? It will be too easy." Soyeon got angry at this. Then she started not to argue. Is it easy? She should apologize. The doe explained excitedly, then she must fight her. At that time, Joo-hyuk had just left the gym and stood in the corridor opposite the black cat. He explained that he was a representative of the market. However, Kim Joo-hyuk clarified that he already understood this from this pretentious form. Didn't the market guarantee anonymity? It's a pity they didn't warn him that sometimes people in cat masks could break into the academy. Maybe he wants to undermine the reputation of the market? The cat calmly asked him not to escalate the atmosphere. According to the instructions, he must give him something. Joo-hyuk asked in surprise, "In order?" The black cat confirmed this, yes. Then he handed him a dark blue envelope, and Kim Joo-hyuk, considering this, asked what it was. "Letter." The black cat replied again. This letter was from the true owner of the market. Joo-hyuk immediately guessed, is the true owner of the market the so-called hidden ruler? The cat, surprised by his insight, confirmed that yes. He also asks him to familiarize himself with the contents of the letter. If he has the opportunity to respond, then he should come to the market. Kim Joo-hyuk repeated if he gets the chance. The black cat, still in the same cold tone, answered yes. Besides Joo-hyuk, he gave this letter to several other people. Their constellation is looking for someone who can read this letter. Since he himself doesn't know about the contents of it, and if Kim Joo-hyuk can read it, then that will be very cool. Their constellation will be waiting for him. They will see each other again at the market. After these words, the black cat leaves, and Barche asks, "Is this a letter from the constellation?" Joo-hyuk, taking it out of the envelope, confirmed, yes. Then he clarified, "Can he read it?" Looks like a child invented his own language. Kim Joo-hyuk confidently set the condition that he must enter this market. Barche was surprised and chuckled questioningly. "What?" Joo-hyuk announced with a smile that he created these symbols. In the evening, Kim Joo-hyuk walks along an empty city street at night, looking at the phone screen. Barche noted that it seems that in recent days he has begun to leave the academy without permission more often. Joo-hyuk answered quite seriously, yes. He knows that he had to make a deal with that strange gray-haired teacher. Barche noted aloud, the strange gray-haired teacher must be about Lily. At the same time, he remembered how she had previously told Joo-hyuk, smiling widely, at the last conference. She was a real sensation, so he just had to keep feeding her information. After Barche asked, in short, did he invent these scribbles? Kim Joo-hyuk admitted it, yes. Then he clarified why. Didn't writing still exist back then? Joo-hyuk tried to explain. He thinks this can be called part of his training. But it would be better if he didn't remind him of this, okay? Unless Barche wants him to flatten him. He agreed with this. Okay. Soon Kim Joo-hyuk again entered that same abandoned cafe, opening the creaky doors. Seeing another door, he simply asked, "Is the entrance behind this iron door?" Coming closer and lowering the door handle, Joo-hyuk noted to himself that he didn't think that he would ever return here. And yet, here he is again. Finally, he swung the door open, stepping outside again. Having gone straight, Kim Joo-hyuk looked up, adding, "By the way, the sky was hinting at a grand meeting." The last time he saw it like this was about 300 years ago. Suddenly, someone calls out to him. Joo-hyuk turns his head to the side and sees the guy still wearing the same leather jacket and with a black mask covering his entire face. As always, he politely clarifies, "Is he here because of the letter?" Kim Joo-hyuk coldly confirmed this, exactly. Where should he go? The brunette asked him to follow him. He will accompany him. Joo-hyuk asked if he needed a mask. The guy, pointing his hand to the side, replied that he would lead him through a secret passage, so he didn't have to bother. After that, it took some time to get to the right place, and soon we found ourselves at the market in the 7th district. Kim Joo-hyuk stood on one of the top floors of the tower, near a floor-to-ceiling window. Pursing his lips thoughtfully, he wondered if the black cat was here. Barche distracted him by asking him to look at the building behind the glass. Joo-hyuk immediately pays attention to the right place, and sees very tall houses, narrow towers, which face him with a yellow side, and reflect the moonlight, as if glossy. Barche immediately explains that all the yellow parts of this are band notes. Was this skyscraper here last time? Kim Joo-hyuk also answered in confusion that he wasn't sure. He didn't remember. Finally, a black cat enters the room, who immediately politely notes that Joo-hyuk has arrived. So, he was able to read this letter. He answered quite confidently. It seems to him yes. In short, no specific answer can be given to the contents of this letter. Then the cat, keeping a short distance from him, asked again, "What? What is he talking about?" Kim Joo-hyuk asked me to bring him paper and a pen. Now he will explain everything. Soon the market owner pulled out the necessary things for him, saying, "Here." Jo-hyuk took it and replied that he was grateful. Then the black cat began to watch him diligently write something, and almost disappointed, he thought, "What is this? Is it really a failure again?" Only 5 sold their rings. 3 of them were already here, and with their lies they only angered the Constellation. Finally, Kim Joo-hyuk shows him the 2 characters he wrote and explains, "Here." The cat, taking this in his hands, notes to himself that these look like symbols from a letter. However, afterwards he clarifies what this means. Joo-hyuk said with a smile, "That means no." The next moment, a notification window appears right in front of the market owner, indicating that the hidden ruler asked, "No?" The black cat again lowers his head down onto the piece of paper. While the same phrase is duplicated dozens of times in the system window, the ruler is upset. He finally reaches out to Kim Joo-hyuk again, notifying him that it looks like he was right, so he should meet the Constellation as soon as possible. Joo-hyuk agreed quite calmly, "Okay." Then he took out a staff with an accumulative stone, and explained that if Kim Joo-hyuk touched this object, he would end up in the mental image plenum. He still answered that he understood everything. Then Jo-hyuk does as the black cat said, and as soon as he grabs the storage stone, he is swallowed up by darkness for seconds, and then he again finds himself in infinite space. In front he sees a girl with long dark hair and a dark green coat, who stands with her back to him. Smiling, she mysteriously says, "This is magical power." Although he has changed outwardly, she cannot compare this strength with anything. Kim Joo-hyuk, when she turns around, answers with a smile, they haven't seen the maniac for a long time. A girl with red eyes clasps her face with both hands, exclaiming, "Teacher!" Then, falling on her knees in front of him, she also added that his humble student greeted him with all honors. Jo-hyuk winked at her and calmly replied that she didn't have to fall to her knees. She'd better get up. The brunette immediately nodded his head contentedly, gets to his feet, and adds, "By the way, she didn't think he still remembered these symbols." Kim Joo-hyuk, slightly embarrassed, lost his neck and asked, how could he forget them? He invented them for only one purpose. Once upon a time, when a girl was in prison, and on her leg there was a chain, at the other end of which a huge stone was attached. Her lips were very dry from dehydration, and her body was wearing dirty clothes. Soon the door opened, and Jo-hyuk entered the dungeon with a blonde girl who remained standing behind. He came closer, put his hand on her forehead, and looked into her big eyes, full of despair. Kim Joo-hyuk said that when he took her into the ranks of his students, then he realized that she was not socialized at all. She didn't even know how to communicate. The only language she knew was the language of her own emotions. This was his first time teaching someone like her, so they came up with these symbols together. Jo-hyuk, looking at the little girl, handed her a piece of paper. But he also continued, but she very persistently refused to study. He tried to instill in her a love of writing so that learning hieroglyphs would become a little easier, because once she mastered the language, he could finally teach her the art of battle. The Constellation replied that everything was only thanks to him. It was only for his sake that she studied then. All for one thing. Did the teacher understand what was written in the letter? Kim Joo-hyuk replied in the affirmative, quoting her, she missed him. When they met, would he marry her? Then he explained that that was why he only answered no. However, the girl said with trepidation that she had been waiting for this for so long. Kim Joo-hyuk explained that there is no time for that now. He brings her up to speed a little later. The world today is just as dangerous as it was 300 years ago. Constellation, let it go to your head, she muttered strangely. She understood. Then there's nothing she can do about it, for now. Jo-hyuk didn't understand what she meant, clarified what. But the brunette, smiling again, clarified, by the way, did the teacher see the assignment from outside? He thought about it and asked again, is that skyscraper made of money? Saw. It looks good. Then the girl exclaimed, smiling joyfully, it belongs to him. From now on this building belongs to him. But Kim Joo-hyuk immediately became confused, answering what? He doesn't want this. Smiling somehow strangely, the Constellation asked why. The next moment she rushed at him and began endlessly repeating why. Joo-hyuk, surprised by this behavior, still understood that she had gone completely wild. No one has tamed her for too long. The maniac looked at the teacher with offense and shock. Lightning flashed in her eyes. The aura turned into bright scarlet bloody flashes. She asked him many times why. Kim Joo-hyuk tensed and looked at her with excitement. Seeing her unbalanced state, he thought that was why he called her a maniac. He frowned angrily, looking at her, and thought that she had completely gotten out of hand. The maniac continued to repeat her question like a spell. Why? Kim Joo-hyuk extended his hand forward and bent his middle and thumb fingers, intending to flick her forehead with his finger. He dealt her a strong and painful blow to the forehead and ordered her to come to her senses. From the force of the blow, the maniac leaned back significantly and exclaimed in pain. Kim Joo-hyuk crossed his arms and said that she was too excited. Let him think soberly. The maniac knelt down in front of him, holding her bruised forehead with her palm. She sadly asked the question, did the teacher not like her gift? She was wrong. Did she do something wrong? A single tear ran down her cheek. He sternly asked the question, did he ever want a skyscraper made of money? She quietly answered yes. 300 years ago. He sighed dreamily and said, if only there was a skyscraper made of money now. The three of them stood in a vacant lot. Kim Joo-hyuk, Stupid, and the maniac. Both girls held swords in their hands in front of them, and he stood behind them, crossing his arms over his chest, lost in his dreams. The maniac remembered his words about a skyscraper made of money. She turned around, looked at him, and asked uncertainly, what is the skyscraper made of? Kim Joo-hyuk said from money. Then he explained that he was as tall as Everest. The maniac asked hesitantly, is this a teacher's dream? He thoughtfully scratched the back of his head and asked, is she talking about a dream? After thinking about it, he answered, one could say so. He added dreamily that when peace comes, he would like to drown in luxury and previously unfulfilled dreams. The girls looked back at him and looked in surprise. The maniac sadly said that this is still very far away. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the excited girls pouring in and said, so they must become stronger. Only with difficulty will they be able to save their generation, because only then will they be able to breathe deeply. Now let them continue to train. The idiot and the maniac unanimously answered, yes. They both got into fighting positions, holding their swords in both hands. The maniac glowed with a light purple aura, and the clueless one glowed with a golden aura. They both thought they should become stronger. The maniac decided that she would make her teacher's dream come true. Her face lit up with tenderness and love. Currently, she said sadly, although she was unable to please him back then, after 300 years, she finally had the opportunity. She touched her chest with both hands and looked at him tenderly. Kim Joo-hyuk said puzzledly, that's how. Then the meaning of the words she said came to him, and he asked the question, did she already know that he would return? He looked at her thoughtfully, touching his chin with his hand. She clasped her palms together in front of her, looked at him lovingly, and answered yes. Someone notified her that he had been reincarnated. If it weren't for this window, she wouldn't know anything. Noticing that her excitement began to tremble, he put his palm in front of him and said, don't let her continue. The maniac lost her composure again. Her face turned into an ominous mask with a wide smile. She said that then she would just go crazy. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her excitedly, extended his hand forward, and thought that she couldn't go any further. His aura flashed with lightning. He said that either way, her timing was bad. The maniac didn't seem to hear his words. She grabbed her face with her hands, smiled cheerfully, and asked the question, what? He said that now is not a time of peace. After a while, the maniac excitedly chewed her thumbnail and said, okay. Who would have thought that the Tower of Destruction would appear again, and disaster struck again? The teacher has just been reborn. She excitedly asked why he had to save the world right away. The maniac shouted many times that it infuriated her. Her eyes turned white with anger, and her aura flared bloody scarlet. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her, puzzled. He said, "This is partly why he is forced to refuse her gift." The maniac sighed sadly, looked down, and said that she understood. She sadly added that nothing could be done. Then she asked the teacher to give her his hand. He put his hand out in front of him, palm up, in surprise, and asked the question, "What?" The maniac in response extended her hand to him, above which a ring with a large stone appeared. She looked at the teacher joyfully, sparkling with a purple aura. The maniac said with a smile that this was the ring of the market owner. This will make him the new owner. The maniac, using spiritual power, smoothly lowered the sparkling ring onto Kim Joo-hyuk's palm and added that he would have the rights to everything. Absolutely everything. It will be much easier for him if he moves there. She is ready to help him at any time of the day or night, so let them use this ring to its full potential. The maniac looked at the teacher with tenderness, and he, holding the ring in his fingers, said, "Okay, thank you." Kim Joo-hyuk thought to himself that he had been given rings too often lately. He said out loud that he would go then. The maniac joyfully looked after him and said yes. After a while, the black cat stood in front of the elevator, waiting, with his hands behind his back. A window with an alert appeared in front of him, where it was written, "The hidden ruler asks, has this person left?" The black cat mentally repeated with excitement, "This man." He answered out loud, "Yes, he returned to Valhalla Academy." A new alert has appeared in the window. The hidden ruler exclaims, "She must buy Valhalla." The black cat stared in shock at the dark window with the notification and asked again, "Should I buy an academy?" For what? Because of Kim Joo-hyuk? She even gave him the market owner's ring. Who is he? Why is this 17-year-old guy so interested in the constellation? Out loud, the black cat excitedly asked what connects the constellation with Mr. Kim Joo-hyuk? The answer appeared in the black window, where it was written, "Paradise." The maniac stood in a brightly lit wasteland and looked at the azure sky. Her clothes fluttered from the gusts of wind. She quietly said that he was her paradise. Over time. Among the endless waters of the ocean, a dark mountain rose alone. The waves beat noisily, overtaking each other, throwing white splashes into the air. Someone hit the blonde guy's head with his hand. Drops of blood sprayed from his mouth. Next, another blonde guy received a crushing blow to the head, blood gushing through his teeth. A group of people stepped back in fear, holding their weapons in front of them. The dark-haired girl was holding a sword in her hand, and the man in front with red hair was armed with a sharp dagger. They looked at the legs of the man who was slowly approaching them. Bloodied male bodies lay on the floor next to him. The man angrily said that the Il Sinjo Samsel group is worms. Logan, the first destroyer, furiously asked the question, how dare they do this to his son? He raised his hand, clenched into a fist, preparing to strike. Logan glowed with a golden aura, which gradually turned into a black glow. His eyes glowed bright white. He angrily said that they should all die. Logan sharply thrust forward his hand, clenched into a fist, and directed a stream of destructive magical power at the Samsel group. There was a powerful explosion. The entire space in front of Logan was engulfed in hot flames. The Samsel thugs fell defeated to the floor, spewing streams of blood. When the hot flames dissipated and the smoke disappeared, Logan sat in a fighting position, holding his hand clenched into a fist in front of him. Dead bodies lay on the floor in front of him. Someone was watching him from hiding. Two people, a guy and a girl, in black cloaks and masks on their faces, watched what was happening with interest. A girl with dark blue hair and bright violet eyes asked the question, "Isn't this the same one? Why is he here?" The guy in the black cloak and mask answered, "He thinks Logan came here to avenge his son." Looking forward to where Logan stood in front of a pile of corpses, the guy said he thought they could leave these losers to him and focus on their leader. Logan looked over his shoulder with a furious expression on his face and asked what kind of rats were whispering there. Over time. The dark-haired bearded man froze in fear and asked the question, "Where is he?" "This is Hannibal, the Dragon King, leader of Samsel." He was dressed in a dark brown formal suit, a white shirt, and a tie that matched the color of the suit. He peered excitedly into the darkness, frowning. Hannibal was thinking about how he suddenly heard an explosion. When I came to my senses, I was already there. It definitely doesn't feel like an office. He asked with excitement whether he was really in someone's subspace. He carefully took a step forward, trying to maintain his balance in the pitch darkness. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice saying how annoying this is. Hannibal asked in surprise, "What?" The creature looked at him with an eye glowing red fire and responded with the beating of its heart. After a moment, Hannibal looked in shock at the huge, gaping hole in his chest. His formal suit and the floor underneath were stained with blood. Hannibal, spreading his arms to the sides, looked at the huge hole in the area of his heart, from which burgundy blood flowed. He furrowed his brows desperately and groaned. In front of him on the throne sat a monster with 2 horns and eyes glowing with bright light. The monster held a human heart in his hand. Hannibal fell to the floor in front of his feet. The monster looked at the bloody heart and told him not to worry. Until he wants to, he will not die. Hannibal knelt down and sighed excitedly. The monster said that in the pleroma of the mental image he would not die. The heart in his hand began to slowly dissipate into the air, glowing with pink magical light. Hannibal desperately reached out with his hand to the hole in his chest, which was slowly closing. He gritted his teeth angrily, looked up in front of him, and mentally asked the question, "What kind of space is this? What's going on with him? Is this really the pleroma of the mental image?" To top it all off, this incredible magical power, the goat mask. He looked at the monster who sat on the throne in front of him. It was a man in steel knightly armor, whose face was hidden by a goat mask. Hannibal asked the question, "The constellation of the Ilge clan, Tugui?" Tugui replied, he was glad that he figured it out. He's absolutely right. On the throne sat a dark-haired guy whose hair was tied into a ponytail at the back of his head. He was wearing gray-red metal armor. Tugui, patron constellation of the Iljo clan. Hannibal slowly rose to his feet and said he heard some commotion outside. He asked the question, were it his clansmen who attacked them? Why did they choose them as their target? Tugui replied that this was the work of the first destroyer. He learned that they had attacked his son. Hannibal mentally imagined Logan's angry face and asked the question, "Is he here?" Tugui, folding his hands in front of him, said, "Let him better prepare for the worst outcome." Hannibal asked in surprise, "Why?" He also needs Kim Joo-hyuk. He excitedly asked the question, "Don't their goals coincide?" Tugui replied that at first everything was exactly like that. Kim Joo-hyuk was his target. Constellation asked a question, "But does he know why?" Hannibal replied, confused, that he would like to know. Tugui reported that he was once named one of the strongest. He clears the world of those whose minds are clouded by the notorious pride, those who take the liberty of considering themselves better than others. Hannibal asked in surprise, "What? Then why was the previous first one killed?" Tugui responded because he was a non-entity. He only had enough strength to imagine himself strong. Hannibal thought for a moment, frowned, looked at the constellation in surprise, and said that he did not understand anything. He asked the question, did he really call himself omnipotent? Tugui replied no. But they made a mistake. They offended the one who deserved the title of the strongest. Tugui's aura flared bright red. Hannibal tensed and mentally asked, "Have you done something wrong?" What does it mean? He looked down nervously and decided that now was not the time to think about it. Now it's more important not to die at the hands of this crazy constellation. Tugui glowed brightly with powerful pink-red magical energy. Seeing this, Hannibal decided that he needed to conserve as much power as possible. He has no advantage here. He must be able to strike. With the help of a relic, the magic of their constellation, at least something, Hannibal extended his hand in front of him, palm up, and generated dark blue magical power over it. He watched the constellation warily. Frowning his brows with determination, he thought that he would be able to find a way out of here later. Hannibal decisively rushed forward, swinging his glowing dark blue fist. His eyes glowed brightly with white light and his teeth were clenched tightly. Tugui said calmly, "A sacred relic." It seems to him that he took it with him when he transferred it to the pleroma of the mental image. Hannibal was rapidly approaching the constellation, holding a clenched fist in front of him. He sent a powerful energy stream towards Tugui, and a powerful explosion occurred. When the fire and smoke cleared, Hannibal looked ahead warily. He said in shock that he dodged. There was no one on the destroyed throne. Hannibal looked over his shoulder with an angry expression and thought that Taogui was behind him. He turned sharply, took a fighting stance, and saw that there was no one behind him. He asked in surprise, "What?" He asked himself in shock, "What? Where did he go?" He doesn't feel his presence. Hannibal asked himself in surprise, "Are there really no restrictions there?" He peered warily into the darkness, trying to see something. He asked himself in surprise, "Is it really so easy to hide such a powerful aura? Where is he, this horned devil?" Hannibal looked ahead excitedly and did not notice that Taogui had appeared behind him. Constellations said that his strongest is his teacher. Taogui, his eyes flashing angrily, shouted that they had raised their hand against him. His aura flashed a bloody color. He swung his hand sharply and pierced Hannibal through the chest, holding his heart in his hand. Having approached him closely, the Taogui said that this is why he would not kill him so easily. Hannibal widened his eyes in shock and opened his mouth, from which a few drops of blood flowed. A little while later. The next morning. Valhalla dorm. Kim Joo-hyuk held the towel he was using to dry his hair with one hand and held his cell phone with the other. He looked at the screen with interest. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in surprise, "What is this?" Barche asked with interest the question, "What?" Kim Joo-hyuk read the breaking news on his cell phone screen, which stated that the ill Shinjo criminal gang that was terrorizing the guilds had finally been destroyed. Members of the Ilge criminal group were found dead. Both clans suddenly left the game. Journalists wondered who was behind this. Kim Joo-hyuk asked in surprise, "Were both groups completely destroyed?" Barche clarified in surprise, asking the question, suddenly. Wasn't he the one who was going to deal with them? Kim Joo-hyuk replied thoughtfully, "That's the point." He wanted to get rid of them when he left Valhalla. The problem seems to have resolved itself. Kim Joo-hyuk sat down on the bed, put a towel next to him, and continued to look at the phone screen. Barche said it was surprising. Then, when the meaning of the words spoken reached him, he asked the question, was Kim Joo-hyuk going to leave Valhalla? Doesn't he want to graduate with everyone? Kim Joo-hyuk answered emphatically, no. This academy was just a resource for him. He came here for other purposes. Now that the conditions are met, there is no reason for him to stay here. However, he will not leave immediately, but only after the end of the next catastrophe. Barche replied, "Okay." Overtime. Chairman's office. Shim Dakwon looked in front of him in surprise and asked the question, "Who is he?" In front of him stood a blond man wearing a black cat mask. He said he was glad to meet. He is a black cat, the owner of the market. The black cat was silent for a while and said that perhaps he would get straight to the point. Let Shim Dakwon sell him the academy. Shim Dakwon's mouth gaped wide in shock. The black cat approached Shim Dakwon, telling him to sell him this academy. Shim Dakwon asked again, crossing his palms, "What?" He repeated, stunned, that he said he was the owner of the market. He looked ahead with excitement. The black cat confirmed this, saying exactly what. He sees that he knows what market he is talking about. Shim Dakwon, meanwhile, responded with an excited smile, despite the fact that he did not personally attend. The black cat, with poorly controlled anger, confirmed this, answering yes. Shim Dakwon, meanwhile, said that in any case, he could not sell Valhalla to such a dubious person. He looked down thoughtfully. The black cat, meanwhile, combined his middle and thumb fingers together, as if trying to click. He asked the question, "Is this true?" Suddenly there was a snap of fingers, from which a bright blue flash appeared, illuminating the black suit of the black cat. The black cat looked at the money box that was placed on the table in front of Shim Dakwon and asked the question, "What about this?" Shim Dakwon looked at the huge stacks of money, puzzled. He looked forward again and said that he did not need the money. He added that he was not going to say goodbye to the academy so easily. Shim Dakwon asked the question, does he have any idea how difficult it was for him to achieve all this? Some time ago, someone killed one of the monsters, cutting him in half with a blade. Blood began to splash in all directions. It was young Shim Dakwon who skillfully fought monsters. Behind him, his peers were also struggling, fighting off a bunch of monsters. In those days when Shim Deokwon was a hunter, everything was very depressing with labyrinths and monsters. Shim Deokwon struggled with fatigue. When it came to crimes committed by people, regular police could handle them. In the case of monsters, the government asked the guilds for help, and some hunters responded to these requests. The government also established a unit of contractors aimed at confronting monsters, but anyone could get there. Therefore, they could not be compared with the members of the guilds. Shim Deokwon then made a decision. He stood in a high cliff, watching the many buildings being built below. He decided to create an academy and train contractors who were in no way inferior to those abroad. Shim Deokwon stopped reminiscing and said that the academy continues to function successfully to this day. He added that there is a place for his contractor everywhere. They were able to achieve record speed of response throughout the world. Shim Deokwon asked him a question. Now he understands. What is he talking about? The black cat replied that this was truly amazing. He added, crossing his arms behind his back, that he had no intention of changing the direction of the academy. However, he looked closely at the frowning Shim Deokwon and explained that the functional policy would remain the same, but he would be the owner of it. Shim Deokwon asked him a question, and he wants him to believe it. The black cat snapped his fingers again and said that it was possible. He looked at 2 boxes of money that appeared and pointed at it with his hand. The black cat asked a question. Does he have enough money? Shim Deokwon refused and said with a stutter that the truth does not need money. He looked at the 2 boxes of money that appeared in front of him. The black cat snapped his fingers again and asked the question again, right? Shim Deokwon looked down in surprise and said that this money. The black cat snapped his fingers again. He asked a question, even so. Shim Deokwon was already looking in anticipation at the amount of money that appeared in front of him. Currency seemed to be reflected in his eyes. Shim Deokwon exclaimed that money. There were many boxes of money on the table in front of him, and many bills were scattered around the table. The black cat stood expectantly in front of him. Shim Deokwon was 62 years old. He looked down sadly and thoughtfully, thinking carefully. Shim Deokwon immediately asked the black cat to take care of his academy with an anticipatory smile. He was finally able to retire. After some time, the black cat began to remove the sign from the table. He explained that he needed to change the sign. He immediately turned to his boss and said that as he asked. He acquired the Valhalla Academy. The black cat looked at the system panel with black engraving. He watched this in shock. On the system panel, it was written that the hidden ruler was telling him to connect the shop to Valhalla. The black cat raised his head in surprise and said, "Shop." He asked the question, "Is this a market or what?" A voice from the system panel answered. The hidden ruler answered yes. The next system panel said, "The hidden ruler tells him not to forget to install cameras." The black cat sat warily on the chair, with his hands on the table. He asked again, "Cameras?" He asked again, "Is this not enough?" The system panel reported that the closed ruler insisted that he install. The black cat obediently replied that it was good. The maniac, meanwhile, put her hands together and said that it was so. She said with anticipation that now she would finally see in person who was flirting with her teacher. Sometime later, Kim Joo-hyuk followed the other students who were returning from their studies in tears. Barche suddenly said that the academy was a bit hectic today. Kim Joo-hyuk put his hands in his pockets and walked, looking around. He mentally asked the question, "Is this true? Does this bother him?" Barche replied, thoughtfully placing his hand on his chin, as if the teachers were puzzled by something. He asked the question, "Can independent work last that long?" Kim Joo-hyuk told him not to be boring. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. Kim Joo-hyuk looked to the side. Choi Aaron stood in front of him. Kim Joo-hyuk asked the question, "What is it? Has she finally returned from her nest?" Choi Aaron answered yes without any emotion. She began to walk with Kim Joo-hyuk and said that she had been here since the morning. She asked him a question. Did he not notice? Kim Joo-hyuk calmly replied that he was sleeping. Choi Aaron asked him a question, asking if he is going to the hall now. Kim Joo-hyuk confirmed this, thoughtfully answering that she did. Choi Aaron meanwhile said that then she would go with him. She said she wanted to show him something. Kim Joo-hyuk turned in her direction, puzzled. After some time, they approached the hall, from which a beautiful orange sunset was reflected. Kim Joo-hyuk was followed by Yuseo Yeon-lan, and O.C. Hyuk was training behind him, lifting huge weights with his hands. Meanwhile, someone unzipped the bag and began to pull out a sword. Choi Erin held it in her hands, looking forward with a warm smile. Kim Joo-hyuk asked her a question. "What is this? Was it a new sword?" Choi Erin looked at the hilt of the sword and thoughtfully replied that yes. She explained that this was actually what she was returning to her hometown for. Kim Joo-hyuk chuckled thoughtfully as he looked ahead. He asked the question, "Is this magical power, and how much is it?" Choi Erin held a sword blade in her hands, from which a red aura rose upward. She responded to Kim Joo-hyuk's question by confirming this. She explained that it was her family's heirloom. Yoo Soyeon froze in place, stunned, with her shoulders and arms down. She asked the question, "What?" She angrily asked again, "Is the Choijin family heirloom?" Blue moon glow. Choi Erin held the hilt of the sword with one hand and emotionlessly confirmed what it was. Yoo Soyeon asked her a question. Where did she get it from? Choi Erin replied that after passing the tests, she became the legal heir of her family. Yoo Soyeon, meanwhile, excitedly put her hands out to the sides and asked a question. However, it's not very often that high school students are trusted with relics. Isn't that true? Kim Joo-hyuk looked at her, puzzled. Choi Erin, meanwhile, asked the question, why not if her father gave her the go-ahead? She looked at Kim Joo-hyuk and asked, does he think she can practice with this now? Kim Joo-hyuk began scratching his head in confusion and replied that it was up to her to decide. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said as before. He awkwardly asked the question, could he touch it? Choi Erin continued to hold the sword with both hands. Yuseo Yeon, meanwhile, began to angrily shout that it was a family heirloom with the power of a constellation. She added that this is actually an intimate thing. She asked a question, calling him impudent. How could he ask for such a thing? Kim Joo-hyuk clenched his teeth angrily and asked the question, how can I make it quieter? Choi Erin, meanwhile, handed him the sword and told him to take it, of course. Kim Joo-hyuk thanked her, extending his hand towards the blade of the sword. Yoo Soyeon said in shock that she gave it away. Kim Joo-hyuk smoothly ran the length of the sword and made a thoughtful sound. He thought it was strange. He noticed that the magical power emanating from this sword seemed very familiar to him. A red aura rose up from the blade of the sword. Suddenly, Kim Joo-hyuk looked at this in shock, frowning deeply. He found himself on the battlefield, and in front of him, among many swords, stood a bare-chested man. The man said that they had not seen him for a long time. It was Choi Jinga, the patron constellation of Daewon. Choi Jinga turned to him with a friendly smile and addressed him as Hyun Oh Hyun. A dark-haired, muscular guy, naked to the waist, held a sword in his hand. He smiled mischievously and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at him, puzzled. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He opened his eyes wide and excitedly pointed his index finger at the dark-haired boy. He asked the question, is it him, baby? Choi Jinga stuck his sword into the ground in front of him, smiled and asked how long he would call him that. Kim Joo-hyuk knows that he has already grown up. Choi Jinga thought about it and asked, come to think of it, did he ever tell him his name? Kim Joo-hyuk replied that all he did was charge at him with his sword. Choi Jinga smiled widely and said that anyway, once he became a constellation, he forgot about it. Kim Joo-hyuk said with a sly expression that he would still call him baby. Choi Jinga was indignant. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at him and thought that this tomboy had become a constellation. He was always restless. At this time, Choi Jinga was thinking, okay, after all, he is older than him, no matter how you look at it. Kim Joo-hyuk remembered how 300 years ago, a small dark-haired boy in dirty clothes held a sharp sword in front of him and offered to fight with a serious expression on his face. Kim Hyun Oh towered over him with incomprehension and asked what is this baby about. Behind him stood clueless and maniac, looking out and looking with interest at the armed child. The kid asked in surprise, isn't this lord the strongest among the local adults? He looked up resolutely and added that they needed to fight. Clueless turned pale with indignation and said that he called her teacher a lord. She angrily asked the question, should we kill him right away? Kim Hyun Oh looked at baby worriedly and told her to calm down. He, turning to the child, asked the question, why does he want to fight so much? Does he like to fight? The baby and Kim Hyun Oh stood opposite each other at a short distance. The kid, with his legs spread wide, deftly held a sharp blade with both hands. Clueless stood on the right side of the teacher, and Maniac frightenedly grabbed his hand on the left side. The kid looked down, looked at his sword, and said that he wanted to become stronger. Stronger than anyone, regardless of gender and age. The monsters killed his family only because none of them could defend themselves. Kim Hyun Oh approached him and looked at him with sympathy. The kid gripped the handle of the blade tighter in his hands and decisively declared, that's why he wants to become stronger, so that no one else has to go through what he went through. He looked up, frowned decisively, stood in a fighting position, and shouted, so let him fight him. His sword skill will soon be the strongest in the world. Kim Hyun Oh smiled, put his hand clenched into a fist forward, and began to knead his shoulder with the other hand. He said cheerfully, what a brave man. Then he added mockingly, at least let the kid hold the sword correctly. Kim Hyun Oh commanded that the baby call him Hyun when he challenges him to fight. The stupid thing looked condescendingly at the armed child. The kid answered decisively, okay. He frowned menacingly and shouted for Hyun to fight him. Kim Hyun Oh smiled approvingly and said, great. Clenching his fist, he rushed at the baby and said that he was not going to give in. His fist was filled with magical power and sparkled, throwing lightning to the sides. Kim Joo-hyuk, immersed in memories, said that at that time he did not have time to rest. The kid forced him to pick up a sword every week. Choi Jinger raised his index finger with a smile and asked a question. Doesn't it seem to him that at least once he could give in? Kim Joo-hyuk asked through clenched teeth, and this is what he hears from an ambitious swordsman who wants to amaze the world with his swordsmanship. Choi Jinga admitted that thanks to endless defeats, he was able to improve his sword technique. Flexing his muscles, warmed by the sun's rays, he looked smugly at the sword he held in his hand. Kim Joo-hyuk put his hand to the side in a questioning gesture and asked a question. Is he talking about an invincible blade? Choi Jinga stood opposite Kim Joo-hyuk, holding a sword in his hand, and confirmed this by saying exactly. Kim Joo-hyuk said if he became his student, he could constantly keep an eye on him. He looked at him and asked a question, has the kid thought about this? Choi Jinga put the sword on his shoulder, touched his chin with his other hand and said thoughtfully, not that he didn't think about it. If he were his student, it would be blasphemy to call this technique his own. He simply had no other choice. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at him approvingly and said that the baby had grown up and become a man. Then he smiled and added cheerfully, now he understands where this nostalgia comes from. He imagined Choi Aaron's face shrouded in a blue aura, then looked at Choi Jing with a fiery aura. The two had eyes full of determination to achieve their goal. Choi Jinga put his hand on his side and said cheerfully when he became a constellation. He taught the contractors his sword technique. Kim Joo-hyuk noticed that it was very different from the blade he knew. Choi Jinga modestly looked down and asked the question, this? As he knows, training magical power is more important than training the body these days. They won't stand his blade the way it is. So he brought some changes to make it easier for them to learn. Although this is still far from the level of the strongest technology. Choi Jinga and Kim Joo-hyuk stood in a vacant lot with many swords stuck into the ground. Kim Joo-hyuk asked with interest, how? Choi Jinga suddenly changed the topic and asked why Hyun had the body of a high school student. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at him in bewilderment and asked again, what? Did he receive a notification too? Choi Jinga asked with a confused look, what notice? Kim Joo-hyuk thought puzzled that this was strange. The maniac said that she learned about his rebirth from an alert. He didn't ask Bastalacha, but Barche said he saw it too. Kim Joo-hyuk mentally asked if the notifications were only sent to those who were directly related to him. He looked at the muscular Choi Jing, who was holding a sword on his shoulder and looking down, and thought, then everything will fall into place. Choi Jinga looked at him. A sly sparkle flashed in his eyes, and said that this could also be considered fate. He asked the question, should they cross swords? Kim Joo-hyuk said with a mischievous smile, okay. He wants to see how much stronger the baby has become. He quickly drew his sword, holding it in front of him. Choi Jinga stood in a fighting position, holding his sword with both hands in front of him. His aura flashed brightly with a fiery, bloody color, sparkling with lightning. Choi Jinga cheerfully said that this was great. He hadn't been this excited for a long time. Without warning, Kim Joo-hyuk put his sword in front of him and rushed at his opponent. His eyes glowed brightly with white light and were full of determination. The aura flared blue. Choi Jinga swung his sword, sending a fiery magic stream towards Kim Joo-hyuk. Sometime later, when the sky turned orange and the sun slowly hid behind the mountain, Kim Joo-hyuk sat in the gym, looking with interest at the sword glowing with pink magical light. He enthusiastically ran his palm over the tip, studying the blade. Kim Joo-hyuk thanked Choi Erin. He handed her a sword, to which she excitedly extended her palms. He said, pointing his index finger in her direction, that her constellation was a good guy. So let her turn to him more often when she has questions. Choi Erin said okay. At this time, Choi Jinga said with a blissful expression on his face, seriously, this is unthinkable. He was lying on his back in a huge hole, with his arms and legs spread out to the sides. The pit was cut through with swords during a long and difficult battle. Choi Jinga was happy. Over time. China, Zhu family. A fair-haired girl and 3 elders sat opposite her at a round table. So Leng, the head of the White Lotus Association, asked why they called her. The 3 elders of the Zhu family looked at her sternly and remained silent. The elderly woman said that as far as she knows, the position of the head of the family is still empty. This is exactly what they called her for. An old man with a black scarf on his head said that they would like her to become the head of their family. Crossing his arms over his chest, he added that, according to tradition, the leader of the association cannot apply for this post. An elderly woman asked if she had any other candidates in mind. A white-haired old man with a long beard looked at her from under his thick gray eyebrows and said, whoever it is, they should choose someone who won't use the power of the constellation for personal gain. Solon thoughtfully lowered her gaze, touching her chin with a folded fan. After thinking about it, she smiled and said that she understood. Her face beamed with joy. She looked at the 3 elders and said that there was a candidate whom she would like to recommend. So Lung fell silent and mentally imagined the gloomy face of Yen Lan, who was currently training in the training room with Choi Erin.